the American Congress is about to establish a new office in government that will look into unidentified aerial phenomena.
Yeah, we'll talk about that too. Yeah, I hope you got your resume all ready for that.
The what?
Your resume, your CV for getting involved. You're not going to.
I'm not interested in government position.
No, okay.
No, because I will not be able to share any knowledge I have if I were to join the government.
Right.
No one will trust you.
Yeah.
Ready to rock?
So, by the way, I'm Graham, and this is Darren.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, we're ready to go here anytime.
Okay, you can go ahead and stop whenever you want. It's not recording right now, but
just hit it.
Avi Loeb.
Wait, no, I didn't hit that.
Oh, you didn't hit
that yet?
Okay, go for it.
All right.
Avi Loeb, welcome to Grimerica. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
Thanks for having me. It's a great pleasure to join.
Yeah, this will be really fun. I mean, we don't have prominent scientists like yourself on very often. We have before, but your book Extraterrestrial was fantastic. The first signs of intelligent life beyond Earth. I mean, I really like the open-mindedness that you brought forward as a secular scientist to the book and all those projects that you're working on. So yeah, we got lots to talk about.
Well, just think of me as a farm boy. I haven't changed much since my childhood. And the way I see science is the privilege of maintaining my childhood curiosity. One of the most vivid memories I have as a kid was going to dinner and asking a difficult question, and then the adults in the room would pretend that they know the answer, and it was obvious they didn't have a clue. And that was the good situation. The worst situation was when they would dismiss the question simply because they didn't know the answer. And I thought that by becoming a scientist, I would be able to follow, to have this privilege of asking difficult questions and seeking the evidence to answer them, and that I will be surrounded by like-minded people. Because after all, in academia, you have the concept of tenure, where you have job security and you don't have to worry. You can take risks and ask difficult questions. And to my surprise, I still have adults in the room that pretend they know much more than they actually know, and some that are dismissing a question to which they don't know the answer.
And you're still asking the curiosity like questions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because, what's the point? We live for such a short time. Let's just talk substance rather than pretend,
Well, right away, listening to your book, I was thinking about how much philosophy, your love for philosophy in the beginning must have played a role in your open-mindedness as a scientist.
Well, there were two things in my childhood that shaped my career. One is indeed the interest in the big questions, and I was mostly interested in philosophy. But then circumstances led me into physics and eventually astrophysics. And the second thing that was true of my childhood was that I grew up on a farm, and I used to collect eggs every afternoon, and I became very much connected to nature, much more so than to people. I mean, you might say people are part of nature, but not really. I mean, people often destroy nature. And for example, since the pandemic started, I jog every morning at 5 a.m. in the company of birds, ducks, bunnies, and wild turkeys. And I enjoy that much more than the pre-pandemic routine of speaking with my colleagues at work. And there is something really innocent and interesting about nature. And space, by the way, is for me an extension of exploring nature.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I like how you utilize some of your personal experiences from youth and analogical ways to your science and your experiences as a scientist, like the tree, for example, speaking of nature, your tree branch one. I mean, it's things like that, right?
It's interesting that you noticed that because, there were many people that visited me after my book came out. I had about 1,300 interviews, but that was expected. Interviews for podcasts, for TV, radio, newspapers, magazines, and so forth. The thing that was not expected are the visitors that came to the porch of my home. I met with them in the porch because it was outdoors, and they didn't have to wear a mask, and I could sit with them on the rocking chair, and we would discuss why we might not be the smartest kid on the cosmic block. That is the motive of my book. And there were some very interesting visitors that came. We can talk about them, but two of them, when they came to the porch, they said, where is that branch that is mentioned in your book that was broken and you put insulation tape around it? And, I regard that as a symbol of helping young people when they are fragile. And then this branch now is the tallest in that tree. And even though people advised me to break it off, I put insulation tape, and it's now still surrounding it 15 years later. And I brought them to the branch. It's just next to the porch, and they took a selfie with it. So this branch is really a celebrity right now. And there were other interesting visitors. There was a couple that came, brought me a gift from their daughter, their small daughter, that it was a plant of a red oak tree. And I planted it in the backyard, and, she sent it as a symbol of trying to hope for a better future on Earth. And I had very wealthy individuals that came to the porch, asked me questions about my book, and that eventually inspired them to contribute money to my research fund, and I established the Galileo project, on which we can talk later.
Yeah, for sure. That's great. So
I should tell you that there was one podcaster that said that he would have liked to be a fly on the wall of my porch to see all of these conversations about the Galileo project and others.
Oh yeah, of course.
You should mic your porch.
The one advantage of a fly is that one of the visitors was the principal investigator of the New Horizons mission to Pluto, and he's actually going to space next year. His name is Alan Stern, and he's a member of the Galileo project. And if that fly knew that, he could have snuck under the shirt of Alan Stern and gone into space.
Been the first fly in space.
There must have been flies in space before.
Were you expecting all that media attention, that sort of circus when your book came out, when, the scientist is, I saw some of the headlines before we started here, and they're saying, this prominent science saying that something was, flew through our system that was not made or not natural. And were you expecting that kind of circus, or?
Well, there were parts of it that I didn't expect. The book became a bestseller in many countries, was translated to 25 languages. And the public, by and large, loved it. I had, just to give an example, about a month ago, I participated in a forum in the Washington National Cathedral. It was about our future in space. And other attendees were the head of NASA, Bill Nelson, the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, Jeff Bezos from Blue Origins, and a theologian from Durham University, David Wilkinson. And the one thing that struck me, of course, the discussion was interesting, but after it ended, all of them left. And there was a long line of people waiting to speak with me. And I was very moved by it, because it took me half an hour to speak with the 50 people that stood in line. And they basically wanted to say how inspired they are by this kind of a scientific project to search for technological equipment from another civilization in space, something that was never done before. And, there is this poem by Robert Frost about taking the road not taken. He went to the woods and saw two roads, and one of them was not taken. He took it, and that made all the difference for him. For me, taking the road not taken has a great advantage, because there might be some low-hanging fruit, and because nobody took that road, that fruit may still be there. Nobody picked it up. So the advantage of establishing the Galileo project along a path that nobody else took is that we might find some low-hanging fruit.
Yeah. What do you think about NASA? Do you think, they they get accused of all sorts of tomfoolery over there and doctoring pictures and stuff like that. Did you get any sort of sense of that, or do you think they're just as curious as we are?
Well, the head of NASA, Bill Nelson, explicitly said in early June, around a few weeks before the Director of National Intelligence delivered the report to the U.S. Congress about unidentified aerial phenomena. So Bill Nelson said, that when he was in senator, he actually looked at this data, and much of it is classified, and he thinks that scientists should look into this and figure out the nature of these objects that we don't understand. He could not understand, and that to me is very true. I mean, I resonated with his thinking, and as a result, established the Galileo project. And I think that as the leader of NASA, he pretty much sets the tone. And I think in the coming months and years, this subject will not be ridiculed the way it was in the past, and will deserve attention the way it should. Because if the government says there are objects in the sky that we don't fully understand, scientists should find out what these objects are. And, it's like a fishing expedition. It could be that all of the fish will be sardines, things that are either made by nature or made by humans. And if so, so be it. That's one of the objectives of the Galileo project. We plan to build telescope systems that would basically get a high-resolution image of objects that are not birds, not drones or airplanes that look different, and also track them in a scientific way. And the data will be open; it will not be classified. And the only reason I was able to establish this project a few months ago was because people gave me donations that allow. By now, we have about 100 scientists engaged in this project.
Wow!
And the second part of this project, I should say, Galileo project, is that we will look for objects that enter the solar system from outside within the orbit of the Earth that look weird, and they are called interstellar objects. And the first example for those is Oumuamua, this object discovered in 2017 on which my book is based. And that is the second part. And the goal is it's sort of like going on a date with someone you liked, but you never see that person again, and you want to find a similar person. And so we're trying to date another Oumuamua. And that's the second part of the Galileo project. And hopefully, in the coming years, we'll have enough funding. We need about $100 million for the unidentified aerial phenomena project. And so far, we have $2 million. And I hope that we will get there.
I will write a check. What can you just give us a quick rundown of exactly what that event was that took place that you're talking about, for those of us that might not be aware?
The object that I discuss in my book is called the Oumuamua, because it was discovered in Hawaii by a telescope called Pan-STARRS. And Oumuamua means in the Hawaiian language a scout. It was the first object that we discovered near Earth that came from outside the solar system. And we knew that it came from outside because it moved too fast to be bound to the sun. And then astronomers said, well, it's probably a comet, just like the rocks that we have seen before in the solar system that are covered with ice. And when they get close to the sun, they evaporate, you see a cometary tail. The only problem is there was no cometary tail around this object, no gas or dust surrounding it. So it was definitely not a comet of the type that we have seen. And then as it was tumbling every 8 hours, the amount of sunlight reflected from it changed by a factor of 10. And that meant that it has a very extreme shape, most likely flat, pancake-like, because the reflected light changed in a way that resembles the reflection from a flat object at the 90% confidence. And then the object was also pushed away from the sun. And because there was no outgassing, no evaporation of it, the only explanation I could think of is that it's the reflection of sunlight that is pushing it. And then at that point, I suggested that, because it has to be very thin, like a sail, so that it's pushed by sunlight, it might be artificial. It might have been produced by another civilization. And that's what led to this pushback from the scientists. But then a year ago, we found another object with the same telescope. We found another object that looks unusual, that was pushed by reflecting sunlight and had no cometary tail, the same qualities as Oumuamua.
Pushed by, like that's its propulsion?
No, so there was no evidence for propulsion. There was no evidence for gas coming out of it. And the only explanation I could think of is that it reflects sunlight and then being pushed by that, just like
nudged.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this new object, 2020 SO, was also pushed by sunlight and had no cometary tail. And then within a few weeks, the astronomers realized, it's actually a rocket booster that was launched by NASA in 1966. And we know that it's artificial and had the thin walls, and that's why it was pushed by reflecting sunlight. So we know that we produced 2020 SO, this object from a year ago. We don't know who produced Oumuamua.
And that was moving faster, right? The Oumuamua?
Yes, because 2020 SO came from Earth, and so it was moving relatively slowly. I mean, it was bound to the sun, and the other one, Oumuamua, was not bound to the sun. It came from outside. So
it came from outside the solar system, right?
Outside the solar system. Definitely not from us. Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of going to ask you what the definition of that interstellar object was, and you just answered that.
Well, the definition is that it moves between stars, that it's not bound to any particular star.
Okay.
And of course, you could have rocks that are doing that. The solar system extends halfway to the nearest star, and there are rocks left over, just like Lego building blocks that were left over from the construction project of the planets. And that's called the Oort cloud that goes halfway to the nearest star. And so if a star passes near the solar system, it can easily dislodge some of these rocks into interstellar space. And you expect some interstellar rocks to come from the outskirts of other planetary systems like the solar system. But Oumuamua didn't look like those rocks. That's the issue. And so we want to find another one and then fly near it and take a close-up photograph, because they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. In my case, a picture is worth 66,000 words, the number of words in my book. I wouldn't need to write the book if we had an image.
So that was in 2017. How close was that to the New York Times coming out with the first big article about the Tic Tac? Like, was that before that or after that?
Well, it was around the same time, but
so you kind of got lost in the hoopla of all that, probably.
Well,
right?
honestly, at first I thought we were talking about that for a minute, because I come in, in blank, I come in cold, I don't read the book, or I just come in without any background so that I can sort of take it in and ask those questions. And at the beginning, I thought that we were talking about that.
Yeah,
TikTok.
I was wondering about the timing. It seemed very coincidental.
It was a complete coincidence, because the New York Times was talking about the fact that there are objects identified by military personnel that the government knows about. And the one thing that resulted from that was the report to Congress on June 25th this year that in part inspired the Galileo project that I established, because it has a branch associated with trying to figure out the nature of these objects that the government doesn't really know what they are. And I should say that just this week, the National Defense Bill in the U.S. is being finalized, and it seems like it will have a recommendation to establish an office in government that will look into all the data that the government collected on unidentified aerial phenomena. And that's really the very first time that's something that Congress recommends doing that. And I think the most important aspect of that would be that the subject, instead of being ridiculed, will be taken more seriously. And obviously, many people in government do that because it's a matter of concern. If you have objects flying in the sky that you don't fully understand, you worry about national security. But if it's not produced by humans, it's not a matter of national security. It's an international matter.
True. All the data, though? I mean, let's hope they go through all the data, but they've been accumulating data for a few decades. Depending on who you ask, there's been a lot of data collected.
Right. I mean, we have to keep in mind that it's very likely to be a mixed bag, that there are all kinds of
compartments,
data of different quality, of different objects, some of which are natural, some of which are human-made. But the point is, even if there is good evidence for one object that is not human-made and not natural, that by itself will change the future of humanity. So it's really important to check each and every case. And the fact that most cases will have some mundane explanation, would not mean much. It's just like, in the case of Oumuamua, after that, there was another object discovered that looked like a comet from interstellar space. And it was given the name Borisov because it was discovered by a Russian amateur astronomer. And my colleagues asked me, okay, it looks like the second object discovered appears to be a comet of the type that we have seen before. Doesn't it convince you that Oumuamua is natural? And I said, when you walk down the beach and you see a plastic bottle, and you know that it's artificial, and if after that you see a rock, it doesn't make the plastic bottle a rock.
Yeah. So, because this does bring up the importance of trying to find near Earth objects as well that are going to hit the Earth, right? I mean, is that a whole separate science, or is that something that you guys will be taking part of as well? Because looking back now, there's a bunch of theories that the Younger Dryas was caused by, or partly caused or accelerated by, cometary impact. There's a lot of, like I was going to ask you even, what if Oumuamua hit the Earth? What would happen? Like how, it's hard to imagine. I think you said it was approximately maybe 10 meters not sure how thin 100 meters wide?
Yeah, it was roughly the size of a football field. And
right.
In terms of the thickness, we don't know. If it was indeed pushed by reflecting sunlight, it had to be less than a millimeter thick, very thin. But the one thing I should mention is that it was discovered because of the fear from impact by a rock. As you know, 66 million years ago, dinosaurs were roaming on Earth. They were dominant relative to their environment. They were very proud of themselves. And they were eating grass and didn't really look up. And then a big rock, the size of Manhattan Island, hit the ground and tarnished their ego trip. And so since then, we know that there is a risk from rocks hitting Earth. And even though that rock was, the size of Manhattan Island, we are worried even about smaller rocks than that. And in 2004, Congress tasked NASA to look for all objects bigger than the size of a football field that may hit the Earth, 90% of them. And one reason that the telescope that discovered Oumuamua was built, it's called Pan-STARRS, is to search for objects that may hit the Earth. These are called near-Earth objects. And it was constructed for that purpose, and there is another telescope that within 2 years will become operational. Its name is the Vera Rubin Observatory in Chile, and that would find about 60% of all objects bigger than the size of a football field that could potentially come close to Earth. And so we are going 2/3 of the way towards the congressional task. But the point is that Pan-STARRS was constructed to look for objects of that size from the reflection of sunlight. And then it discovered an interstellar object, Oumuamua, even though it was not, coming very close to Earth. It was within a fifth of the Earth-Sun separation. But at the same time, it obviously surveyed the sky and looked for other objects. By the way, there is this tale about a fisherman that went to sea and came back and said, I discovered a new law of nature. All fish are bigger than 2 inches. And someone asked him, what is the size of the holes in your fishing net? And he said 2 inches. So that illustrates the fact that, if you have big holes in your fishing net, you will not catch any fish. And so Pan-STARRS was really the very first observatory that surveyed the sky and could see objects the size of a football field passing within the orbit of the Earth around the sun, just from the reflection of sunlight. And that means that before that, before 2010, we didn't have the capability of seeing something the size of a football field or smaller. And there could be a lot of objects smaller than that passing near Earth, and we wouldn't even notice. We never sent a spacecraft as big as a football field, to space. So the point is, we're pretty ignorant. And, if you go back 70 years, Enrico Fermi, a very famous physicist, was having lunch in Los Alamos, and he asked a question. He said, well, it looks likely that we are not alone. Probably, there are other planets like ours. But if so, where is everybody? And I think that's a very presumptuous question. It's just like sitting at home and saying, nobody is knocking on my door, therefore I don't have neighbors. That's not the right way to approach it. You have to look through your windows and search. And, only now we have the survey telescopes that allow us to search for things as big as a football field passing nearby. And by the way, if they move much faster than Oumuamua was moving, like if they move at a fraction of the speed of light, we wouldn't even pay attention to them because the astronomers would say, oh, this is just a fluke. It moves too fast. So my point is, we're not really searching. And that's what the Galileo project is trying to do.
What do you think that if it's something less than a millimeter thick and it's like 100 meters long, so do you think it's some sort of debris or some sort of a probe, or what do you think we're dealing with here?
Yeah, so these are exactly the possibilities. You can imagine that it's the surface layer of a spacecraft that was torn apart. That's one example, or something that is defunct, not working anymore. But another possibility is that it's a receiver that is tumbling and collecting information, and because we didn't get enough data on this object, we don't really know what it is, and by now it's gone. It's a million times fainter than it was closer to the sun, and we can't really see it. We cannot chase it. It's moving too fast relative to our rockets. So what we need to do is find more of the same. And when I go to the kitchen and I see an ant, I usually get alarmed because there must be many more ants around. So there should be more objects like it, and we just need to search. And with the Vera Rubin Observatory, we'll find many more, I'm sure. And then the key would be to send a spacecraft with a camera that will pass nearby and take a close-up photo.
Do we have the tech for that now? Because I guess you'd see it coming soon enough that you'd be ready for it. Is that the idea?
Yeah, so that's the plan that we are trying to make in the Galileo project. And the issue is that it will really cost about $1 billion to have a space mission of this type.
Bezos could pay.
It's sort of, it's very expensive. So it's just like going on a date and trying to make a decision whether the person you are going with will be your partner for life, or you will have an offspring with. And that having an offspring is really a very tedious task. You want someone that has good genetic makeup and someone that will be a good companion. And, you need to collect enough information before you make such a decision. The other day, a couple of days ago, I was jogging early in the morning and I saw 4 pairs of ducks in a very narrow channel swimming and playing with each other. It looked like they're not dancing, but they're actually sort of wrestling. And it was clear that they're trying to decide whether to partner, to select one. These pairs were selecting whether to mate with each other. And it reminded me of the Galileo project because, it's a difficult decision whether to run you can rephrase Hamlet's question. Instead of to be or not to be, you can say to rendezvous or not to rendezvous. That's $1 billion question, you see. So we have to be very selective, and we want to collect enough information that will demonstrate that the next Oumuamua indeed is weird. It's not a comet, it's not an asteroid, it looks unusual, and therefore we want to rendezvous with it. And to do that, we will send a spacecraft that we have ready with a camera. It will be expensive, but we hope to be able to do that. So in the coming months, we will start working on the design of the space mission. And this is the more expensive component of the Galileo project. The other part is looking at unidentified aerial phenomena. And for that, we will just build telescope systems that, are on Earth and look around. And the first among them actually will be assembled in the coming months on the roof of the Harvard College Observatory. That's something I'm very excited about, that in the coming months we'll start to put together the first telescope system.
That's great. I mean, I was going to say that must be, in some ways, that decision is harder since the government is acknowledging this phenomena and this soft disclosure, because they're kind of saying, hey, there's something here right in our backyard. So it must be harder to go outside the yard and explore the wilderness of space when you've got apparently a phenomenon going on right here. I mean, and that's kind of what the UFO community would always argue is like, hey, because it is, when you've looked into UFOs for so long, it's sometimes it's hard to hear the scientists still like Fermi and these guys, where are they? Well, there's thousands of people that say they're seeing stuff and making contact, and yet you're searching way out there for stuff,
Well, you see, the problem for many years was that the scientific community ridiculed the subject and ignored it. And it's a self-fulfilling prophecy to say, and I think it all echoes what Carl Sagan said. He said, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And
I don't like that.
The problem with that is, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, because if you say, well, we don't want to discuss this subject, and you are not funding the search, the scientific research into this, then you will not find the extraordinary evidence, and therefore you will still claim that there is no extraordinary evidence. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I think that there should be a supplement to Sagan's statement, which says extraordinary evidence requires extraordinary funding. You need to fund the search, otherwise you wouldn't find anything. And that's what we are trying to do with the Galileo project. And it's really the very first time that the team of scientists, more than 100 scientists, comes together to do a purely scientific research project. You see, before that, you had reports from the government. Other people looked into the reports. Some of the people studied the report, but nobody established a scientific research program that will, assemble new data that is open to the public, using state-of-the-art instrumentation, using telescopes, looking for the answers through telescopes. That's the motto of the Galileo project, and that's what we are doing now. So I think, hopefully it will, at the very least, change the atmosphere in the way that the scientific community regards this subject, because now we will be collecting scientific data of the highest quality, so nobody can dismiss it and say, oh, it's just military personnel, eyewitness testimonies. This will be open data that anyone can look at. And that's at the very least. But if we find evidence for something unusual, we will write scientific papers about it and try to bring it to the mainstream.
Have you ever thought, especially maybe someone like yourself that's a little more curious and open-minded, that there is thousands of groups all over the world that are actually like sort of meditating and looking up at the stars, and they see stuff, they think they make contact. Now, I don't know if that's ET or some interdimensional thing or whatever. I've experienced it myself, but maybe one of those 100 scientists or a few of them can go out and try and experience that with people.
Well, I should say that, you see, in physics, if we want to convince the mainstream in science that these things are real, we cannot do it with using humans as detectors. That doesn't work. So you cannot write a scientific paper saying, someone
we saw
told
this,
me that I witnessed something. This does not hold water. You need to use instruments in order for it to be scientific. That's the standard folklore. Now, I'm not saying that humans cannot identify things that are real. I'm just saying that although it holds water in the courtroom, you can have eyewitness testimonies that lead to putting a person in jail. That happens in the courtroom. In the scientific research folklore, it's not an acceptable piece of evidence, and you cannot write a scientific paper based on what humans are reporting. What you need to do is use instruments that are recording the evidence, so anyone can look at that, and that's for that you need to use, for example, in the context of the Galileo project, telescopes with cameras that will take a video of the sky, that will record audio, sound from the sky, and then we can analyze it. And if we see it's not a philosophical question. If we see an object that has screws and bolts on it, and if we have a megapixel image of it, and it doesn't say made in China, doesn't say made in Russia, it says made on exoplanet Y, then that's it. You don't need any, it's not a matter of debate anymore.
Yeah. No, I mean, I wasn't thinking that. I was kind of only half joking, and not for data collection, but just for more of a inspiration, or hey, look what
people can get their inspiration in many different ways, and I have no issue with that. But I think what's important right now is to collect evidence and data that would bring us to an understanding of what unidentified aerial phenomena are, what objects like Oumuamua are. Yeah. And as I said, the mistake that a lot of people make, including a lot of scientists, is to assume that they know the answer before they collect the evidence. And again, it reminds me of those dinners as a kid, where the adults in the room would pretend that they are respectable, they know everything, and they would give some answers that do not make sense. And the only way to find the answer is the way a kid finds the answer. A kid goes and tries to get the evidence himself, on his or her own by, and sometimes kids get bruised as a result, but at least they know it for sure from their own experience, what's going on. They don't need someone to tell them what's going on. Yeah. And that's the way science should be done, by collecting evidence and figuring out what it is.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's one of the things I loved about your book is you're pretty hardcore against the dogmatic, the scientism that's happening right now, the dogma, the people that you can even see it with young people coming up, and they don't necessarily want to follow this sort of curious route because it may not be as easy for them to get jobs in the future. I mean, there's all kinds of examples you use, which is fantastic.
But it's not just that. I wanted to emphasize there is another element here, which is, let me give you an example. The mainstream of physics invested $10 billion in an accelerator called the Large Hadron Collider at CERN. And the main goal was to discover new particles that are called the supersymmetric particles. And, it was accepted by the mainstream that these particles might be around the corner, we might find them, and they convinced each other that we should invest $10 billion to search for them. And we searched and didn't find any. So that was accepted as part of the mainstream, $10 billion to search for those particles. But in addition, I mean, it's obviously a matter of having those funding agencies listening to the advice of committees made of mainstream scientists that are building consensus among themselves. Okay,
like for multiple universe, dark matter, string theory. Yeah. I mean, all these things, instead of putting their money where you are, which is actually like a tangible thing.
Yeah, but my point is that there are other things to consider. For example, how interested is the public in the question that you are trying to resolve? The public funds science. We need to listen to the public. The second is, what would be the impact of finding what you are aiming to find on society? And then the third thing is, what is the magnitude of the improvement in our knowledge of reality? And if you include these in consideration, then it's clear that looking for equipment produced by other civilizations in space is much more consequential. It's much more important than looking for supersymmetric particles, And nevertheless, for example, even the Galileo project that was just announced has funding that is 2 parts in 10,000 of the funding of the Large Hadron Collider. So you ask yourself, how did we get there? How is it possible that a subject that the public cares a lot about is not funded at all, being ridiculed by the scientific community who decides to pursue things that end up not being real? Like supersymmetry is not around the corner. We invested $10 billion in that. And the searches for dark matter, hundreds of millions of dollars, we didn't find specific types of particles that were proposed. And my point is, given the public's interest, given the anomalies of Oumuamua or unidentified aerial phenomena, I think it's time, the time is right to invest funds, $1 billion, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in the search for objects produced by other civilizations, because we have some tentative clues that maybe are quite intriguing, and we want to find out what these objects are. And obviously we will not have extraordinary evidence that they are something else unless we put the money into the search. And to me, it's a matter of common sense. I don't feel myself as in an elevated position relative to the public, or I just speak what sounds to me like common sense. And I think the public very much understands that. It's just that the academic world has difficult time following it.
Well, we need people like you to bridge between the public and the academic world and the scientific community. I mean, that's always what's frustrated me about the UFO phenomena, is not that the government acknowledges anything, it's the scientific community and the academia that acknowledge that there's a mystery. They don't, you don't have to know the answers, just that there's some questions to be asked here. So
and not only questions, but we have the instruments that we can use to find the answer. You see? So why not? We are buying them with the Galileo project. We are buying them off the shelf. These are, we need to assemble them in a special way because, for example, there are observatories that astronomers constructed that are looking at the sky. So you may ask, why aren't they seeing UFOs? Well, the answer is simple. If a bird flies above an observatory that exists right now, nobody would track it. The astronomers would just ignore it. What you need is a system that has first of all, looks at the entire sky, not in a narrow field, and then tracks objects of interest, and then zooms on them and tries to get a high-resolution image of them. And for that, you need also artificial intelligence, machine learning algorithms to identify objects, to say whether it's a bird, a drone, or an airplane, or something else. And all of this was never developed before. So that's what the Galileo project is trying to do. Well,
you've also been involved in all these other sort of paradigm-changing initiatives. I mean, you also talked about the Black Hole Initiative in your book. And right. And you guys were trying to decide whether you can see a city like Tokyo if it was on Pluto. And I mean, the search for exoplanets is something else that might interest people if you give us an update on that. And then also the light sail thing. I mean, that's a whole other thing that could really... that seems very economical for what you're going to get out of it, the amount of resources to put into that, right?
Yeah, well, let me give you another example. So the astronomy community every decade decides about its priorities. And one of the biggest priorities right now is to look for signatures of life in the atmosphere of other planets around other stars that may be habitable, maybe there is life on them. And you might want to look for oxygen or methane in the atmosphere that indicates life. And that's what everyone agrees on. And it motivates future telescopes that will cost maybe $10 billion within a few decades, maybe built in space. But my point is simple, and I wrote a paper about it in 2015. In principle, if you find oxygen, it will not necessarily tell you that there is life because there are natural ways of making oxygen. Also, if you don't find oxygen, it doesn't tell you that there is no life there because the Earth in the first 2 billion years of its lifetime didn't have oxygen in the atmosphere, and there was microbial life on Earth. And so if you don't find oxygen, even for Earth, there was a 50% chance that if you looked at Earth early on, you wouldn't find oxygen. So it doesn't mean that there is no life. But if you find very complex molecules like CFCs that air conditioning systems or industries produce on Earth, these are all the complex molecules that are destroying the ozone, that are associated with industrial pollution. So if you find industrial pollution in the atmosphere of another planet, not only you know that there is life there, but you know that there is industrial life there. And what I'm saying is, you put $10 billion towards a future telescope, why not discuss how likely it is for you, or how easy it is for this telescope to detect industrial pollution instead of oxygen? But for some reason, that is not being discussed. That is pushed to the sidelines, and because it's considered speculative to discuss a possible industrial civilization. And I don't think that it's speculative, because it's arrogant on our behalf to think that we are special, unique. Whenever we thought that way, we were wrong. We thought that we are at the center of the universe, and that turned out to be wrong. We're not at the center of anything, actually. We thought that that the Earth-Sun system is really special, and that's wrong. Actually, half of the Sun-like stars have a planet the size of the Earth, roughly the same separation, so it's not unique or special. We are not privileged. And just thinking that we are the smartest kid on the block makes no sense to me. It's just like my daughters thought that they are the smartest when they were at home, and then when they went to the kindergarten, they realized that there are smarter kids around. So I don't think it makes sense for us to believe as the starting assumption that nothing like us exists out there. Instead, we should start from scratch and basically say, okay, well, we are not really special, unique. Let's just check. Let's just see if we sent out equipment to space, in the form of spacecraft. Let's check if there was someone before us, let's say 1 billion years before us, that sent equipment to space that we can find. Why is that regarded speculative? Why is that pushed to the sidelines relative to searching for supersymmetry that we've never found, searching for specific types of dark matter that we've never found? I argue these things are actually not very relevant for the daily lives of people, not very relevant for the future of our society. The dark matter will not be used for any gadget that we build on Earth. So if we find technological equipment from another civilization, it might give us a look at our future. It might change the way we live, the way we aspire about going to space, the technologies we develop in response to what we find. I would, my wish is that we will find a gadget coming from another civilization, and I'll be able to press some buttons on it.
Yeah, it'll change the paradigm of the whole planet. I mean, it'll change everything, right? Like you mentioned in your book, it'll create a whole bunch of new disciplines,
How can we ignore that?
Yeah.
How is it possible? Not only ignoring that, but ridiculing the discussion in that. I just find it completely inappropriate, and that's why I wrote my book, and that's why I'm advocating for this cause. And
how's your book come across to a lot of your peers in the scientific community?
Well, many of them try to dismiss it. I don't know how many read it, but the point is, I don't need to argue my case, because when the mainstream scientific community tried to explain the anomalies of Oumuamua, there were 4 independent teams that came up with different explanations. One of them said, it's probably a cloud of dust particles that is 100 times less dense than air. And the problem with that is, if it were to get close to the sun, it will disintegrate, because the material strength will not be enough to keep it together as it gets heated by hundreds of degrees. Then there was a suggestion, maybe it's a hydrogen iceberg, a chunk of frozen hydrogen. We've never seen anything like it. Moreover, hydrogen will evaporate very quickly. It will not survive the journey in interstellar space. Then there was a suggestion, maybe it's a nitrogen iceberg, a chip of frozen nitrogen that was chipped off the surface of a planet like Pluto around another star. And the problem there is there isn't enough nitrogen to accommodate enough chips such that Oumuamua will be one of them. So my point is, if all the explanations that people came up with for a natural origin involve something that we've never seen before, I rest my case. If it's something that we've never seen before, we might as well consider an artificial origin. And, it's just like a caveman finding a cell phone. The caveman is used to playing with rocks all of his life, and he would think the cell phone must be just a rock of a type that he had never seen before. That's exactly the approach that my colleagues were taking. But if he would throw away the rock or the cell phone, that would be the end of it. But if he will press a button and that would record his voice, and press another button, it would record his image, then it will become clear that it's not a rock. And that's really what I hope to do with the Galileo project, get more evidence.
Yeah, I'm glad you went into more details on Oumuamua, because from the book you get a sense of how much data you guys did have. I mean, I know you didn't have quite enough for proof, but you had enough to say it's not all of these things,
Right.
Yeah.
And I cited in my book about 200 scientific papers that I wrote. And then one of the criticisms by a scientist, someone who calls himself a scientist, was that I cited papers that I wrote. And I thought to myself, why would that be criticism? Because if I didn't cite any papers, then people would say what he's saying is not substantiated. Okay? So I'm substantiating what I say based on papers that I wrote. And then he's criticizing that as if I reference myself. So the point is, you cannot win. If someone wants to basically dismiss it, they can do it. I mean, the reason we call it the Galileo Project is because 4 centuries ago, there was the first modern scientist, Galileo Galilei, who argued that the Earth moves around the sun. And the philosophers at the time thought that it's ridiculous. Just like Oumuamua being an artificial object is ridiculous. So they put him in house arrest. And he said, look through my telescope and you will also understand what I'm arguing for. And they said, we don't need to look through your telescope. We know the answer. And they tried to prevent him from speaking to other people by putting him in house arrest. And today they would have canceled him on social media. And what did they accomplish? During their time, they felt very powerful. And poor guy, he couldn't speak with anyone about what he found and so forth. But 4 centuries later, here we are developing space missions based on our knowledge that the Earth moves around the sun. So the fact that they insisted didn't change the motion of the Earth around the sun. It only maintained their ignorance. Nobody remembers the names of those philosophers, but everyone remembers the name of Galileo. So my point is, reality is whatever it is. It doesn't need to be liked on Twitter. It's not a matter of popularity. I don't need the endorsement of my colleagues for something to be true. If there are objects passing near Earth that came from another civilization, it doesn't matter what my colleagues say. All we need to do is collect enough evidence such that I would know for sure what they are, and that would be enough for me. I don't need to convince everyone, because if that's the reality we live in, it will not change. The fact that we bury our head in the sand will not change what's around us. The fact that we don't look through our windows will not change the fact that we have neighbors.
Yeah. You have any questions there at all?
What do you think? So if you had to make a prediction, do you think that with the Galileo project and NASA sort of with their new stuff and the satellites looking for near-Earth objects
and the Congress thing,
yeah, do you think it's inevitable? Do you think do you think it's sort of just a waiting, or do you think we'll get Tunguska first, or what do you think?
I think that if we collect the data, and the Galileo project is funded at the level that it needs, and we get scientific data, and perhaps the government introduces more transparency, I think within a decade or two, we will learn a lot. And it will just be a completely new realization. Now, it's possible that we will end up finding that another nation was much more sophisticated than we think, and that they produced all kinds of gadgets we've never known about, or that there are natural phenomena like Oumuamua was a nitrogen iceberg, something that we've never considered before, and it appears to be very common. There could be situations like that. We will find out. My guess is, if it looks weird, it will be weird.
Speaking of weird, didn't they just see something weird on Mars? Or sorry, on the moon, on the far side of the moon?
Well, yeah, there was a report that the Chinese spacecraft that landed there noticed something that looks with a weird shape, but the image is very poor resolution, so it could be it could be just a rock that is not fully resolved. They need to get closer to figure out what it is.
Yeah, they need to get some high-res pictures of those bases on the dark side of the moon.
China doesn't have high-res.
That's my point all along.
It's just a knockoff Sony on there.
A megapixel image will tell us what things are. It's completely pointless to argue because it's not a philosophical question. You just get a good resolution image, and using cell phones to look at UAP, is not really the best way to figure them out. What you want is a large enough telescope that will get us a crisp image, and that's what we're planning to put together.
Yeah, it's just like when you see the moon or some other thing, you're thinking, "Oh, I'll take a great picture of that," and you take it, and it's hardly. On the phones, it just doesn't do it justice,
Yeah, because optics tells you that it all depends on the size of the aperture of your camera, and cell phones have an aperture that is only a few millimeters in size. It's really small, and
that's
telescopes, can be tens of centimeters, much bigger than that,
yeah.
and then you get much higher resolution image.
Speaking of philosophical questions, what about like a past civilization? What if it was from some weird pre-Atlantean or pre-Diluvian, antediluvian Atlantean sort of? Because isn't there some weird what about that Black Knight thing? Isn't there some sort of weird thing orbiting Earth that
the Black Knight satellite?
Yeah. Is that real?
Well, so that's another thing that, if you imagine that there might have been someone before us on Earth, some advanced technological civilization, let's say that destroyed itself more than 100 million years ago, we would never find evidence for it on the surface of the Earth, like in archaeological digs, because over periods of hundreds of millions of years, geological activity destroys anything on the surface and mixes it with the inside of the Earth. So we won't be able to find it. But if they launched any equipment into space, it will still be there. So, if we search, we will not assume that there is nothing. We will just look for whatever there is. And if they sent equipment into space, we might find it.
Among the 30,000 other pieces floating around up there? Didn't you mention that in your book?
There's just one. Hey, wait, this one's not ours.
30,000, eh?
But and another thing to keep in mind, the moon is like a museum because it doesn't have geological activity, it doesn't have mixing. So
okay, so you mentioned the moon. I gotta
survey the moon. We might find something.
I gotta ask you about the moon. What about? Because there's a lot of crazy stuff going on with the moon, right? Then maybe I'm wrong about some of this stuff, and you can correct me. You're probably know more about this than me, but I've heard and researched myself and heard from some reputable people. And the obvious one is that the moon and the sun appear the same size in the sky, even though the sun's 400 times further away.
That's a coincidence.
Yeah. So then what about, the other one is what is the other one? It's
size difference.
It takes 27.3 days for the moon to do a full rotation.
Right.
And the moon is 27.3% the size of the Earth. and it takes three.
I'll give you another one.
Okay.
If you look at the sunspots, they look very similar to the spots on the nearest stars, Alpha Centauri A and B, which are just like they have roughly the mass of the sun, and so there are some interesting coincidences. The way that the astronomers treat them is as coincidences. But I actually saw a scientific paper trying to find a physical, scientific reason for why the moon occupies roughly the same size in the sky as the sun, related to tidal forces. But there could be a reason for that.
I'll give you one more. Mm-hmm. It takes 366.2, actually 259, 366.25 days for the Earth to do a full orbit around the sun. Mm-hmm. Or something, and the Earth is 366.2% the size of the moon. Because I go back and forth. Is it like a weird coincidence because it's weird to have all these sort of things line up, or are they rounding it sort of weird, or is it like, and then there's the 108th thing with those sort of things, or is it just like it's just a bunch of NASA's a bunch of crazy occultists?
You know what? If we make contact, encounter,
they'll know
another being, we can ask them. Maybe they know. If they're smarter than we are, why don't we ask them? I think that's the great advantage of finding a smarter kid on your block, because there are questions to which we don't have answers. Maybe they will have the answers. So I will keep your question in mind and ask it if we find them.
Hopefully they're benevolent.
Well, why aren't we looking closer at the moon? Like, why can't, I mean, we've got all these projects now. We want to go farther out. How come we're not setting up a base around the moon?
It would be worth it, right? Like you said, it's like a time capsule to start like busting some dust off and excavating.
Yeah, so NASA has a plan to go back to the moon called Artemis, and it was not realized yet. But having a base on the moon and surveying the surface of the moon would be a worthwhile task. And you need to be close to the surface to see things. If you look at it from a distance, you can't see very small things.
The trick is they got to take a bunch of like people from Jersey and load them all up on the rocket, and then we'll film it all like it's got to be like a reality television. Because I feel like that's part of the problem, is just like the general populace is just hard to convince us that it's worth all the money and all the effort. And
well, you don't need to send people. You can send the robots or instruments that will just go.
I could think of some people. I could think of some people. We could make a list.
So how do people
track you down if they want to find the book? Do you have a website? Are you on any social media?
So I have a website. If you put my name in Google, Avi Loeb and Harvard University, then you will find my website. And on it, there is a link to my book. Actually, there were 2 books this year that I published, and also to my commentaries, my essays that appear every few days. Some of the things we discussed are mentioned in my most recent commentaries, and I'm now starting to work on my next book, and stay tuned, it will be interesting.
That's great. So did you kind of break away from academia in a way, and just are you going rogue here a little bit with your own research and all that, and all these projects, or are you still So
I was asked at Harvard, but as soon as I established the Galileo project, whether that's part of my day job.
Yeah.
And I said, throughout my career as an astronomer, I was interpreting data that was collected by telescopes. Okay, and that's what the Galileo project is doing. We are collecting data with telescopes and trying to interpret it. And in astronomy, there is no limit on how close an object could be and still be of interest. We are studying the sun, we study meteors, cosmic rays that get through the Earth's atmosphere, and asteroids and comets. So it's really part of my day job, and they agreed. So it's just a different project than what was pursued by other astronomers in the past. That's all. But on the other hand, we have a chance of finding something new.
Yeah.
So I'm not really breaking off. I'm just going on a new path, a new road, a road not taken. And I'm continuing to publish scientific papers. And this year, I'm actually on sabbatical. the first one in 19 years, because I was the chair of the astronomy department at Harvard for 9 years, actually, the longest serving chair. And I finished my term last year and decided to take a year off, a sabbatical, for the first time in 19 years. So
Nice.
That's what gives me a lot of freedom to do creative work.
Just
Yeah,
in
that's
time for
great.
lockdown.
Yeah.
Are you? Can people support Project Galileo somehow? Is there any sort of crowdfunding?
So
Or
we have a website. The Galileo Project has a website that you can get to by typing Galileo Project Harvard, and in it there is a link to a website where people can donate funds if they want, and also a link for any volunteers that might be interested in contributing their expertise to the project.
Excellent. Well, thanks so much for your time. This has been great. I really appreciate you coming on the show.
My pleasure. Thanks for the excellent questions.
Yeah, thanks. All right.
right on,
See you
Abby.
later.
Thanks for coming on the show. Come back anytime, and
Yeah,
good luck with the Galileo project.
And looking forward to your
Thank
next
you.
book, too.
While you're at it, prove that the Earth is round too, so that I can just get this off my back.
If we find an interesting fish, I'll bring it.
Perfect.
I'll show you.
Right on. Thanks, Abby.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
And that was our chat with Avi Loeb. What'd you think? Look at
Yeah.
that. Look at that screensaver. Madison fixed it
Yeah,
for us.
that
She came
was-
down here
that
the
was
one day
good.
and
Oh,
she's
look
like,
at
oh
that's
my
beautiful,
God. She's
yeah.
like, why is that on the TV?
Yeah.
So she
Yeah,
fixed
it was
it.
good. Yeah, it was good. I mean, I was kind of hoping he'd get in, because one of the projects he was working on that he talks about in the book, but he didn't get into here, is this light sail project with and Larry Milner. Do you remember Milner? I don't know if his name was Larry Milner. It was he's the Russian entrepreneur. Remember? Do you remember years ago when we started the podcast on, there was that Russian entrepreneur that was putting all this money into finding UFOs? Do you remember hearing about that? Well, he was working with Avi on the light sail project, and then he also mentions this black hole project that they're trying to figure out, because they said they've never really taken a picture of a black hole yet, so they're trying to find that.
How do you take a picture of a black hole?
You just find it.
Oh, you know what? Just take pictures of space and then do the negative thing.
There you go. Yeah, just flip them over. No, there's a bunch of dust, cosmic dust, that circles
Just
around
on
the
way
hole,
in.
and
Shouldn't
it's
it be getting
fi-
sucked in?
That's the
It's
event
like the
horizon.
taint.
That's the event horizon. So.
It's a cosmic room.
But that's
job.
what they can see is the dust. You just ruined like Harvard scientists.
Well, you
like,
won't listen this
podcast.
far.
Hopefully, all the no, I won't say
All the what?
all the people who shut it off before that.
Why?
I'm just kidding.
I just
Okay.
made them
It's
laugh.
all good.
Why are you so against laughter, Dunlop? Big thanks to Avi for coming on the show. Big thanks to you guys for listening. Even bigger thanks if you're one of the 1%, the 1 in 100 that chooses to support our work here over in Grimerica. If you want to join the ranks, head over to grimerica.ca/support today. Make a one-time donation, sign up for a monthly, maybe give us a little Christmas bonus, a little year-end bonus after a couple tough COVID years. But we are growing. 2022 is looking great. We got a full slate of event calendars. We'll be launching our first 2023 event right away here. Join the chats, grimerica.ca/chats. Get the audiobooks. Graham's done 28. Well, actually, Joe did a couple.
Yeah.
It's 28 audiobooks because ISIS Unveiled is now submitted. So it could be live any day, which is a 28th title. Head over to adultbrain.ca. Check out Occult World's out now. There's a whole bunch of them. Grab an audiobook. I think that's it.
We should do a
Spam
show.
Graham.
Maybe we should just do a show one day, just talking about all the books and going through them all. People kind of suggested we should do that,
You could just.
but maybe in smaller blurbs. But I don't know.
Well, you
It's
read
just-
them all. I can't.
I know.
I don't have a lot to contribute.
Yeah, you
I
can
could-
contribute your presence.
I'll start
you
saving
Could hold
the-
space for me.
Oh, I'm not a good space holder. I'll start saving some bloopers.
There you go.
Fuck. The other day I was editing and you were like on the phone for a while.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was probably the pet emergency.
I think it was like on speaker too. So I was like, I feel like I don't need to listen to any of this.
I was like, I moved over. I was like, check.
Anyway, grimerica.ca/support. Do all that other stuff in the show notes. We love you guys. Thanks for listening, and we will see you next week. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in to the live show.
Yeah, thanks for watching live. Yeah.
Oh, you can't see us. No, we're out. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in to the live show. We'll be back next week, I think. Next Wednesday? We're back next Wednesday.
Oh, no, we're back Sunday, actually.
We're back on
We have on Sunday. Sunday at like 3 our time.
Yes, Sunday.
Then,
We're talking synchro bacon.
Yeah.
Bacon?
As in Francis Bacon.
Oh.
The immaculate conceived occult scientist.
Huh. Interesting. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in to the live show.
All right. He's one of our favorite past guests and one of my favorite ufologists, a world-renowned expert on presidents and UFOs, the Canadian government and UFOs. We talked last time about the music and download/alien connection, the relationship to consciousness and UFOs. So I think this is the third time you've been on the show. Grant, welcome back. We welcome Grant Cameron to the show tonight.
Well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and we've also got Red Pill Junkie here to join us as well. Thanks for coming, Red.
Oh, and it's a pleasure. I'm really excited to having the chance to talk with Grant. You know, I agree. He's one of the best UFO researchers out there. You know, ever since I listened to that interview that he did with Tim Binnall America, I think it was a 2-part episode. I was really hooked on with his work on both the presidential UFOs and also with the thing that we're going to talk about, his book, The Charlie Red Star Sightings.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention is he's just, he had those sightings back in the 70s, and we talked about that a little bit on the show, and I guess he's had that book. You know, you've had it sort of in the background for a while, Grant, and you finally decided to publish it.
Yeah, I had it in the background since 1977 when I wrote it, and I didn't decide to publish it. It was a TV producer in Toronto who decided to publish it. If it had been up to me, it never would have seen the light of day.
Really?
Yeah, basically what happened was I had the manuscript and I had all the sightings, and I ran around this town of Carmen, Manitoba, which is maybe about 25 miles north of the border, the North Dakota-U.S. border.
Yeah.
And gathered all the sightings. Because I was just sort of blown away when I first saw this thing fly in front of the car. It wasn't a light in the sky. It was an object right in close to the car. And I was sort of hooked, immediately fell off the edge of the earth, ran around, investigated this whole town and all these people seeing it, gathered it all together. And basically nobody would publish the book. And the one publisher in the big city where I live, where it was a famous story, said, "Mr. Cameron, you may believe in this kind of stuff. Count me among the unbelievers." And at that point I said, okay, that's enough of sightings. It's a total waste of time. And basically what I did is I gave the manuscript to my sister, and everybody's got one in their family who's like a hoarder, a family historian type. And she held it for, I guess, 30 years, 25 years. And then she gave it back to me and said, "Remember you gave me this years ago?" And I looked at it. I didn't realize I'd written the whole manuscript had basically been completed. I thought I'd done a couple of chapters, and I was just, wow. So this is in the days when optical scanning came in. So what I did is I did an optical scan of it and turned it into a digital form. And then I just kept it on my computer, and people wanted to read it, and I would let them read the manuscript. And so I did that for a number of years. And then what happened, there was a TV producer in Toronto who wanted to do a story on what's called Project Rama. This is this two brothers in Peru, almost exactly the same time as my sightings. Their sightings started in 1974, and they started Project Rama in 75, and that's when all the stuff was going on that I was involved with. And so she wanted to read the manuscript, so I gave it to her, and she came back and said, "This is exactly what I've been looking for. I'd like to option this for a movie." And I said, "Yeah, okay, whatever." And so she said, "But it's got to be published, and I want to publish it through a publishing house, because usually I just publish my stuff."
Yeah.
And I said, "Yeah, okay." And so she went and negotiated with Dunder, who published the book. And I looked at the contract, and I was just horrified with this contract. There was a number of clauses that bothered me, but the main one said that they get every book that I write in the future. I have to offer to them before I can offer to anybody else.
Wow.
And they get to pay me this, low rate that they pay authors. And I thought, well, this is crazy. I'm not going for this. I don't mind the pay thing, but I'm not going to sign into giving all my children away. And so I basically let the contract lapse. And then this girl came back to me, and the option was still going on. She said, well, what happened? And I said, well, I wasn't happy with the contract, and I basically let it lapse. And so then she sort of talked me back into it again and said, we got to get this published. And so she actually went back a second time and negotiated a second time with the company, who basically probably was pretty upset with me that I didn't go with the first option. And she negotiated it. And then I felt, well, this time I better play nice and not, pull out. And so I let the book go through. And it did have some advantages in that if I had published it in the 1970s, it never would have had the nuclear connection, because that was something I added later on. And the other thing that changed from the 70s to now is I started to think that a lot of what happened in the 70s wasn't as random as I thought it was, that there was a lot of things that seemed to be kind of weird, that, this happened and then this happened and this happened. And so those are the things that changed. And so the book is out, and it's pretty popular, because that's what I've sort of found. I've written, I think, 6 books or 7 books, I'm not sure. But this one seems to be the most popular, because a lot of people simply just want stories. They just want to hear a story. They want to hear about somebody seeing something. And that's basically what the story is, except for the nuclear connection discussion at the end. It's basically just this person saw this, and this person saw that, and this person saw a Sasquatch, and this person saw, something on the ground, and aliens, and all this kind of stuff. And so people really like that kind of stuff. So I guess it did work out in the end that it's out, and it did go through a publishing company, which sort of gives you a little bit of how the game is actually played, in that they made me do a lot of things that I usually don't do with my my other books, because I'm not really a promoter. I really don't try to push my books or anything like that. And when you're dealing with a publishing company, it's all about promotion. It's all about selling the book. And so they sort of forced me to do a lot of things that I'd never done before, which is actually a good thing.
Like social media, like Instagram and stuff like that. I know we follow each other there, and I've been
every
following
day
you.
Yeah, every day I get a thing. Have you done to set up this, set up that? And then they need a list of all the podcasts that I've been on. I'm thinking, well, my goodness, I've never copied that down. And when I put it down, there was, like 100 people or 100 podcasts I've been on. And I'm thinking, well, I should have done this a long time ago. Because now if I ever have a book, I can just sort of send it to all the podcasts with one email and just let people know it's out. But I didn't. I just sort of let things be as they may in past things. And they're a lot more regimented. They know exactly how to promote a book and how to push it. And they actually gave me a U.S. publicist, which was kind of nice. They did the publishing in Canada and then U.S. publishing. So this time I did a lot of interviews with like morning talk shows where, it's like a 7-minute interview on a morning talk show for some radio station somewhere in the United States. Those are kind of first time I've sort of done those interviews. And I actually ran into, 1 or 2 guys that were actually kind of skeptical, which on the podcast you really don't run into. But when you do these morning talk shows, you get guys that want to argue with you about this or that, which sort of makes you think things over and come up with answers to things that you never thought about before.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. I mean, it must be different for you having to, explain it a little bit more deeper to somebody that doesn't really get it.
Although in these things you only have 7 minutes, which to me 7 minutes is like 2 seconds. I mean, I'm notorious for being able to talk until people fall over.
Yeah, but you probably get the most words in 7 minutes than anybody.
Yeah, you got to get your story across in 7 minutes. So you're trying to figure out, like, what am I going to tell them and what all the good stuff I got to leave out.
Yeah.
What can you give us your 7-minute spiel?
The 7-minute spiel is basically, I went out. I had no interest in UFOs whatsoever. I had been interested in near-death experiences. I'd done a paper in the local hospitals here, gone to all the different hospitals, talked to the chaplains about all the weird things that happen around death, and I had produced this big paper. And I was interested in Edgar Cayce, but in terms of extraterrestrials, I don't think I'd ever thought about UFOs or extraterrestrials or anything like that. The only reason I went to this small town called Carmen, Manitoba, where it was sort of the focus. There was towns around it who were affected, but Carmen was the big town where they sort of named it Charlie Red Star, and it was sort of there all the time. And was the fact that I went out to see what everybody was looking at. That's all I was interested in, and we didn't go for 3 months. And then one of these things that now looks like it maybe didn't happen accidentally was a local TV station got this thing on the ground. They actually captured this thing jumping off the ground, and it became a viral film. They did a documentary which is about 8 minutes long, and they showed this thing frame by frame as this thing's jumping off the ground. And what happened was the TV crew had seen it the night before, and they weren't able to film it. And so they went back to the producer CKY-TV, which is where this station was, and they told the assistant news producer that they wanted to go out again the next night, and they think they could get this thing, capture this thing. And he said, this is absolute nonsense. Nobody's going out. This is all garbage. And anybody who wants to go out can go out on their own time. So they took this crew of reporters, and they didn't have a cameraman, so they used the film editor in the camera room to run the film, to shoot the camera. And they had this thing on the ground, and there was about 10 people, a bunch of pilots and stuff, and they had two cars. One went north of it, one went south of it on sort of adjoining roads. And the one on the north side came across, and this thing was sitting in the field, and it was 50 feet high, blood red, sitting on a 45-degree angle like a drive-in movie screen. And they just couldn't believe it. And it wasn't touching the ground; it was hovering above the ground, and behind a row of trees, like a windrow of trees that had been grown by the farmer. And so they were taking their bearings as to where they were, because they're in the middle of nowhere. And then the guy at the other end of the road with the camera, he's 8.25 miles away, because the next day they went in and got the radiation readings on the ground where this thing had been sitting. So they knew exactly where it was. And he said he could see this thing, it would glow up and it would glow back down, glow up. And he said, next time this thing glows up, I'm going to shoot it, because we got to get something on camera. And so as he pushes the trigger, it was almost like the UFO said, are you ready to shoot? And as he pushes the trigger, this thing jumps in the air, and it was 3 frames of film. So in the first frame, it's sitting on the bottom. Second frame is what I call a flash frame. I heard now some people are saying, like a lens flare, but I don't think it's a lens flare. You could see the entire horizon and these 2 big humps of light on either side of this object. And in the third frame, and you got to remember it's 8.25 miles away. In the third frame, this thing's at the top of the frame. So one of the estimates was that in 3 frames of film, it had gone 5,000 feet in the air. And then it sort of flew across the sky. And when they slowed it down, as I show in the book, it flies in a wave formation. It's not flying in a straight line. It's moving up and down on a wave. And then it's going on a smaller wave on the big wave. And then it seems to be rotating, because it's sort of flashing as it goes through this wave motion. So it became viral. J. Allen Hynek came and got 2 copies. NBC picked it up. They had to finally pay this guy who shot the film, gave him $100, told him to keep his mouth shut about the fact nobody had been paid. And when that film happened, even then I still didn't go out. It wasn't until 2 weeks later that I said to my friends, we used to drive around the city and do nothing. And I said, well, why instead of driving around the city, let's go see what they're looking at. Went out there, we drove into town, out of town, for an hour, looking at all this different stuff in the sky. What's everybody looking at? Whatever it is, isn't very amazing, whatever. My friend said, we'll drive into town one more time. If we don't see anything, let's go home. I said, fantastic. This has been a total waste of time. We turned to go back into town for the last time, and the thing came from the left to the right. And I always say my first lesson in reality and in UFOs is, if you have not seen anything, you can either believe or disbelieve. If you see it, you know. And nobody in the car said, is that what they're looking at? I wonder if that's what they're looking at. Is that what they're... And everybody just went, there it is. Everybody just instantly knew this was what it was, because it was just so bizarre and so close and so low to the ground and moving so slow. And I was just, I just sort of fell off the edge of the earth, and I grabbed all my friends, dragged them out 2 nights later. And they all took after an hour, they all took off saying, Cameron, it's a waste of time. We're going back home. I still remember their last words were, we're going back to Winnipeg for pizza. And I was like, off they went, And there was 28 people on this back road. There was people all over the place trying to see this thing. The road we were on had 28 people. There was only 8 left when it finally came. And I remember as this thing started as a flashing light, it was jumping around in the sky, flashing. And there was some kids that I'd taken, young kids that were sitting in the field, and they said, is that what it is? And I'm looking, I'm going, well, I guess so. It didn't look like what I'd seen the first night. And it was jumping around. I remember the guy, and there was the car beside us, there was a guy that had a motor drive when they first came out on cameras to advance the 35 millimeter film automatically. And I can still remember this click, zzz, click, zzz, click, zzz, as he's unloading the camera as this thing is coming towards us. And there was a girl in their car who could not see it because it was moving around, jumping around the sky. She couldn't see it. She was crying. People were yelling, swearing. It was like when I was at the eclipse last month. It was that kind of thing where people are cheering, and it's just like a football game. And as it got closer, then it turned into this object I'd seen the first night, and it was coming right at us the second night. Down low, very, very slow, maybe a half mile away. It's hard to tell at night how far it is away, but fairly close, and then made this turn and made its turn around to go around the north side of town. And then I said, well, why is nobody investigating this? This is like the biggest story I've ever seen come down the pike. So I was at university. I basically said, okay, now I know what I'm going to do. Forget this university nonsense. And I still took courses, but I wasn't interested. I couldn't figure out in university what the heck are you going to do with all this garbage I was learning, like calculus and stuff? I'm thinking, like, how the heck do you make money out of this nonsense? This is like stupid stuff. And so then to me, it was like, this is, I was hooked. And I basically went around to all these different people, and I documented the story, and I put it out, and then nobody would publish it. And as the rest of the story goes, it sat there, and it forced me to go, because all I was interested in after my sightings in 1975, 1976, and I really haven't seen anything lately until some bizarre thing I saw last month, but really haven't seen anything since. But it forced me to, all I was interested in was, what had I seen? I'm just a guy on the prairies, no expertise at anything. And I'm thinking, somebody's got to know. Somebody has got to know what this is. And that's when I went to the Canadian government and the former president of Penn State University and up to the president. And it was like, when I got to the president, I'm thinking, well, he's the most powerful guy in the world, and this is the most important subject. Surely he knows what's going on. And that's why I went through that whole route. And now I chase around the head scientist for the CIA and a former CIA briefer and all these different people. And it does appear to me that there are people who have these answers, although they're not being very open about what they've got. But it led me to this sort of chase. And I think I know I've got an answer for 1975. I'm content with what I've seen in terms of its reality and some of the answers to what actually might be going on.
Well, you got 30 seconds left. You did it.
Yeah. 30 seconds
There you
to
go.
spare.
He's practiced. That's good. So now the movie, or is that what she was doing? A movie with Rama and Charlie Red Star together or something like that? So is that going to happen?
She was trying to get this thing financed in Canada, and nobody would finance the movie because it was a Peruvian movie. And they said, well, we don't care. I mean, who cares about Peru? And that's why she got my thing, was it had a Canadian angle to it. So the way the movie was going to go was going to start with my sighting, and I was going to be a reporter. So they're going to start this thing. And the movie was it was all written, and they've got the trailer. She was going to send it to me last week, and I haven't seen it yet, but they had a trailer ready for this thing. And so the reporter would do the Carmen thing and all the sightings there, and all of a sudden he would discover Rama in Peru. And it's just the most bizarre thing. I phoned her back because she got very sick, and she actually blamed it on this movie. Because if you know the Rama story, it gets very ugly. These two brothers are fighting, and there's all this division and stuff like that. And so she thought this was just even though it was a very interesting story, that it was such a dark story that she actually got cancer from this. So she sort of dropped the thing and she put it on the shelf. And then what happens is it's so bizarre how this happens. This happens last month. I'm going to Mount Shasta. I don't know if you've ever heard these stories about Mount Shasta.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask you about that for sure. I can't wait to talk about that. Yeah.
So basically what happens is, and this shows you how, is this chance or, because what happens is I've got a girl out of LA who helps me edit stuff, and she loads the books for me and stuff like that, and does a lot of stuff. And everything time I've asked her to do something, she's done it. And she's originally from Colombia, and all these people who show up at Mount Shasta are from Latin America, Central America. It's all basically Spanish people. And there's like 5 people who can't speak Spanish, and I was one of them there. And so I really had no interest. It was like a meditation for world peace. And I think, well, okay, Katarina's helped me. So I said, yeah, I'm not really interested in Katarina, but I'll come support you. I'll come to Mount Shasta, and we'll do this meditation for world peace and all this kind of stuff. And it's kind of a neat trip. So down we go. And I'm traveling down to the United States, and I get my second message from an alien. This is the only second time I had a message from an alien. The first time it turned into a book. So I figured, you got to pay attention to this. I'm driving across the Nevada desert, we're going to stop in Reno for the night. I've got a girl with me from Winnipeg. She's traveling down with me, and she's more interested in the meditation thing than I was, but she was with me, and her cell phone rings. And so on the phone is my friend Katarina, and Katarina says, I've got a message from Paula Harris to give to Grant Cameron, and it comes from Ricardo Gonzalez. Now, he's the guy who's running the event that we were at. He's a contactee from Peru, now lives in Argentina, and has had sightings since he was 7 years old, and has this claim that he's had interactions with an alien by the name of Antarel. And Antarel, strangely enough, happens to be from the same planet as the Rama people. It's the planet Apu. So this message comes in, and it says this is a message from Antarel to Ricardo to Paula Harris, and she's to give it to Grant Cameron. The message is Aunt Terrell knows Grant Cameron's coming to the mountain, and there will be a planned, I never remember what the word is, a planned encounter, a planned event Saturday night. There's a specific term they use. So, but I knew from past history. So it's sort of like a CE, but theirs are a little more dramatic than CE5s. And this leads to I'm always trying to get out of the UFO field. It's so dark and so negative. I'm always trying to get out. And now I'm dragged back in. It looks like I'm going to do a book on this. But what these events. And the first one 2012, there was Ricardo was there, and he had a direct encounter with his Aunt Terrell, a face-to-face encounter with his Aunt Terrell. 2013, they invite Salah there. And there's this flyby thing. Same thing as me. Salah gets the message beforehand that they know he's coming to the mountain, and they do this flyby. And I actually interviewed Salah last week and said, this happened to me. Okay, tell me what happened to you. And he told me the whole story of what happened to him. And then 2014 was the big one. This is my friend Paula Harris, who runs the big conference in Laughlin, Nevada every year in November. So I've known Paula for years. And in 2014, I was at her conference. And I hear that she has this encounter with his Aunt Terrell in the forest, and that she actually sees this thing. And I'm going, you saw an alien? Are you kidding me? And she said, yeah. And she was describing this whole incident about what was happening, and she was freaking out. And they're into this they call it a Zendra. The CIA seems to be wanting to call it a portal, but they call it a Zendra, and it sort of forms this bubble. And there's this sort of mist coming off the ground, and she gets picked. And and again, she gets the message beforehand that they know she's coming to the mountain, and there's going to be this planned encounter on Saturday night. And so she's holding hands with these two women, and she's telling me the story. I come there, and they say, do not let go of the hands until you cross the Zendra, across this sort of this fog coming off the ground. So they go through, and she's telling me the story. It was the scariest moment of my life when I had to actually let go of these women's hand. And suddenly she says there's this 9-foot tall being standing at the tree, and there's a being beside this being, and she's describing this whole thing. And I'm going, you actually saw this? And I was just I couldn't believe this. And I said, you got to talk about this. And she said, I don't want to be the center of attention. I said, but you're a major person. You got to tell this story of what you saw. So she goes public and she tells the story. 2015, it happens again, but I don't think she's ever really publicized the 2015 thing. And that one had 9 witnesses. And there was that one that had the 3 beings, and they were more like holograms. You could actually see through the beings. You could see the trees behind them. And it's in the same area on Mount Shasta where they're taken out of this. They have a big group, say maybe 130 people meditating and stuff. And then they'll pull 5 or 6 people to go into the Zendra. So she gets picked for a second year, and there's these little beings peeking out behind the trees, and I'm just floored with this whole story. And actually, when I was at Mount Shasta last month, and I got this all on film, I interviewed, I have met 6 of the witnesses, and I filmed a good portion of film with 4 of the witnesses. And basically, they're all telling the same story. This 9-foot-high being, he puts his hand out to say, stop, don't come any closer. But he's got this sort of a thing on his chest, and there's these sparks coming off. And every witness is describing the same thing. So, of course, I'm kind of excited once I get this message that Aunt Terrell knows I'm coming to the forest. And I knew I'd had this experience before where I got a message from an alien that turned into the music book, which still hasn't been published. But so I figure, okay, maybe I'm going to get to actually meet an alien here. This is kind of exciting. And even though I would rather have had some of the girls that sort of dragged me into this thing to go through the thing, I figured, well, there may be some prearranged deal. I've got to do this. So I do the fasting, I do all that kind of stuff, and I play the game, and I go through this whole thing. And then what happens is that there's 2 people that get a message. Ricardo gets it, and there's a PhD psychologist that I met there and talked to for a while during the day when this event happened, and she got a message. And she's from, I think, Venezuela, and she was there, and they both got the message 9:33 this event would occur. And so we're sitting there, and it's freezing cold, and I got a sleeping bag, and I'm going, oh, this is horrible. This is I come from the coldest major city in the world, and I'm going, this is colder than where I live, because you're not moving. You're just sitting there, and people are meditating, and they're doing whatever and trying to bring this thing in or whatever. So we're sitting there, all of a sudden there's this flash. Somebody's got there's a couple objects before that. There's 3 objects before that, but people were flashing at it and looking, and one was kind of an orb type object that was pretty bright and pretty clear, but nobody really paid attention. Suddenly there's this flash, and people are shooting this laser up above me, and I look up, and this thing is strange thing. It was right above my head. Like I had to look back so far that I thought I was going to flip the chair over. And I looked up, and the first thing that came into my mind is, this is not going to be good, because this thing actually looked like it was right above me. And I'm thinking, it can't be above me. It's got to be above the group. There's 130 people. It can't be. It's got to be above the group. And yet I'm thinking, no, it looks like it's right above me. And what it was like, I describe it like more than a flash. It was more like when you watch fireworks, when you see the thing go up in the sky, you don't see anything, all of a sudden it explodes in the sky. It was like that. It was like this sort of explosion of a flash. And I saw the thing is, when it's happening, you don't really realize this is the event. And so when it was happening, I looked up and I saw they were beaming above me, and I looked up, and then there was this flash, and then I'm looking so very closely. I'm looking, where's the object? Where's the object? And I'm looking where the flash had come from. I could see no object. And then there was a second flash, and it was exactly in the same spot. It wasn't moving. It was in the same spot. And so then I put my head down, because I was, afraid I was going to flip the chair over. And I looked down, and then there was this giant chair. I guess there was this giant flash, which was kind of blue. And people were really excited. And then I looked up again. So I saw about 4 of these 8 flashes, and they took place over, I thought it was 15 seconds, but most people thought it was 30 seconds to a minute that this thing took place. And every time it was right above my head. It was in the same spot all the time. And I'm thinking, like, this is kind of weird, but it wasn't what I was hoping for, that's for sure. And then I'm thinking, oh no, this is, when I go public with this is going to be like, this is really going to cause, because everybody's going to say satellite. They're going to say, these special satellites that flash and stuff. And so I really haven't written it up, but I've spent a lot of time doing the satellite thing. And this was an hour and 31 minutes after sunset. And I'm pretty determined that all the satellites were in the shadow of the Earth at that time. And I looked up these special satellites that flash. I can't remember what they're called. Iridium, yeah. And there's actually a chart. So I actually got the chart for that date, and there was no iridium flash at that point, because it's like a very predictable thing. They can tell you exactly what part of the sky the flash is going to take place. So that's basically what happened. The most amazing thing was during the day when I got these people for the 2015 thing, and I'm interviewing these people, and my mouth was just hanging open, because they were absolutely saying the same thing, and most of them couldn't really speak English that well, and they were very much. And the one guy said, "Well, is this the first time you've seen it?" He said, "No, I've seen it before. I've seen him before." And I said, "Well, how many times have you seen this guy?" He said, "No, about 5 times, maybe more." And I said, "Well, what do you mean?" And he follows this guy does these things all over the world, so he sort of follows this guy around. So he's seen a few of these. And that really amazed me. And then when I'm coming down the mountain after filming these people during the day, this is the day of this event at night. I'm coming down the hill, and this is where I got the idea. Oh, I got to do a book on this, because I'm coming down the hill, and I had spoken for a second in front of this group or whatever about the fact I was there and all this sort of stuff. And there's this woman stops me and she says, "Oh, thanks for what you said. And I had a weird experience." And I got the camera with me. I said, "You got a weird experience?" And she said, "Yeah." I said, "Can I film it?" And she said, "You'd film it?" I said, "Yeah, here, stand there. You tell me your story." And she says, "I'm from Mexico. And in 2016, this is the one year that's missing, where nothing happened." She says, 2016, I suddenly get these coordinates in my head. And I'm trying to figure out what these coordinates are. And I put them down, and I look them up, and it's Mount Shasta. And I'm trying to figure out what's going on at Mount Shasta. And she finally figures out that there's an event, this meditation event. So she goes to the event. And, everybody always reports, they see stuff in the sky, but there was really nothing major. And she goes, there's this crystal shop that the girl I was with is into crystals. So we were in this crystal shop all the time, which is at Shasta City down at the bottom of the mountain. And this giant crystal shop they have there. And she tells me the story. She's in there, and there's this female alien, 6 foot tall, that's with this Antarel. She's sort of the commander of the ship. And this woman's telling me, straight-faced from Mexico, she was in this shop, and nobody noticed her. She's walking around to this shop, and she's trying to get her friend's attention. I'm going, man, I got to record all these stories, because there's 2012, 2013 with Sala, 2014 with Paula and 6 or 7 witnesses, 2015 with 9 witnesses, 2016 this Mexican. And then I find out in 2017 I have the event, and this is the strange tie into this Rama thing. It's the same planet where this alien's supposed to be from. And then I suddenly find out there's this meditation group across the road. And people are saying, "Oh, the guy shouldn't be here. It's an English group, and this guy's he's got an ego and all this sort of stuff." And I'm, "Well, who's this guy? Who's this guy?"
Don't tell me.
He's across the road. We can actually see, and it's this Enrique Venezuela, or whatever his last name is. I can't remember how to pronounce it. But so I said, "Okay, I'm game." So I contact the guy after the event, and I said, we were across the road. Did you guys see anything on your side of the road? And he sends me this 31-minute tape of what happened on the other side of the road. And it was just like, it was way better than what we had. I mean, they had this lights in the bush, and they had the flash on camera, and they had the orb. I'm pretty sure it was the same orb that we saw. And it went right over them. And the guys got it on camera, and they're filming this thing as it goes over their head. And I'm thinking, wow. And then I've talked to Michael Sella. I'm doing 2013 with Michael Sella. And he said, we were with Good. Had his group up there, and there's 200 people on the south side of the mountain. And he tells me this bizarre story that happened the same day on Saturday morning. Saturday night was the event at Shasta when this flashing thing took place. And he's telling me this bizarre story, him and this guy in the bush on Saturday morning with this curtain of light, where they walked through this curtain of light, and you could actually see the sort of particles. And it was just, he described this very bizarre thing. I'm thinking like, wow, whatever all this stuff means, this is just bizarre to string all these stories together. And now I've since found out there's 2 more Rama groups who are on the mountain. So I have to track these other 2 Rama groups. So it's kind of weird how full circle comes, where because of the Rama group, my book got published. And now suddenly I'm dragged into the Rama group, which I had no interest whatsoever. She sent me the script. I never read the script. I could care less about Rama and all this sort of stuff. And it's not I got anything against experiencers, because when I first did left the Charlie Red Star thing, I went and did the Canadian government. And most people may not know that the guy who ran the Canadian government program from 50 to 54 was a contactee. He was a straight out contactee. Was in contact with an alien by the name of Alpha, and they were going to land this thing at a base in Canada. Paul Hellier's actually talked about this in '67 when he was defense minister. The fact that he was opening a UFO landing base, it's sort of a tourist attraction thing. He said, this isn't the first time we've done this. We actually opened Suffield in 1954.
Suffield, I knew it. I was just talking to these guys about that. Yeah, that's where I remember hearing it from.
Yeah,
that's just close to. It's not too far from Calgary, really. 3 or 4 hours. Yeah,
and it was a top secret army base where they did nerve gas testing during World War II and stuff like this. And it has a flyover, because I talked to my father. My father was a pilot for the Department of Transport, and he said, "Oh yeah, it's like Area 51. It's got a no-fly zone. You can't fly over it, and all this kind of stuff." And so when I heard Paul Hellier, there was a researcher and this guy, maybe even not even alive anymore, in the 70s from Ottawa, and I were chasing around Hellier in the 1970s. This is long before he ever got involved. And we're trying to get out of him, like, where did you get this story from? Where did you get this 1954 story? Because we knew the story about this Wilbur Smith was going to land Alpha at this base. And that was my impression. So what happened is I went, and Wilbur Smith had died by then. So this is the 1970s, maybe 77, 78. I decided I'm going to go and interview Wilbur Smith's wife is still alive. So I go and interview her, and I give her the front page story it was all across Canada on every front page of every newspaper about the fact that the Canadians were going to land a UFO at a base. And I showed her this headline, and Paul Hale were making this speech, and I said, Merle, I said, can you tell me, did Wilbur have anything to do with this? And she reads the story, and she said, yeah, that was Wilbur. And I said, well, tell me what happened. She said, well, Wilbur believed he was in contact with this alien by the name of Alpha, and he was trying to convince the Canadian government that if they would quit trying to shoot these things down, he would land one, and they could interact with the being or whatever. And the Canadian government had gone along with this. And there was 3 different groups. There was the Department of Defense, there was the Canadian Parliament, the cabinet, the Prime Minister's cabinet, and there was the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, which is the big federal police force. And so they all agreed that yes, they would allow this thing to land at Suffield without trying to shoot it down. And then Wilbur Smith wanted an agreement that they would allow it to take off after the meeting had taken place. And the Royal Canadian Mounted Police agreed, the Department of Defense agreed, but according to Wilbur Smith's wife, the Prime Minister they went to cabinet and they couldn't give 100% agreement that they would allow it to take off again. And so Wilbur said, okay, that's it. We're not going to land it. And he's the one that called it off. So when the Canadians put out the story, they said nothing ever landed, therefore UFOs don't exist. But when I went to Hellier, and I remember Hellier got very upset with me, he said that he had been told the story by a Royal Canadian Mounted Police guy who became the expert in the Department of Defense on UFOs. And that's where he got the story from. So I'm saying to him, and this other researcher in the 70s are saying, well, what's the guy's name? I mean, who is this guy? We want to track this thing down. And he said, I can't remember the guy's name. And then I guess I put on my website, I go like, I mean, who can believe that? Come on, you can't. He's a top expert on UFOs in the Department of Defense, and he can't remember the guy's name. Come on, give me a break. And then I met Hellier. It's funny. I met him at that X conference, and he says to me, he's a big, tall guy. I don't know if you've ever seen him. And he's real low voice. Mr. Cameron, I'd like to have breakfast with you tomorrow. And I said, oh, cool. Because my father used to fly him around. My father worked for the same Department of Transport. That Hellyer had been Minister of Department of Transport. He had been the Deputy Prime Minister, which is basically like the Vice President of Canada. And he had been the Minister of Defense. So when he was at Transport, this is when all this stuff was happening. And so I said, oh, fine. I go for breakfast, and he comes down. He's got all these UFO files under his arm. And his first words to me, Mr. Cameron, I may be many things, but one of them is a liar. And I go, holy shit, what did I say? And I'm suddenly think it must be that comment about, who can believe that he forgot the guy's name? And so we sit down and we go through this whole thing, and he starts putting these files out, these Canadian government files. And I said, well, this stuff's all been released. I've seen all these files. This is the same thing as the Blue Book thing. It's like, it's the garbage files, letters to the Prime Minister, letters to the Department of Defense. Who cares? It's garbage. It's like citing reports and stuff like that. Where's the secret, the top secret files and the real classified stuff where you actually have departments talking about it and what the plan is and stuff like that? And so I had this sort of discussion and sort of made up, about this whole thing. And he said, I don't even remember giving this speech. And this is kind of true. He said, these speeches are written for you. I don't remember giving this speech. I don't remember much of anything. When the UFO stuff was coming across his desk, this was in 66, 67, he said he was basically with the putting the military, all our military combined here. So it's a combined military. He's spending all his time doing that. And he said any UFO stuff that came across his desk, he didn't even pay attention. He had no interest whatsoever. It wasn't until he read the Corso book that he got interested. And that was because he had the Corso book, and he owns a bunch of cabins outside of Toronto. And he was there, and during the summer he reads. So he's reading, and his son-in-law comes and says, what are you eating that garbage for? That's nonsense, whatever. And then later on, his son comes back, and I guess his son had done some sort of contract work and had been in contact with his two-star general and asked the two-star general about this. And that's when he said, oh, yeah, it's for real. Get your father-in-law to phone me. And that's when Hellyer phones this two-star general, and the general says to him, it's all real and more. And that's when Hellyer sort of goes off the deep end and starts talking about UFOs. But basically, after that, he just basically repeats everything that everybody else is saying. He really doesn't have any firsthand knowledge, except for this story that 2 years ago that sort of gets to the crux of what's going on, where he tells this story in Brantford, Ontario. And I'm sitting right beside him, and he's asked, and the same thing happens to me, is people always ask me, because I do the U.S. president, they say, well, who's running things in Canada? Does the government know? And I always say, absolutely nothing. I know nothing, absolutely nothing. And that's why I say in the United States, the government is not covering up, because if they were to cover up, they would just shut up and quit talking about it. That's what Canada, Australia, Brazil, every country in the world has done. You just don't talk about it. And the story goes away. There is no story if you don't talk about it. In the United States, everybody's talking, CIA's leaking stuff, your documents leaking. There's all this stuff. It's basically a phenomenon that happens in the United States. So when Paul Hellyer was asked, he said, they asked him, it was like a citizens hearing thing, except that they had a bunch of reporters asking questions instead of these ex-senators and congressmen. And they were asking questions. They asked him, well, who in the government would know, the Canadian government? And he's sort of guessing. He's going, well, probably the head of the Privy Council, and he's naming a couple of different things. But you could tell he really didn't know for sure. It was the old story. It's like, if you shut up, nobody's going to know what's going on. And then he suddenly, they come around for a second set of questions, and then he suddenly adds on. He says, there is one guy who definitely did know. And he mentions this, the guy he mentions is a guy who's dying of ALS, of Lou Gehrig's disease. And he gets a phone call from an Air Force guy, and the guy says, this guy is dying of ALS, and he's got to get something off his chest, and he's decided you are the guy he wants to talk to. And the guy's position was the head of emergency management in Canada. And that is basically, in the United States, the head of FEMA. And so Hellyer doesn't phone him at first, and the Air Force guy phones him back. He says, he's about to go off the cliff. You better talk to him. So Hellyer talks to this guy on the phone, and the guy basically confirms to him, yes, this thing's for real. I was brought to CIA. I had to sign my life away. I was given the briefing. This thing's for real. It's all for real. I was actually allowed to go to Area 51, and I was actually allowed to go inside a craft. So he tells Paul Hellyer this story, and that when he said that, it just, all the bells went off in my head, because if you look in the United States, I don't know how far you follow Stephen Greer's witness. He had one who was, had some questionable stuff he said, but this was this Lovekin. He claimed to be a general in the sort of civilian general type thing. And he told me the story. I interviewed him years ago, and he was telling the story because I'm interested in the president. So he was telling the story that he had been with Eisenhower, and Eisenhower was doodling UFOs, and that he had talked about it at Mount Weather. Well, Mount Weather is the head of FEMA. This is the place where they take the president if there's a nuclear attack. This is the place that has all the communications. This is the place that you would run the UFO operation, because if anything ever breaks out, like a nuclear war or whatever, has these secure communications to all the military, all the embassies. They have communications to everything, and this is where the president will go. And I just learned that when they give a State of the Union address, because everybody's in the same building, they actually take one of the executive in the White House and they take him to Mount Weather during a State of the Union address, just in case someone blows up the Capitol and kills everybody, and then you still have somebody in the government that's hiding at Mount Weather. So this is like a key place, and Lovekin had said that was where they ran the UFO operation, and he's the only guy that's ever said that. So when suddenly Hellier's talking about this, I'm thinking, FEMA, that's what I heard. And if you remember the Kecksburg story, in the Kecksburg story, there was a phone call from Mount Weather during the Kecksburg, the Blue Book files for the Kecksburg crash, and they were on the phone. They were watching this crash as it took place, and they gave information about a piece of metal that had come down in Michigan or some down metal, and it came from, they called it code bluegrass or greengrass, greengrass, which is the code name for Mount Weather. And then the other thing that happened that rang in my head that I always knew is, if you know the story, I don't know if you know the story, John Alexander came out and stated that somebody had whispered in his ear that MJ-12 was real. And John asked the guy, he said, are the names on the document correct? And the guy said, yes, they are, and that should tell you what's going on. So John Alexander's interpretation is, this isn't UFOs. That's what he said. I tried to ask him at one of the UFO congresses, who whispered in your ear? Who told you that? Because I'm big into MJ-12. And he said, he walked around the question, and then Alejandro Rojas says to him, John, I don't think you really answered Grant's question. And then he walked around the question again.
Good for Alejandro.
And the important thing was that John says, this is not ET, this is continuity of government. Well, continuity of government is Mount Weather. It's the same thing. And so when I wrote the book Managing Magic, how I think the government is leaking this story, John apparently got a copy of it, and he said everything I said in the book about him is totally wrong. But that was one of the things I said about him, is as I immediately went to his book, because I said, oh, Mount Weather. And I went, and sure enough, John had talked to one of the officials at Mount Weather about UFOs. And I'm thinking, that's got to be the guy that told John Alexander that MJ-12 was real and the documents were real, and talked about this continuity of government. So it all fit in, that you sort of see this sort of deal that if there is a crash, if there's a leak that they can't control, the head of emergency management is the guy that you're going to need, because you're going to have to throw money in the banks. There's going to be all sorts of stuff happening that's out of our control. And the thing is, what do you do if this story does break? How do you handle the panic? How do you handle they're for sure they would have a massive program as to what to do if the story leaks and they can't control it.
Yeah, to that point. Yeah, wow. So I want to cycle back a little bit to your experience because it's just so, you mentioned it quick and it's so profound, because it reminds me of what we're doing out here a little bit in Calgary too. And there's groups all over the world that are doing either ET Let's Talk or like CE5s from, CSETI type stuff. But then it sounds like these people are doing something very similar too. And I mean, Mount Shasta is such a popular place for that. But one of the things we see when we're out there now, the last couple times, I mean, I've seen these 3 times now, are flash bulbs. And, and they're not, they're not satellites going around, but they're flash bulbs. We've seen like up to 50, 60 in one night. Sometimes in streaks, like sometimes you see 3 to 7 of one, and then another one, and they're all different sizes. And so I was wondering, what was the size of yours? And also, like, would you consider, going out and trying to make conscious contact a little bit more often, or doing that on a more regular basis?
Well, as to the flashes, they were, as I mentioned, in the second sighting I had in 75, that's how it started. It started with this flashing thing, and but then it looked like a light, flash cube, if you remember back in the old days, a flash cube.
That's kind of what we call it, a flash bulb, yeah.
And so, but in 75, it was jumping around. I remember there was a family just north of Carmen that was, sort of the focus of this thing, and nobody would talk to them. They were sort of totally ostracized because nobody wanted to be like these people. I mean, because they claimed 32 horses had disappeared, and they were stealing hydro off the lines, and they had really, really bizarre experiences, thing landing in the backyard and all this sort of stuff. And I remember interviewing their kids one time when the parents weren't home, and the kids were like 5 and 7 or 7 and 9, very young kids. And I said, what did you guys see? And they started telling us about some sightings. And then they said, you know what we saw? We watch at night. We look out the window and we see the bouncing ping pong ball. And I'm going, that's what it is. It's exactly what it looks like, a bouncing ping pong ball. This thing bouncing around the sky. And so what I would say is, and I learned this because I know that, because I've sort of have, people know who I am. I know there's a lot of people that have already attacked. I even got people were saying satellite even before we went there. It was like 3 days before. They already had the satellite thing. We want to know exactly where it is in the sky and what time and stuff like that to look for satellites. So the people had already determined that we were going to see a satellite. And so what I'd say to people who are in that thing is to check these Iridium, because you can actually go, I can't remember what the website is, but there's a website, Heaven Above or something, and they actually have all the Iridium. You can actually take the dates, and if I'd known that beforehand, I would have got the Iridium readout. So you can actually put your location, put Calgary.
There's a couple apps that do it. I was using an app last weekend, and we got out to try and see the Iridium flare at 9 o'clock. We stopped down the middle of this dark road. And we were all looking up. There was 9 of us, and we saw a couple like pretty bright shooting stars instead, but we didn't see the Iridium. And then when we continued onto our site, I mean, we saw flash bulbs, and you can tell they're not satellites. You see satellites up there as well, but I mean, we're seeing all kinds of things now. It's really interesting.
Yeah, and what I also noticed, and I didn't realize this until after all these attacks took place, that satellites are only visible for like the first hour after the sunset. After that, they're in the dark. And this was an hour and a half that definitely you cannot watch the satellite because satellite are reflecting light. So it has to be in the west. So if it's in the west, it's still going to be sort of above the horizon and it's picking up light and stuff like that. But if it's above your head, this was directly above my head. And so then what it came down to is like most of the people who are attacking, it's like when I had the first sighting in 75, that's where I always make this point. If you are there, this is the only evidence we have. It's the stuff you see. The people who aren't there, the people who don't know are the believers. They say, well, we know and you believe. No, it's the other way around.
Exactly.
You're the believer. You have not seen anything. So you, based upon some scientific Sunday school story you heard or some religious Sunday school story you heard, you've got some idea of how the world works, that you can't have extraterrestrials here and stuff. You've already made up your mind and you're just looking for sort of an out, but you don't have the evidence. It's like, I'm in the lab and I see this, we're in the lab and we see this, what's happening. And these people are outside smoking or they skip school that day or whatever. And then they're going to come and tell me what happened in the lab. No, you're not. You weren't there. You have no idea what happened. And when I started looking at the satellite data, I saw that people were just grasping for straws because first they brought up the satellites and I didn't realize until I think it was Sala mentioned to me that after the first hour, these satellites are in the dark, the low satellites. And I looked this up and sure enough, this is true. They would have been right above me is going to be definitely in the dark. And then they came up with the thing that because it hadn't moved, I kept saying, this thing did not move. It was in that same spot, and I was looking for an object, and it didn't. So then they said, well, you're seeing a geocentric satellite. You're seeing one of these communication satellites. And, of course, you don't really think about it. You just sort of accept, well, maybe they might be right. And you suddenly realize one of these communication satellites is about the size of a person.
Exactly.
And it's above the equator, which is 35,000 kilometers. So the question is, you're actually telling me that this thing is the size of a person and it's 35,000 kilometers away and you can see a person at 35,000 kilometers? Give your head a shake. Plus, anybody who's I used to have a satellite dish in the old days when you could get free satellite. I had a satellite dish and I had never thought when they started attacking me on this thing about these communication satellites is that everybody knows that when you point your satellite dish, you're pointing it into the south at about 32 degrees. That's what I figured Mount Shasta was, that these satellites would be at 32 degrees flying over the equator. They're going to be way south of us. It's not going to be above your head. And so all these things are sort of eliminated. But as for the sightings, I never really, a lot of times when I go to conferences, everybody wants to do these Skywatch things. And to me, they always are disappointing because, people are looking at, something flying across the sky or even if flashing stuff. It's sort of like, man, if you guys had seen what I saw in 75, I'm going to bed. This is a waste of time. I mean, who cares about, some little light in the sky? I mean, the stuff I saw 5 up close in 75, 76. I had the 1, and I describe in the book. I was so close I was going to jump on it. I mean, there's no doubt that I was looking at something pretty strange and not from this planet. But the stuff that you usually see, like after the Shasta event, we went up to East Seti, and we saw and we saw a second flashing light, but it was moving. And even I said to the girl when she spotted, I said, it might be a satellite because it's moving. I'm thinking, it's rotating or whatever, and it's flashing as the things come around. And I'll have to get the exact date we were there and look at the iridium thing, because the iridium ones are the only ones that really flash. The ones that are flashing up high are going to be very, very faint flashes. The iridium flashes are pretty bright. But so to me, I'm always very disappointed in sky watches. And I always think, to me, it's always like people are asking, go to the zoo, and I mean, are the polar bears going to come out? Come on, we want the polar bears to come out. And to me, it's always like people they sort of lack faith, where they want to see something because they have some doubt that this actually exists. But to me, it's like there's no doubt this exists, because I had these very close up encounters. And then I guess I should tell you the last thing that was really bizarre. And I actually I was at a conference last week in Ohio. David, the guy who writes the book on triangles. Yeah. He does the triangle book.
David Marler.
David Marler's there. So I'm actually telling him about this sighting, and I think he even looked at me like, yeah, I don't know about that, because I said I saw a triangle, because I saw a triangle in '76 and this thing was right above the car. It came sat. I mean, I don't know. It was either very close or very big, because when I looked at it with binoculars, when my hands were shaking so bad, I had them against the inside of the glass of the front seat, looking up at this thing, and it was the entire field of vision. But we left. I think we left the East City, and the girl with me was driving, and we're heading for Vancouver. We were doing a lecture in Vancouver, and all of a sudden she says, "Look at that!" And she'd been watching it for a while, and all I did was look up, and it was I was in the passenger seat. I looked up, and it went through my field of vision like for about a second, because we're moving 70 miles an hour, and this thing was stationary, and it was the most bizarre thing I'd ever seen in my life. And she said, "We got to look this up." And I said, "Well, no, let's wait to see what people say." And what it looked like was a bunch of light bulbs all glued together in a triangle. Because she said, "Do you see that?" And I said, "Well, what'd you see?" And then she said, "It was a triangle of light bulbs." And I said, "What kind of light bulbs?" Because this is the catch. Like, what kind of light bulbs? And she said, "Clear ones." And I said, "That's exactly what I saw." It was so weird. It was like these clear light bulbs that were completely clear, and you couldn't see anything on the top, but these 9 light bulbs, like 1, say 2, 3, 4, in this triangle shape, they were flying, and it was stationary in the air, and it was not that high up. I don't think it was that big an object, but it wasn't that high up. And I'm looking, and I'm going, that is the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. And she was on the MUFON site trying to find out how many people had seen a triangle of flash of these light bulbs. And I actually told David about it, and I don't think he didn't even write it down. It was like, well, yeah, whatever, And I'm thinking, well, that was pretty weird. I've seen a couple of weird things since, but really nothing compared to 75. 75 was sort of like when, so I tell people in sky watches, if you saw what I saw in 75, you'd be past the sighting stuff. You don't need to believe anymore. You know this is for real. And so I sort of spend more time at what are these things? How do they get here? How do they work? Who's behind it? And all the messages that they seem to be putting out, and the experiences. I'm just riveted with experiencers, people who claim that they've sort of interacted with these objects,
well,
or these beings.
Well, what about taking it to the next level, like a skywatch turning into I don't think we go out necessarily for watching lights in the sky, although it's good to start seeing some more activity up there. But it's the chance that you're going to see some landing or have some encounter, or I mean, shit.
Oh, yeah,
go for a ride. I mean, if there's enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, but that's the thing, is that in all the sky watches I've been at, it's always just these lights in the sky. That's with the Shasta thing, because next year, like it was in the middle of August, and it was like freezing cold. Next year it's September the 8th, and I'm going back just in case the thing lands in the bush, because they had 3 of these landings in the bush, 2012, 14, and 15.
Right.
And then there was this message, the most bizarre thing of the whole thing. So I'm going back September the 8th next year just to see if it lands in the bush again. I mean, that I'd be kind of interested in, even though I'm really, I'm sort of, I'd rather have the girl that dragged me there, because she's really big into this. I'd rather her go through. But, if I saw it, I mean, that would be the thing, sort of the highlight of my life, if I could actually see an alien, because I've never had any messages, like in terms of hearing anything. I've seen a lot of stuff in 75, 76, maybe 100 different objects, but I've never heard anything. I've never gotten any messages. I've never had any real bizarre stuff. It's just basically sighting stuff. So I would be, very interested in that, and that's why Shasta so much interests me, is that, you actually have these things where, like Stephen Greer talks about, one's coming down very low, where people are very close to it and stuff like this. But these ones actually have the one, and if it were, I would have been picked. I would have been one of the 6 people to go into this Zendra. And then I told people, because there was a lot of people fighting about it when I made public the fact that I'd gotten this message. I made that public because they said we want Grant to make this public. So I made it public, and then this big war started. And people, some people from the meditation group were saying, "Well, this isn't a circus. We're not here to see the thing in the bush and stuff like that." And it's like, well, no, we're not there for meditation. If they had told me it was a meditation, if Antarel gave me the message, he would have said, talk about the meditation, put out the message that we're doing a meditation thing. That was not the message. The message was, I'm coming to the mountain and there's going to be a planned encounter Saturday night. That's the circus. That's what a lot of people are going for, is this, whatever happens on the Saturday night. So there was that. And then there was this other bizarre angle where when you're around contactees, you start to see this thing with automatic writing or people channeling. I'm fascinated with these people. And this is what happens. As this event, I'm watching this Ricardo guy walk around. I'm watching his reactions very, very closely as this thing's taking place. What's he thinking? He's looking up the sky. He's looking at his watch. And, is he nervous? Is he, because he's on the line. He's actually predicted this is going to occur. And so I'm watching his reactions. So as soon as this event happened, I still don't know if this is the event. It was very bizarre. And then he either says, I've got a message from Antarel, or let's see if there's a message from Antarel. And he's sitting 2 seats over from me. The girl at this Katerina, who would actually drag me to this thing, was sitting beside me, and and Ricardo was right beside her. Then the weird stuff started. He has this black, sort of like a diary. He opens this diary, and his wife's got a cell phone, and she puts the cell phone on the book, because it's pitch dark, and it's just pitch dark out there. And then suddenly his hand starts to write with his automatic writing. And the girl beside me said, "No, he's channeling." I'm thinking, no, he's automatic writing. I mean, his hand was moving like a mile a minute. It's going across the page, and then next page, and turn the page, and he's writing away. And all of a sudden, the writing starts to go sideways on the page, and it's like it's going up into the corner. And I said to her, I said, "Can you see that? The writing's going sideways now." And then she says, "Oh, it's just the way he's holding the book." And I'm going, "No, it's not. The writing's going sideways." And then it's going actually from the bottom of the page to the top of the page. And I'm going, why did I have my camera? I didn't bring the camera. It was almost like low on power, and I didn't bring it to the event that night. And I would love to film that, because it went on for 15 pages. He's quickly writing this stuff, and then he stops and he closes the book, and he sits there sort of in a meditative state, and all of a sudden, boom, the book's back open again, and he's writing away again. And then there was these 2 messages, one from Antarel and one from this female alien that this woman had seen in the crystal shop in 2016. So there actually was 2 messages, and only I would have picked that up, that he actually stopped, he closed the book between these 2 messages, and he sat there. And so I knew that it made total sense to me when he had these 2 messages. And the message basically said, we appeared, and Grant will see us in the future, and he knows that. And then they had the big thing, and they said it's all connected, which is the name of my publishing company. I'm going like, well, did Ricardo know this? I mean, like, this is part of the message. And the other thing was, he's going to put the puzzle pieces together. And to me, that was always the way I described my download experience, that when I had in 2012, the consciousness download experience, was that these puzzle pieces were put together in my head. So I always use the term putting together puzzle pieces. And it was just bizarre. And the other thing that was in this message that sort of rocked me was they used the word nodes. And the girl beside me on the left side of me, she does this channeling thing. I'm actually talked her into putting her channeling messages in a book. I said, come on, let's just stick it in a book. Nobody buys it. Who cares? We can stick it in a book. We can do it very fast on how to self-publish this stuff. And she channeled this thing about nodes about 3 weeks before we went there. And so when the message said nodes, that we have these nodes around the world, I looked at her and I, did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said? He said nodes. And it was just so weird. Either they had picked up all this stuff that we had been talking about, which I think is totally impossible, or, name my publishing company and stuff like that. Because these people are all Spanish. Most of them can't even speak English. And so it was a fascinating sort of event. But again, it was like, I was thinking to myself, like, is that the best you could do? A couple of flashes? Because the message sort of was like, the world's coming to an end, and they've destroyed their planet, and they've come to warn us we're on the same timeline, and that we're going to do the same thing and stuff. And it's like, if the world's coming to an end, don't you think it could get a little more dramatic than these flashes in the sky? You could have landed in the bush or something. I'm there to tell your message, and I would have put the message out. So all I'm thinking about is like, oh man, I got to put out a stupid message about these flashes, and it's exactly what happened. One guy even sent me a warning. has a big, huge Facebook site, sent me a warning, says, don't you dare say that this was alien, this was a satellite. And he's the one that said it was geocentric satellites. And here's this guy, like Joe Nobody, giving me a warning as to what I'm going to put in my report. It's just, I mean, people are going to have such vested interests in what they think is going on. And the skeptics, I mean, they spend their whole day, I mean, it's like they got nothing better to do than read websites and talk about being skeptical and being as skeptical and cynical as they can. And it's like, it just sort of, that's another reason why I want to get out of the UFO community, because you have the conspiracy stuff, which sort of drives me nuts. It's sort of like this negative vibration that there's this evil government and this evil cabal and evil aliens and evil this and evil that. And you know, we're all under watch. And I keep telling people, you know, I've been in this 42 years. I've never been threatened, and I should be threatened. I mean, I went after the president. I confronted Dick Cheney on a radio talk show. I mean, I went after the head scientist for the CIA, and I've written about him in about 3 different books. And then the head one of the briefers for the CIA. I mean, if anybody should have been threatened, it should have been me. And I've had nothing. In fact, I've got the CIA guys basically actually wanting me to do stuff. I mean, indirectly, he's putting messages to people that they sort of like what I'm doing. So, I mean, so I see this negative thing, and I figure, like, you know, I'd like to get into consciousness and do reality. What's reality? How does consciousness work? What's the real world like, and stuff like that. And the messages, and get out of this the sort of constant battle with people who want to sort of argue every little thing or convince me that, you know, there is all this evil stuff. And I said to them, you know, even if it came down to it, I mean, even if all these bad conspiracy things turn out to be right, what's it got to do with you and I? It's got nothing to do with it. Basically, you start your life, you come in, and if reincarnation is a fact, which I always say to people, this is the main thing you got to realize in the world, that if reincarnation is a fact, everything in the UFO field changes, absolutely everything, because then you came in on an agreement to do something, and then we got to look at, did we end up in the UFO field by accident, or did we agree to do this? Have we got some sort of thing that we're supposed to be doing? And that's the way I sort of look at it. Like we actually, I may have been on a sole contract to come in and do this kind of stuff, and that's why I chose to do that. So that's why I sort of fell off the edge of the earth. Whereas my friends who saw stuff in 1975, they just went on with their life, and I couldn't get enough of it. And so, and I say, you know, so you have this, maybe something you're supposed to do during your life. And when you die, you're not going to be able to say, well, you know, I didn't do anything in my life, but, you know, if they hadn't blown up the World Trade Center, and if they hadn't, covered up the UFO, and if my mother-in-law hadn't made me upset, and if the dog ate my homework, and they're going to call time out, because none of this stuff really has anything to do with you and I. Even if all this stuff is true, all you have to worry about is, what did I come to this world to do? And am I doing it? And that's, to me, is that's what I'm trying to figure out now is what is the mission? What is this whole thing? And what's my part in this, if I do have any part in this?
Huh. Red?
Wow. Where to start? I've been reading about Sixto Paz and Mission Rama.
Yeah.
You know, ever since the 90s, you know, in old esoteric Spanish magazines. I was under the impression that the entities they were in contact with were from Ganymede, one of the moons from Jupiter.
Well, I'd have to check, because I'm not an expert on Rama. I just sort of got dragged into this thing. I talked to Ricardo, and he said, "Oh yeah, I know of them, and but I'm not involved." I thought he said they were the same planet as well. I'd have to check, but that would be their base in this solar system.
Sure.
I think they're talking about Alpha Centauri. Most of these people are talking about a planet in Alpha Centauri. I guess I'd have to check that and clarify where these beings. I just had the impression it was the same Apu planet.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting because you read the origin story of Rama and Sixto and his brother. You know, they were teenagers, and they decided to try to get in contact with aliens through automatic writing, right? And they put.
Well, again, I'm not an expert. My understanding was that they saw the UFO first, and the automatic writing sort of came shortly after. But yeah, they did use automatic writing.
Yeah, and that fascinates me because, I mean, in the story of parapsychology, automatic writing was first used not to contact aliens, but to contact spirits.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, so I'm trying to find, I'm trying to see these correlations, you know, how using this psychic instruments, it kind of like gets revamped to our modern age. We're now trying to contact ETs in craft instead of, the spirit of a gentleman that died in the 1700s or something. And the thing that has always worried me with channeling is, how do we know these entities are not tricking us?
Well, okay. My thing is that I don't believe evil aliens. I believe as the CIA that one of the briefers for the president, the CIA briefer, his name is Jim Semivan. He's the guy that's running Tom DeLonge's operation. He sort of explained it the way I understand it, is you manifest what you think. Your perception determines your reality. So it's like a near-death experiences. The same sort of thing happens. You run into these evil near-death experiences, good near-death experiences, or in lucid dreams, and psychedelic researchers. I've done a lot of work on psychedelic research. So the way they would talk in lucid dreaming is that if you run into a evil alien, evil devil, evil whoever, they basically say what you do in a lucid dream is you turn around and you treat it with unconditional love and you give it a hug, and it will turn into a positive being and give you a message. And so I say that you're basically, and John Mack even brought this up in his second book, where he talked about, he hypothesized that the being that you see is determined by your beliefs. So if you have deep, dark forces inside yourself, you're going to see a reptilian. If you're troubled, you'll see a gray. If you are very sort of religious, you'll see an angelic type being, and that it's determined by that you manifest a lot of stuff. Same as in near-death experiences or psychedelics. In the psychedelic research, they know this at Johns Hopkins University. They do the psilocybin research with people, and they were 30% of all these things will go south, where you're going to get the negative experience, where you're going to have at least a couple of seconds of very negative stuff. And what they do is they have two people in the room. And when this thing happens, those people will take the person by the hand and they'll say, go towards this thing. Do not walk away from this thing. Go towards it. You asked for this, and it will leave, or it will turn into a positive being. And so you see these similarities across all these different things where I say the ground of being is consciousness, that it's all consciousness. And so when channeling, I say everything's channeling. I'm channeling right now, and I can channel faster than anybody. And people will say, oh, no, you're just speaking. Well, the idea is either I'm channeling from a very sort of low level, sort of a conscious level, or there are neurons running in my head, putting words into sentences, and they're putting them in the right order. And at my rate, I can do like 3 a second, where they have to quickly put these words, and they got a little lady to check the grammar and stuff like this. And it all happens automatically. It's almost like channeling, where so I see that actual speech is channeling. You're pulling it from somewhere. It is not. It's going through your brain, but it is not your brain. It's not. There's no neurons that are putting words in the sentence. And so then you'd get like channelers who basically have sort of a low level where they're just sort of channeling and they're still awake. And then you have the trance channelers like Edgar Cayce and people like this, who don't remember what actually happened in this sort of event. And I think that's just going deeper into consciousness, that the farther you get away from the conscious mind, the better your information will be. And if you take a look at the UFO field, it's the same thing. Whether you're talking these beings, Jacques Vallée brings this up, that if you go back and you look at, maybe it's the fairies, maybe it's the same thing. It's all the same thing. And it's the same phenomena. It's the same entities on the other side in consciousness that are coming back, and they appear as fairies, because then you believe in fairies. Now they're appearing as aliens. Then they're going to appear as anything else. And a lot of experiencers, I've asked them, we're about to publish a book by Nancy Tremaine, and she's in contact with the reptilians. And of course, everybody believes reptilians are these evil, terrible aliens that, are up to no good and stuff. And I asked her directly. I edited her video last night to promote her book. And I said to her, okay, everybody says reptilians are evil. What do you say? Absolutely. She said, absolutely not. And she actually asked him, are you an alien? And he said, no, I'm not an alien. And that's the whole thing. You can screen image. The same as when my father died. When my father played the skeptic all his life, and yet I think he was a believer, but he played the skeptic with me. And 2 days before he died, his father comes to him And my mother, he doesn't tell me because he knows I'm probably going to shove it down his throat. But he tells my mother about it. My mother says, "Oh, your father was here? Really? What did he have to say?" And he died in 1956. And he said, "He was just here. That's all you need to know." And so the thing is, if the reincarnation is a fact, then my grandfather lived 1,000 different lives. So why would he come as the grandfather? Why would he come as my father's father? Because if he came as any of the other beings that he had lived in past lives, my father wouldn't have known who he is. So you get this screen imaging thing, and it's all this screen imaging thing. They appear as different things. They appear as owls. They appear as deers. They appear as balls of light. And that's the other thing I talk about when you say, okay, it's an alien. It's an actual flesh and blood alien. And I'm going down the road with Jacques Vallée and saying, I'm going to be very surprised if this turns out to be extraterrestrials and spacecraft. It seems to be much more complex than this in terms of the fact that when you start looking at it, a lot of people will say they actually asked the alien and it wasn't an alien. And I ask every experiencer, and I asked Betty Andreasen, who's probably one of the longest ones to have contact with a being, 1946, and her husband, Bob Luca. I asked both of them the question. I said, Betty, tell me, and Bob, in 1946, you were dealing with this being, and there's always one being that sort of talks to them, and the rest of the beings do the work, but the one talks to them. And so I said, I want to ask you a question. Did the alien ever get any older? And every experiencer I've talked to said the same thing. No, but the alien's lived a long time. They try to justify it. No, the alien never got any older. Betty Andreasen was like a 7-year-old girl. Now she's like almost 80 years old. She went through her whole life, and these aliens, they're always the same. And John Mack actually describes one case where he's talking about the guy, and he said, "Oh, you saw this alien? Is that the first time you saw the alien?" No, I saw him when he was 9 years old. Oh, it's the first time you saw him. No, I saw him when I was 3 years old or whatever. And then he says, "Is that the first time you saw him?" No, I saw him in my last lifetime. And you get this thing where the alien goes through. So the thing is, even with Stephen Greer talks about the one, and a lot of experiencers have talked about this. It starts as a ball of light, and it turns into an alien. So the question is it a ball of light, or is it an alien? And if it's a ball of light, does it have bacon, eggs, toast, and coffee in the morning? The thing is, this may not even be a physical phenomena. It may be a phenomena where these beings are in sort of a higher vibrational frequency where they're not physical. They can come into the physical and take on a physical form, a flesh and blood form, but they can actually move back into that sort of thing. So people will say there's good aliens, bad aliens, good entities, bad entities. And I say that it's basically a manifestation of what you want, that if you believe in those kind of things, or for example, in near-death experiences, people will see Jesus and they'll say, "Oh, it was Jesus." And I say, "Well, which Jesus was it? Was it the American Jesus with the blue eyes and the blonde hair, or was it the Middle Eastern Jesus?" Or if you have a near-death experience in India, you're going to see a Brahmin, and you're going to see this kind of stuff, that your perception determines what your reality is. And so I think a lot of this stuff is basically manifested, and I believe in the oneness concept. I say that is the number one message that aliens are trying to put out. 54% of all experiencers that have been surveyed by the free survey will say that they were talked about oneness. Oneness is the key. It's all one. That is, and to understand it at the absolute bottom level, that everything is connected, everything is one, and to say, okay, there's one, but then there's this evil stuff outside of oneness. I say, no, it's all still oneness. And I had 3 big experiences in my life. One was my first UFO experience. One was the 2012 download. And my third was seeing Dr. Michael Newton, who was a clinical psychologist who did 7,000 regressions, and he developed this whole theory about life between lives, where you do these 4-hour-long regressions, take people into the life between lives. And in there, it really goes off the rails in terms of the evil thing, because then you get stuff like Hitler, where Hitler does what he does, and when he steps off the stage, everybody applauds because that was his role. It's this whole idea that everybody's playing a role, and that even when you get things that you think are evil, that these things are actually good things. These are things that are wakening you up. It's almost like, unless you have pain, you don't know you have a broken leg. Unless you have that everything plays a part. And because we want good, we say, well, we're the good guys and these are the bad guys. And so what I say is that separation is the cause of all that we call evil. That if you actually firmly believe that everything is one, everything's connected, which I think is the big message that they put out, the aliens are putting out, is the idea you cannot have an evil, you cannot have war, you cannot have stealing, you cannot have it. If you realize that everybody's part of you, all the good, the bad, everything is part of you. And I can accept, maybe, probably not in a couple of years, but right now I can sort of accept the fact that on an individual level, there's good and evil. But what people usually do is they move it from there and they say all Jews are bad, all gray aliens, that's Tom DeLonge's whole thing. all gray aliens are evil, and we should use nuclear weapons. We should launch them up into the upper atmosphere and take these evil aliens down. And once you put everybody in a category that all Arabs are evil, and the Arabs say all Americans are evil, the great Satan, and that you can kill anybody and not worry about it because they're all evil, that's where I think these evil ideas sort of get us going down the wrong path. I think it's all there. And so when I would go into a channeling session or something, I would say to people, don't bother trying to protect me. I don't need the white light. I don't need anything. When I see something in that life and it is evil and it's whatever, I'm going to confront it with absolute love and I'm going to go after it. Or even there's an experiment done. I think it's in Edmonton. There's a woman who does research, and this is with lucid dreaming. And it's got to do with kids who play video games. So you have the evil thing. I mean, is there this evil force that you would run into in your dreams or in this lucid dream state? And what she pointed out was that when kids who do video games get into this state where they run into an evil being in their dream state or whatever, they go, really? There's an evil thing chasing me? Cool. Yeah. Let's kill it. And they turn around, and so it's all attitude. It's sort of like it depends how you react to what it is. And they use this especially in the lucid dream and the psychedelic stuff. They say if you run away, you will never get over it. It's like the PSD thing. You've got to face it. You've got to confront it. If you try to run away from it, it's like Carl Jung talked about the shadow. Everybody has these shadow figures, and that they are there to teach you things, to give you lessons, and that if you run away, that's why at Johns Hopkins they basically grab the person's hand and they say, "Do not walk away, do not turn around, do not run, go towards this thing and confront it." And that's how they deal with evil in this sort of a dream state. And I say it's all consciousness, it's all the same thing. It's just that we're in a state where we don't believe those things exist. It's all consciousness. The ground of being is consciousness. A physical particle does not take a position in time and space until there's an observer. So consciousness is primary, matter is secondary, and consciousness is everything is coming out of consciousness, whether it's good aliens, bad aliens, good things, bad things. It's all a product of consciousness, and all consciousness is one. It's all connected, and that's how they actually get here. There's actually there's these meetings that take place. I always tell people, send me an email at whitehouseuFO@gmail.com. I'll put you on the list. The head scientist for the CIA, well, we think he's the head scientist, or one of the key guys. He's the guy that probably briefed Donald Trump and the last 6 presidents. His wife holds a go-to meeting, and now they're talking about this portal thing, and they're talking about all this kind of stuff. And to me, that's the thing that they're going to talk about. I think it's Friday afternoon at 4:00 Eastern. They're having a show. His wife suddenly wants to talk about, I'd like to talk about entanglement, particle entanglement. And I'm thinking, why would you ask us? Your husband is a PhD in physics. He run the parapsychology, the what they call the phenomenology desk at the CIA. The weird desk, yeah. The weird desk. And what people have to realize is that when the CIA calls it phenomenology, that is a hint as to what's going on. It is not UFOs. It's remote viewing, ghosts, parapsychology, telepathy. It's the whole ball of wax because it's all consciousness. That's the ground of being. It's consciousness. And they know that. And that's why when the Canadian government document said in 1950 that mental phenomena may be involved, the top secret Canadian government document said mental phenomena may be involved in flying saucers. That's when they started the MK Ultra stuff. That's when they started all that because they were trying to figure out how does consciousness work because they had a live alien in 1947. That's how the Americans knew to tell the Canadians in 1950 that mental phenomena was involved. Nobody was talking to aliens in 1950. Adamski and Williamson would not come forward until a couple of days after the detonation of the hydrogen bomb. Betty and Barney Hill would not become public until the mid-'60s. Nobody said they were talking to aliens, in public at least. And so therefore, how did they know that mental phenomena was involved? Because they had a live alien. And they knew that the alien is telepathic and it gets in your head. And they went, wow, man, if we could discover how this worked. And so, of course, they threw every dime they had at consciousness, trying to figure out how this thing worked. Because if you can get into the Russian's head and go and tell Putin that he's talking to God and to straighten out your what you're doing and the Americans are great and all this kind of stuff, that would be the ultimate weapon. That's why they spent so much time on MK Ultra. It wasn't so much to brainwash people and stuff like that. It was to understand consciousness and the military applications of consciousness. So consciousness to me is the absolute bottom, and that's how they get here. That's where in these go-to meetings they're trying to get across this idea of portals, that they have these portals,
nodes,
that there's one. Well, portals. They're calling it portals, and that they even go to the fact that Joe Firmage, this .com executive, I don't know if you remember him from the 1990s. He was big time into UFOs, sold his company, made hundreds of millions of dollars, and was fascinated with UFOs. And he was the guy with the new MJ-12 documents by Ryan and Bob Wood. He gave them $250,000 to research these documents. And he's now back on the scene. He sort of lost a lot of his money, but he's back on the scene. Him and Bigelow's involved, I heard, and people like this, because this is technology. And what it is this portal technology.
Yeah, but what was that message that you got through, though? You got that message through two people, your friend, and that message from Antarel about nodes. Isn't that what they meant?
Well, the nodes was in the message, but the nodes were, it's sort of like
I thought they were talking about or portals, nodals. I thought they were talking about portals.
It could be that because there's certain spots on the world where they will appear, but the way I understand where the Zendra is, they create this Zendra. They create almost like a bubble in the forest. That's when they describe this mist coming up from the ground, that you're not allowed to let go of people's hands until you enter. Until you cross the mist, because then you're inside the Zendra. It's almost like they create this portal or this sort of a bubble. They call it Zendra, and then they come into this. There's an interaction inside the Zendra between the human beings and the beings. So what I did is I actually asked this question through somebody who was in contact with Ron Pandolfi's wife. Like Ron Pandolfi's wife runs these meetings. So I put the question to. I never directly deal with these people, but I asked the question. Ask the princess whether a Zendra is the same as a portal, because she's putting out the thing that she controls the portal, and they have these portals, and they ask people if they want to volunteer to go through a portal. Wow. And they're talking about this stuff like it's happening. And this is you got to remember, like whatever you believe, whether they're telling the truth or jerking people around, you got to remember that this woman's wife is the guy that runs the weird desk, and he's sitting in the. And he's sitting in the background. Now, he doesn't get involved in the conversation. So she's running this conversation.
This is recent?
Well, they've done this for about 6 months, and they have a meeting this coming Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock Eastern. Because I bug them. I've been telling people. I say, this is something everybody should watch. I don't really care what you think is going on here. But the fact that this woman...
Well, how do you watch it?
Well, it's on a go-to meeting. So if you send me an email, anybody wants to send me an email at whitehouseuFO@gmail.com, they usually release the link about 3 hours before, and it'll start at 4 o'clock Eastern time. And their conversation this week is on entanglement. Yeah. And so my first question is going to be, your husband's a CIA, top level CIA guy. Why are you asking us? Is this a subtle hint that this might be involved with portals? Because this is the whole thing I kept asking him. Like, how does a portal work? How does Joe Firmage in Salt Lake City have this back-engineered portal? Is it a material thing? How does it work? And they sort of play around with this thing. They really don't tell you. They're sort of rhymes and riddles and stuff like this. But they're basically hinting, and now the new hint is entanglement. And they talk about these actuators, that there's these actuators that they recovered one from Costa Rica, and they had one that was on an island just off of Georgia. And these actuators, and I asked the guy who put it out, I said, was this coming from Ron at the CIA, or did you think this up? And he said, no, it was me. But I think it may have come from Ron. And that was the idea that the actuator, what it does, it creates a vibration. And it creates this vibration, which is the portal. A portal is just a different vibration where you can sort of move through this into this other world. And they even talk about it on that line. And you got to remember, this woman, her name is Aliha Pandolfi, is Ron Pandolfi's second wife. And she runs the Kashmir Foundation. So she's not like some slouch. She runs this big Kashmir Foundation that runs around the world saving endangered turtles and stuff like this. She's got a master's degree, and she claims that she came in a pod, and that she's from the other side of the portal, and that she's actually from the other side of the portal. Wow. And they're not mixing words about what's going on here. And the idea that she had come, and her father was some big guy, ambassador to the Pakistan or something from Kashmir. I can't remember how the story goes. But she comes at 5 years old to the White House, and Ron Pandolfi has just graduated, and he starts with the White House. And he's friends with Ronald Reagan. He's running the Weird Desk thing. That's when he starts. From 83, he's been running the CIA Weird Desk since 1983. Wow. And that's just when the portal is given control to Ron Ronald Reagan. So there's all this backstory of all this weird stuff. And then the daughters, had a 6-year-old daughter. Her name is Kashmir, which is the place where this all started, this sort of thing with Kashmir. And she actually, at one broadcast, I said, let's have Kashmir close the show. And Kashmir comes on camera and she says, I just want to let you know, I'm only half an alien, but my mother's a full alien. And I'm going, holy shit, it's coming out of a 6-year-old kid's mouth. This is not something this kid dreamed up. She's listening to her parents. And so if her parents, and the one guy is the guy who briefed Donald Trump and is still a high-level intelligence guy, is saying this kind of stuff, the question is, what are they doing? It's like they're trying to get this idea of the portal out. They're trying to drop this thing. And one of the stories is that Ron, I actually got a phone call. I got a phone call from a guy, is out in public now, so I can basically mention his name. His name is Kevin Alber, and he worked with Gordon Novell with Spielberg in 2012. They were going to do a Spielberg, Robert Novell was going to do a sort of a documentary or a film, and he messed it up because he was just a totally crazy guy. And Spielberg was involved in this thing. And so this Kevin Alber guy was working with Novell, and that all fell apart. But he gets contacted by Ron Pandolfi, and Ron Pandolfi wants him to go to Hollywood, and they want to put out a 6-part documentary, not fiction. Ron says, we've had enough fiction, we're going to do a nonfiction. And what they're going to do is a thing on the Avery. Now, if you know my background, I spent a lot of time with Bill Moore. I know a lot about the Avery. I've interacted with a lot of these guys. They're not an evil group working for the government. They're just a bunch of guys who at some point during their career had security clearance and ran up against UFO phenomena. And then they got pulled in by Bob Bigelow for his NIDS group. They got pulled in by John Alexander for his UFO working group. And they got to know each other. And they suddenly realized there's all these other guys who got pieces of the puzzle. And they talk to each other because they're trying to figure out the same as you and I. What the hell's going on? Because they don't have access to a lot of the material. They only had access to a little piece of the story. So these Avery guys, this Kevin Alber guy phones me up and he says, I was told to contact you by U.S. intelligence. I said, come on, I'm Canadian. Why would U.S. intelligence say to talk to me? And he said, well, you know about the Avery. And then he tells me that Ron has given him the job in Hollywood of getting a documentary on the Avery. And I said, well, he said, I want you to be associate producer or whatever. I said, no, I don't want to be involved. I know how these games work. I don't want to be involved. And he said, you got 2 options. You can be on the outside and get 10, 15% of the information, or you can be in on the phone calls. You'll know exactly what's happening, what we're going to do, how this thing's going to unfold. Wow. I said, I'll take 10 to 15%. And I did tell him, but I'd rather be a chess player than a chess piece, because I know what happens when you become the chess piece. Then they tell you, you can't say this, you can't say that. I'm the type of guy, I say everything. Anything you tell me is on the record. I mean, I'm not into keeping secrets and stuff. So anyway, and then as it developed, I said, I'll give you whatever you want. I'll talk to you, advise you, whatever, and try to help set up stuff for you. But I just don't want to be involved. And then he suddenly started talking about the fact that they're going to do the portal. And I said, you're going to do the portal? He said, yeah, we're going to do, I think, 4 episodes on the Avery. And they're going to have these guys on camera, guys like John Alexander and all these people. And they're going to go on camera and talk nonfiction. They're going to tell about their life and what happened with UFOs and stuff like that. And then the last 2 episodes are going to be on portals. And I said, okay, so this is nonfiction. You're doing portals. Who's going on camera for the portals? And he said, oh, the princess is. Now I hear that Kevin Alber has actually been to Joe Firmage's house, has actually seen his portal. And Ron Pandolfi told him don't go through the portal, and that they're training him now to go through this portal. And I actually have, when I do my lectures, I actually show Ron Pandolfi, and one of the few times he ever goes on camera. And he's sitting on a cruise ship. This is December of last year. He's on a cruise ship. And his wife says to him, okay, Footman, that's his code name. Okay, Footman, what do you say? And he says, everybody's always wondered what it's like to go into another world. And then he looks to his right, and there's this guy, but his name is John. He's an ex-Marine. I don't know too much about him, but he seems to be the main guy with the portals. He looks to this guy at his right, John, and he says, the next time John goes to the desert, and this is where this portal is supposed to be, next time John goes to the desert, a few of us here will go with him and into another world, and we'll come back again. And it's like he says this right on camera. So every time I lecture, I play this video of Pandolfi. He just knew we used the word portal, but there's enough backstory that we know the portal is when they're talking about going to the desert and going into another world. And they say it's like a dream world where you need permission from the other side to come through. But this is what they're going to claim, that they're going to drop this in a documentary this idea that we have portals, which changes everything. Because then it's no longer aliens flying in giant spaceships at the speed of light. Then it's this whole thing, Friday afternoons meeting at 4 o'clock, entanglement, oneness. Everything is connected. The question that Jan Hartson asked Ben Rich in 1994, Ben, how do they get here? How does the propulsion system work? And Ben turns around and says, well, I want to ask you a question. What do you know about ESP? And Jan Hartson says, it means everything in time and space is connected. Everything's one. It's all connected. He said, that's how it works. That is how it works. It's oneness. They're popping in. It's like entanglement. That's where it's almost, to me, it's like a hint. They want us to know entanglement, portals. They're dropping these little hints as to how this thing unfolds. And so to me, it's very important because it shows this primacy of consciousness. It's not a physical world like people think it is. Mm-hmm. Basically, it all breaks down. It's all space. It's all these particles that can come and go. They get created. They get destroyed. You don't get a particle in time and space until there's an observer. Consciousness is primary. And the portal thing will basically verify this whole thing, that the material paradigm is wrong, that it's a conscious paradigm that we have to look at, and that the material world is secondary.
Wow. Red?
I want to go back to a few of the things that we've saying, and bear in mind that when I mentioned the possible danger of being tricked by the phenomenon, I never said that phenomenon is necessarily evil. You know, I'm agreeing on the fact that, you know, to say that the phenomenon is either good and evil is ascribing a human quality to a non-human, you know, agency. It's kind of like saying that there are bad psychedelics and there are good psychedelics.
Yeah.
But thinking about, but then again, do you agree that the phenomenon is nevertheless tricksterish in nature?
Yes, absolutely. And that's a key part of it.
But that could also be consciousness as well. I mean, it could be our lack of coherence in our consciousness.
Okay.
It could be. So I can see the trickster phenomena because I knew I did a lot of talk with Hansen, the guy who worked on the trickster phenomena, and there is a component to that. But there's also the component about, are they going to actually give you a straight out answer, or are they going to do this? There's an experiment that was done about they do people's intelligence. Then they make them read Kafka stuff, Kafka plays, to totally mess with their minds, and then they retest these people, and their intelligence goes up. So I think a part of that is the idea that they are testing us. They are sort of like running this trick thing where it's not a straight out answer. They're trying to get us to think. They're trying to get us to work through this thing ourselves and come up with the idea ourselves. I totally agree. There's a trickster phenomena to this, but it's not just aliens. A trickster phenomena works in every sort of paranormal phenomena. It's in all this sort of phenomena. But I don't think it's really, I would say that it's more to train us rather than to throw us off the track. Because again, I mean, if you really wanted to throw everybody off the track, you would just shut your mouth and not do anything. I mean, if the spirit is silent, you're not going to learn anything. But if they're tricking you, if they're talking to you, they are giving you an opportunity to learn.
True, I agree. And so then we can accept or agree that there is a certain absurdity by which the phenomenon conducts itself.
Yeah,
but there is a method to the madness. It's an absurdity by design. Maybe, there's part of the testing us. I also speculate whether it's also a way for the phenomenon to have the greatest influence on our culture without upsetting it too much. You know what I mean? Like provoking a change from the bottom up instead of the top down. You know, this is kind of like a grassroots kind of contact. And the only people that maybe are paying attention to it is, you know, outsiders like us, you know, who see, you know, cases that do not make any sense to the people on the top, like, I don't know, Neil deGrasse Tyson or Stephen Hawking, who are saying, oh, how is it that, you know, aliens are only contacting, you know, crackpots and weirdos?
Yeah. Although that's kind of changed because now you have people like Bigelow involved and Joe Firmage involved. And according to Tom DeLonge, one of the richest guys in the world. And now I've heard about a new guy. All I know is his first name is Eric, with piles of money, who's now in this sort of thing, that there are some major players who have gotten into the weird game of trying to figure this thing out. It's not just, toothless farmers in Nebraska who are experiencing this now.
Okay, so let's talk about Tom DeLonge, because he kind of like became this big figure in the UFO phenomenon in the last couple of years. And it's kind of like it's very controversial. Now, there are some people who are really excited about what he's bringing to the table, and there are other people who see him and think that maybe it's kind of like replaying the whole thing that happened to Paul Benowitz back with the whole thing when Richard Doty, and the whole thing with the Dulce-based mythology, and the way that he seems to have been, deceived and duped and almost, literally driven to madness, by a Foci. So do you think there's a possibility that Tom DeLonge could be the second Paul Benowitz?
Well, I have a different opinion on Paul Benowitz than other people do. And I was involved in that case. I knew Linda very well at the time, and I worked a lot with Bill Moore. And Paul Benowitz, everybody always leaves out the beginning of the story. What was Paul's original story? He was seeing UFOs over the Manzano weapons storage area, which was the biggest repository for nuclear weapons in the world. And it's like any other story. If you come across some sort of really classified material that they don't want you to get out into the public, and that's what I say. And one of the main things, that's with my Charlie Red Star book, I talk about the connection to nuclear weapons. They do not want that story out there. So if you try to make that connection and you try to do that, here you have this high-level scientist who's reporting UFOs every night over the nuclear weapons. They got to run them. I mean, and the difference between Tom DeLonge is dealing with intelligence people, and Richard Doty was a counterintelligence agent. That was his job, was to counterintelligence, to put in a phony story. So they ran Benowitz because they had to run Benowitz because he had this thing. The same as they ran Linda Howe in 1983. And they offered her the Holloman Air Force Base film. They offered her, and the first thing they said to her at Kirkland Air Force Base when she was there in 83, just after Paul Benowitz's operation was still going on, is the government was very upset with the documentary you did on cattle mutilations. Because if you look at cattle mutilations, what I say, I quote David Perkins, who claims to have the biggest sort of list of cattle mutilations. And David Perkins says that all cattle mutilations happen downwind and downstream from nuclear power activities. And he says there's a 1997 study done by the National Cancer Institute that showed high rates of cancer, hotspots, downwind from above ground nuclear testing. And he said, when you take the map that the National Cancer Institute put out for hotspots, and you take a look at the cattle mutilation, he said it's a complete match. So it's this sort of thing. So they ran Linda Howe because they didn't want her, because she was going to do HBO. She'd won the Emmy Award in Denver for doing the cattle mutilation thing. She was making this thing public. It was going viral, and they wanted to shut her down, and they killed the HBO thing. They just dragged it out, and she eventually killed the thing. The difference with Tom DeLonge is it's not a single guy who that is going to carry a story. He's the way I say it happens is that Tom DeLonge has a big media empire. So he's sold 30 million albums. Every time he tweets, 15,000 retweet, and they set him up. Even though he'll disagree with this, they set him up. He was supposed to give this speech. Lockheed Skunk has this party, this barbecue thing, and they want him to introduce the president. And he says, well, I'd like to talk to the president for 5 minutes. They know he's into UFOs already. So they're setting him up. They bring him in, and it's the same as Bill Moore. It's like Bill Moore had 24 sources. Stephen Greer's got 540 sources. And basically, there's two options the government can do. They can either kill everybody who's doing a UFO story, or they can try to manage the story. The same as they have a guy in Hollywood. And like Chase Brandon. Chase Brandon was the liaison to Hollywood. And so if they hear you're doing a CIA movie, they say, oh, you're doing a CIA movie. Can I be your friend? We'd like to help you out. We'll take you to Langley. We'll show you around. It'll give you an idea how agents actually work. And you manage the story. It's not like you're going to kill everybody that is doing a movie. You manage them. So that's what Tom DeLonge, the operation is. And they saw that he could carry a message. So I've got him when I wrote Managing Magic as one of the 5 messiahs. And then there's 14 people who are feeding the material in there. And these are usually CIA people. I name all these people, and they're feeding the material. And Tom DeLonge is only one of a number, but he's got 10 high-level sources. So the question is, if you really want to throw people off, why would you take 10 high-level sources and go to a guy who's got a lot of media influence? It's just going to throw gas on the fire. It doesn't make any sense to go in and to say that it's like I'm having an affair on my wife and I'm having an affair with Sally. So what I'll do is I'll go and tell my wife I'm having an affair with Jane, and that'll really throw her off. I mean, the more you talk about it, the more everybody says maybe there's some truth to this. So Tom DeLonge is a major figure. He's got some influence, and these people got exposed in the WikiLeaks. That didn't stop anything, because when these 4 sources, including John Podesta, were exposed and having this meeting on January 25th, 2016, I had a source inside Tom DeLonge's camp, and I phoned him up right away and I said, "Is it over?" He said, "No, it's going faster than it ever was." It didn't slow anything down. The program was still running. It's like they didn't really care that all these names got exposed. And in the end, nobody went after these 2 generals and Robert Weiss at Lockheed. Nobody went after them. Nobody questioned John Leary or John Podesta. We went to 3 reporters. A friend of mine went to the 3 reporters at New York Times with this story about Tom DeLonge and said, Tom DeLonge had this. Here's the meetings. Here's the WikiLeaks thing. They had a meeting on UFO, and all of them said, "We'll pass on the story." And these were people who had done UFO stories, and they just said, "No, we're going to pass on the story." So nobody followed up on it. So they have this message. They know it's going to get out. And the reason you pick Tom DeLonge is Tom DeLonge's got a bad reputation. One of the things about messiahs is they have to, number one, have a huge ego, and they have to have some real bad background in them. And that the primary story that tells that is the story of Area 51. And George Knapp says my version of Area 51 is the best version that tells accurately what happened. What happened there is they took Robert Lazar, took him on the base, they showed him all this stuff, but he was only on there for a couple of hours. He only worked a couple of part-time shifts. He wasn't there for a long time. And the reason they used him was because he had this bad background, that they knew that when his background got exposed, that he didn't have the 2 master's degrees on his resume, the whole thing was going to blow up. And he was a weird guy. He had rocket engines. He was running a brothel in Las Vegas. Yeah,
into prostitutes.
And all this kind of stuff. That's what you want. So the original idea was that it was going to be sent to John Lear. So during the interviews, and I have this in one of my books, I wrote the fact that when there was, and George Knapp confirms this, there was 3 interviews done with Bob Lazar before he went on Area 51. In the second interview, the first question in the second interview was, what's your relationship with John Lear and what do you think about him? So before he ever went on the base, they knew that he knew John Lear. And John Lear, if you remember back in 1988, you talk about Dulce Base and underground aliens get shootouts with 64 people killed and all this. John Lear was the #1 guy promoting this. And he was a big-time name. His father invented Lear Jet. He had run for Senate in Las Vegas. He was this famous pilot, had 120 aircraft certificates and stuff like that. He was a big name. But he had these weird ideas. When you die, don't go to the light. The aliens, the Greys are going to take your soul and take it to the moon. And he had all these bizarre ideas. He was a nice guy, told the truth, but he was just had wacky ideas. So they wanted John Lear to carry the story. So what they do is they put Bob Lazar on the base, they show him all this stuff, and he goes back the first night, December the 6th, 1988. He goes to John Lear and he says, "John, I was on the base. It's for real." And John said he's signing checks. And he goes, "Is it their stuff or our stuff?" And he said, "It's theirs." And he goes, "What the hell are you doing in my house? Get out of here. You know they're going to be watching. You know the place is going to be tapped. Like, what are you doing? Go in there, work for 6 months. Then come tell me what's going on." So, and this was the setup. They wanted John Lear to carry the story. Because like Tom DeLonge, who writes songs about having sex with dogs, you want this guy to carry the story. You want it to all fall apart. Because what's going to happen is they give the story to John Lear. And John Lear actually had the story for 6 months. And he was talking about what was happening on the base. And nobody was listening to him. So John Lear tells the story. We got back-engineered crafts at the base. We've got a live alien, all this kind of stuff. And everybody goes, it's John Lear. Don't listen to John Lear. Who cares about John Lear? It's like Tom DeLonge. Man, the guy's wacko. And don't listen to... And yet the story bounces around and everybody hears the story. And they discount it because of the guy telling the story. But the story gets out. So what happens in the Bob Lazar case is it starts in November when he gets the interviews. He goes on the base in the beginning of December 1988. John Lear's got the story until March of 1989 when... George Knapp has heard the story, still is really not that interested because it's John Lear telling the story, and he's missing a guest. One night, there's no guest on his show, and he phones up John. He says, you got that guy who was working at Area 51, a crazy guy? He says, I need a guest for tonight. Let's put him on. So they backlight him. They call him Dennis. Now it's no longer John Lear, wacko John Lear telling the story. Now it's 24 Emmy Award-winning investigative journalist George Knapp telling the story. And suddenly it just goes absolutely viral around the world. The Japanese are coming. There's buses up in the hills. And Clinton actually has to take a whole bunch of land away to move people from 11 miles to 25 miles because people are now up on top watching everything that's happening in the base. And it all backfired on them because it was supposed to be John Lear carrying the story. And it turns out it's a reputable guy. So that's what they'll do is they'll give it to guys like Bill Moore. They'll sabotage Bill Moore. They'll give it to Tom DeLonge. They'll give it to the number one for Pandolfi, Ron Pandolfi, and his wife is Dan Smith. Well, Dan Smith from 1991 has said he's had a conversation with Ron Pandolfi almost every single day since 1991. He's the best man to a second wedding, godfather to his child, and yet it's all plausible deniability. So what Pandolfi does is he tells him stuff, and he'll only say it one time. And Dan says, either my antenna's up and I hear it, or I don't. And then he blogs it. And he's been blogging for 20 years, and he puts all this stuff in the blogs. Nobody reads it because Dan Smith had a drinking problem. Dan Smith would get on blogs and he would get kicked off, and he was a real. He's apparently got some sort of form of autism. Yeah, well, he's Asperger's. Apparently, he may have Asperger's. So he's kind of a strange sort of character, and plus he believes in the end of the world. He's into eschatology, he's into religion, and he's philosophy. He's got 2 master's degrees in physics, but he has this weird aspect. So everybody goes, it's Dan Smith. Like I'll say, go to Open Minds Forum, Dan Smith. He puts all this stuff, what Ron's telling them every day. But you read it, and it's like reading Shakespeare for the first time. And it's like, oh my God. And people go, I can't read this guy. I'm not, it makes no sense. And if you read it all the time, then you know who the acronyms, because he uses acronyms and code names for people and stuff. And then you start to know what he's talking about, but nobody reads the forum. And so that's how they get the story out, is they use these people like Tom DeLonge to put the story out because it'll bounce around. He's got, apparently last I heard he had raised $200 million. He was going to raise $1 billion. Jacques Vallée is involved in this whole thing. From what I'm told, there's going to be money, millions of dollars, and Jacques Vallée is going to data mine. What they're going to do is they're having 100+ shows. It will run for years. And it's going to be like a trilogy. They're going to have toys and all this kind of stuff. This is the original idea. And they were going to take all these big UFO stories, and Spielberg and J.J. Abrams were involved. They'd raised $200 million, and they're going to put all this stuff out through Tom DeLonge's To the Stars media empire. And Tom DeLonge can make this kind of stuff happen. He's very, very powerful in Hollywood, and he was going to make this sort of stuff happen, and that's what they wanted. But because it's Tom DeLonge, everybody says, Tom DeLonge is this crazy rock star. Don't listen to Tom DeLonge. And the story's going to float around. That's all they want to do. They want it's almost like the trickster thing. They want the story to...
Well, there's another political agenda as well. I feel like Podesta and Clinton were really not deeply interested in UFOs. They were only interested on the surface for some other reason. And now, since this whole election, you've got guys like Stephen Bassett and the Disclosure Movement, and Tom DeLonge unreasonably angry about the what happened at the election. Like they're like viciously going after Trump, which seems a bit. Sure, all of Hollywood's in there as well, but this seems weird in the UFO field. Like why they're so upset, as if there was some faint hope clause that Clinton and Podesta were actually going to make a difference in ufology. So is there some sort of deep state thing going on with the people that are pulling this type of disinformation that you're talking about, and maybe another group that either does or does not agree with what they're doing?
Well, there's going to be a division in the government as to whether to disclose or not. I have a different opinion. I wrote a book on the Clintons and their interest in UFOs. I firmly believe the Clintons are going to do something. I was told Clintons had sightings, and I have heard another one like this as well, that they were deeply interested in UFOs, and I think something would have done. John Podesta, the same thing. I mean, John Podesta was the most powerful Democrat in the country. He did not have to go around talking about UFOs. I mean, this was the most toxic issue of all times. If you remember back in 2008, Dennis Kucinich was asked one question in Philadelphia at a debate, and that was the end of his career. I mean, when he suddenly admitted that he'd seen a UFO and denied that he'd heard voices. So why would John Podesta? This is where I say you got to look at this in perspective. John Podesta is running a $1 billion campaign for president. Hillary is expected to win. He's going to be at the center of power again, as he was in the Clinton administration. And so you have this situation where this is the most toxic issue of all times. And then Lena Dunham does the interview with Hillary Clinton, and she doesn't bring up UFOs, and he does the famous tweet. And he said, "Good interview, Lena. Next time, ask her about the aliens." So if he's not interested in UFOs, if he wants to cover it up, why does he bring it up? I mean, this is the old thing. It's like when you're bringing it up, you're doing something different than covering up. So he says, ask her about the aliens, and you're running $1 billion campaign. If suddenly Trump's campaign had picked up on this and had tried to run it, they could have played at like Hillary and these guys. They're totally crazy, and Podesta, they're wacko people who believe in aliens and stuff like that, and they didn't do it because I absolutely maintain. I argue with Steve about this. Steve didn't agree. I said absolutely put this in front of a focus group. John Podesta is the smartest. Whatever you want to say, he's the smartest guy.
Steve Bassett didn't agree.
Oh, he didn't agree. He had some other, I can't remember what his explanation was for why he put this tweet out. But to me, or no, that the fact there had been a focus group, I said, there's no way he would have put this, because this is like $1 billion. If suddenly her poll numbers went into the 20s, John Podesta would have gone down in history as the stupidest man that ever lived, because he brought up the UFO issue. He had to put it in front of a focus group and realize that it was not a viral issue anymore, that he could bring it up. So he brings it up. And then if you watch the WikiLeaks stuff, what happens is that she's waiting for the question. And nobody asks her. John Podesta actually says online, everybody in Washington read the tweet, ask her about the aliens. And the media doesn't pick up on it. Nobody does anything. And if you remember in the WikiLeaks emails, she's sitting there. She goes on the Kimmel show, November the 5th of 19.
Yeah, but she had to study hard on that. I mean, it was like they made it kind of like, oh, well, she did okay. She even said aerial phenomena correctly or whatever. It just seemed so surface level in a way. I don't know.
Okay, but she had practiced it. Why was she was expecting the question and she got angry because they didn't ask her. She didn't ask the question. So they're preparing for that. I'm showing you. There's a background to this whole thing. This didn't happen randomly that Hillary suddenly started talking about. Hillary never talked about UFOs. Look it up. It's a fact. Okay. She never talked about UFOs. She only answered questions. What they were saying is ask her about UFOs. 3 people asked her, and she was totally open about the whole thing. She talked about everything. In fact, Steve Bassett says, well, she didn't talk about the Rockefeller Initiative. She absolutely talked about the Rockefeller Initiative. She talked about it in 2008. Rob Simone at a $1,000 a plate dinner asked her about the Rockefeller Initiative, and he said she didn't flinch. She didn't bypass the question. She directly said, yes, I was involved. I took the material to the president. Yes, didn't deny anything. In any of her statements, she didn't walk around. She didn't do the George Bush, I'm not going to say nothing thing. She basically was very open. She actually said, they may already be here, which was one of the most dramatic statements any politician's ever made. Everybody can say, yeah, there's ETs out in outer space. It's another thing to say they may actually be here. She was very open about the thing, and she's in a position, no matter what you want to say, because she was in a position that she said, when I get in, I'm going to look into this stuff. She's on the record, so she's going to have to answer for it when she gets in. Trump, on the other hand, didn't say anything. He doesn't have to answer for it. Nobody's going to ask him a UFO question. But
and his uncle, right, went to was in the FBI, and he picked up Tesla's papers after Tesla died. Apparently, his first uncle. So I mean, is the other side of this controlling disclosure so that it doesn't come out, so they can control the narrative and bring, when free energy or some sort of exotic propulsion comes out, that they're in control of that disclosure? Like, I mean, it feels to me like,
wouldn't it be the ultimate irony if Trump was an alien?
Well, again, we go back to the same thing. That's not how you cover it up. You don't cover it up by leaking stuff and telling people stuff. All you do is
that's what I mean. Like, Trump hasn't leaked anything. There's been nothing about him, has there? So maybe he's playing the free energy card, that he's going to be the one to bring about this massive global change of free energy or some sort of exotic technology.
I think they control it already. I mean, it's not free energy. Everything is free energy. Hydro is free. Solar is free. When you bring it out, it's not going to be free. It's going to be machines, and people are going to control it, and it's going to be taxed, and they're going to do whatever. There's no such thing as a free lunch. It's all the same energy.
Well, you know what I mean. I meant like 0 point energy or whatever, something that's not fossil fuel based.
Trump, I mean, this is the thing. You can go on these go-to meetings, and you can ask. Ron's sitting there. He may not answer the question. He's sitting off camera. And I mean, he's the guy to brief Trump. Diane Smith told me he was with Trump every single day. And the original way I've heard about this was that one of the Avery guys, his name is Robert Collins, who was the Condor in the Avery. He's a physicist.
The Collins elite? Is he the one that believes in the demonology part of aliens?
No, he was a physicist at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And he claims to be a contactee, but he was the Avery in the Condor in the Avery. But anyway, he on January the 6th of this year or 7th, he posts on his Facebook site. He puts down, my good friend Ron Pandolfi, who got me an interview with the CIA, has said that Trump is open to disclosure and against disinformation. And I went, whoa, holy cow. Because I knew Ron Pandolfi. I've written about Ron Pandolfi for years. And so immediately I started asking everybody I knew who knew Ron Pandolfi, and I had a lot of people who had interacted with him. For example, Ron Pandolfi. This is something that I now bring up because when people get into the MJ-12, I say, explain this if you don't believe MJ-12 is for real. The MJ-12 document was released in 1987 at the MUFON conference in Washington, D.C. Within hours, Ron Pandolfi brought in Bruce Maccabee, the Navy physicist, into CIA headquarters to give a lecture to a standing room audience at lunchtime to talk about MJ-12 and about the CIA documents. So if you're going to leak it, why would you bring somebody into CIA? If this is disinformation, why would you bring somebody into CIA headquarters to make a lecture on the same thing that you're trying to throw people off? So
good point.
With the Trump thing, what happened was I eventually looked at everybody and like, Bruce Maccabee wouldn't talk to me about it. He just said no, didn't know anything or whatever. And then I went to Dan Smith and he said, oh yeah, I've been blogging about this for months. Give me a phone call. And he gives me his number 4433799 and whatever. And I phoned him up and I said, what's the deal? And I said, did he brief Trump? And he said, yeah, he briefed Trump. And he told me the briefing was done with Ron Pandolfi, James Wosley, who was the CIA director for Clinton, and a guy by the name of Mike Pillsbury, who's an expert on China. I looked him up. And so he said there was all these briefings, and that Trump basically was not interested, but that he was willing to let the program. And that's how the briefings are done. They go into the briefing and the intelligence briefing, and they say, Mr. President, we're doing this. When you put your hand on the Bible at 12 noon, unless you stop us, we're going to still be doing this. And so they tell him, we're doing this thing. And he basically said, according to Ron Pandolfi, what he told Dan Smith, which is all plausible deniability, because Dan Smith says Ron Pandolfi will deny everything he said to me for 26 years, because it's just word of mouth. That's how it works. He said I'm really not interested in this kind of stuff. I got other things to do. But let the program. This program was running before. I heard about this long before Trump got in, that there are 6 teams. There are multiple teams. And for some reason, they are running this thing. And Tom DeLonge is one of the operations. It's run by a CIA guy who briefed the president. His name is Jim Semivan. Ron Pandolfi's running this 6-part Hollywood thing. I'm sure Chase Brandon, because there's 6 shows this year that mysteriously have portals in them, like Twin Peaks and all these shows where suddenly these portals appear. And it's like, where's this coming from? It's got to be somebody like Chase Brandon, who still works in Hollywood, ex-CIA guy, liaison to this, that he's putting this stuff in, and they're dropping this stuff into these documentaries and stuff. And so they told me there's these multiple teams, and I may propose this as a question on Friday, but one of the things was I was basically told this basically started in about January, about the same time as the Tom DeLonge meeting, where John Podesta has this meeting with these high-level, the 2 generals and Lockheed Skunk Works, and they're talking about UFO disclosure. And John, if you remember, Tom DeLonge's thing was he phones up Podesta, and he says to Podesta, okay, I got this big plan. I'm going to do this disclosure thing. I'm going to, I've got these people, whatever. And then John, he said, sounded like John wasn't interested. John just says, okay, let me think about it. And he doesn't hear about him for 2 months, and he figures he's totally gone. And then John phones him up and he says, okay, I'm ready to play. So the question is, what does John do for those 2 months? He checks it out. Who's talking to Tom DeLonge? What's the operation? And I will absolutely assure you, there is an operation to get this thing out. And what may have happened, and I'm just guessing, in November of 2015, if you remember back a couple of months ago, Trump's done it twice, where he talks about we're no longer giving financing to the rebels in Syria. And the media picks up on it, and they said, he's talked about a black operation. It's now declassified. As soon as the president talks about it, it suddenly becomes declassified. In November, right when this has started to happen, when all these teams started to appear, and I say in 42 years, I've never seen what's happened in the last 2 years. All these people, all these stories, all these rumors of all these things that are about to be dropped on the public. And it happens around that time in November 2015. Barack Obama is giving an interview to GQ magazine. And I think he may have declassified the UFO subject, because what happened was, he's asked by the guy, okay, you're the president. Do you ever get the secrets? Do you ever ask for the secrets? And Barack goes into UFOs. He says, everybody always asks me about UFOs, aliens, and Roswell. I just want to let you know that top secret stuff isn't as exciting as you think it is. And so he basically talks about UFOs. And the question is, was that a green light? Because this is about when it all sort of started. This is when this is about the same time as the tweet when John Podesta says, ask her about the aliens. All these things seem to go in operation where the go-to meetings, they're not even hiding this thing. I tell people, watch this meeting. Whatever you think about this, you should watch these. This is the wife of the top guy having these meetings, talking about portals, talking about entanglement, all this kind of stuff. Whatever you think, sit there. Sometimes you got to go through a lot of garbage to get to them for 5 minutes talking about portals. But the thing is, you got to watch this sort of stuff. And the question is, why are they doing all this kind of stuff? Why? And the meeting on Friday is completely in the open. And I tell people, and they say, I'm interested in disclosure. I want to get to the bottom of this thing. And then every time, nobody shows up. It's like I got a list of over 100 people that say, I'd like to go to these meetings and stuff. You can ask any question you want. You can confront them. You can do whatever you want. And the question is, nobody shows up. Most times there's only 14 people, because I got such a huge list. And now I think they're at their limit. They only have to allow 25 people into the meeting based upon their go-to meeting plan or whatever. So you get these people on there, and most people just sit there and watch. Nobody confronts them. Nobody asks questions or whatever. And I've found that they're fairly open. I've got a bunch of people that I got very interested in the thing. One of the producers from Gaia, somebody who wrote for Psychology Today, pretty notorious person, and they've all got interested, and they made contacts, and the Pandolfis are talking to these people. So it's like, why, if you're covering this up, why are you talking to all these people? Why are you open? I could actually go to Ron. I could phone him up. He'd talk to me. No problem.
What time is that? What time is that again?
4:00 Eastern on Friday.
4:00 Eastern. Fuck.
But what we're going to put on, I'm starting to put my stuff on White House UFO YouTube. I'm putting short segments. I've realized that everybody's got a short attention span. So I'm putting all these 10-minute things up on. I have a question like what's the story of Area 51? And then for 10 minutes, I'll talk about Area 51. And what we do is we post those meetings. So sometimes they don't tape them, but I tape them because I think people should see them. And a lot of people say, you got to edit this thing down. This is terrible to watch do this. Because again, it's like Dan Smith. And Dan Smith will start talking about philosophy and all this sort of stuff. And he runs, I call him the puppet. And he actually, in his last post, he sort of got a little upset because I call him the puppet. But he is. It's like you have the puppet master, who's Ron Pandolfi. Well, you have the president tells Ron Pandolfi what to do. Ron Pandolfi's the puppet master. His wife is the assistant puppet master. Dan Smith is a puppet, and I'm a puppet too. And so when Dan Smith starts talking, it's like, somebody get past the puppet. Get past Dan and talk to the princess, because she's the one that knows what's going on. Dan, in terms of portals, he's never been through a portal. He's never seen a portal. He knows no more about portals than I do. But the princess knows everything about portals, and so does Ron Pandolfi. And the thing is to get them, but they're gradually leaking this. And that's why I said when this entanglement thing came up, I go, is this a hint or is this a hint? Because I've always said that's entanglement. I've said the oneness concept, that's how they get here. They're moving through these portals. Everything in space is time. Time and space is connected. It's all one. And they're popping from one part of their universe to the other by going through, knowing how entanglement works.
Wow. Red, you want to jump in and make comments on that?
No, well, I mean, I think that going with the idea that consciousness is the actual building block of reality instead of, energy and matter, I think is the way in which physics is going to move forward in the next 50 years. Jacques Vallée had a very interesting TEDx presentation in Brussels in 2010, in which he talked about that. And he talked about how all of this is somehow also linked to the phenomenon of synchronicities. I don't know that you guys had this guy. What's the name of this guy who has his theories about synchronicities and precognition?
Oh, you put me on the spot. I can't remember.
Dan Davidson?
No, it's not Dan Davidson.
No, Eric Wargo, I think.
Eric Wargo. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, precog being all the evidence for precog, and that really a synchronicity is you're picking up on the emotion of that moment instead of actually the synchronicity happening. It's you picking up on that moment, that emotion.
Grant, what was the name of this scientist? Was it Dr. Eric Clark?
The scientist we dealt with, you mean in the 80s? Yeah. Dr. Eric Walker, former president of Penn State University. Yeah. And he asked us as well. Like, we were asking him about MJ12, because what happened was the same as this. I have a bunch of people who are dealing with the Pandolfis, and I don't really deal with the Pandolfis, same as I didn't deal with Eric Walker. I just interested people and said, you should watch this Dr. Eric Walker. I think he's very important. And a lot of people started to try to do interviews with him, and we just gathered all the material. But at one point, the guy from Great Britain was talking to him and said, what about MJ12? Is it still just 12 groups, 12 guys, and is it still all Americans? And he said, let me ask you a question. What do you know about ESP? This is 2 years before Ben Rich used that expression. What do you know about ESP? Same thing. And the guy didn't have an answer, so he answered his own question. He said, look, unless you understand about ESP and how it works, you will not be taken in by the control group. Very few people understand how it works. And that goes to this sort of basic thing. And even lately, there's been a confirmation, like Jacques Vallée absolutely talks about the consciousness connection. So does John Alexander. And if you look at the latest book that was released by Annie Jacobson, who wrote the famous book on Area 51, she wrote a book now on phenomena, which is the whole story about the CIA and U.S. government working on paranormal phenomena like ESP, remote viewing. She goes through the remote viewing program, and she interviews all these people for her book. She interviews Jacques Vallée. She interviews Hal Puthoff. She interviews John Alexander. She interviews all these people, and they're all the same people that are in the UFO thing. And Dan Smith and I were sort of laughing. The only person's name that wasn't mentioned in her book was Ron Pandolfi, but all the rest of these clowns, they're all in there. And it's because it's all connected. They're all the same thing. And she's talking about phenomenology, about, this sort of psychic phenomena, remote viewing and stuff. And it's the same players, because it's all the same thing. So that's sort of a critical thing that I think when you get on that track, then things start to make sense. Like, how do they go through walls? How can they become a ball and go into a being? And how does this all work? Things start to make sense. And I learned it by accident. Not by accident, by chance. And with this download experience, I never would have been into consciousness. I'd never thought of it. I just, this thing popped into my head during this Colin Andrews lecture, and suddenly it all made sense to me. But I think that's where ufology has to move, and that's why I think the portal idea is so critically important. Rather than, even Jacques Vallée has this important stuff that he does with the metal stuff, which it goes to the fact that this is for real and that this is probably non-human intelligence and there's somebody visiting us and stuff like that. But once you accept that, and I accepted that back in May 1975, because I was right up front and in my face. So I got past that and always wanted to know, how does it all fit together and what's the answer to it? And it all comes down to the thing that it's got to do with reality. How does the world work, and how, is it all connected? Is it all one? Is it all space? Even the idea, just a simple thing of space, that people assume it's a physical world. You basically sort of go based upon what you see, and they think everything's physical. And then you realize that it's like 10 to the 52nd all space compared to matter. The atom is all space, and then the subatomic particles are all space, and everything's all space. And then you say, well, how hard could it be for a person that's all space to go through a wall that's all space? Well, if you understand how the world actually works, then it starts to make sense. Oh, I see what they're doing. It's like, it's not as magical as it looks. That they just understand things about how the world works that we don't. Or as Mark Twain says, it ain't the things that you don't know that get you in trouble. It's the things that you believe that just ain't so.
Yeah, well said. So what do you see after being involved with the UFO research?
And you're not getting
for so many years.
It's
like, this is like The Godfather. You only if you get the keys of death from a grave. To get out.
Yeah.
So what do you see in the future? Maybe 5 of 10 years. And let's forget for a moment the whole thing about waiting for disclosure, because for me, I have to admit, it's kind of an annoying topic. It's like waiting for the second coming of Christ.
Yeah, I agree.
What do you see in the field? Do you see moving forward? Do you see people who are still embedded in the nuts and bolts side of the argument starting to come around and starting to embrace these quote-unquote wacky ideas about consciousness and information and entanglement and whatnot?
Yeah, that's the way I see it going. In fact, I think there's some good things that show that we're actually getting somewhere. There was a meeting that took place when we were at Shasta. There was a meeting that took place in Arizona. I don't know if you're familiar with it. There was 13 or 19 scientists. I can't remember. Schwartz was one of them. Diana Hennessy Powell was the one I know. She's famous for doing, and she's been involved with the UFO thing. She was famous for doing ESP experiments with autistic kids. She has this one girl, Haley, who hit 162 numbers in a row right in an ESP experiment. And she talked about this meeting that took place in Arizona. This is last month, where 13 scientists signed a declaration that the materialistic paradigm is dead.
Wow.
That consciousness is the basis of the universe, and for all different reasons. Not all these people agree for the same reasons, but they basically said, and so when you get these high-level scientists that have moved over to this thing, you can see that it's made, because most scientists won't move, even if they believe it, they won't move because you're going to lose your grants, you're going to lose your reputation, you're going to lose your job. It's not a place you want to go. Same as a politician. So you have this move where these people have made this move over, and I think it's going to be like the way I describe it is, because I do describe the same thing about disclosure. I wrote in Managing Magic, I give the 64 reasons that they've decided not to tell you the truth. And I say that if you got the 64 reasons, if you were the president and I gave you the briefing, you wouldn't disclose either. There's no benefit in disclosing. So what they're doing is they're doing this gradual acclimatization thing. It's going to be like gays. When did gays actually sort of get treated like human beings? When did that sort of change? And you go, well, I don't know when it was, 10 years, 15 years, I don't remember. Or, like when did African Americans sort of get treated normally? Well, it's that sort of thing where it's sort of gradually happening that people are sort of accepting it. Where, and that's what, when I was talking, I was giving this theory that the government is gradually acclimatizing us to this whole fact. Because you look back, they've been doing this since day one. I tell the story in Managing Magic. I said, if you think they're covering this up, you got to realize that Kenneth Arnold, the very first guy that had the sighting, he was like more famous than Eisenhower because of this sighting, and he was around the world and stuff. The 4th Air Force came in and gave him photographs and tried to assure him that these were legitimate photographs. And his daughters come out now with these 8x11 things look like close-up daylight photographs of flying saucers, where they're giving them this stuff. I mean, if you want to cover up, you're gonna do that kind of stuff. They've been gradually leaking this stuff all the time, based upon the Brookings report, and according to Bigelow, there's a number of groups that have done these studies that basically say you cannot drop this thing on the public. You got to acclimatize people. So they're going to continue to do this acclimatization thing where they drop the portal idea, and then this Friday they're going to drop the entanglement thing, and they're just sort of floating these ideas, and they're basically indirectly telling you how this thing works, because the president, it's suicide. If the president stands up and makes a statement, I mean, he might as well commit suicide on national TV, because it's over, because there's so many things they can't control, so many things they really... Jim Semivan, for example, the guy who is running the Tom DeLonge operation, John Alexander apparently got a briefing from him, and John, I think, denies this, but got a briefing, and he said, no, this stuff's for real. It's all for real. And John, of course, always says, I've talked to all the 3-letter agencies, and I really don't believe that there's anybody that's... that knows what's going on. And so, of course, he said to Semivan, he said, well, who's running the show then? And Semivan said, they are. And then Semivan told the story about the president being abducted. And the president was the only one that was abducted. They froze a news conference, and the president was taken out of a news conference and then brought back. And then he came and said, I was abducted. And nobody else knew it. It was only the president knew he'd been abducted. And according to Semivan, the reason they did it is the same reason they do all the weird stuff they do, is just to show everybody who's in charge. We're shutting down nuclear weapons. We're starting up nuclear weapons. We're abducting people. We're Secretary General, grab the Secretary General, just to give you an idea. And those kind of things nobody controls. They can't put the president up to say, they're flying around at will. We can't control them. They're doing all this kind of stuff. And so I agree that there's never going to be disclosure, but there definitely is this gradual thing where I have never seen so much stuff being dropped. I mean, even the fact that these high-level guys, our names are exposed and nobody goes after them. Same as Chase Brandon. Chase Brandon comes out in 2012. He's the second most powerful guy inside the CIA to talk publicly on behalf of the CIA as liaison to Hollywood. He comes on coast to coast, and in front of millions of people, he said, I just want to let you know that Roswell was real, it was extraterrestrial, and there were bodies. And nobody chases him. Nobody even goes after him.
Why even bother with the slow drip of disclosure then and the leakage? I mean, why bother? Is it that karmic thing that we're, sort of like the dark arts or more of the occult thing where if you release the karma if you're telling somewhat of the truth or why?
That may be part of it. Yeah, maybe part of it. That's not what I see. The guy before Ron Pandolfi was Kit Green. And Kit Green is mentioned at length. If you look at Andy Jacobson's book, Phenomena, which is on New York Times bestseller list, she has a long interview with Kit Green, and Kit Green actually talks about working with experiencers. He's working with experiencers and with highly psychic people, and they have the same brain patterns, and they have the same marker inside their DNA, and he's very open about this stuff. He's basically saying he's got, I think he told her 70, but I've heard as many as 100 people. And I know some of the people that are like the two guys from Reynolds from Forest are part of people who've been injured by UFOs. And they've all been through. Kit Green has done their DNA and done all this kind of stuff. And he's on the record that he's doing this. So they asked Kit Green, there was the guy who wrote, what was the book called? The Mirage Men. And he had the whole idea that it was all disinformation. The whole thing's just disinformation. And he's interviewing Kit Pilkington. And he gives the interview to Kit Green. And this is the interview where he says the hair starts to stand up on the back of his neck. He starts to sweat. He can't believe what Kit Green's saying. And Kit Green's talking about Serpo. And Kit Green says, no, don't throw it out. I mean, it's just there's classified material in there. And then Kit Green says, and this is the key, what would you do if you were in charge? I mean, it's fine to sit on the outside and say, oh, they should do this, they should do that, I do this. But if you're on the inside, it's completely different because suddenly it's you that's going to go down if this thing all goes south. You're the guy that's going to be, hanging from the gallows. And so he says, what would you do if you had to deal with this story? Well, what you do is you put all these memes out and you say, oh, there's reptilians and they're eating our kids and this is going on and that's going on. You put all these crazy memes out. And then when the story breaks, it's just the core story. And the core story was formed by Kit Green, Jacques Vallée, and Hal Puthoff in 1987 in a Denny's restaurant. This is the idea that, yes, there are beings that are here. There's been a crash, and we're not doing very, very much with back engineering the craft. That's the core story. So Kit Green says, oh, it just turns out to be the core story. And everybody goes, what? You mean they're not eating our kids? And then you go, no, they're not eating our kids. And they go, well, what's the big deal then? It's this acclimatization thing. It's like the gay thing. It's like the African-American thing. You sort of get everybody because when the consciousness gets to a certain level, everybody's going to make the right decision. Everybody's thinking about it. And all the aliens are trying to do, because the aliens are doing gradual disclosure too. The aliens wanted us to know what was going on. They'd land on the White House lawn and tell us. They're not. They're doing the drip, 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 the little breadcrumbs, little piece here, little piece there. Nothing makes sense. They're making you think through this thing. And both of them are doing the same thing, is this gradual acclimatization. You don't want people back in 1947 not knowing everything. You're getting to the point now where most people will say, yeah, there's extraterrestrial life. We can see planets. Yeah, I mean, it's probably true, but, well, whatever, And it's moving to that point where it's not. I remember 75. I mean, it was like just all there was sightings. And there was no abductions, there was no crashes, there was none of this stuff. All that stuff is basically, in a large part, been leaked by the government to us. And they're basically setting up the story of what this is about and protecting the classified material. Because in the end, when it comes to government is in separation. They don't believe in oneness. They believe in separation. The Venezuelans are bad. We're going to destroy them. We're going to destroy North Koreans and the Iranians, and the Chinese are bad and the Russians are bad. And it's me versus you, good versus bad. And so the government wants this thing where we're going to use the technology, because there's all these bad guys. We're the light on the hill. We're God's gift to the world. We're going to bring everybody freedom and democracy and, McDonald's and Jesus. And we're going to do all this kind of stuff. And we have to have that technology. We can't give it to Al-Qaeda. We can't give it to ISIS. We can't give it to the Chinese. We have to have the technology, and it has to be used for weapons, because that's the way a lot of our technology, GPS, all this kind of stuff has come through military technology. And that's the process they've got. So they keep it classified. And eventually that material will will filter into the public, the technology. But first of all, we're going to use it to kill people with.
So how much time do you think we got then? I mean, like Red's question of the future of this and putting disclosure aside, which, you know, so what?
Yeah.
Okay. Like so there's all these people like our groups and like the ones you were in there that are going out and making some sort of contact ourselves. Like, to me, that's growing at an exponential rate.
Oh yeah.
So what are we talking? 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? What do you think before?
Well, it depends which group you're talking about. You're still going to have the group that's simply not going to believe it at any cost.
Yeah.
And that's the idea behind the gradual disclosure. And I've heard this from the government, and I've also heard this about the aliens, is that you always want to allow the skeptics to walk away. It's not where you're going to confront everybody, where worldviews start to shatter and people suddenly realize. Scientists are going to be the worst affected, because scientists are suddenly going to realize that almost everything they believe is wrong. The materialistic paradigm that runs the world is wrong.
That's academia.
And
that's really, yeah.
And so that's the thing, is you don't want to, you want people to walk away. So it's this gradual thing. So there's certain groups, like there's our groups, which are basically there already, who understand that this is for real and it's just a matter of time. But you're going to have groups that don't really believe, where even, Danny Sheehan tells a story where the one guy said, even if it was true, I wouldn't believe it. I mean, people who are, their vested interest, where, like Max Planck said, science advances one funeral at a time. So whether it's disclosure, whether it's science, it's going to move very slowly, where it's just going to gradually, I think it's going to be like gay marriage or African-American rights and stuff like that, where it's just sort of going to happen, and people are, but the key thing of a disclosure by the aliens where they actually show the craft and stuff, I can't see that. I do know this portal thing, if it is what they describe, is really going to change things. Because if they do show Joe Firmich's portal, and they do show this operation of a portal, I think there's going to be some shakeup. I mean, people are going to be, because this is not a guy on the street. This is Joe Firmich, who's a big-time guy, who's got a lot of money, who's well-known in America. That, I think, is going to shake it in terms of realizing that, wow, I mean, this materialistic paradigm may be wrong. These people may be right. I don't know what they're going to do. They say 2 episodes. So that can't just be a little talk about portals. It's got to be a little more complex. And yet NASA's talking about portals. NASA has actually admitted that there are portals. And they have it in sort of a more scientific term of these things occur just for a couple seconds or whatever. But this is... and that's the problem with the government, is what do you do if you're the government? You give the president the option. You can either let us run this gradual thing for another 5 years, or roll the dice and hope the stock market doesn't melt down, and that, people don't panic. Because as I say, when it actually becomes reality that you don't need oil, I mean, you don't need anybody to panic. All you need is someone to say, man, if I short the stock market, I'm going to make a killing. And you're going to get a bunch of computers shorting the stock market, and then you're going to get people with stop losses, and they're going to hit their 10%, and they're going to start selling. And what do you do? How do you turn it around? Because at 9/11, they shut the stock market, and you could turn it around by saying, okay, somebody stands up on a plane, tries to hijack, well, shoot them. But there's nothing to turn this around. Once it's out, it's out. Once you spilt the milk, I maintain, and that's why I sort of agree that the gradual thing is the way to go. And the longer you drag it out, the less problems you're going to have.
Red?
I see no disclosure of any sort of. You asked me for a date, so one X conference, Steve Bassett asked me, when do you think it's going to be disclosure across the panel of speakers, and it went for 6 months, a year, and I said 2042, and Steve was not happy. that I would say this in front of the whole audience. Gradual disclosure is big time. I can absolutely assure you. This drip, I have never in my life seen anything like it. In terms of the fact they're doing this right in the open, and just nobody's paying, like Chase Brandon, nobody's following up on these generals. It happens, and they're doing it right in the open, and they're not even scared to talk about it. They're right out in the open. They're not even hiding it anymore.
Yeah, I think I agree. I mean, an essay I wrote, I said that to me it's easier to envision the death of the nation state as we currently know it, than to see those nation states admit to the existence of a phenomenon that has escaped their control all those years. The nation states are 300 years old. The phenomenon has been entangled to us for forever, thousands or maybe tens of thousands of years. So this is a long game.
Yeah, and the other thing I mentioned actually Trump just confirmed it yesterday. I'm doing these little 10-minute things. The one I wanted to do is I've done an article on it. Are aliens commies? And I say, yeah, basically they are. Because if you take a look at yesterday, he makes the big speech at the UN, and he said he puts down socialism. Socialism has ruined all these countries and all this kind of stuff. And in terms of the countries he picked, they were very devastated. Same as if you take the real capitalist countries like, Somalia, where they have no rules, no regulations, no government, nothing. I mean, you can take that, but he basically says that this is horrible. So the question is, I mean, if you look at aliens, it's basically a hive. It's basically you put into the system what you can contribute, and you take out only what you need. That's called socialism. That's the whole idea of like a kibbutz in Israel, or like a colony like we have here in Canada with the Mennonites, where nobody really controls anything. If you look at aliens, there's really nothing physical. I mean, people talk about them stealing gold and stuff. I say, have you ever seen any experience you talk about aliens with jewelry? They have no jewelry. They have no designer clothes. No designer clothes, no leather furniture on the couch, on nothing. There's nothing. They don't seem to sleep. They don't seem to eat. There really seems to be nothing physical about them. And it's all about this thing about just everybody's doing a job. And so you can imagine Donald Trump, if suddenly it's announced that this is for real, and these guys want us all to be one. The Americans aren't any better than anybody else. We're all just one. We're all the same thing. I mean, nationalism is the last refuge of scoundrels. There's no way the United States is going to give up the fact that we are just another human being, and that the aliens are better than us, and that we should all share. And because the way it works now, instead of the hive, it works on the capitalist model. It's rape, pillage, kill, and steal. It's like you take out as much out of the system as you can, and you get a lawyer and an accountant, and you put in as few as dollars into taxes back into the system as you can. It's exactly the opposite of what the alien model is. So if this alien model does become accepted, that this is for real and this is how their system works, I mean, you think that he hates Mexicans. You can imagine what he's going to say about aliens when it becomes public, what kind of political system they seem to have. And there's no doubt that seems to be the system they have, that it's this hive mentality thing where everybody's working for the one.
Yeah, something to think about. How maybe they're waiting for us, to totally obliterate all these institutions that prevents us to work as one people. I'm not only talking about institutions like churches and banks and governments and whatnot, maybe even something like, the nuclear family.
Yeah. And for strangely, I mean, the Trump has gone exactly the opposite. I mean, he's basically breaking down all this stuff. Like before, you would have thought, well, we're sort of getting there. It's sort of like we're going to, stop the war. We'll trade instead of fight and stuff like that. And it's just bizarre how it's completely gone the other way. And yet when you look at it through this good evil thing, the idea is that maybe Trump was manifested, that we manifested Trump. We sort of brought him into our reality because everybody was going to sleep, and he's here to wake us up, that we're running out of time. And then you get these, 3, 5 level hurricanes coming through and stuff like that. And you start to look at it and say, well, maybe all this stuff is maybe for the good, that it's getting out there, because it was kind of surprised me that he would be so unravel all the stuff that seems to be part of, even in the UFO field. People talk about that. People always think that, you go to a UFO meeting and people are showing UFO photographs and talking to, and it's always this discussion that we have, like, how does the world work? What's reality? Is there a God? It goes down to the basic reality of what's actually going on, that the UFO phenomena forces you to think about life, that you realize that we don't really, it's not a simple life like we think it is. It's more complex, and you start thinking like, well, what is really going on? Like, what is actually, where do we come from? Where are we going? And what's this UFO thing? So in that way, I'm always glad that I was involved in the field.
Yeah, it's like what you said. I think you wrote it in one of the books you signed for me or something about if UFOs was the sporting event or whatever, we're living at the Super Bowl, or I mean, you really make that
Super Bowl of all stories, and people sort of forget that all the time.
But I mean, I also think with Trump and the globalist thing is, I mean, I used to be more of, at heart, more of a socialist or globalist, and I used to think that nationalism was sort of, out of touch. But I mean, after learning about how the globalist thing is working and some of the intentions behind it, I mean, it doesn't seem genuine. So I mean, maybe we need to revamp this whole thing and get to more of a, maybe that's what's happening here. And it's tearing down the system. It's like, well, it shouldn't work either way. It's got to work a better way where, we can be national if we want and global at the same time. Instead of funneling funds through NGOs and all these other there's so much money laundering going on with the globalist system as it is right now. Like, that's not healthy either.
Although they're going to get it
replacing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, replacing nationalism for corporativism is definitely not the idea.
Right.
Getting rid of nation states in order to only have multinational corporations that can do whatever they please. That's definitely not the way that globalism should be built.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, Grant, do you think that private corporations are involved in all of this?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, for sure. That's what they've done. Like, Ron Pandolfi was the guy that shut down the remote viewing program in 1995. But what I say, what they're doing, same with the Blue Book, is what you're doing is moving it from the white world to the black world. And the black world is all run by contractors because you don't have to file the documents that you do when you're a government. And so you run it through giant corporations. And that's the way they've done it almost since World War II, is that you get these corporations that control the stuff, and they produce the military technology, and then they as well spin out the civilian technology. So that's the system they've used, and absolutely that it's all controlled, like Lockheed Skunk Works. But people think that Lockheed Skunk Works, like these guys are running the president. And the key thing about Trump that shows that I say to people, I mean, if you think the president isn't running the show, do you actually think that Donald Trump is reporting to a cabal, that, he's saluting to someone else? I mean, you take a look at Lockheed Skunk Works, the supposedly back engineer flaying saucers. I mean, he got upset at him one day and tweeted, that they're ripping people off to the F-35, and their stock went up $4 billion in 2 days. I mean, he could just take these people off the map. He's got so much power. That's the way you hide it. So you move it from the white world to the black world, where you can do this stuff out of the eyes of the public, and people make money out of the thing, and they're willing to keep it secret by doing this. Absolutely. Once you got it in government, I mean, it leaks like a sieve, and they've used this all the way through the whole thing. Like the other book that Annie Jacobson wrote was the book on DARPA, where she talks about how this actually works. It's kind of strange because she almost won the Pulitzer Prize for this book on DARPA and Jason, and I wrote about that in my first book, Connected with UFOs, in 1989, and that's basically how they work it, where you have DARPA that was started in 1958 after the Sputnik happened, and America said we're never ever going to get caught technologically caught by these people, and therefore they set this thing up, and it's got a $3 billion budget, and they have 120 project managers, and each project manager has like $150 million budget for research, and they can sort of buy up a lab. So they can go into a lab and just buy up the lab, and whatever research they're doing, or 2 or 3 labs, and they finance those labs, because that's how labs are financed in the United States. In their big science labs are all financed by the military, because that's the only place you can get the money.
Department of Energy Department of Energy funds a lot of them.
Yeah, and so that's they're beholden to these things, and so if you got $150 million budget and you got 120, I can absolutely guarantee you there's a couple of them who are working on free energy and UFOs, because that is their motto is we take science fiction and make it fact. And so it doesn't really matter. You don't have the problem that you have in the normal scientific world, where you don't dare talk about UFOs because you're going to lose your job, or you're going to get, lose your funding or whatever. You can think whatever you want in DARPA, and that's what they want. The most unbelievable thoughts ever, and let's run these things and see if we can develop this kind of stuff. So that's where all this technology is being built, and that all goes through private labs and through contractors to build the stuff, and that's the way it's worked for them, and it's worked and they've kept it secret. People always think they're. Yeah.
It's worked that way since the early 1900s when Bell Labs started. They called it the Idea Factory. They were incentivized to think out of the box, to just sit in their offices and dream up ideas and inventions and how to put all this stuff in practice. I mean, that was the culture back then. They had thousands of scientists working in the early 1900s at Bell Labs developing shit, out of curiosity.
And you just protect them from the people laughing at them. And lots of people are as interested as you and I. They can see that if you look at the UFO phenomena, there could possibly be some technology there. These people all can't be lying.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fascinating.
Yeah. It is, as I tell people, it is the biggest, if you understand what's going on, this is the biggest story of all times. And I always use the Wayne Dyer thing. I try to say thank you 3 times every day that I got to play in this story rather than being some untouchable in the streets of Calcutta looking for something valuable enough to sell for food for tomorrow. I got to play in the biggest story of all times. And I think this is absolutely fantastic story connected to the other stories that I think are very important, like lucid dreaming and the idea of consciousness, that this is the future of everything that is. It's just, you'll start to understand how the world actually works. We just are making all sorts of bad assumptions about how things work, and the UFO thing has woke me up, and I'm sure it's woke up a lot of other people to realize, like, wow, this is an unbelievably magnificent universe.
Yeah. So you talked about trying to get out of the field, but it doesn't sound like you can. Yeah. I mean, are you gonna? So you got a couple other books to write. What are you gonna? What's your next steps then? I mean, really, can you stay in without getting involved at the level that you were with the?
Yeah, that's my plan. I'm planning to do the Shasta book because it's very simple. Because I've got a lot of this stuff on tape, and I'll just transcribe the tapes and with these witnesses what they said, put that out, and then I've got the music book that came from the other message I got from an alien from Chris Bledsoe, and that book's been ready for a year and a half, and I still haven't released it. And now I got to give me a whole bunch more
material, or what?
Somebody who's actually really good at music said, started looking and gave me about 20 in like 5 minutes. I'm like, you got it. So they started giving me stuff. I said, okay, I'll update the book, and then we'll put it out. But the book I want to do is, it was another download I got, which was this idea, this thing about reality. How does reality work? So what had happened to me, I was walking in Winnipeg, I'm walking downtown, and I suddenly got this idea, I call it the UFO equation, that it's when you do high school mathematics where you have to show your work or you get 0 for the answer. Even if you got the right answer, you get 0. You have to show your work so they can see, did you add when you're supposed to subtract? And what the idea came into my head is there's a lot of things that we sort of assume, and we are adding and sort of supposed to subtracting. So the prime one is the one we've talked about tonight. Is the world consciousness-based or is it matter-based? So if you believe it's matter-based, I say there's no way you're ever going to solve the UFO problem, because that's the whole thing. You're adding when you're supposed to subtracting. You can do all the calculations you want if you got that one assumption. The other and then I do the one is it the good evil thing, the whole thing in science, explaining versus explaining versus describing. Most people think that science is explaining things. They aren't explaining anything. They're describing. They're describing what's happening. They're saying this happens, like a cell dividing. This happens. All they're doing is describing what's happening. They're not explaining anything. So we're making these all sort of assumptions. And I got 24 in my head, like within minutes, all these assumptions. That's the book luckily I did an outline of the book. That's the book I really want to do, because it has some key things that I think of, or even the thing about light versus darkness. People think there's light and darkness. No, there's only light. And the absence of light is darkness. Darkness is not a thing unto itself. It's just the absence of light. These sort of assumptions that when you start looking at things, these sort of core features of the universe and get them right, then everything sort of changes. And I got 24 of these in my head within a couple minutes. I remember it was kind of cold. I was sitting on this street and I'm madly writing these things down as they came into my head. That's the book I'd really like to do. And that goes to this consciousness thing. When I had my consciousness download, that just fascinated me so much. Like the savant thing. I thought I even convinced Gaia to do a show on savants. That is the most amazing thing. These savants who can multiply 6-digit numbers in their heads and they can't button their shirts and stuff like that.
Yeah, that might be the easiest way to prove it, really.
Oh, that is just fascinating stuff. And in fact, there's a woman who wrote a famous book on savants, is one of the people who's now dealing with Ron Pandolfi's wife. She was so fascinated with the story she wanted to do a book with me. And I said, no, they know I'm doing the book with you. They're not going to talk to you. So go ahead. And she wrote for Scientific Today and New York Times. And so there's a couple of people on the inside who are working on this kind of stuff. But I want to do the core thing, what it's all about. It's related to UFOs. UFOs got me there, is to start looking at how does the world really work. And because we basically, most people grow up and like you go to university. Why do you go to university? Not to learn stuff, because you need the piece of paper, because you're going to make more money if you got a law degree or a PhD. And all you do is like, you repeat what they tell you to repeat. Nobody's really thinking. Nobody's really doing any analysis. So we've come on to a lot of stuff that isn't true, that's taught to us, and everybody just sort of accepts it. And some of these just popped into my head as we got this wrong, almost like the Mark Twain. It's not the things that you don't know that kill you. It's the things you assume that are true that just ain't so.
Yeah.
And that's the book I'd really like to work on. But again, as I say, like every time I try to get out, like the Hillary Clinton book, I got dragged back in. I was out, and then Hillary Clinton started talking about UFOs, and I had written like 60 or 70 pages on the Clintons and their involvement. So I did the Hillary Clinton book, thought I was out. And then, I got dragged in on the, when Tom DeLonge, because Tom DeLonge started talking about evil aliens. And I said, well, somebody's got to put the opposite story. I mean, if he puts out this thing and he's got all this power, everybody's going to believe aliens are evil and we're going to start launching nuclear weapons and stuff like this. And somebody's got to tell the other side of the story. Plus, I've seen it before. And that was the book. Is every year they've done this. Tom DeLonge, Walt Disney, Robert Emenegger, the Avery, they've done it over and over. They just keep playing the same story again, Chase Brandon, and it goes over and over again. And I said, I want to put them all in a book so everybody can actually look 1947, 1948, 1949. Wow. And you start looking and going like, oh, yeah, they are doing this every year. This is the same story. And the story gets out, it floats around, and then somebody yells, hoax, or Tom DeLonge's an idiot, or John Lear's an idiot, and everybody runs for the hills. Yeah, Area 51's a hoax. And as I point out in my lecture, Area 51 was on a flow chart in 1988, long before Area 51 broke. It was on the UFO Cover-Up Live documentary on a flow chart. And the same as the Parapsychology Research Unit under the DIA was on that flow chart in 1988. It was not declassified till 1995. So you can clearly see that they're leaking this kind of stuff, putting it out, as they do with every other story. They've leaked stories on everything else. It's the old idea that they tell the story, and it's like the victors write the history. So it's going to be their version. They know history's got to be written, and they want to write their version of history, how it all unfolded.
Yeah. Wow, that's interesting. So, Red, do you have any last questions for Grant before we sort of start wrapping this up?
I think the only question remaining is what brand of coffee do you buy, Grant? Because my God, we've been talking for 2.5 hours, and it feels like
it's mind blowing. It's mind blowing.
Well, that's why I say, like, when I got these 7-minute interviews, it's like, oh, give me a break. I drink McDonald's coffee. I make jokes. Me and Chris Bledsoe, the experiencer, we have this thing. We spend 3 times a day going to McDonald's drinking coffee. So that's the coffee I drink.
No, I mean, I really appreciate you going around to all, talking about your experiences and then getting into the, the government stuff again and the consciousness aspect. Like it's really a wealth of information, and it covers all the different areas.
Yeah, it has been numerous different things. And that's why I feel privileged that I sort of got to do this, because almost everything that I did, I never decided to do it. I mean, the music book came from Chris Bledsoe phoning me up and saying, the aliens have a message for you, the messages in the music. And the Clinton book happened because, I had done the Clinton thing and she started talking. And the Shasta thing happened because I happened to be going and this phone call came across on the cell phone in the middle of Nevada. Everything, my initial sighting. I mean, I didn't want to see a UFO. I had no intention of seeing a UFO. And the thing flies right in front of the car. And I'm going like, what's the chances this thing would fly right in front of the car? It was almost like, we need you to hear. We need you to do it, because I didn't go out, and then they get caught on the ground and allow a TV crew to catch them jumping off the ground. And so it's never been something I decided. The download experience, I was listening to Colin Andrews, and I was thinking about going across the river to Bullhead City to go to the library. I wasn't even paying attention to the lecture, and it was this zoning out thing. It's like shutting the left brain down, and suddenly you pop into the other form of consciousness. This sort of collective consciousness.
The relaxation response,
Yeah, and you pop in there, and it's like experiencers. 40% of all experiencers say at some point during their experience they had the answer to everything in the universe. It's that idea that everything is out there, and it's just how can you hack the computer? How can you get the password to get on the computer and get the answer? And that's where the UFO thing is. They've allowed people into this world and downloading stuff into people that this material is all out there and there's a way to get it. But I never, almost anything I did, I never intended to do it. I was dragged into one rabbit hole after another.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I know what you mean. I had my life-changing UFO experience. I got in contact with a couple of the ladies that I was with at the time, and it didn't even faze them. They were like, wow, we just chalked it up to too many beers or something like that, and they just forgot all about it, and I was just blown away. So it was really interesting for me to make that contact 20-something years later, and it's a completely different experience.
Yeah, it's almost like the obsession, where it's almost like that may be part of the plan, that people are in this field. It's like we always made the joke, because I've been in it for 42 years, and I remember people would quit, and they'd say, oh, this guy quit. And we'd all go, don't worry, he'll be back. It's like, everybody comes back. And it's true. It's like this obsession that you can't, and everybody has their family doesn't really believe them. Their friends really laugh at them and stuff like that. And people go, I don't really care. I mean, it's like this obsession. It's almost like they know how to do it. They know how to make you think and to make you decide that this is for real and get you obsessed in this sort of thing. Whereas the American military, it's like, why don't the aliens come down and actually just land on the White House lawn and tell us to go on? Because that's the American plan. We're going to go to Iraq and we're going to give them Jesus and McDonald's and democracy, and we're going to tell them how to live their lives and stuff. And within, a couple of months, they're in a green zone where they only come out with huge armored personnel characters, because everybody's going to shoot them the aliens know how to do it. They've probably done this 1,000 times on 1,000 different planets. They know exactly how to leak this story. Whereas we think that we just go in there and tell everybody how to live their lives. And that's why I would say to people, why the aliens don't come? Because they're not Santa Claus. They're doing something different. They're not here to give us anything or to, whatever. They're here it's all messaging. And it's indirect messaging, and it's making people obsessed with the thing. And you and I and all these people are the people who are carrying the message. For whatever reason we got dragged into it, we can't let it go, and we are the people who are raising the consciousness of the world. And when the consciousness gets high enough, then everybody's going to suddenly decide, this is pretty much for real, and everybody's going to go along with it. It's a gradual acclimatization, gradual acclimatization. Yep.
Wow. So I guess, Grant, thanks for coming on. And do you want to just mention again how people can contact you and stuff like that? Just at the end of the show here, White House. What was it? White House
UFO.
Yep.
At gmail.com.
Okay.
And there's a meeting Friday. I'll probably be sending out the. They only announced the link a couple hours before. I don't know why they do that. Everything seems to have a sort of a weird plan to what they're doing, because it doesn't seem to be the way to advertise, to release the link about 3 hours before. So if they give me that, I'll give them that, and I'll actually update them on this disclosure, because last 2 weeks ago they lost the portal. Now Ron Pandolfi's wife is, what I'm told, yesterday by Dan, and I got the country confirmed by a friend who's in contact, is in Switzerland at this very moment, helping the Swiss to initiate a portal.
Wow.
So this is the kind of stuff. You can't make this stuff up. It's like science fiction.
Oh yeah, it's unbelievable.
And they're doing this thing, and they're doing this thing right in the open. You can go on to these meetings, and you can ask her, were you in Switzerland doing a portal? Now she may answer it, she may not. But this is the kind of stuff they're leaking, and it's just like, whether it's true or not, it's just so bizarre. It's like, and especially when you realize who these people are. They're not, some woman in, downtown, New York City,
Sedona or something. Yeah.
Yeah. These are people in Washington D.C.
So, is this every Friday then? Because this isn't going to come out. This isn't going to come. This is going to come out after this Friday's one. So.
Yeah. Well, the people that want can get the link from me.
Yeah. Okay.
And they can attend. But I'm going to put on my White House UFO YouTube channel.
Right. Okay.
After.
Okay.
I'll post what happens there. Sometimes they're kind of boring meetings. Or the last meeting they got into, people were talking about their UFO sightings and stuff, and I'm going like, come on, I've got all these first-time people that I've talked these people into coming. This is the greatest thing. And quit goofing around. Quit, doing all this.
Get to the portals.
So I think, get to the portals. I don't want to see people's UFO sightings. You can have other meetings. Especially when you have these high-level people.
Yeah,
and people have a chance to ask them questions. So that's the thing I think is most important, to sort of watch this story. And I do have some high-level people who are watching this story unfold. And so if you get up this, I do updates where I basically say, this is the latest thing to happen. you don't even have to go to meetings. There's stuff happening every day. It's the most bizarre story ever.
Okay, good. And then how do people buy your book, your Charlie Red Star book?
Just go to my Amazon, put my name in Amazon.com and my website. My author page will come up there.
Yeah.
And it's all there. So.
All righty. Well, thanks so much for coming on again and for spending so much time with us. And if you're
thanks for your interest.
Yeah, and if you're in Calgary, swing by and we'll go meditate under the stars one day with a group of people.
Yeah, I was just there a couple of weeks ago, coming back from Shasta, but we were zipping through. So I was supposed to do the dowsing society there.
Oh yeah,
and there's a big music group that wants me. There's apparently a huge music group. They're interested in my download music stuff.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That I guess they've had some experiences, and I heard it was maybe 50 people or something. So. We'll do that. We'll do yours, and we'll do these two people, and it pays off to make the 13-hour trip from Winnipeg over there, and we'll get together and we'll do a skywatch.
Right on, buddy.
And you make them land. I need them in the bush.
Okay. Thanks. All right, buddy. Okay, talk to you soon, Grat.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, tonight, so we've got Red Pill Junkie with us, kind of as per usual, but we've also got Greg Bishop, one of Red's favorite Forteans, with us, and he's got a new book out, It Defies Language, and that's Essays on UFOs and Other Weirdness. And you guys probably heard of Greg already. He's host of Radio Mysterioso, and he was also editor of Excluded Middle magazine. Kind of touches on a lot of the same stuff we do. Very interesting conversations he has over there, and it's really a pleasure to finally get to chat with you, Greg. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here.
Yeah, it's great to chat with you. I've been listening to some of your shows, and so much of it resonates with the kind of, I don't know, my way of thinking right now as well. Is just, I consider myself kind of in the middle of all this stuff, not on one side or the other. And Red, welcome back again.
Oh, thank you for having me, guys. Thank you for organizing this. I'm really super excited that the Grimerica audience would finally get a chance to hear one of my personal heroes in this field, Mr. Greg Bishop right here, who is probably been one of the few, or one of the really a handful of people who have mostly influenced me in my current, like you said, my current way of thinking about the phenomenon and other things besides the phenomenon. But yeah, I'm really super excited for this.
And you guys have spent a lot of time together recently, haven't you?
Yeah, the bromance is ever growing.
Yeah, it's funny that when we went to Arizona, we weren't really involved in anything else, so we got to hang out. But this one, I was talking to so many other people. The only time I really got to talk to him was actually when, in like 20 minutes before we both passed out, when we're just just in the room going, "What the hell? I don't know what the hell. What are we going to do tomorrow? I don't know. What the hell? Why is this person, why is this person bothering?" Nobody at the Paramania, but just like people that were bothering me online and all that.
Yeah.
And then we'd pass out. But I got to talk to them a lot more last time. It's just this time there were so many people and so many people we want to talk to and doing something all the time that we actually didn't. To me, I thought we didn't talk that much, did we?
Yeah, we didn't. But like you said, we spent a lot of time all alone together on the last trip to the International UFO Congress, where we had a chance to meet Jacques Vallée, my first time. I think you had already met him. And now I've kind of felt that I couldn't have a Greg Bishop monopoly on this trip, because in truth, there were a lot of Radio Mysterioso fans who took great efforts to have this go all the way to this trip to Dallas in order to, among other things, to meet Greg, to have a chance to finally have a chat with him. So I knew, that a lot of people wanted to spend as much time with him as possible. So, I had to be flexible. Plus, I also, had a chance to finally meet other people like Tim Binal, the famous esoteric podcaster, host of Binal of America. Joshua Cutchin, who is, it's funny, I think I've only been acquainted with Josh for probably only a year and a half, but we have so many private and also public discussions, thanks to Soraya Askat, these roundtables he organizes for his podcast where he did The Road Go, that when I met Joshua at last, I felt I was like reacquainting myself with some kind of distant cousin, I felt like he was like a family member or so. And yeah, we got along famously. We also got along famously with Tina Sena, Marisol, a lot of people whose names I will probably not will be able to name, because what's interesting was it wasn't a big gathering. I think was kind of a preoccupation beforehand. Say, oh my God, what if 50 people show up in Paramania? It's going to be a mess. It wasn't that. It was only like between 20 and 30, Greg, correct me if I'm wrong.
I think it was like 16 or 17 main group, and then maybe 5 or 6 more showed up during the lecture part.
Mm-hmm. So it was really manageable, and it allowed for these dynamic groups that, small groups that then got together for big conversations. So I don't know, it was great. It was like a 4-day party all night long. I mean, I really resented the fact that I had to, collapse for a few hours and then take a shower. Because those were the only times that the party got interrupted.
Yeah, that sounds great. I was really close to going. It's just with the dollar and everything.
3/4 speed?
Yeah, just yeah. So I'm glad you guys had a good time. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's probably going to happen next year.
Are you thinking same time, Greg? Same time, same place kind of thing?
Who knows?
I don't know. But Steve Ray, the way this started, Steve Ray, it was called Paramania, and Steve Ray, who's a listener to my show and some of the other podcasts in Texas and Dallas, he said in December, he said, hey, if I fly you out here, would you talk to some people? And I said, yeah, sure, if you're serious. And he said, yes, I'm serious. And then we told Tim, and then Tim said, why don't we turn it into a thing? And we talked about it on our show once, because I really, really didn't want 30, 40, 50, 100 people showing up. 30 maybe. But getting into about 50 or so would have been unmanageable. The size we had was pretty good. And the idea behind it was basically just to have a place where, it was like called an unconference, I guess, or that was our idea. To have a place where people could hang out and just talk about stuff, and there's none of this, like the speakers are going to go to their room and be away from you. Now you're going to come to dinner and pay, $50 to eat dinner with the speakers, which is fine if there's, 2,000 people and 50 speakers. That's really the only way you can do it.
Yeah.
First it was just me and Tim, and then Joshua said he was coming, and then Micah Hanks said he was coming, and even Nick Redfern said he was coming. Then his car broke down and he couldn't come all weekend, which sucked. Yeah. But what happened was there wasn't really any, wall between people that were doing things and people that the consumers and fans of the stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So just all hung out, and I talked to everybody. I noticed at one point all the women there were sitting at a table at a bar, and all the guys were standing next to the bar. So I left the guys and sat down and talked to all the women for like 45 minutes.
Good job.
All, 4 of them or 5 of them or something, and I had a lot of fun. And but every time I saw that somebody was being left out, or I thought of it, I'd say, oh, that person's off by themselves. So I'd run over and talk to them, or I tried to. So. That's kind of the way it was. And everybody really did that. Everybody just kind of mixed and matched and all that. Mm-hmm. One day we went to Aurora, to the cemetery where supposedly the airship alien guy was buried.
Yeah,
which I think was a newspaper hoax almost conclusively, but it's still a pilgrimage site and important in the lore. And it was out in the middle of nowhere, really, in Texas, in this tiny little town. And Jim Mars lives like 10 miles away from there.
Is that the one near the lighthouse? Was it in the lighthouse or something like that? Or no, what was it?
It was a windmill.
Yeah, windmill. Sorry, yeah.
And then, the parts were thrown in a well, and the well was still there. Supposedly, we saw a well or an old well, and we stood around it, and Micah pontificated and gave us a speech. He didn't pontificate. He gave us a little speech for about 10 minutes about everything that he knew about the Aurora crash.
Oh, nice.
While we smoked cheap cigars that Steve brought.
Chiba cigars?
Huh?
Chiba cigars?
Oh, no,
No, just cheap, like those stupid owl flavored, the most horrible cigars you can think of. So we stood around and smoked those, and because Steve said he's heard that it attracted Bigfoot. It's like, okay, what the hell? Let's go.
Did any of you have a gun to shoot Bigfoot if he did come around?
I don't know what the breakdown of shoot Bigfoot to not shoot Bigfoot was in the group. I guess it would probably have been mostly not shoot Bigfoot, and probably divided along lines of people that lived in Texas and people that didn't.
See, that's the kind of attitude that not keeping score in soccer gets you. You asked that question fucking 50 years ago, I bet you it's 90% are pulling the trigger.
Oh, yeah, shoot Bigfoot. So, yeah, that was a lot of fun, and we went out to dinner a lot, and then Tim Banal and I and these two guys that listen to the show, Zach Farr and Zach Copley, went to WrestleMania.
I'm surprised you got in. I saw a huge lineup of like 40,000 people stuck outside or something.
Really?
Yeah, there was a problem with ticket sales or something like that, and I saw this, I don't know, this picture or something.
You sure that was in Dallas?
People. Yeah, it was WrestleMania just last weekend.
WrestleMania, yeah, that's
was it the next night? I think they had one the second night, too.
Yeah. So you went to that? How was it?
It was really stupid. I was never into wrestling, and then Tim Banal really is into it, which is why it was called Paramania, because it was at WrestleMania, and that was supposed to be part of it. Steve bought us some tickets, and really nice of him. And it turned out after a while, Tim was the only one going, and I couldn't leave Tim high and dry. I talked to him for about 20 minutes trying to convince him that, no, maybe we should just hang out with everybody because not everybody's going. And he's like, no, damn it, I want to go to WrestleMania. So I went, and then it turned out two of the other guys wanted to go. And Tim was the only one that really knew anything about it. And I thought it was really, really stupid for about the first half or whatever. And then as I got towards the bigger, because I was watching, I was like, wow, he missed him in the face again. And he missed him again. And he missed him 5 more times. And now he's on the floor. But the last two were just so theatrical and so cartoon-like that I just started laughing because it was so silly. And I enjoyed it on that level. Remember the Bugs Bunny cartoon with the wrestler, the Crusher?
Yeah.
One of the wrestlers looked like that, and I took a picture of the giant TV monitor because that's the only way you could see it, because we were literally, we must have been 500 feet above the stage. We didn't, the little ring. I sent a picture of that wrestler to my wife, and she sent me back a picture of the Bugs Bunny cartoon. Because he looked just like the guy in the cartoon. It was pretty funny. Anyway, so yeah, that was one night, and then the last night we were at a party at a very nice house in the Dallas area of a friend of our host, Steve.
Nice. Yeah, I know what it's like here. We have a couple meetups here in Calgary where I get together with some people that basically can chat about all this stuff, open-minded, without ridicule or anything like that. And some people more to this side, some people more to that side, but it's good to be able to connect. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we do this show, is just to connect with people, to have good conversations. So it's great when you can do that in person.
We should do one of those in like Banff.
Yeah,
just sit in a little chalet in the mountains for a weekend.
Ooh, that'd be great. And then do it on an off season. You're in Alberta right now?
Yeah,
Is that where you guys are?
Calgary. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Banff's about an hour from here, maybe.
Oh, wow. My first long-term girlfriend was from Drumheller, Alberta.
Oh, yeah. It's like 45 minutes from here.
Yeah, that's where all the dinosaurs are.
Yeah, exactly. So, So I at least I know of the area. I never went there. I always want to go to Banff.
Banff's a little touristy. The real secret is to drive about 20 minutes past Banff.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to call you guys.
Revelstoke. Revelstoke is fucking awesome.
Yeah, call us and you come to the studio for an in-person interview.
Okay.
So go ahead, Darren.
Yeah, we should jump into the book. Maybe we should let Red ask the first question.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to get a copy of the book here in front of me to make sure I remember what I wrote. Because I've been on a couple shows already, and they say, "What did you write in this thing?" It's like, I don't know. I have to look it up.
Yeah, I have
Well, you can't remember everything. When somebody asks you a question you asked on a show or something you said on a show, how the hell do you remember? You might. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, something that is not in the book. What sparked or what triggered you to want to write the book in the first place?
I didn't write the book, really. I worked on the book for, because people think it's like, I'm going to sit down and write a book. That's not what happened. What happened was I used to write on a website, basically a blog called UFO Mystic or UFO Mystic, which was where I first actually heard about Red Pill because he was commenting. From 2000, like around right before Christmas of 2006 to about 2010, mid 2010, something like that was my last post. Post number 666, actually. And I put up 666 posts and then I stopped. And I realized, in the last year or so, Nick Redfern and Paul Kimball kept kicking me and saying, why don't you get that stuff and collect it and put it in a book? I mean, nobody's ever going to see it. And I was like, well, it's online. And then I realized that it might not always be online. And maybe that's a good idea for a book because, I worked hard on that thing. I pulled all the stuff off of archive.org until before it disappeared. It's gone now. You can't even get it online, which actually is kind of good for me. And I paid the copyright holder because I didn't even own my own writing. So I just paid him to get it back so that I owned it outright. And then I just went through, it was something like, the stuff I pulled from the that was left, which was about probably 80 to 90% of it that I was able to pull off the archive.org was, it turned, I think it was like 120 or 130,000 words.
Wow. To
give you an example, a normal 250 page book is about 70,000 words.
Yeah.
So I pulled all that stuff off there. And then I went through and picked stuff that was, not just here's a link to a flying saucer video or, this just happened now. Just think news reports and all that. I pulled off all my information, my opinion pieces, my theory pieces, my historical, all the stuff about UFO and government interactions and secrecy and spies and all that. I just got all that stuff and then spent 3 months editing it down, making sure that it was, there wasn't something like, well, yesterday on UFO Mystic, and I took out all these references and tried to find all the links. So if there was still something there, people could look it up. Take out the links that were no good anymore, things like that. And then I put dates on all of them because I kind of wanted people to know when I'd written these things.
Yeah.
Like somebody will say, well, this is a great idea. I wonder why nobody's written about it before. And my answer would be, I did in 2007. Not like any of my ideas are original. We always build on other people's. But, and then, just so it wouldn't be just this reprint, retread of everything that had been online, even though you can't get it now. I wrote 3 new pieces. I found a bunch of old stuff that had never been published or was extremely unknown or was published once in print and went away. And I added those in too, so it wasn't just a rehash. And then that was it. And then Red Pill showed me a couple pictures he drew, and I said, do you want to do the illustrations? And he did a first-class job.
Nice. So it's all your work then in there?
Yeah. It's all my writing. And most of it from the period 2006 to 2010, but a few before that, I've got stuff that I wrote in the 90s. I got stuff from 2001 to 2000, and I got stuff I wrote 2 months ago.
So what was it like going through all that old stuff and reading your own works from so far ago?
I realized that I thought a lot and very heavily about things for some reason for a silly blog online, and I don't know why I did that. Oh, well, I do, because when they asked Nick Redfern, actually, he suggested that I write for the blog when the former owner of the blog, whose name I cannot remember, asked him, because they first asked Nick, do you want to do this blog thing? We need one more person, and he suggested me.
Craig Woolheater.
It wasn't Craig Woolheater. Craig Woolheater was the present owner who I bought the rights from. His brother and another person who had, I guess, was part of an internet, like, what's the word? They had a bunch of ventures and companies internet based, and one of them was, let's see if we can make money out of a UFO blog. So I knew I would never make any money off the damn thing. But hey, you get sirens here, just like my show. Can you hear them?
Yeah. He comes on the show and brings the sirens with him.
There you go.
Yes.
That's corroborative proof there.
Yeah.
A little bit.
So they signed us up. They put us. They made us sign contract. We signed contracts, and wow, it's loud. We signed contracts, and I basically just I started out. Yeah. Huh?
No, go ahead. You started out.
I started out writing. I started right out of the gate. Like, what are my favorite UFO books? What are the 20 most important dates in ufology? All these things. And then over the course of 4 years, especially in probably 2007 and 8, when I would think of a subject, and I would sit there and not torture myself, but I would take some time and write something that for some reason, all these things that I wanted to say came tumbling out of me. And by 2010, everything I wanted to say was finished.
So did it all make sense to you now still? Or did you look at some of those ideas or some of those thoughts and question them? Or did you see any trend or evolution in your thinking?
Not really. I saw it moving more towards what my ideas are now, which are stated in the beginning of the book about, let me look. I don't even know what my idea is now. There is I'll read it. It's like 3 little paragraphs. Do you mind?
Yeah, perfect.
There are a few concepts I currently use as working models for the study of UFOs. In essence, these ideas are not original to me and have been dealt with in other forms by other people. And this is your question, how did it affect me and what did I come to and whatever, how did I feel at the end of it? That was your question, right?
Yeah.
This is what happened as a result of writing all this stuff. There is number one, I don't really have numbers, but this paragraph, there is an as yet unknown non-human intelligence or consciousness that interacts with us from time to time, and probably has been for the entire history of humanity. 2, there is no real verifiable evidence that UFOs and apparent associated beings come from other planets. 3, beliefs, psychology, cultural bias, and many other intangibles determine what we remember when we have an encounter with the unknown. The memories become the data points. We wrap our metaphors around the experience and encode it with language. 3, there's only 2 more. Through retelling and recall, the original experience is continuously extrapolated till it probably bears little resemblance to what actually happened. This may occur within the first few minutes after the event. I'd probably add in during the event. 3, UFO and paranormal, or is that 4?
That's 4, but that's okay.
Anyway, UFO and paranormal researchers are determining the nature of the phenomenon by studying it and interviewing witnesses, etc., while front-loading their bias. And finally, encounters with the unknown, if they are truly the result of an external stimulus, which may be conscious or intelligent, could be over 90% witness created. That is, we are probably mixing our expectations with the intent or lack of intent of any non-human consciousness. That's how I came to those conclusions, was writing for UFO Mystic for almost 5 years, and most of that is contained in the book.
Nice. So can you read the second one again? I gapped out there.
Okay.
The second paragraph, I think it was something about ETs, that one.
What, there's no real verifiable evidence that UFOs and apparent associated beings come from other planets?
Is that what number 2 was?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, good. No, that's great. That's interesting.
So I do emphasize those are working hypotheses. It's not something where I was like, this is it, because the minute you say this is it, and I know you're screwed, because in 5 minutes or 5 years or 10 years, you will be completely, hopefully, behind the times unless you adapt, especially with the weirdness like this.
Yeah, not only that, there won't be a this is it. I feel like when I think about my own sighting and a lot of other sightings out there, like there's not a lot of data that's going to come forward, or a lot of information that's going to give us the answers anyways. Like I've sort of just accepted that those answers aren't going to come for a lot of this stuff.
Well, I don't think I think they probably will, but it's not going to come from us collecting data on lights in the sky. It's going to come on us finding out how we perceive these lights in the sky, and more importantly, things that are closer, and where our perceptions come from and how we report them. The stuff I just said there. I think that might be where any kind of understanding lies. Yeah, I guess we shouldn't say answer. We should say understanding or progress.
Yeah.
So right now I'm that's the end of that answer. So next, sometimes you don't know.
I was kind of giving Red a shot to jump in there.
Sure.
Oh, well, obviously you, Greg, are trying to tread the razor-thin edge of what we can choose to call the excluded middle aspect of what we now call the paranormal, which is sure to piss off not only the skeptics, but also the true believers, because you're exactly because you're willing to admit that there's a lot of expectations and bias that have been pumped up into our interpretation of the UFO phenomenon for the last 60, 70 years. But also you are willing to concede that there really is a truly anomalous origin to what people have been reporting in the skies or maybe even in their own bedrooms. And that is not just hoaxes, hallucinations or dreams or things or something that is, the typical explanation that skeptics like to throw out,
Yeah, there's a lot of that in there. I mean, all the stuff you mentioned, that's probably a lot of the noise that's in there.
Mm-hmm.
But, part of the reason I think there's really something going on is just like I've talked to way too many people. I've talked to way too many people that are a lot smarter than me that think that and have told me why. And the final analysis, it's a lot more interesting and fun to think that way and to see how that works, while being, careful about what you believe in, or at least, getting to a point where you don't have a belief system, and your belief systems, as much as possible and as much as you can keep a check on it, is a state of continual inquiry, with no idea about, this is what it's going to be. That's why, the thing I was talking about before we came on, where somebody was saying that I seem to have given credence to a nuts and bolts explanation for something, specifically some of the flying triangle things.
No, wasn't it to given credence to the ETH?
Yeah, well, what it was they were complaining that I was giving credence to a nuts and bolts explanation for some UFOs. It's like, well,
oh, I see.
I don't know. I don't like that explanation. I'm tired of it, but I'm not going to discount it because what the hell can you discount? You really can't discount anything at this point, except, misperceptions, hoaxes,
swamp gas.
Yeah, I mean, we are talking about the, let's say, 5% of unexplainable stuff, right? Like, I mean,
and that's the stuff that, the stuff that interests me is the stuff that interests me, not determining whether something is aliens coming from other planets or not. It's not that I don't think that's a possibility. I'm sure it's a possibility. Sure, why not? Yeah. But I'm sick of it. I'm kind of sick of that explanation because it's been done to death and there's no way to prove it. So why even look into it anymore? Really, there's some reasons to believe that could be happening, but it's so much more interesting to think that there's much more to it, and there is. I mean, there's so many indications that there's much more to it.
I think this concept of trying to remove yourself from a really fixed belief system, this is something that all the people that we admire in the field, I think, are following that kind of philosophy. And Greg, is it true? Well, obviously I know it's true, but This is obviously the result of you trying to adopt the philosophy and the ideas from Robert Anton Wilson, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, I told a couple people at the Paracast, sorry, Paramania thing that about that influence on me, and the thing is that you can take all of Robert Anton Wilson's or most of his nonfiction writing and distill it into one word: doubt. I have a book, the New Inquisition, the first book I read by him, which really just, I mean, it was a game changer for me. Everybody has a game changer book or interview or something, and that was it for me. And I met him a few times, and one of the times I met him, I brought the book for him to sign, and all he wrote in it was Greg, doubt, Robert Anton Wilson.
Nice.
So that is my, that's the basis of everything. I try to doubt myself too, doubt my own BS. I don't know how well I do at it, but I try to be at least aware that I have emotional ties to some of my opinions, and to be aware that I do.
I don't know. I noticed that I was just listening to somebody today too on a podcast, and I was thinking about you, Greg, and Red, and us, and some of the people in the middle, let's just say. And I feel like being less tied to an agenda or a strict hypothesis, I feel like people are genuinely open and following the data, but we definitely don't get that reputation from the skeptics. I mean, they would talk about
skeptics.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I don't even know where I was going with that. Just that it's refreshing to me that and I can't remember what I was listening to another podcast or whatever. They just seem very open about not being dogmatic in the view, like, oh, it could be this and it could be that, but we don't know, like admitting that you don't know, I guess.
Yeah, Robert Anton Wilson said, if you think you know what is going on, you're probably full of shit.
Yep, exactly. Because the thing is, just to even say that I know what's going on, I mean, you're already encoding your brain into just shutting down and saying, I know what reality is. And I guess that's fine if you're talking about physics or, well, not even that, but, how a car runs or whatever the hell. But if you're talking about something so weird and squirrely like the paranormal, it's just...
What about CSETI?
It's really dumb to say I know, because there's gonna be 50 people. There's gonna be 100 people who can knock you down really quickly.
Yeah.
What about CSETI and stuff?
Well, actually, I was gonna just mention that, Darren. I was gonna mention that because
don't point at me.
I can see why. I can see why people gravitate towards the extraterrestrial hypothesis, and I agree with you, Greg. I think there's a number of things going on, and one of them may be ETs, but there's all kinds of other stuff as well. And that's what my skeptical, friend would say as well. But I can see why people go to the ETH, because I've been out to a number of CSETI, I call them just practices in Calgary or whatever. We do a couple of them up on the hill over here.
Not me and
Darren, but me and other groups of people. And, these people are doing this all over the world. There's over 120 groups of people meditating on contacting ETs. I mean, Alan Greenfield even talked about it on your show a little bit, not in that term, like contacting ETs, but in contacting other intelligence, let's say.
Yeah.
And then shit happens to people when they do this. Like, I was out there on the hill in the last summer, and we're doing our protocols and all that. And I saw, and it's nothing spectacular. It was a flash bulb, like they say, that I never ever have seen in the sky before. I'm always looking at the sky, but it's a flash bulb up there. It goes off 3 or 4 times. There's a bunch of us on this side of the circle that see it. A little bit later on, there's one on the other side of us that the people on the other side of the circle see. And I don't know what that is, but I'm not going to make a conclusion on, oh, that's ET. But I mean, I don't know what it wasn't a plane. It wasn't really anything prosaic right off the bat. But you can see why other people would. This stuff's happening all over the world to people when they focus on contacting ET. but yet, there's not really a craft coming down to videotape. There's just a bunch of high strangeness and some crazy lights in the sky and, some flash bulbs or some auditory hallucinations or whatever, even telepathic downloads. So, I mean, you can see why people could go there.
Yeah. I haven't done that. I think the source of that, of the CSETI stuff, is the Greer is insane. But having said that, I also realize that when people go out and start doing things to change the environment or their consciousness or their receptivity or whatever, ritualizing behavior like that, it has effects. I've seen it have effects. I'm not going to say it comes from aliens or whatever. There's something in the book about and then Red Pill actually illustrated about people making crop circles and stuff happening to them while they're faking crop circles, like lights flying around or strange feelings or orbs floating over them and stuff, and they're like, we're out here faking these crop circles and this crap's happening because they're performing a kind of ritual that has a lot of cultural energy or whatever you want to call it encoded into it, and that's the and the fact that people that do the CSETI protocols get some sort of I don't think they're lying. I don't think you're lying. Get some sort of reaction means that there's a intimate connection between our brains and whatever the hell is causing the stuff that you see, that you guys see when you do that. There's got to be. And if you weren't doing that, I'm pretty sure that those flashes wouldn't have happened. The other thing I think is if somebody was standing a quarter mile away, I bet they couldn't see those flashes.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Even if they were standing 100 feet away and you didn't say anything, I bet they couldn't see them.
But this is just anecdotal, of course, but it's multiple people seeing the same thing. And I've been in CSETI groups where we haven't all seen the same thing, just like sort of what you're talking about. But in this case, let's just say there was a few of us that saw this. Yeah. And, but that's not good enough for skeptics on any level, right? Like for me,
well, it's not good enough.
No, but I mean, it's just, no, but it's just, I guess what I'm trying to say is that there's anecdotal evidence, and they won't even call it evidence, but let's just anecdotal accounts of this stuff. Like I'm talking the stuff that falls within the 5% category, happening all over the world. Yeah, and it's happening, and it's still just not enough because there's no hard evidence, but it still means something to me. Like to me, the skeptical community is missing out on the biggest part of the picture, which is that it's just there's all this going on, and I know they've heard it over and over, but you can't just ignore that anecdotal stuff and put it in a bucket and just forget about it. Like it means something, and it doesn't mean that there's this answer or that answer, but it's just frustrating. And I mean, this is just on my mind because I've been in this email exchange back and forth talking about the stuff, and it's just to me it's a big gap there.
Well, there is a big gap. I mean, if he came out there and did what you were doing and saw what you saw, I bet he still would think it was something prosaic.
Yeah, exactly.
The thing is with a lot of these things is I go back to that Whitley Strieber thing is that if something's going on and there is some kind of intelligence behind it, he says it's doing things the most democratic way possible on an individual basis. My idea is sort of that, but it's also that you're so intimately connected with what's going on. There's no way you can communicate that to somebody else, even if they're standing right next to you when it happens, because if it's something really close, I bet you don't remember it the same way. Even if you do, it's probably because you talked about it afterwards.
Well, it's
just so subjective that it does not. You can't reproduce it on demand. You can't reference it to something. So it's like it's not in an area that science is good with right now, I think there's going to be this gap for a long time, maybe forever, between a scientific method of investigating what's going on and a psychological witness-based something that takes those things into account and uses them as data points, even if they're so ridiculously apart from each other that you can never get an exact match. Sees somebody run in a room with a knife, somebody sees a giant knife, somebody will see a pen knife, somebody will see something else, but we all agree it's a knife. When you're talking about something unknown, what kind of categories are you going to put them in, except the ones that have been named for us by our friends, by the culture, by readings, by the history of ufology, all that.
I agree with you. So I had this other sighting in Israel that we talk about on the show a little bit. And I finally got in contact with a couple of the people that I had the sighting with. And this sighting changed my life pretty much. I mean, now when I look back on it especially, it had a big impact on my path. Yeah. And these two women that were with me at the time, and it was just a minor email exchange. Like, they barely remembered me, and they basically it didn't even impact them at all. Like, they were like, oh yeah, I don't know what it was. I just chalked it up to maybe too many beers or something like that. Like, they just totally discounted. They barely even remembered the event. And for me,
one guy never responded.
No, I haven't. That was a different. He wasn't there that night. That was a different guy. I haven't got a hold of my one friend that we were really in Israel at the time, who was with me. We talked about it quite a bit afterwards. So it'd be interesting to see what he remembers out of it. I mean, it really would be good kind of experiment. Like, I've got it drilled into my head of what happened, but it would be interesting to see what he thought.
Yeah, it's like talking to where that somebody said that they had. I think it was on an interview. Now I can't remember. Maybe Red Pill will, but I was talking to somebody, and he said that he had had a very strange experience, and it was a hunting expedition, and the upshot of it was one of the people that was there that witnessed whatever it was told them he wasn't even with them the next day. Wow. When they came over to talk to him and say, you want to discuss what's happened? I think it might be a Bigfoot sighting. Yeah, they thought it was Bigfoot sighting. So they were going over to the guy's house to ask him, what his opinion was of what happened. And he said, I didn't go hunting with you guys.
I cannot remember this, yeah.
Yeah.
And the funny thing was, his father said, yes, you did. You were with them yesterday. What are you talking about? And he said, no, I wasn't. So, either one, he didn't see what was going on, or I mean, either one, his mind just blocked it out like a traumatic experience, which your mind will block out. People will do that. Or two, he just consciously didn't want to acknowledge it, so he just flat out lying and saying I wasn't there was his way of dealing with it.
This is something that I've been constantly thinking about for the last few years. The fact that these sort of weird experiences are happening all the time, but only a few individuals noticing them, or they consider them to be life-changing. I don't know. Is there something about your background, your personality, your interests? So many people are just preoccupied with, making ends meet, with trying to climb the financial ladder to success. So they don't have any time or even inclination to try to bother in such quote-unquote nonsense as UFOs or the brand. But there are some people for whom those ideas of trying to have material success are never really that important, even if they don't know it yet. And maybe those people are the ones who really are affected by these events when they happen to them. And maybe that's the point. I don't know. Maybe this is some kind of
wake-up call.
Maybe a wake-up call and an evolutionary process. I don't know. Maybe this is too arrogant for me, but there are some fishes that notice something about, I don't know, oh my God, the water level in the pond is going down. I better do something. I better trying to change. And those are saying, no, it's fine. And the ones who notice, maybe they are the ones who have a bigger chance to become amphibians, to become frogs and to try to survive. The other ones will be the ones who, drown or end up drying in the sun. I don't know. What I'm trying to say, I think here is that what we are fascinated upon the paranormal aspect. Some people think that is something so strange that happens to to only a handful of people. My idea is that it's happening all the time to everybody, but only a few people truly notice it, and only even a fewer people are really fundamentally transformed by it.
Yeah. Although I don't know about, I don't feel like if something like that happens to me, that I feel like I've been, my first impulse, because this is me, would be to say, I'm not special. It's just that I've seen something. I've had one like real UFO experience, which I describe in the book, and it wasn't even a close encounter. The thing was probably half a mile away. And it was broad daylight too, which was kind of weird. But I don't feel like I was selected for anything personally, because I had the interest when I was a kid. I mean, I was reading Fortean and UFO and strange phenomena books when I was like 8-10 years old, and I read tons of them. Because the thing is, I never had that conversion experience, so I don't know how I'd react.
Right. Can you talk about that a little bit? I don't know if I've heard that story.
I went. When was this? Probably 6 or so years ago. My paragliding instructor was being paid by the Disney Corporation to get a pilot's license to do work for them, which I won't go into right now. But I will. He helped invent a flying dragon that flew around Disney World and shot and waved had flapping wings and waved its head around and shot fire out its mouth.
Nice.
It was basically being towed. It was a motorized paraglider that was painted black. He's painted black. He had like black everything, all this black stuff on. The motor and everything was painted black. And they had it far enough away, and they put a spotlight on it. It looks like a dragon flying around the magic Cinderella's castle at Disneyland with fire shooting out of its mouth. Look it up online. It's amazing. Anyway, to be paid for that, he had to have a commercial pilot's license. He did not, so Disney was paying him to have a commercial pilot's license. I wasn't working at the time, and he said, well, if there's any time you ever want to go for a ride in the airplane, and because I just got to build up hours, just tell me. I said, call me every single time. So this was one of the times he called me. I went up paragliding for the day, and then we ran over to the airport, got in the airplane, and took off. And he was going to do maneuvers and do strange diving towards the ground and people throwing up kind of maneuvers, which I really like. So we went up, and the turbulence was so bad that we actually went weightless in our seats a few times. That was fun. And then we came back and landed, and the wind was doing very strange things at that point. Scary stuff if you're in the air. So we landed, we discussed how strange the wind was, and it changed direction 180 degrees while we were standing there, which was really weird. And we said bye. I got in my car and I was driving. I was getting on the freeway, and I'm turning on this on-ramp, and I look over to my right towards the northwest towards the beach area, like right over the beach and right near the end of the runway is this shape that looks like the spokes of a wheel, except it's as if you took 5 massive shiny black, 4 massive shiny black pencils, like they were faceted like that with the 6 sides or whatever, and joined them in the middle. So it looks almost like a compass, but they're all equidistant, like 8 arms, four 8 arms coming out of the middle, one north, south, east, west, north, south, northwest, southwest, that kind of configuration. 8 equidistantly spaced arms. And then on one side of it was a line coming out with equidistantly spaced little rectangular shaped things. And it was totally black, but it was also shiny. I could see the light glinting off it because it was almost sunset. So, like I said, it was still light. It was probably 15 minutes before sunset. And this was like a quarter mile away from me, I guess. So I guess the thing was maybe a couple 100 feet across, and it was vertical. It was the arms were sitting up vertically, 100, a perpendicular to the ground with that little thing sticking out, the little thing with the rectangular shapes on it. So somebody said, "Oh, it's a kite." It's like it was windy, and that thing was still. It did not move. It was like it was attached to something. And it was up above the beach at the end of one of the runways. In fact, the runway we'd taken off at, it looked like it was the end of that one. And if it was near it, we would have seen it when we were taking off. We took off right over it, like what, half an hour, 45 minutes before. So it wasn't there then. And the stupid thing that happened is I looked at it for a while and I went, huh, that's interesting. And then I got in my car and went home.
Yeah.
Well, stupid. I mean, it's the kind of thing that is reported over and over again. You know, this irrational way of reacting to something that is truly anomalous.
Because it was the aliens like controlling my mind, dude, and telling me to leave.
Totally, dude. Or maybe it's the way that the mind reacts when it's confronted by totally alien. You know, that you.
Yeah, but all I did was look at it and say, huh, that's really weird. I wonder what that is. And I didn't even think UFO or I should report it or anything like that. I just got in my car and said, oh, I got to get home because the traffic's going to get bad. And I left like an idiot. So 3 days later, I came back. Of course, it wasn't there. I went and looked around the place. There was no indication of anything. I called the airport. They said nobody had seen anything. I called the Santa Barbara, UC Santa Barbara, University of California, Santa Barbara there, because it was right outside one of their front gates. They said they weren't doing anything on campus, and nobody was testing anything as far as they knew, and nobody else had said anything or called them. So did I hallucinate it? Was it something totally mundane? If it wasn't there when I went back 3 or 4 days later.
Since I'm just a pattern-seeking human, according to the skeptics, does that correspond with you stopping your blog at all? Because it seems like it could have been the same year anyways.
No. It was right in the middle of it.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I reported it, and I drew a picture of it, which subsequently was lost. I didn't know where it was. The picture that's in there now, I drew again. You know, I was going to put the book out just so there was an illustration. Because the way I describe it is, it's really hard to tell exactly what. It's really hard to describe it without drawing it. And it was, it was a very strange shape. I reported it to the Peter Davenport. The National UFO Reporting Center, or whatever it is. I sent a report into him, and they said that they'd never had another report like that. And they'd called a few people around there, and they said they had no idea. Nobody else had said anything. There weren't any other reports about it. So, and it's not like there was nobody there. there's an airport there. There's a university there, and there's people driving around there. It's not deserted. It's right. So I don't know what happened. I don't know if I hallucinated it or what, but I definitely saw it. And I stopped the car and actually got out and looked at it for a little while. It's not like I just drove and saw it. I stopped and stood next to the road and looked at it, trying to figure out what it was. And then I just went, huh, and left like an idiot.
When I see my UFO, I barely even did that.
Really? What'd you do?
We took a break from smoking the joint. We were like, huh.
Well, there you go.
We were like,
hallucinated it on pot, so we could throw this out. Yeah. Because everybody hallucinates on pot. That's well known, right? Oh, God.
So we were just like, whoa, did you see that? And it wasn't really anything. It looked like a satellite, kind of, but it was broad daylight. And we were watching it, and we were like, oh, look at that, a satellite. And then it turned to the north. Yeah, it was headed west to east or east to west or something. I can't remember. And then it turned and fucked off north and was just gone. We were like, whoa. And that was about as far as it went. I actually mentioned it to Tim there a few while ago, and he was like, oh, yeah, I do remember that. But
that's it.
None of us gave a shit past anything.
How big was it like?
It looked like a satellite. It looked like a star, maybe like Venus. Venus.
Okay. Like a star in the daytime kind of?
Yeah, like Venus, probably. Venus-ish. Huh. I thought it was just the sun. Like the sun it was probably around 6 o'clock, so the sun was with us. I assumed it was just the sun kind of shining off of a satellite in some weird way, and I'd never seen that during the day. So, but maybe I should report it.
Yeah, sure. I don't know. I reported mine, and I went back to MUFON to check, and it wasn't there. So I don't know when they lost it or when they,
I think that what's more important than, filing out yet another report is to try to gauge on the personal impact that such events cause on the witness. And that's why I feel, Graham, that you will agree with people like Greg that trying to focus our attention not on the lights in the sky or even the trace evidence in the ground, but on the witnesses themselves, will probably yield more valuable data to use in order to try to understand the phenomenon a little better.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think I think that would go against what the skeptics would suggest we do.
Yeah, well, you were mentioning this earlier, believers and skeptics, or fundamentalist skeptics, as I call them. I've gotten to the point where I really don't really give a shit what skeptics or believers think anymore. Yeah. I'm sort of on my own kind of path here, and I think I'm skeptical enough to realize when I'm fooling myself. I hope. But when somebody says, I'm at a point where a believer and the skeptic both look at me like I'm insane and say, why are you even worrying about that stuff? And so I kind of know I'm on the right path. Oh, you know what? You might be right there, because I'm looking at the date of the UFO sighting. It was April 3rd, 2011, and I stopped writing at the blog in September of 2011. So it was near the end of it.
Wow. Some completion.
I don't know. I mean, I don't feel like it had any effect on what I was doing and thinking, or whether I ran out of ideas or not. But, I don't know. I'm too close to it.
Mm-hmm. When did you start the podcast?
You mean you mean my thing, or the book?
Yeah, your thing.
My audio interviewing people?
Yeah.
Sometime in late 1998.
Oh, is that okay? So it's not like, I was just wondering if you kind of quit writing, but then you got
into audio.
Audio big time.
No, I mean the audio started at the end of the run of my magazine, near the end of it, and that was I was on a pirate radio station for 2 years till the FCC shut it down. And the first year or so, or a few months, I did the shows. I was just playing weird music, or music I liked, or whatever. And then very soon after that, I did a few interviews on one of my earliest ones was with Scott Corrales. And my show was on at like 4 a.m, or like 2 to 4 or something like that, or 3 to 5, or it was a ridiculous time in the middle of the night. But people listened. I mean, the station actually won Best Radio Station in Los Angeles, and it was an illegal station. The LA Weekly voted it, or the Weirders voted it as their favorite station in LA, and it was an illegal station. Because there was all kinds of people on there. I think one of the guys from the Red Hot Chili Peppers had a show, or it was a very eclectic thing. It was right in the middle of Silver Lake, where all the hipsters were and all that. And tons of people with all kinds of different shows and interviews. Just no rules whatsoever. It was great. Then the FCC shut it down, and a few months after that, my friend that had got me on that, my friend Bennett, said, "Hey, there's a internet radio station starting up here, like in October of 2000." So that was my first internet show. Was October of 2000, and I just recorded them on cassette tapes, and there was no way to post them online, really. So for like a few years, I did it that way. And then I decided to, organize myself probably around 2005 or 6 or something. And I started posting a few of them on this site called radioforall.net, which still exists. Some of my old shows are on there from like 2006 or 7 or 8. And then I think around in 2009 or 10, I got the radiomisterioso.com domain. I've set up the website, and it's been in existence ever since then.
Yeah. Do you think there's still a good demand for on air, like live internet radio, or do you think most of it's moving to on demand? Like, we've played around with it a little bit, going live and stuff like that, but so much of our audience now is just on demand. And me personally, I think it's a personal thing as well, that I can't listen to stuff live really with my schedule, so I force myself to listen on demand. So I guess that's kind of where we go.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's already a foregone conclusion that on demand is pushing everything out of the way. I mean, for TV and music and everything. Well, music is a little different thing, but
Well, yeah, still, no, you're right.
Media,
Yeah.
Almost all media is on demand now. So yeah, I don't have any problem with that. The thing is, I like doing it live, and I've been doing it that way for a long time. And when I can do it, still do it because it's become more difficult now. I still like doing live shows. I just like them. I like the way they feel when I'm interviewing somebody. Just recording an interview and people aren't listening.
Yeah,
there's a different dynamic, and I don't enjoy it as much.
Huh.
I'll probably, since I'm working 2 Sundays a month for Coast to Coast, and I can't do the shows those days, and so that like wipes out 2 of my shows during the month. So, and this month it's really weird. I'm working this Sunday for Coast to Coast. Then the Sunday after that, I'm being interviewed on Coast to Coast, and then the Sunday after that, I'm working on Coast to Coast again.
Nice. So you're going to be on Coast to Coast as well. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, I found out that George Knapp, who gave me a really nice write-up, like blurb for the back of the book, like way better than I thought he would. Wow. When I finished the book, I said, hey, and at that point, I'd been working with him for a little bit, for a couple of months. I'm on his show once or twice a month. I work with him on his broadcast on Coast to Coast. We email beforehand, and we set up news stories, and I discuss with him what he might want to use and all that. And at one point I said, hey, George, when I finish this book, would you, I said, 1, could you give me a blurb for the back cover of the book? And 2, would you be interested in having me on the show? And he said, yes to both. Send me the book, and when I get it, we'll set up a time.
Great. Hey, Red, do you still want to get into this? Do you want to get into this email quickly?
Yeah, why not?
Not quickly, but I kind of want to address it because I'm sort of stuck in this this thing right now, and I would like both your opinions on this because I kind of know where I'm at. But I realize, Greg, that we've kind of brought up the skeptic and believer kind of thing a little bit. But let's just read a couple paragraphs. I'd like to get your take on this. And I'm sure Jason doesn't mind, and he can chime in after this, and we can have him. I actually invited him on the show, and he's starting up his own podcast, and he wants to have us on. But he's probably like Red said, a medium-esque skeptic. I mean, I don't want to put labels on him, but
what level of skeptic am I?
You're not even on the.
I'm not on the
spectrum.
Radar. Perfect.
You're a middle
Not on the map.
skeptic.
No, you're maybe small s. I don't know. You're skeptical about some stuff. So anyways,
the thing is, you get this dichotomy of believer and skeptic. I mean, it's already setting up this like, it's setting up a what's the word? It's setting up a dynamic
polarization.
That's kind of it's kind of a disservice to the phenomenon and understanding it. I think I don't know exactly how, but I think you all know what I mean.
Yeah. So here he goes. He says you guys discussed some interesting topics with RPJ that he wanted to touch on. So this just came in, and it's basically from our last intro that we talked about with Red. So he says, first, I don't want to give the impression that I'm attacking RPJ, but I think he echoes some things in the paranormal community has on its mind. There's this common and growing popular idea to move away from what you guys call the nuts and bolts paranormal investigation and more of the so-called high strangeness, trying to tie in different phenomena like interdimensional travel or ghosts or even Bigfoots to UFOs and whatnot. Consciousness and all these other more ephemeral ideas and trying to find data to back up and support claims. It's my personal belief that this is at least in part, and I'm willing to go out on a limb and say a large part, because of the failure to develop substantial evidence to support these claims and the ongoing battle with more skeptical thinking and science-minded communities to provide evidence. I think this sort of strongly juxtaposes your personal stance and mine, in fact, but feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. It makes sense to me. The UFO phenomena, for example, has been popular for what now, 60 years? In slightly more than a half a century, we still have to rely on anecdotes, blurry pictures, and claims that very rarely seem to provide the evidence perceived to maintain any interest in this topic. It is the same for other such phenomena, and in fact, for others, the evidence is really mounting against the concepts as they've stood for decades. Hence a shift to more hard to pin down, more philosophical set of concepts to try and explain something that so far appears to defy any rational explanation. So, first of all, it doesn't reflect my belief. I think he thinks that I don't know if he thinks that I'm agreeing with that or not, but I don't agree with that. personally, but I'd love to hear what you guys think.
Why?
Well, because I can explain why, because I think that it's kind of what I said earlier, is that it's not because of I don't think we're looking for this this more consciousness aspect of it because of the lack of evidence. I think that it's an acceptance that there isn't going to be evidence, and if you can't measure it scientifically, he seems to want to just, and a lot of the skeptics seem to want to just move that aside if it's not measurable by scientific means right now, and just pretend that it doesn't exist, or it's got to have an explanation, rational explanation. But for now, it does. We don't know. And for me, that I just think that it's missing the whole point. That there's just to leave that aside for now seems to be, I don't know, not doing it service.
Okay, let's start with this paragraph then. So he's telling how there seems to be a growingly popular idea to move away from a given explanation, that is the nuts and bolts one, into a high strangeness, and to trying to tie in together what he seems to think are separate mysteries or phenomena: ghosts, Bigfoot, UFOs, and whatnot. First of all, this is something that even scientists are trying to do. If you think about it, they're always trying to explain away similar phenomena by saying why people like to believe in irrational beliefs. They try to come up with some kind of theory of why some people are attracted to things that science dismiss or think there are nothing but folklore or hoaxes, disinformation, or even almost religious systems. So, well, the fact that if a scientist tries to come up with some kind of unifying field theory of the paranormal, that seems to be okay. But if a paranormalist tries to do the same, well, he's then just reaching. That to me is like, well, double standards or something to me like that. And it's not like we have grown tired. Well, yes, we have grown tired about some of the explanations that have been around for the last 60 years of thought. So what my position is right now, and I think it echoes Greg's, is that we feel that people in these fields haven't paid attention to the totality of what's happening in the phenomenon. And that includes what we deem to call the high strangeness. We feel that people in ufology, even cryptozoology, in people who are interested in ghosts, they have ended up doing a cherry picking of the evidence they have managed to gather and only highlight the ones that agree with their particular pet theory. And that has a great disservice, because by throwing away a part of your database, then you are skewing it, you are partializing it, and you are probably bound to come to an incomplete and, most importantly, a wrong conclusion about what's really going on. So my personal point is, let's look into all of the evidence, and if that evidence seems to show or seems to suggest some kind of interesting correlations between what we for so long thought were separate phenomena, cryptozoology, ufology, parapsychology, then, well, let's see into that. Let's see, because isn't that what science is all about? Trying to come about with some kind of unifying theories. It's what happened with energy, coming up with what's the thing that binds together the weak nuclear forces and with the strong nuclear forces, with electric forces and magnetism forces. That's what now we call it electromagnetism. And now with the big challenge in science is to try to combine all this together and bind them with gravity. That is still something they haven't done so, but they are striving to do it. It's always trying to come up with the basic or what I'm trying to say here. The simplest common denominator, maybe, is that
the unified field theory of whatever you're trying to.
Exactly, trying to find commonalities. It's a very basic logic tool in trying to understand. The first thing about trying to understand why some things that diverge from each other is to try to see in which ways they are similar to each other. So, well, let's leave it at that for the moment with this first paragraph. Greg, what do you think?
A lot of different things.
All right. Okay.
The main part of it is through all this stuff, what's that? Who said this? Isaac Newton or something like that, where they were saying that, all the stars can't be, or the planets can't be. I'm going to really show my stupidity here, but there was an idea that the Earth was the center of the universe and everything else went around it. But there was a lot of evidence that it moved, and the Newton or whoever, or no, it was Galileo, I think.
Copernicus.
He said, and yet it moves.
Oh yeah.
You can say anything you want, but I have found evidence that the Earth is moving. It is not fixed. And I've probably taken both the quote and the person who said it completely out of context. But my point is that people see these things. People have been seeing them for hundreds of years, probably longer than that. The reports keep coming in. Some of them are a lot closer than others, which are the ones that interest me. The fact that there's no explanation for it should not be grounds to say that there's nothing going on. The only problem is with all this is that it doesn't conform to a set pattern. It doesn't conform to how anything else that can be examined in a rational and scientific way. It's very individualistic, and it's based on people's perceptions and not on some verifiable thing, unless you talk about radar traces and ground traces and all the physical things that happen. All that taken together indicates to me that there's something going on. The fact that it hasn't been proven physically to exist yet in a way that's acceptable to almost everybody is that doesn't matter to me, really, because it moves. People still see the damn things, and I'm convinced that at least some of them aren't lying. They aren't misperceiving things. They aren't victims of hoaxes. They aren't. They don't have a wishful thinking thing going on where they just force whatever it looks weird into. There's just way too many of those things. There's way too many people saying they see these things.
What percent? What would you put the percent at? For out of all the reports, how many do you think are truly unexplainable?
I really wouldn't know. It's going to be way below 10%, probably below 5%.
Yeah,
but the thing is
around 1.
Yeah, maybe you're right. You're probably more right. But
I don't think so. I trust people more that they're not just they know what they see. No. But I mean, I think people know what they see more. Like that movie from James Fox, whatever. Like, I know what I saw. Like, I think people can tell the difference between fucking Venus and another light that's doing something crazy in the sky.
When something lands in front of you and something walks out of it, that's not a light or Venus or something.
Yeah.
And that happens a lot. It's happened a lot. And I don't think every one of those people are lying or not perceiving properly.
Exactly.
I don't know what's happening. They could be, it could be some kind of fugue state we don't know about. It could be, it could be Michael Persinger's thing where, they walk into an area of electromagnetic disturbance and it scrambles their brains. But there's also a history of that stuff happening before, any of that. So, there's too many questions and too many unanswered things and too many ways you can not discount it for me to think that it's not there. It just, and also I will admit it appeals to my sense of, we don't know everything, and that's wonderful. And I would love to find out what these things are. And I think in the course of finding out what they are, we're going to find out how we perceive and think about things. I also think that at some point in the future, we're going to have some huge change about how we think about reality and about how the world is put together and how everything fits together physically and how we perceive it. And there's going to be a huge piece of the UFO puzzle drops into place there, and UFO researchers are not going to notice it for quite a while.
Also, I think that probably the thing that I disagree the most with Jason's argument is the fact that taking this sort of stance, the one that Greg and people, well, also myself, stand for, or
you're not running away from it
at the moment, it's not quote unquote anti-science. If you think about it, this is more in accordance to the most cutting edge science's statements that have been happening for the last 50 years. It is maybe anti-science if you think that science hasn't progressed beyond Newton.
Yeah, exactly.
But it has, it's progressed beyond Newton. It's starting to progress beyond Einstein. And why? Because
it started in the 20s.
Yeah, exactly, with quantum mechanics. Yeah. And if you read the ideas that the people at the forefront of the quantum mechanics, they started to sound a lot like Eastern mystics, and they're starting to say, well, you know what we are finding out in our experiments seems to suggest that consciousness plays a big role in the nature of reality. Some people got uncomfortable with that, and that's where we get what Alex Tsakiris loves to quote, shut up and calculate. Like, don't worry about the ultimate meaning of this right now, try to come up with a formula so we can, build a better computer. Well,
I don't think it's going to happen, and not anytime soon.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And I don't think that, the other comment about people running away because there's not enough data, it's not running away. It's just kind of like, well, this really hasn't gotten us anywhere. So look at it at another angle, because obviously something is going on. Now, if you keep pounding away at it saying, show us the nuts and bolts data and the repeatability, that kills the field right there. I mean, there isn't nuts and bolts data and repeatability. There isn't.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's a completely perceptual, almost completely, at least as far as I can tell.
There are a lot of phenomena in nature in which repeatability is not the way to investigate it. I don't know, supernova in astronomy. I mean, how can you try to find repeatability?
But you can. It's something it happens, and it's a known quantity, and it can be measured, and it can be observed, and that data has been collected, and it's well understood how it could happen. At least now it is, and before it was understood, it's like, well, there's something going on in the sky. It's right there. Everybody can see it.
So that kind of leads us into the second paragraph. If we can just read that. Do you want to? Because it's very much about that stuff. So he says after that last sentence, he says, personally, I think this is a problem and a symptom of the aspect of the paranormal community as a generalization that I do not like. Instead of moving with evidence or lack thereof, there's a habit of denying the evidence or shifting in another direction. Over time, in the face of rational argument, some people have shifted to arguments that are even more unverifiable or immeasurable. And to me, it's more painting themselves in that indefensible corner. If I can't offer,
you want to worship at the church of identifiable, repeatable, and measurable, then he's right.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So he says, if I can't offer an explanation, then I'll offer a hypothesis that is so much more strange, I can claim it can't be explained. I think it's an unfortunate direction. I, for one, find it even less compelling than something substantial with no explanation. It's basically got to a point where it's now potentially just magic, and that's uninteresting to me. I don't believe in a non-nuts and bolts concept. You've said in your email and in your podcast that some of these things can't be measured by science, and I think that's a misunderstanding of what science is. You might claim that science currently doesn't have the tools to measure a phenomena. Just recently, we, for the first time, measured what we believe to be gravity waves. Up until now, it was something we could only theorize about. Everything and anything
substantial can eventually be measured by science with the right tools, because science is just a toolbox and it's always growing. There's an idea among skeptics that there's nothing paranormal or outside nature. It's just nature, or it's made up. There's no Western medicine versus Eastern or alternative medicine. There's just medicine. Then there's things made up calling themselves medicine. The point is that if it exists, it's a natural phenomena in the way that it can be explained, though we may not yet have the understanding to explain it. This is an easy-to-follow concept when it comes to such claims like UFOs or Bigfoot, less so when we discuss such phenomena like ghosts or psychic powers.
There's a lot going on in that argument. I mean, in that paragraph, there's a lot of things in which I agree. I mean, I have said many times that I really dislike the term paranormal because it kind of sets up a very arbitrary line in the ground between what we say is normal nature, the normal things that happen in nature, and that things that go outside of nature. And I think that is just, that line is only there to highlight our ignorance about nature and about the universe, and to say, well, if this thing happens and I don't understand it, well, it's outside nature because I know so much about it. And that's just not the way that science behaves. And that's why we should try not to use the term so much. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to replace it. You say 4chan phenomena, most people say, huh? But I don't know, I mean, gravity waves, obviously they have measured it. There's still, it's still not 100% verified, this phenomenon, but I don't know what kind of argument we could make. How much money was used in order to investigate these gravity waves? Millions and millions of dollars. How much money has been used in order to devote ourselves to try to investigate the UFO phenomenon? I bet that in the last 60 years or so, if it amounts to $1 million globally, I will be greatly surprised. I bet it's even less than that. So maybe this is a strawman argument from a skeptic's point of view, but let's just admit that most of the people who are looking into this phenomenon, they are amateur researchers, and they don't have, the kind of resources that people that are looking for things like gravity waves or dark energy have at their disposal.
I think we're at the point that Einstein, the reason that he says that he uses a gravity wave example, which it makes sense to me. Einstein proposed that we would see these things, but we weren't able to measure it till now.
Yeah.
I think we're in the 1900 whenever the general theory of relativity was published.
With the UFO phenomenon.
Yeah, and we haven't even got a stupid theory for it yet. Yeah. At some point, we may have a viable theory, and then and he said that science can't measure it, but he said they can't measure. There's things they can't measure yet. A lot of times when I said that science can't explain it, I almost always say yet, because at some point I think that either we will change the way we look at things, or the way that things are perceived or measured in a way that we can't conceive right now, but can be theorized. And then that theory at some point will be able to be, maybe the theory will pull the evidence, the way of gathering evidence towards it. If the theory is right, it's a testable theory. I think that might be what I'm interested in. That might be what I'm talking about when I say that we're the instrument that measures the UFO, and we're not even aware how the stupid instrument goes, how to calibrate it or anything. Yeah. And then, the thing about CSETI, what if you could get out there and get verifiable, maybe the tuning isn't right yet. Get out there and tune it right so that something happens every time so that you can see it, measure it, or at least take a picture of it. Then you'll get a bunch of people interested.
Thinking about...
you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, thinking about now that collecting evidence, verifying information. Let me tell you something that happened during Paramania. So there was one day, Saturday, in which we did have a bit of a small moment in which Greg, Micah, Joshua, and other people were giving us a really small presentation. And one of the people who gave a presentation was actually the actual organizer of this gathering, Steve Ray. And he did a really interesting experiment that I wish that you guys might get to have him and Stephanie Kitch, who was the other person who participated in that experiment, because they seem to manage to collect, if not irrefutable evidence, very compelling evidence that they could actually try to measure and quantify and even try to track synchronistic events during a broadcast transmission. In this particular case, during transmissions of Greg Bishop's Radio Misterioso program. So I don't want to speak more about it because I think that Steve will be better equipped to try to explain it. But the reason why I'm bringing it up right now is because that to me shows that people with a noble idea and even with small tools at their disposal can, in fact, try to go ahead and do things that no one ever thought about, and it's something that science could look at it and say, yeah, well, okay, this is an interesting thing. It doesn't require a lot of resources. It could be done. It requires a lot of effort and a lot of time, and people willing to devote their time to do it. But it can be done, and it could be used to try to find evidence for things that people like your friend Jason feel that they're not the concern of science because they are unverifiable.
Yeah. So I don't want to get in. I don't want to go through the whole email, but do you want to read that? Do you want to read that? That last paragraph that where he disagrees with you, read, or?
Should I? Okay, let me open my cell phone one more time. Yeah. Okay, a ver, ¿dónde estamos? This is a problem. Okay, here I think. I haven't read this paragraph yet. RPJ made a good point about different approaches and perspectives on things. Certainly, the answers to you aren't as important as they are to me. And I understand you're just interested in exploring it for its own sake. I also believe there's a place for that. But like Stanton Friedman, my threshold for buying into a concept is much higher, and I'm less interested in philosophizing about phenomena as I am in what they really are. Man, there's this antagonizing about philosophy that really gets on my nerves. But anyway, I can't sacrifice my intellectual honesty, so I won't claim I know what I don't really know. If we were to pick specific examples of, say, UFO sightings or experience, my most common answer to what I think they are is, I don't know. Well, same with me. I can certainly speculate as to what it might be, but that's all it is, speculation.
So then he goes on to talking about starting up his own podcast, but I wanted to talk to you, Brad, about that last paragraph. Finally, I have to disagree with RPJ when he says the most important aspect of an experience is the effect it has on you versus the explanation. I'm not denying these experiences may have a profound and important effect, but if you did see something from another world or other dimension, then that would be the most profound discovery humankind has yet made. To me, those things demand an answer for that very reason. If anything, if you go way out on a limb, the consciousness aspect of these phenomena is legit, then it's an aspect of the world we have yet to discover, and that too would be extremely profound. To me, to say it's not important is effectively giving up on the idea it's real in any meaningful manner. I've had my own experiences, and for me, the most profound aspect of those experiences were eventually finding the explanations.
Oh, well, and then that I think he's failed to see that that is the personal effect that it had in his life. So, I've never said that trying to find an explanation is not important. I think it's very important. I'm really doubtful at this point in my life that we as humans may ever get to actually find that explanation. Maybe it's beyond human understanding, and it ever will be. But I'm probably wrong about that. I don't know. But right now, what I feel that we've been overlooking is the personal impact this experience have had on the witnesses. And this is something that we could easily start to try to look at it. It's just a matter of interviewing people, asking questions, maybe do some other stuff I can't think about right now because I'm not that smart. But the thing is that the phenomenon is transient and unpredictable. It comes and goes as it pleases. But, people tend to stay here, unless they dematerialize for some reason. But that doesn't seem to happen too often. So witnesses are here, and we can ask them questions, and I think we should. And maybe we could find something really, really interesting and even meaningful and even revelatory about the phenomenon. So why don't we? I'm not stopping Stanton Friedman. I'm not stopping Michio Kaku from finding explanations in a more physical sense. What I'm saying is, okay, let's let those guys do that, but let's also ask different questions.
Yeah, good point. What about you, Greg? Any last thoughts on that?
Everything he said. Yeah, well, it's the only problem is sometimes. See, I had this idea you should ask people what happened before. That's a really good thing. Ask a witness what was happening before, what they were doing, all kinds of things. But the bitch is to ask them what happened after, which means you've got to keep in touch with them for a week, a month, a year, 2 years, 10 years, and ask them what the hell happened in their life afterwards. I think the aftermath is just as important as what was going on during. And then, another thing is record or have them write down what they saw right away, and then ask them 5, 10 years, even a week later, to write down what they saw or describe it and see what's happening there. But the problem with this is you're not going to get many people that want to be bothered about this after first being interviewed about it. That's a tough one.
Well, especially with the ridicule factor and stuff too, which is one of the reasons why I don't know about Darren, but I wanted to do this podcast to kind of open up, just be another platform for people to talk about their experiences and for us to talk about these topics in a non-judgmental and non-ridiculing way, which is still, it's getting better, but I think it's still a problem for a lot of people.
It is. I go to, I'm right near the microphone. I go to conventions, and a lot of times people come up to me and I've mentioned this before, they start telling me their experience, and at first I was kind of like, oh God, another story. But then I realized what they were doing is they're just coming up and downloading their experience on somebody who wasn't going to judge them about it.
Yeah.
Because I won't. If they ask me and they'd say, what do you think happened? I'll say, I don't know. Or have you looked at this explanation? Or, have you considered whatever? And other times they're finished their story and they say, okay, thanks. And they walk away.
Yeah.
Because that's all they wanted. They just wanted to be able to tell the story because it's just sitting there, and everybody else they tell in their family or people they know or people at work are just like, leave us alone. You're crazy. Because, it makes no sense to these people when something like that hasn't happened to them. So it'd be great if there could be somebody that was called a researcher, but they weren't a UFO researcher, or, some way to do this where you're not immediately laying huge amounts of preconceptions and leading questions and all that on people, even if it's just in your mind. I had what's her name, Cassidy Nicholas, on my show, and I said, I don't know how much you listen to or how much people trust what she said. I assume she was telling me exactly what she thought and the exact perception that she had of MUFON. Which seemed like it was opening up a little bit. But the thing was, I said, what are you looking for? When you go out and interview witnesses or whatever, what what do you think you're looking for? What's behind all this? And she said, I don't know, which made me really happy when she said that. I hope there's some way to just push that on everybody that's going out and interviewing witnesses and gathering data. Really, really, really in the front of their mind, they should be saying, I am not thinking about a UFO. I'm not thinking about the classic UFO. I'm not thinking about anything. To influence the way that I talk to this person. And I don't really know how to do that. I mean, it sounds like I'm just talking off the top of my head. It's stupid, but there's got to be a way to not influence have the people that are doing the research not think about, not have a preconceived idea in their head about what they're looking for, even if they don't think they have one, or even if it's something wacky and different or whatever. And it's really hard that's like almost like a Zen exercise. Think of nothing, while you're doing the thing. And I don't know what the answer to that is, but I think it'd be nice to move towards something like that. She seemed to think that indicate to me that MUFON was moving towards that, but I don't think as an organization, if MUFON comes and talks to you, or you talk to a MUFON investigator, what do you think that they're looking for?
Yeah,
that might be an insurmountable problem. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Bird State Robert, he's very interested in a case from Poland that he talked to us about, where a guy, and he had never heard of UFOs. He'd never seen a movie. I don't know when this happened, in the 70s. Do you remember?
Not on the top of my head, no.
Yeah, but he said that the guy said that these two guys were standing in a field or next to the road, and this guy was on a horse-drawn cart, and he picked them up and took them to like another field where there was some strange thing standing on a couple of legs, but they didn't look like aliens. He said they just looked like smaller guys dressed kind of funny. And he had no preconceptions. He had no idea what was going on. He had no, like I said, absolutely zero exposure to the culture. It'd be really interesting to find those kind of cases. It'd be really hard to now, but go back through the database and find out where people just had no idea what was going on. Unfortunately, they talked to UFO investigators, so that doesn't help. But I'd be really interested. I'm interested in any phenomenon that happens before people know what the hell's going on, before they have even a language to describe it. I'm really interested in the first accounts of American Indian having people, Native Americans, tell anthropologists what their life was like and what their cosmology was like and what their religion and all that was like, because they had no idea going in. So you get some really interesting stories. The first guy, Cabeza de Vaca, that made it through the United States in like 1590s or something like that, he was the first person through, and he didn't know what to think, and they didn't know what to think of him. So that account to me is really interesting, because there's no preconceptions on either side there. And if there could be something like that for ufology, moving towards something like that, I think it'd be really interesting and worth the effort.
Yeah, I really appreciate your guys' time going through that. Just that email and talking about the polarization between the groups and all that.
And I honestly think that your friend is not really that polarizing. I mean, I really think that he's raising good points. So obviously that there are things in which I don't agree with him, but I kind of get the feeling that were I to meet him in person and get a chance to hang around, I probably will be more comfortable talking to him that with a two-eyed, true believer, with crystal quartz hanging from his from his neck, and saying, "Oh yeah, I'm got a message from my teachers, from my spiritual guides," and those. Probably more comfortable someone like Jason than with someone like that. Yeah, exactly. That's why I avoid Graham.
I was driving the other day, which in LA is when a lot of people do their thinking, which you can see by their driving, because they can't think and drive at the same time. And so as soon as they have to think of something, they slam on the brakes. But I had like this revelation. It's like, you know what's wrong with a lot of people that get into this is they've got this idea that they're going to find an answer, that there's a reality, or that there's a, the certainty. They want some certainty about something, and they look for it desperately, very quickly. And it's and you'll find it right away, some kind of certainty. And then everybody you talk to who isn't into that certainty, you look insane.
Yeah. I think what the UFO phenomenon offers is the exact opposite: uncertainty, ambiguity. Yeah. And that can be incredibly enriching for the right type of people. Exactly. Yeah. For people,
surf that uncertainty wave, and then you'll probably, I think you learn a lot more, and you don't get caught up in stuff. You don't get emotional, and it's I think it's far more revealing than sticking yourself an idea and going, it's like, this is what it is, and I'm going to prove it, or this person has the answer, and I'm sticking with this person.
Yeah.
The certainty thing is just, it's a disease. It's a horrible disease.
So what else you got coming up, Greg? You're working for Coast a couple times there, and you just got your book out and your show's going on. Is there anything else you're doing?
I'm trying to earn money flying drones, for video drones, not killing people drones.
That's the next step. You can just start with the videos. And
I thought about that. Somebody actually that was going to give me advice said, "What do you want to do?" And I said, "I'm not sure I want to be flying drones that kill people. In fact, I'm pretty sure I don't." And the thing is that I'm off the hook there, because you have to have a commercial pilot's license to even be considered for that, and I don't have one. I have a private pilot's license, and that can be used as according to the laws right now. I can earn money flying some sort of quadricopter, whatever, with camera in it for real estate or film, video, TV, whatever.
Nice.
So that's what I'm trying to do to make money right now, and then I'll move ahead with books. I've got people that want to write books with me. I don't know if I'm going to do that or how quick I'm going to do it, but I've got an idea for the next one, and I'm not going to talk about it.
So you're going to be hired by BFRO too? You can search for Bigfoot out there with your drone?
Yeah, maybe, if they pay. At some point, I'm going to go out. Chris O'Brien wants me, and there's another guy they already have that has a drone, but he's, since I'm friends with him, they're going to go out on some sort of expedition here in the fall, and he hasn't really exactly told me what it is, but he says he wants me to bring my drone and my ultralight flying thing so that I can get some shots of stuff from the air. So we'll see what happens with that. I also fly ultralight powered paraglider, so I do that too. Anytime I get here, I'm very happy. Huh?
Black Dragons?
Yeah, that kind of stuff. I fly a paraglider is one of those things that you see that looks like a parachute, except it's basically a wing that becomes rigid when it's moving through the air. And so you can see people flying at the beach, and so you know what a paraglider is. Yeah. So I've been doing that for like 10 years now, both with the motor and without. So.
Oh, nice.
So that's another thing I do. So that's pretty much what's coming up, and I don't want to go back to a regular job if I can possibly help it. That's my main goal right now.
Nice.
Where you have to show up every day, and if somebody's tapping their foot if you're 30 seconds late, I don't know why it took me so long to say I'm not going to do that anymore. Absolutely not.
If you do what Darren does, he just shows up late every day, then they just can't say anything. They just expect you to be late every day.
Pretty much.
Yeah. The places I've been at, I've been in post-production video, and it's a very exacting industry. You cannot screw up. If you screw up, they get upset, and if you screw up two times, they get very upset, and if you screw up 3 times, they fire you.
How about you, Red? Before we start wrapping it up here, do you want to tell everybody what you're up to?
Mischief, as always. Well, like Greg, trying to find ways in which I can hang around more with people who share my kind of interests, and even people who might disagree with me, but will do so on an agreeable and civil manner. And I mean, Paramania was great, and I'm so looking forward to trying to find more chances to do more like that more often in the year. But at the moment, that implies for me, sticking to a regular day job, and trying to save as much money as possible so I can just go and spend it with all my gringo friends, in 4 days. Yeah, spend the money I earn in a whole year, blow it away in just 4 days in the United States.
Nice.
Yeah. And he did Red Pill also did the cover of the book, which is mind-blowingly amazing and great. And I can tell that because I was having lunch with somebody the other day. It was on the table. We were in a public area, and people walked by and were looking at the cover. They didn't say anything because we were talking, but they were stopping and staring at the cover. It's that compelling. So I didn't even realize it until that happened when it was out in public.
It was really, it became really important for me to try to do something exactly like that. Something that would get noticed right away, among other books in a book cabinet. So I devoted a lot of time, I devoted a lot of effort. It became something of almost like a magical project, although I shouldn't say magical because I will piss Jason off so much by saying that. Not because, the way I refer to the term magic is using your intention in order to make a physical effect in the world, and then that's why that we have something called imagination. So from that perspective, yes, the It Defies Language project was very much a magical project, and obviously if I had the chance to do the same for other people, with cool projects like that, if someone was like say, do you care to do the cover project for my math essay, I said, I think I pass, but so I've tried to find ways to offer my poor service, such as they are, to some of my other friends in the paranormal scene, and if I can make a little more extra money so I can, have a couple more margaritas during Paramania 2017, then that will make me very happy.
Nice. Hey Greg, was it you that was talking about audiobooks, making or starting up something to publish more audiobooks in this genre? Or have you thought about, are you going to do yours?
No, it wasn't me.
It wasn't you, eh?
Miles Lewis, who's been my friend for many years, works in the Texas Talking Book Project. He has suggested such things. I don't know if that's the source of that story.
Yeah, I think it is actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And when Red Pill says magical, the first thing I think of is Aleister Crowley's quote: "Magic is the art and science of getting reality to conform with your will." Yeah. That's all it is.
I like that.
All the mumbo jumbo that goes along with it is mumbo jumbo or whatever, but. Doing something, causing magic to happen, and people have the wrong idea of what that term means, is I want to do this thing. What can I do in my life? How can I change my life and the way I act and the way I go about my business to cause my life to be the way that I see I want it to be? That to me, that's if you can do that, even occasionally, you're amazing, and it's a wonderful thing, because most people can't, and that's horrible. Because it keeps a lot of people very sad.
Yeah. Well, that's probably a pretty good spot to wrap it. That's probably a good spot to wrap it up then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks so much for coming on, guys.
There's a website called itdefieslanguage.com, and you can order the book and order signed copies and stuff on that. And posters of the cover that we had printed up.
Oh, well, yeah. We'll get one for the studio for sure.
Oh yeah, we need a poster for the studio.
Yeah, and we'll order a book as well, Greg. And thanks so much. And we'll put all those links in the show notes for everybody. And yeah, thank you very much. And hopefully we can do this again.
I'd love to. Thank you very much.
Right on. Thanks, Red.
Likewise, man.
All right. Take care,
guys. Ciao, guys.
Bye-bye.
All right, tonight we've got a special episode. We've got Grant Cameron back on the show. He's a UFO researcher. I could probably say consciousness researcher too. It's going to be a great chat. We'll see what's new with him. And we've also got a special co-host with us, You guys all know him as well, Alex Tsakiris from the Skeptical Podcast. Welcome to the show, guys. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me on.
Great to be here.
I didn't want to get into too deep of bios with you guys. We can get into all that in the show. We'll just jump right into it. And most of the people have heard you and love you already. So, Alex, I was hoping, with you joining us here tonight. Thanks for coming on and helping us out on this one. You want to kick this thing off with some of the stuff you want to talk about?
Sure. I mean, I was kind of hoping that you would carry that first. I mean, Grant is coming back on. He gave a great interview on your show a while back, which I thought was awesome. And then Grant and I have been talking. A lot of people know about Grant's excellent UFO research. The point I always make when I talk about Grant is he is really one of these key figures who, within his field, that is UFO research, kind of totally changed the game. So a few years ago, even more so, everyone was focused on, the technology and
nuts and bolts.
Landing spots. What's that?
The nuts and bolts kind of thing.
The nuts and bolts and, landing spots and Schlegg being thrown off of it. And here's a guy who kind of changed everything, changed the paradigm and said, hey guys, we have to start looking towards consciousness. And then that has spawned a whole bunch of people saying, yeah, consciousness. And of course, Jacques Vallée has been saying that for a long time, but Grant started saying it in a different way. Mm-hmm. And that led to another guy we'll talk about, Ray Hernandez in the Free Group, who said, damn right, we got to start talking about consciousness. And the best way to do that is how earth-shattering is this, is to start talking to experiencers and start doing it in the scientific, academic way. Let's shift our focus on people who've had encounters with whatever we think this is. And again, my hats are off to these guys because they've done it in the most scientific way we can, the most academic way we can, in trying to put together a good survey, which I always comment, surveys are really the bedrock of medical science. You want to see if a pain medication works. Well, how do you do that? Well, people don't want to acknowledge it, but what you do is you do a survey. You give people the drug and you ask them how they felt before and how they felt after and if there was any side effects. And you ask them all these series of questions, and there's a very methodical scientific way you do it, and you get an answer. So anyone who immediately jumps back and goes, surveys, we can't trust surveys, they're anecdotal. That's just not the way that science works. Again, surveys are the bedrock of medical science. So these guys, Grant has leveraged off of that data where they've gone out and talked to thousands, literally, of people who've had this experience. And they're now starting to get back some of the data from that. And it's very consistent with what I think the message that Grant has been saying all along. So maybe with that, Grant can summarize to people. I don't want to go too far back to kind of stage one, but summarize what that shift is all about and what it's been. Do you know what I'm saying, Grant?
Yeah. I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually had, as I point out, it wasn't that I chose to do this. I had a basic experience in 2012, which I've talked about, this sort of aha moment, this download thing where it basically came to me that this is all consciousness. So it wasn't something that I sort of agreed to do. And what I've talked about, and I don't know if Alex has heard this, I had a second download, which I really haven't talked too much about. This occurred about a year ago today, and it involved 24 items, which sort of went the second step. And one of the things that sort of came to me was the fact that basically the nuts and bolts, as you heard Ray talk about when he was in California, that this is absolutely a total waste of time. It's like the sort of the story, what's the definition of insanity? It's doing the same thing over and over, hoping that the next time the results are going to change, this sort of thing. And we've done the sort of the
watch the lights fly around in the sky, share UFO videos, hoaxed and non-hoaxed, and then go to the metals. This is the big thing in ufology now, is we got these metals that are being shot off the craft and dropped on people's driveways and stuff like that. And we sort of think that that's where the answer lies. And my first download and my second download reinforced the fact that, as Ray says, this is an absolute bloody waste of time. I mean, it's like just crazy stuff. I mean, how many times do you have to watch videos fly, videos or UFOs, and even with the metals? And the lecture I did in California, I have two new lectures. So the one I did in California, I got into this whole thing about the metals that really sort of made me really think again. It was sort of like, I had been involved with metals, with the Canadian government had recovered some metals. The famous Michalak case in Manitoba, a lot of people don't realize that one had metal that was found at the site. Rendlesham Forest had metal found at the site. And it was sort of like, what's with all this weird metal? And why is it all different? And that was the thing where it reinforced this theory that maybe we've completely missed the boat, that maybe the metal has nothing to do with anything. Like, why is every single piece completely different than every other piece? And I was starting to think, like, maybe this is just some sort of like a little game. And
but Grant, don't you have to be kind of careful with that as well? Because if we're going to play the consensus reality game, which is the way that I always put it, hey, if everything is consciousness, then everything is consciousness, and we don't know how many angels fit on the head of a microphone that you're talking into right now. So we can never know that, but we're going to play the consensus reality game. And that's why I think I'm always a little bit skeptical of the download thing too. I trust you because of the fantastic, careful, meticulous research you've done in the past. So I'm willing to entertain your downloads to a point. But the problem I have with it, I have to juxtapose your downloads with all the other downloads / channeled material that I have out there, and then sort out which one's best. So I'm not saying I'm like pushing back too much on that, but.
Well, how I would respond to that is it's all downloads. I mean, the idea that anybody who tries to tell me that you and I can talk very, very fast, anybody that tells me that there are neurons running around in your head or microtubulars or wherever they want to say that are running around and are sticking words into sentences and having little meetings about which word they're going to put in the sentence next, this is absolute insanity. It's basically goes back to the whole idea that there is just consciousness. That is all there is. And the idea that the brain is creating any of this kind of stuff, it is sort of like a sender receiver. And the same thing with the sort of the material, like the anecdotal stuff. So people will say, this is just your opinion, or this is just anecdotal evidence. Well, it's all belief system. When you come right down to it, it's all going through your mind. It's going through your brain, and you're coming up with an idea. And I say that the people who have the experience is the important stuff, because it's been turned around. And one of the ideas that came into my head in this second download of 24 things is you got to distinguish between, is it knowing versus believing? And what science will say is we know, and you people who are experiencers are just believing. It's just anecdotal, which is exactly the opposite to me. Yeah. The people who have the experience are the people who know. If you can know anything, which maybe you can't know anything, the closest thing you can get to knowing is experiencing. The people who think they know that and are challenging us are people who really haven't read the data. They haven't even looked at the data. They'll just start the argument with saying there's not one shred of evidence to support this kind of stuff. They are the believers. The people that may have knowledge, if there is such a thing, are the people that have the experiences. And that's why I said the experiencers are the only way you can go, because it's a total waste of time to measure and analyze and that kind of stuff, because that's going back to materialism. And so one of the downloads I got, part of the download I got is it a noun or a verb? So if someone starts to use a noun and says there's this, there's that, it's wrong. It's all a verb. It's the universe is consciousness. Consciousness is primary. Consciousness is non-local, and once you start to put nouns on it and say, okay, there's so many different levels of dimensions, and it's this high and this wide and stuff, we're dragging it back into materialism to try to get people to understand it in sort of a way that we can understand. But it's basically
don't we run into the same problem? I mean, look, the work that you're referencing that Ray and the Free Foundation has done, where they've gone out and talked to the experiencers, is amazingly important from a big picture standpoint, because they're saying from a big picture standpoint, two things. One, we've changed our focus, and we're now talking to experiencers, and we've done it in a scientific way. Number one. Number two, they're saying this phenomenon has been incorrectly pigeonholed as an abduction phenomenon, when the data clearly shows that the majority of these experiences would not be categorized in that way. So this is like a super important, I think, just big picture kind of message. But here's the problem I get into, and it's the same problem I get into with the near-death experience research. I think, which there are a lot of parallels here. So the near-death experience research to me is super important, because it totally moves us off of what we're talking about, this materialism, you are a biological robot kind of thing. That's all blown away, because consciousness is now clearly surviving death. But the flip side of that, and you and I had a kind of partial conversation about this, and I told you the story I had early on when I was very excited about the near-death experience research, and this woman came to me, and I actually interviewed her on the show, and she said, yeah, but I'm really pissed off because I had this incredibly distressing near-death experience where I saw this darkness and this void, and hey, I don't deserve this. I'm a good person. I've been a good Christian. I've done all the rest of this. And my response to her was kind of the big picture response, say, well, hon, sorry, but 90% of them are good. So let's just move on and talk about the big picture message, which is consciousness survives death, it's good, heaven is real, let's all love and light. And I've come to appreciate that I wasn't really tuned into really looking at the whole picture. And I don't want to repeat the same mistake here when we move into experiencers. So I get your big picture message, but when we really start breaking down those accounts, they are to a certain extent irreconcilable. I mean, some of the accounts just completely contradict other accounts, and we can come up with explanations for that, but we can't just pretend like we've kind of solved the problem because we've gone and talked to the experiencers. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I want to say something here quickly too, though, Grant. It's good that he clarified the download thing, because I think the last time we chatted, and probably when it first happened to you in 2012, you didn't consider it a download. It was an aha moment or a little mini synchronicity. You heard Colin Andrews speak, and then you went back in your head to the evidence. Not back in your head, sorry, but you went to, the evidence that you've seen on paper that show this as being consciousness related, government memos and stuff like that. And but now that you've gone on and we've talked to you a couple of years later, that download definition is now expanded to maybe that is what happened in your first time. It's good to clarify, I think, that it's not just a channeled, a bunch of automatic writing that's channeled, or it's a bunch of scientific information that's channeled, or a book or something. Now you're talking about it being like it's all the download, which I think is good to clarify as we go on here too.
Yeah, well, this gets pretty complex, but I would say it's all access. It's all consciousness. Whether it's near-death experience, abduction, it's all consciousness. And so you have a situation, you're talking about bad near-death experiences. So I'm saying you're accessing, your consciousness is accessing this material. So 40% of all experiences, according to the Free Survey, say at one point during their experience, they knew the answer to everything in the universe. As soon as you hear that, you go, oh, I've heard that before. That happens in near-death experiences. That happens in channeling. That happens in meditation. It's connecting to higher self. It's all the same thing. And even Ray's download experience, where he gets pulled out of his body and he's shown this wheel, and the wheel, he's in the middle and they're showing him this wheel, and you have near-death experiences, you have encounters with aliens, and you have quantum physics, and you have all this stuff, and it's all spokes on the wheel, and in the middle of is consciousness. That's basically what I'm saying. It's basically all consciousness. Now, to get to the near-death experience, the bad near-death experience, people report bad near-death experiences. So they have that experience that they interpret. I would go back to John Wheeler. If you go to quantum physics, John Wheeler, who had come up with the idea of black holes and wormholes, said it's a participatory universe. People always want to do the separation. There's me. There's this outside event that's happening to me. So I have this experience, and this bad thing comes from outside, and it comes and it attacks me, or it does whatever. This separation. It's all. So I would say that's manifesting. Let me give you an example. The big story in ufology now is this whole To the Stars and the whole thing about the Skinwalker Ranch. I actually wrote a couple of emails in the last couple of days after George Knapp did a major interview about the thing, and they talk about the Skinwalker Ranch. They got these wolves, and they're shooting these wolves with M357 Magnums, and you got these special forces guys on there, and they're stopped dead in their tracks, and this sort of evil force says, "You are not welcome here. Get off the ranch," and this sort of thing. And they turned it into this sort of a horror story, like a bad near-death experience. So I basically wrote this question, and I said, were these people armed? Because you had special forces people. The guy was a marksman. The guy that had the ranch to start with, the guy that shot the wolf and this sort of stuff. You have all these people armed, because what the thing is, so you get these bad experiences. You have these portals, and you have these big sort of weird things coming out of the portals and stuff like that. But I did research into Mission Rama, and I did a lot of research. These guys go back to 1974. They're doing exactly the same thing. But instead of running around with rifles and guns and measuring and scientists and all this kind of stuff, what you have is these people, they're oming, they're meditating. There's no wolves. There's no evil stuff. They got good angelic beings coming out of the portals. And this has been going on since 1974. So what I would say, it's all consciousness. You cannot separate the consciousness from the event that's happening to you. If you look at the psilocybin research that was done at Johns Hopkins University, they determined it was 33% of all people at some point will have 30 seconds, a minute, 2, 3, 4 minutes of a bad experience. When they go into the high-dose psilocybin experiment, they have 2 people in the room. These people, they're trained, and when they start to go down the dark hole towards the devil or the demon or whatever is they're encountering, they take them by the hand and they say, go towards it. Do not back away. Go towards it. And as what happens again in lucid dream research that was done by Stephen LaBerge, he talked about this same factor, is you have this bad experience. And he says, when you get in there and you run up against a demon and you run up against whatever you run in your lucid dream, you walk towards it, give it a big hug with unconditional love, and that evil being will turn into a positive being and give you a message. You cannot separate the consciousness from the event. I'm saying that it's
but you
all
just did. Your description is a separation. I mean, you're now adding a layer on top of this consciousness that has all these properties, that it's good in this way, and it's love, and it's light, and it's all that stuff. And I'm not specifically arguing against that, but I'm just saying that that's just another layer on top. That's just another framework. You know, a year or two ago, I interviewed this guy, and it was one of the most frustrating interviews I did, and it was really turned into kind of contentious. Surprise. But this guy, his name is Ian McCormick. He had this incredible near-death experience after being stung by this super deadly box jellyfish like 7 times, and he was dead. He was actually in the morgue. And he has this near-death experience, and he's a total atheist, and he sees Jesus. He sees Jesus.
Which version of Jesus? Is this the Middle Eastern Jesus, or is it the American Jesus with the blue eyes? Which version of Jesus did he see? He's manifesting it.
Well, but the distinction you're making between him... Now, I'll just finish this story. I'll be really quick. So he goes and he has this incredible experience. Jesus says, come, put your hand. Let me take your hand. I'll put it in the wound over here. This is where they stabbed me, blah, blah, blah. And he goes to now he is converted to Christianity. He goes to all these Christian churches around the world, and he says, Alex, you're missing the point, pal. This is a Christian experience. I go to these churches. They're all telling me the same thing. They're all telling me the same accounts in the same way, and you don't get it. And I say, well, I appreciate what you're saying here, Ian, but if you look at the broader data, like you're saying, the survey, if you look at Jeff Long, who's talked to thousands of near-death experiencers, that seems to be a cultural overlay on an underlying experience. And he says, well, no, it's not, da, da, da. So I just think we've got to be careful, because you're applying your own overlay there, because we're all admitting that at the base ground, we don't know what's there. We don't know what's behind the curtain when you really get there, and we can't say what it is.
How do you know that? You don't know everything. You all you know is what you experience, what you are yourself manifesting. I mean, you can't say, I saw it, but there's something behind there. You can't use one unexplained to explain an unexplained. All we have is the data that people that go into these experiences, whether it's a near-death experience or whether it's an OBE experience or whatever, you see the same sort of things. You see the connection to higher self. I learned everything in the universe. I ran into a bad being. I ran into a good being. It doesn't matter which type of event you have. They run against the same sort of thing, that people bring in their baggage. They're like the Skinwalker Ranch. If you go in there with guns and figuring this is an evil thing, do not be surprised if you manifest all sorts of evil stuff coming out of these portals. Whereas if you're oming and you've got this cultural overlay that it's Jesus and there's God and good aliens, you're going to manifest that kind of stuff.
Well, it could be subconscious baggage too. I mean, the lady that came up to Alex that says she's a good person and she had this really negative NDE. I mean, is this a bunch of subconscious fear that she has, or how do you separate out the subconscious baggage from the going in with a gun?
Well, because you're going back to separation. You're saying there's consciousness and there's subconsciousness and there's this consciousness. There is only consciousness. It is all the same thing. That's my bottom line. It's all the same thing. It's not like you and people. The one thing I disagree with Free says, well, we don't use hypnosis. We don't use stuff with people with hypnosis. We use conscious memory. I say that, and I argued with their neurologist who now is no longer with them. I said, this is the absolute worst material you can possibly use, is the conscious mind. The farther you can get away from the conscious mind, however you do it, and that's what this whole thing with the OBEs, with the near-death experiences, is these people are disassociating. They're breaking off from their rational, analytical left brain. Eben Alexander talks about the fact that it's the cortex, that you're putting the cortex to sleep, and you're going to the lower brain that is connected to the universe. It's the ego mind. Once you can shut down the ego mind, you can access these things, and you can do it through. I have 25 different methods of doing it. You can do it through.
Do you believe in God?
I believe in some sort of force. Yeah. If you put a name, it's the old deal. Once you start using nouns, it's wrong. It's all a verb.
So you believe in God. You believe in God. Do you believe there's good, a moral imperative, that there's there's good? There's good and bad. There is a moral difference. You know, take the most extreme example, the guy who's taking little kids and cutting them up and selling their body parts and sexually molesting them. That, in my mind, is bad. It's evil. And then there's a bunch of shades in between. And then there's some really holy good people that I don't know how they do it, but they keep all their shit together and they really do it. How's your universe? Is there good and bad? Because some people in the consciousness camp say, well, there's really no good and bad. It all just kind of,
Well, if you go to the Newton stuff, no. If you get into reincarnation, it's all experience. Because the mistake you make is you did it in that sentence. You say, okay, there's these guys that cut up little people or whatever. Okay, and then there's these good people who basically have it all together. And I would go to, don't have to quote the Bible, but with the whole thing with the prostitute, Jesus said, "Let he who is perfect cast the first stone." All you do not have good people and bad people. You do not have good aliens and
good
bad
deeds.
Aliens. You
then
have
good deeds.
souls.
Are there good deeds and bad deeds?
There is, according to Ray Hernandez and according to what he was told by this guy, and I won't get into this download thing, is there's only two forces in the world, and some people call it good and bad. Some people call it entropy, this kind of thing that is going back and forth. But in the end, it's all basically the same thing. It's like you get a reincarnation. So what happens to the guy who cuts up the little people? Then the next life, he's got to pay that karma. So somebody's going to cut him up. And according to Newton,
that's a total overlay. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with any of that stuff.
Somebody has to volunteer to do this. If you get killed by somebody as a repayment and a reincarnation, someone has to do this. I say, no, there are souls that are reincarnating through, and they're doing good and bad things. And if I suddenly believe that this person is really bad, or this race is very bad, or whatever, Be prepared, because that's probably what you're going to come back as your next lifetime. You don't get to come back as the white guy who's got it all together every time. Somebody's got to play the 64 million refugees that are wandering the world. Somebody's got to play all these different roles. And that's, to me, is the whole thing. It's all
whoever
experience.
says white guy in any conversation loses. White guy is the new Hitler. Whoever says it first loses the argument, in my opinion. What I'm trying to bring us back to is, that we really can't start making not value judgments. We can't start making the kind of statements that you're making about karma and about souls and all the rest of this. All we can do, in my opinion, is move very slowly from these big picture decisions or findings that we have. And I think it's phenomenal what you're doing. I really do feel like we're standing on shoulder to shoulder, and then we're arguing about the little stuff. But to me, that gets us to some of the really, really big questions, which is like one of the questions I want to get to later, but I want to shut up for a minute because I want these other guys to talk, is could this experience that folks are having in this extended consciousness realm, be it NDE or be it particularly ET contact, could it be a counterfeited spiritual experience? I mean, if there is some technology behind this that understands how to manipulate it, and it's not just Darren Brown doing hypnosis and mind control, and it's not just Manchurian Candidate. I mean, if you get really good at this stuff, can't you manipulate someone into thinking that they're having a spiritual experience when they're having something different than a genuine spiritual experience?
But in the reincarnation world, you pick to be here at this time in this place to experience that event. It's the idea. It's like there's me, and then there's the other these things. And at the end of my life, I'm going to say, well, if the MK Ultra hadn't existed, well, I would have done something. If my mother-in-law hadn't pissed me off, if the dog ate my homework, they're going to cut you off. And they're going to say, time out. This is about you. You cannot bring outside events. If a reincarnation world exists, then you chose to be in this world. And all you can really do is you are being dealt cards, good cards, bad cards. You can only play the cards you're being dealt. You cannot start blaming other people for your situation in life.
Yeah, but I think Alex is also talking about not just this earthly, materialistic things that are happening. He's thinking, is this even counterfeit from an ET perspective or from a simulation theory perspective? Like, why, if they're out there, the ETs are out there, and they're obviously very technologically advanced, and they're communicating. I mean, look, we almost have communication, mind control. Like they're talking about this wireless mind control stuff, or at least, reading thoughts and all this. If we're that close, like who's to say this isn't all a manipulation
to say you even need all that shit?
Cue Darren Brown,
like, come on. Yeah. Honestly.
Hey, and
whatever.
So I was going to say,
whatever Grant's talking about seems to always align pretty well with the psychedelic line, so, I don't think you need all this technology. If it's consciousness, then maybe, I can go to wherever I need to go in a fucking trash can if I can get my head straight.
Yeah, but that's the bottom line to me. There is no separation, and it's all consciousness. Once we start separating and calling things nouns and me versus you, and there's consciousness and there's subconsciousness and there's levels and there's dimensions, and it's all just naming theory. It's dragging us back into the materialistic world of trying to put nouns on things. It's a verb. The universe is a process. It's not a noun. There is only consciousness. If it's a physical world, this is one of the things I got. There's 24 things. If it's nuts and bolts and there's separation where we're just random objects bouncing around in the world, and these objects sort of came together and they created a brain, and the brain created consciousness. But if consciousness is primary and consciousness creates matter, it's a completely different world. Then consciousness creates the brain. Consciousness is primary, and matter only appears when there's consciousness. There's always consciousness behind everything. Consciousness is primary, and there's no separation. There's no me versus you. It's all, we are part of one thing. And psychedelics and near-death experience people experience this, and people who have samadhi experience this. The fact they suddenly realize, oh my God, it's all one, it's all alive, and we're all connected.
Graham, I want to tee you up to talk a little bit about Grimerica 280.
And we're the imagination of ourselves.
Yeah, that really rang a bell when Grant was talking about he fought that negative entity in that state, in the astral realm, until he went to his heart with love, and then it did what Grant was mentioning. I mean, it really did. His experiences in the astral realm were very, very profound to me, in the way he dealt with it. I mean, it really does fit, I think, within what Grant is saying.
How does it always come back to love, though? That's just like hippie bullshit. Why? It can't always be love. It can't always be love. I love it.
People are
Don't get me
reporting
wrong.
Yeah.
I love it.
54% of all
love.
experiencers claim that they were talked to about oneness and love. 54% of the people who answered the question said that.
Well, that's what I was
I'm
going to
just going by the
say.
data.
So your take on it all being consciousness is sort of just a different way of saying it's all one, which is the same thing people are reporting on high doses of psilocybin and LSD. It's all one. It's all connected. We're not individual.
That we're connected.
We have
an
interesting
individual
crossover.
ego.
So then
the download, the 24 items, doesn't really lend any kind of room for a simulation or us being manipulated negatively or positively from somebody else, from ETs or hide like the.
But hold on, Graham, because I guess I was trying to coerce you into saying something there. But what I heard what I heard from Greg, what I heard from Greg Doyle, episode 280, and I want to talk to Greg, is boom, here's a guy who astral travels, right? So he leaves his body and he has some pretty significant stories to tell in terms of verifying that experience. Other witnesses, moves to other places, observes stuff, does all this stuff. So he gets in that astral realm and he says, yeah, ET is there. The black helicopters are there. ET's there. NDE spirits are there. I can move around. I can see people who are sleeping. I can see people who are astral traveling. I can start making these decisions and these kind of discernment between where I want to go and what I want to do with these people, with these entities. This, to me, fails the idea of it's all consciousness. This guy is entering into a realm that he is able to manipulate, and he even says in the interview that there is a technological component to this realm. So that's the part that triggers me and says, are we missing something? Are we, when we just kind of blow past it and go, oh, it's just, it's all consciousness? There seems to be a hell of a lot going on in this realm. Okay, psychedelics are going on in this realm.
Example more to, not in another realm, in this realm, in this conscious realm. I have this friend in LA who had his experience. His wife was not into it. Then he said about 2 months ago, he said his wife starts screaming. She comes out of the bathroom. And he goes running into the bathroom, and there's a 5-foot owl sitting on top of the counter in the bathroom. And I said, it was 5 feet tall? And he said, yeah, it was 5 feet. I've heard 4-foot owls, which is the screen image thing. And so is that really an owl? Was that, or I've got a friend who had the rabbit experience, where she's driving down the road and the rabbit is there, and she's trying to get this rabbit to get out of the road, and this goes on for an hour. This rabbit is sort of moving down the road, and she's going down this road. I mean, is there actual owl? Or the other one is, if you have a being, and the being, and this is reported all the time, the number one being reported by Free is not a physical being. It is not a gray. It is not a reptilian. It is an energy being. Yeah. It is a thing. So you have these beings, quite often reported, the being turns to a ball of light and then disappears. So is it a flesh and blood being, or is it a ball of light? And if it's a ball of light, does it eat bacon, eggs, toast, and coffee in the morning?
Well, I can't be both. Energy.
Because because you're seeing it doesn't mean that it is what you think it is seeing. If it's consciousness, you can manifest whatever you want. It's John Wheeler, Nobel Prize winner. It's a participatory universe. People keep saying there's outside things that are influencing us, and the whole thing comes down. The particle does not appear on the back wall in the dual slit experiment until there's an observer. And that means that the quantum wave, whatever, knows when there's an observer. It knows when there's not an observer, when there's an entangled particle. When you affect the one particle, the other one changes its spin. Those particles are conscious. They know when there's an observer. They know when the spin is being changed. Consciousness is primary. It goes right, in quantum physics, goes right down to the absolute level. And we have to see, are you seeing it, or is that what you think you're seeing?
But Grant, I want you to back up and tell in the very story that you just told, you use the word screen memory. Tell people what.
Yeah.
Well, use screen memory. Tell people what your understanding is of screen memory and how that plays into this story. Mike Cleland's, I just had him on. He's published 2 books on the whole owl thing, and he has pretty convincing evidence that this is, in many cases, a screen memory. So what does he mean when he says that?
Well, what you have is some sort of intelligence that's coming out of a field, probably the same field where near-death experiences occur, ghosts occur. One alien channeler, Bashar, who's famous out of LA, says, we come to you in your dreams because now you're in our world. So what is happening is that the intelligence, whatever it is, in 1897, it was wooden ships with propellers and guys hanging off ropes. And now it appears to be looking like aliens, and they are supposedly able to screen image. So they can instantly change their image of what they are to suit whatever the person is. So you'll get a situation where a kid is on a table, or somebody's on a table, and they're being operated, and they freak out, and the being instantly turns into a flesh and blood doctor instantaneously. So they have this ability to appear as whatever they want. And
to manipulate consciousness in a way that we don't understand.
Or
to appear as whatever they want. The same as we can do the same thing.
Because it's just your brain. I mean, who says they're actually changing? It's just your brain adjusting whatever it needs to adjust.
But isn't that kind of scary that they can? Isn't that scary that they can do that? I mean, to what extent? What are the limits to the extent to which they can manipulate our conscious experience?
We could do this. It's like my father. Let me give you an example. My father was very skeptical. He would always give me a hard time. It wasn't that he didn't believe, but he wanted to always say, there's too many questions and there's no answers and this sort of stuff. 2 days before he dies, his father comes to him. And his father died in 1956. So he tells my mother. He doesn't tell me. He tells my mother. And my mother says to him, your father was here? Really? What did he have to say? And my father said, he was just here. That's all you need to know. So the question is, if reincarnation is a fact, my grandfather lived 100 lives, 500 lives, whatever. So why does he come as my father's father? Why didn't he come as some ancient being that he had been? Because my father wouldn't have known who he is. He could screen image. We could all screen image. We can appear as whatever we want. And if you look at the Michael Newton stuff, you hear this all the time. You have these things where when the person dies, they are greeted by a soul guide or whatever, who will appear as a certain person. Now, they're not that person. They are appearing as that person to calm the person down. Anybody can do this. Anybody can appear this sort of thing. And it's like my grandfather. Why does he appear as that particular being instead of other being? He appears for a certain reason. He can appear as whatever he wants. We can do it. It's not that the aliens are some superior thing. They just have abilities. They know how consciousness works, and they can use that to appear as whatever they want. I had a girl, we published a book, and she actually asked them, are you an alien? And there's two. There was a girl I published the book. Then there was Sherry Wilde. There's a very famous story. She asked this gray being, she said, are you actually an alien? And he says, no, I'm not. And she said, well, why do you come as this ugly looking gray thing? And he said, ugly looking gray thing. Have you ever looked in the mirror? And she has sort of big teeth. And he says, when you smile at us, we think you're going to eat us. And it's this whole thing that even in the mind, what is actually going on? What are you actually seeing? Are you actually seeing? Is there actually a screen inside your head with little stereo speakers? What are you actually seeing? Where is consciousness actually taking place? And so when you start looking at it and trying to define, okay, this is actually real, this is not real, it's all projection. And you can sort of change it if you have the ability to know how consciousness works.
That sounds, that's sort of the same. What's interesting is that all that UFO stuff, and if you wanna go down that vein a little more, it's funny how the UFO and the something seems to be. There seems to be some sort of connection between the UFO experience and the DMT, whatever's going on with DMT specifically. Yeah. Because, psilocybin is one thing you get, but there's just a fucking array of different experiences where with, these high doses of DMT, it's the same sort of thing over and over and over again. And with the UFO experience, it's the same sort of thing over and over and over again.
Let me give you the analogy that I now use as to how I sort of understand this. One of the things that came to me is this thing between darkness and light. Darkness is not a thing. Darkness is not a thing unto itself. Darkness is just the absence of light. There is just light. Like there's just love. The absence of love is fear. So there's just light. And we are basically like at the bottom of the ocean. We are in this total, away from the light. We're in this total darkness. And then at certain times, something happens where people are able to dissociate. So they have a head injury, they end up being a savant, they end up doing an out-of-body experience, they have a near-death experience, they have an alien abduction, they have a dream. They float up into this higher sort of realm where there's more light, you can see more. They pick up a song, they pick up a download, they pick up something, they have an experience, whatever. They go back into the darkness. And then they tell people and they go, nah, you weren't there. That to me is the whole thing, that what all these experiences is just entering into a realm where where we realize that the whole universe is very pliable. Our universe isn't pliable. It's like solid, it's nuts and bolts, it's like everything is the way it is. But the more you get into the dream world, the LSD, the psilocybin, the DMT, the dreams, the lucid dreaming, you realize that the world is very pliable, that you can, like in a lucid dream, you can basically create characters, talk to the characters, and they will say it's more real than the real world.
So shouldn't you use vibration instead of realm then, maybe? Because realm is a noun, isn't it?
Yeah, well, vibration is an interesting word too.
So it's a field. It's all the same thing, but the farther you get out of towards the light, the more you can see. So it's all going to be the same thing. You're all pulling it out, and so it's like channelers. Like some people are good channelers, some people aren't very good channelers. It's just like some people are good hockey players, some people are bad hockey players. Some mediums are good, some people are really good. It's how high you can get, how much you can disassociate with your body, like mediums. The Brazilian study that showed that a vast majority of mediums, female mediums, had been abused as children. So they're able to dissociate. They're able to shut off the physical world, the shut down the ego, the left brain thing. They're able to dissociate, and next thing you know, they're talking to their dead grandmother. And that's the way I see it. It's just the ability to dissociate. And I've got 24 different methods you can use to dissociate. And when you dissociate, you get up into these realms or this higher, and there's no levels. Like people will say dimensions. I say there can't be any dimensions because then you're using a noun. It's like, oh, we have 7 dimensions. No, we have 8 dimensions. No, it's all the same thing. It's just like water. You're going up through the water, getting into lighter things where you're able to pick up more information. And so that to me is how I understand the principle, but it's all water. Everybody's in the same water. Everybody's in the same consciousness. And it's just your ability to get out of this ego mind, which is creating the filter, which is creating the block, which makes us think that there's separation. There's me versus there's me and there's you. There's separation. There's things happening to us. And there's good and bad. There's good and bad aliens and this whole duality. And I say, once you get away from the oneness and you get into separation, that's when the evil stuff comes in. If I believe that you are separate from me, then I can steal your stuff. I can kill you. I can do whatever. But if I absolutely...
But people are stealing people's shit, and people are doing... But I don't care what kind of value judgment you want to make about why they're doing it because they're not in the light or this and that. I mean, there's an as below, so above kind of thing going on here. I want to cue the Whitley Strieber clip. I don't know if we can play that whole thing on the interview that Greg Carlwood did, but this guy was fucking tortured. He was tortured as a kid in order to induce that opening that you're talking about. That sucks. That beyond sucks. That's not right. It's just the kind of MK Ultra bullshit that people will do when they want to win the game. So, and I think what Whitley says at the end of that, if we play the clip, is quite profound. He says, these guys don't know what the fuck they're doing because they're playing with matches and they're gonna burn their soul. Now that's a very judgmental kind of thing, but I think that's a lot closer to the truth than we're all just moving towards the light. People who are doing wicked shit like that we have to understand that at a level beyond just, well, they haven't awoken yet.
They believe in separation. All evil starts with separation. If you believe that it's a game, it's here to win, then the end justifies the means, and we can use kids to get our military budget and develop this kind of stuff. It's the belief in separation. If you suddenly believe that that kid is part of you, that is really part of you, how can you torture a kid? How can you steal something?
It's happening, Grant. I mean, what difference is that? I don't understand.
It's happening because people have the belief in separation.
You can say why it's happening. We can get into a whole political discussion about why it's happening and who's at fault. But that's not the point. Is it happening or is it not? Is it not happening? And then we can put a value judgment on it in terms like we're saying we believe there's good and bad. We believe in there's a moral imperative that there's God. And we could say, you know what? I like what Whitley says. I like what Whitley says at the end of that, which is, you know what?
Judge not that you be not judged. You see the speck in your neighbor's, in your brother's eye when you have a log in your own eye. It is the same thing. It's this judgment. It's the separation that now we can kill these people. We put them in gas chambers. They were really bad. We're the good guys. We're the light on the hill. God bless America. All this kind of stuff. And people start to have this idea that there are bad people out there, that there are evil aliens. There are as above, so below. That's what you use. So there's evil aliens. And so there's got to be evil races here on Earth. And I say, well, which race is there that we need to put in the gas chamber? It's just craziness. It's the once you get the separation and you start to believe that someone else is evil and I can prove they're evil, I can show these evil things, whatever it is, then I have the right, because it's a separation world and we have to win, then I have to kill these people because I'm the good guy. And nobody's the good guy. Everybody's just a soul, and you may end up being that guy if you have that situation where you really don't understand this and you fight this kind of stuff. You may come back as that guy. How do you know you're not going to come back as whatever, as a Mexican or a pedophile or whatever? It's all learning. It's all the thing where nobody chooses when they're 5 years old to be a homeless guy. Nobody chooses to be a refugee. Nobody chooses to commit suicide when they're 30 years old. Nobody chooses to be a pedophile. These things happen, and you've got to have the rules to try to verify that. But everybody has fallen short of the glory of God.
Let's listen to that clip just because we talked about a lot here. Darren's got it ready to go here.
Hopefully Greg wants to us.
Year, I believe, I was recruited into a program that I'm pretty sure was carried out in some barracks on the southern border of Randolph Air Force Base in San Antonio, where I lived. And it was a very, very terrifying experience. It was meant to crack the cosmic egg. I remember being put in a box, and it was dark, and there were other children jammed into it with me, and there was terrible, terrible shrieking, horrible noises blasting in this box, and you could not get out. It was absolutely horrifying. It was like a simulation of the gas chambers from Auschwitz, and it may have been that very thing. Because, and I never have been able to track this down, but I was once told by someone who has since died that sometimes in the gas chambers, when the doors were opened, the bodies were counted very carefully and identified going in and coming out. That sometimes children who had gone in were no longer there. I think what then happened was the doctors, these unholy people, ended up at Randolph. They were brought over on Project Paperclip and were working under Dr. Hubertus Strughold, a Nazi doctor who ran the United States Air Force Medical Research Facility there, where they took advantage of what he had learned by torturing Jews to death about how the body reacts to oxygen deprivation at high altitudes and other things. Because I remember in that box, it was like you were smothering to death. It was horrifying. I know two other children who went into that program, and both of them were simply destroyed as human beings. One of them died at the age of 53 and spent his entire life living at home in his childhood room and had an absolutely failed life. The other one has been in a nursing home most of her adult life and had another completely failed life. They were destroyed. I was not destroyed. What happened to me was in October of that year, my immune system collapsed. And I was taken out of the program and taken over instead to Brooke General Hospital in San Antonio and given gamma globulin shots. This is another thing about all this stuff. The people who are playing with this stuff, to me, they're children playing with matches. These people who are trying to do this for the government with all of their pretensions and so on and so forth, and their secrecy and their classification and stuff that I can see right through. They're playing a very dangerous game with their own souls. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about it, but suffice to say that one of the things that we are here for is to make decisions about what happens to our souls. And you don't make those decisions, you make those decisions viscerally. The reason that the consequences are all filtered out is so that we will make decisions that come from our own deepest essence. And people need to remember that when they are doing things that they know are not, they shouldn't be doing. And these individuals in these jobs, they all know they shouldn't be doing it.
Hey, give me a second here to frame this up, because it sounds like Grant and I are disagreeing. And I first want to acknowledge that the guy who put me on this trail is sitting right here, Grant Cameron. So Grant does this unbelievable thing with the Wilbert Smith memo in Canada, where he says, here's this Canadian Freedom of Information Act, most important memo, says this guy in the 50s, he goes and he discovers, he's finding all this stuff, and they say, go down to the USA, find out if this UFO stuff is real. He goes down and says, yeah, it's real. It's the number one priority, higher than the hydrogen bomb. And here's the Grant's important spin point is he says, and it's consciousness related, mental consciousness related, right? So the spawn of this, and I remember talking about this with Grant a couple of years ago, this spawns MK Ultra, or at least it has an influence on MK Ultra, because now these guys are saying, hey, there's a mental phenomenon, let's start studying that frickin' thing, and let's start studying in a good old CIA way. What you're hearing Whitley talk about is one of the hundreds of programs that fall under that umbrella of MK Ultra, and it's this horrific program where they're abducting these little kids, virtually putting them into this gifted program, subjecting them to all this horrible stuff so that they can understand the technology of extended consciousness. How does someone like you just said, those mediums who are traumatized when they're young and therefore are mediums? So the guy from the CIA or whoever says, ooh, that's kind of cool. How can we do that? How can we get into that other realm? So Greg Doyle on Grimerica says, well, here's how you do it. You astral travel, but that's not good enough for the CIA. They want to know how they can do it because ET's obviously doing it. ET doesn't fool around with prayers and rosaries. ET knows how to pop in, pop out, do his thing, not do his thing. We don't know what the hell is going on here, and we better start approaching it from a standpoint beyond it's all just going to work out because we're going to get reincarnated enough. I'm not comfortable with that. I want to know what these guys are playing. I want to know what they know, and I want to know why the hell they're doing these horrible things to people right now, because there's just no excuse for it.
Well,
I can tell you why they're doing it.
We're not ready for it, because we're still doing.
I can tell you
like
exactly why they're doing it. Like consciousness, like anything else, is neutral. So you can. It's like water.
That ain't neutral.
You can drink the water. It gets somebody to stop dying from thirst, or you can drown someone in it. So you get consciousness. So the Canadians discovered, they're told by the Americans that probably because they had a live alien that was talking in people's heads, they knew that consciousness was involved. So you can do one of two things. You can either use it for good, or you can do what the U.S. military and U.S. intelligence does, because they believe in separation. There's bad Russians, and there's bad Chinese, and there's bad Mexicans, and everybody's out to get us. Even Canadians were labeled by Donald Trump. We're a threat to national security. And it's like a million enemies. That's our job. If you take a look, I'm doing a show, not next week, the week after, an election show. I'm going to have the guy who asked Hillary Clinton the question, and we're going to be talking about this idea. Reid has now come out, and Senator Reid on this whole thing, and there's these rumors that they have been given, the UFO people have been given $500,000 for UFO research. And Reid was the guy that was pushing this whole thing. And it's basically now been confirmed in an article that was written today by Nick Pope that the Senate and the House Armed Services Committee are looking at the UFO thing. So why are they doing it? Because they're into the separation. They're armed services. We're the good guys on Earth, and we have these things. And Reid said, we've got to get it. I am telling you that the Russians and the Chinese are working on this technology, and if they get it, they're the bad guys. They're gonna get us, and we've got to figure this thing out. And so they're doing all the testing, and they're giving all this money to try to get the technology. So the question is, what is the U.S. military going to do with this technology? If you say you have these kids that were put, like Whitley talks about, yes, there are bad things. There was also 2 atomic bombs that were dropped. 150,000 people melted in the sidewalk, innocent civilians. It doesn't get much eviler than that. And what was the explanation by the New York Times, the science reporter? They had it coming. We had Madeleine Albright, 1996, on YouTube. You can watch her actually admit that the U.S. lead embargo on Iraq in the early 1990s led to the death of 500,000 children. It doesn't get much eviler than that. Yes, people are doing very evil things. It comes down to separation. It comes down to the U.S. military, who believes we are the God's chosen race, and we have to protect the American people, and the ends justifies the means. And if we have to go out and drop some atomic bombs, if we have to kill people, they dropped the atomic bomb. For example, in World War II, they dropped it at 1,500 feet. The calculation was done by John von Neumann. They didn't have computers at the time. John von Neumann was this mathematical, brilliant guy. And why did they drop it at 1,500 feet? Because it actually created the most damage. There's documents that have now been released about them threatening they were going to use nuclear weapons in North Vietnam, about the fact that since World War II, the policy has been to drop the bombs on civilians because it terrorizes the civilians, and it makes the civilians stop the government from doing stuff. This is a policy. This is military policy, but the military policy is based on separation. It's us versus them, and we are here to protect the American people, and that's why you get just really ugly, evil things, not just a couple of little kids in a box. That's why they went into MKUltra, because they wanted to learn weapons. Man, if we could use this, we could really do some damage. We can effectively kill people better, faster, and save the good people on Earth that are all perfect. It's this separation. We're the good guys. We're the American military. The ends justifies the means. And if we have to kill, like Donald Trump, he talks about North Korea, we are going to, if it comes down to it, we will destroy the entire country. That's 25 million people. When you get that kind of stuff, it's the same thing. It's this belief in separation. If you really believe that everything is one, you cannot do this kind of stuff.
So let's get back to the Clinton question that you're talking about and the Harry Reid $500,000. So how does that fit into your view of this?
Well, this is how they're getting the money. So they're calling it the Advanced Aviation or Aerospace, depending, Threat Identification Program. Before Leslie Kean was using it, they said that before this started, they were saying, oh, we've got to look into UFOs because it may be a threat to airliners. And I guess nobody believed that. And then he said it was a threat because they were interfering with our nuclear weapons. Look at these bad guys. They're interfering with our nuclear weapons, which when I said they're shutting down nuclear weapons, he's just giving them the Nobel Prize for the next 20 years. That's the best thing that ever happened. And so it's this idea that the aliens are a threat and we have to put the money. So if you go into the U.S. government and you say, oh, these aliens, they're good people, they want to help us, they're going to go, get out of here. We're not interested. You create a need and then fill it. You say, these guys are here. The Russians are going to get the technology. They're going to kill us with the technology. The Chinese are going to kill us with the technology. The aliens are bad guys. We don't know for sure, but they could destroy us. We have to get this. And the U.S. military, that's their job. So they're going to put in $500,000, say, yeah, the threat is there. We have to protect the threat. And then we're going to put the money into the thing. If there was no threat on this whole thing with the To the Stars thing, there would be no money. That's why they're calling it a threat, because you have to have an enemy. You have to have a separation. If there's no separation, nobody's giving you any money.
There you have it.
Yeah, that's a good point. But
so here's my theory, is that we got these aliens The crafts are controlled by consciousness, clearly. We got these humans who can't get our shit together enough to even be truthful with ourselves half the time, so we have to hire these shrinks to have any sort of intimate connection so we can tell, because we don't even have a friend we want to tell our shit to, let alone live with it. So we're just stuck in this self-replicating fucking loop of reincarnation until we get our shit together enough that we can go off planet by manipulating consciousness or however the fuck you do it. And that's why the aliens are nice, because they got their shit together. Solved.
and my latest theory, I did, Alex saw the lecture, I gave my latest theory where I basically say, you know, if the aliens wanted to tell us, or if they're aliens, I mean, the more I look at it, the more I go to the Jacques Vallée thing where, you know, it used to be spirits and leprechauns and stuff like that. And it seems to be manifesting depending upon what societal beliefs we have. I basically look at it and say, they're not doing anything. They're just playing games. They're doing the trickster thing. They're dropping metal, different pieces of metal. They're saying, hey, give them this piece of metal and make them think. That's all they're doing. They're making us think. They're not trying to take over. They're not trying to, you know, steal our gold or any of that kind of stuff. To me, the more I look at it, the more it's just like they're just trying to raise consciousness. Put on a crop circle. Let's put this crop circle and make them think. And everybody's going, whoa, what's this going on here? And just drop this piece of metal and it's got screw around with the isotopes and then you get the higher stuff where you start getting the messages that they're giving us. And that's where we get into what we started with, is this idea that, you know, 75% of all the experiencers in this survey believe that reincarnation is involved. And they're getting this based upon this experience encounter with beings. You know, 37% have had near-death experiences. That's that's 7 times the national average. And I remember Free, when they first got this stat, the 37% have near-death experiences, they're going and they're saying, we got to have a committee. We got to figure out why is this happening? How could you possibly have all these experiencers and they have such a high percentage of near-death experiences? And I'm saying, because you believe it's a random world. If I can predict that you're going to have a car accident tomorrow, it's not as random as you think it is. And the possibility is that it's not random. The fact that you're an experiencer is because you chose to be an experiencer. And the fact that you have a near-death experience is because you chose to have a near-death experience. You're assuming these are random events. They're not random events. And you get this thing, the highest beings was the energy being, 53% there's telepathic messages, including a vision. 81% of all experiences have out-of-body experiences. 45% say that they've had an encounter, they've been brought into what they refer to like a spirit world.
What percent have had a MyLab experience? 35%.
How many?
I got it right here. And it's overrepresentative of the most traumatic experiences they've had.
Okay, so who's doing the MyLab events?
Well, I think Whitley just kind of laid out a pretty good profile of the involvement in that. So I'm not disagreeing with the overall message that you're saying. I guess I'm trying to refine it, and I'm trying to ask the follow-up question is, you know, okay, I understand you're in the battleground of moving people away from the evil alien abduction thing. Fine. I just want to make sure as we take that step, we don't step over some stuff that we might want to pay attention to. And such as why they did that. What are they doing with the MyLab stuff? What are they trying to accomplish? And you can't just keep saying that separation. I get that. I'm non-dual. I'm non-dual. Graham's non-dual. We both do meditation all the time. I am totally into the secret of the ascent is to always look up. Believe me, I'm a freaking yogi, totally committed to that. But I'm also a real person who lives in this world and makes decisions about what I support and where I draw the line. And this is something I think we have to be clear about in terms of saying we just should not tolerate that. We should be very, very upset about people doing, our government messing around with this extended consciousness realm in this way in an attempt to weaponize it. And I'm tired of just keep saying, well, it's all separation. Well, the whole frickin' world is separation.
Exactly. And that's the problem that you
that doesn't get us anywhere.
But that's the thing. You've got a $700 some odd billion defense budget, and you have this belief in separation. It's more prominent now.
Get out of the politics. Who cares? Do you want to be in CHICOM? You want to go over there and be on a death van in China? I don't. So, we can compare different things and this one versus that.
Yeah,
Who
but it's
cares?
beyond
apolitical.
It's beyond the local government and your national government. It's an elite group of people flying around in this technology. Whether ET exists or not, somebody's flying around in high technology that we don't have access to. So who's flying around in all the big black triangles? That's not just me and my consciousness.
Hey, this is a major question I wanted to ask Grant, and that's secret space program. Very popular with a lot of folks out there. Joseph Farrell, Richard Dolan, definitely. They make a strong case for it. David Schrott. I gave these guys the thing there. I mean, you have a different perspective on it. I thought you had a great counter perspective on it. Let's talk about Graham's point there. Who's flying these things around? Is it us? Is it secret space program? Is it,
as I pointed out, if you take a look, now we're into the triangles, but it started as wooden ships with propellers and guys hanging off ropes. Then it went to these Foo Fighter things for a couple of years where they're on the edges of planes and they're flying along. And then it was the green fireballs over top of the nuclear stuff where we're doing all the nuclear tests and building the atomic bombs.
Yeah,
and then it goes
there's planes up there. We do have planes, right? We do have technology. We do have stuff that flies. So we're asking, is this stuff that we see that's flying as a triangle, have we made it? Have we made it out and tested it out in the lab and tested out in the desert of Nevada? That's a real question. You can't just say flying ships and big sails and all the rest of that. 747s fly. Do triangles fly?
But is a triangle actually whether it's the U.S. military or whether it is alien beings? Do you need a craft that's 1 mile wide to fly 100 feet over the ground in Phoenix? The triangles have only appeared the last couple of years. It's the predominant sighting, but it wasn't the most predominant sighting now. It's like these things are changing. They changing. They used to have like ships with windows. You don't really get those reports anymore. You have landing traces. That for 20 years. It's like, so
you're saying no secret space program. That's okay.
I'm saying the more I look at it, the more I doubt the secret space program. I'll give you some reasons why. Because I asked Chris Bledsoe, who is very good friends with Jim Semivan, who's the guy that runs To the Stars. And I said, Chris, I need you to ask, do they have this high-tech stuff? And he asked and he said, no, we have high-tech. We don't have that stuff. Basically, I looked at and I said, if they have this high-tech stuff, then why is Bob Bigelow, a billionaire, still doing the rocket thing and doing the thing of building little pod things that are going to be put on added to space stations and stuff? Because that's where the money is. Even Elon Musk is going to use rockets to go to Mars. That's 4,000-year-old technology. I don't see anything. I think that these high money people, Joe Firmage, who spent $100 billion, is working on this box thing that's trying to levitate this thing off the ground by 1 inch. Well, why are him and Bigelow and all these people doing this super, like, basically can't get something to levitate off the ground when all this secret space program stuff, they've got the money, they've got the access. Firmage, I asked a question of Firmage, and the thing was, he has all these contacts inside intelligence, inside the government. So why are they wasting their time with this very minor stuff? And I think that a lot of the secret space program thing is just military bravado. We got all this stuff. We've got, we're going to other star systems. We're trading with other people and all this kind of stuff. And in the end, basically, you can't get off the ground. You can't get to the space station. You got to go on Russian rockets. And the reason you go on Russian rockets is because the American rockets that were taken out of service that had the nuclear weapons on them were driven over, according to Bigelow, by front-end loaders, because you didn't want to compete with the new rockets that were coming out, so they were not allowed. So you have Bigelow using Russian rockets. You have no space program. You have basically none of the stuff. And the more I look at it, the more I think that it's just bravado. It's just stories that are thrown in there to throw people off. I leave myself open to someone actually showing me. I remember there was a guy, I was in Ireland, and there was a guy who ran the King's Observatory. and he had developed this technology where he was able to take a microwave tower from 10 miles away, and it looked like he was standing right beside it. And in the middle of the night, in the dark, he could photograph this microwave tower in the dark, and in color, it would be like 2 miles away. And he was selling this technology to the U.S. military. So I said to him, if there was secret space, and this many years ago, if there was these secret big crafts that were flying around, would you be able to see the craft? He said, if that stuff is up there, I could see the rivets on it. And so I started asking people. I said, okay, if these crafts are flying around, give me the location. I got a guy in Ireland who's got the technology, and nobody would ever provide me the location of where these things are. I think it falls apart when you start looking at the amount of money that people are putting in this thing. CIA, Ron Pandolfi, all these guys, and they don't seem to be getting anywhere. And the one quote that you guys have sent me, this thing about Ben Rich, I recovered some documents, and I haven't put them out yet. There was a guy doing a manuscript on an eyes-only study for President Johnson. The guy that was involved in the study was a guy by the name of Arthur Lundahl, who is the equivalent to Ron Pandolfi, Kit Green, all these people that are running the CIA UFO program, the remote viewing program, all this sort of stuff. They're the head guy. And at that point, they said they had discovered nothing. And this was an eyes-only study. They couldn't get anywhere. And you get Eric Davis, who's saying 1989, they shut down they have crashed saucers. They had a crash saucer program. And that's Eric Davis, who is a contractor who I knew Eric Davis for many years. And he's got some weird characteristics, but he's not a liar. And he said that they shut the crash saucer program down in 1989 because they couldn't get anywhere. That's the experience that I get when I talk to people like Chris Bledsoe, who talk about the fact that you go into the ship and you put your hand on a pad and suddenly you can go whatever you think is where you go. Or a guy that tells me, a Mormon guy who flew the craft out of Utah, who tells me he's on there and where do you want to go? I want to see the Milky Way from a distance away in space. And it's 2 seconds, he said. In 2 seconds, he was there. We do not have this technology. Chris Bledsoe talks about you go into the craft. The craft looks like it's about 10 or 12 feet across. You go inside the craft and it's like 50 feet across. And you look outside the craft and it's 10 or 12 feet. You look inside, it's 50 feet. I don't care what anybody says. We do not have this technology. I think it's all just this sort of military bravado. When you come down to it, we have high-tech planes. We have all this kind of stuff. And even the high-tech planes. Now the F-35 has been grounded because, it had a crash. Or the people will talk to me about, the government's doing the cattle mutilations. I said, really? We had the SEAL Team 6, the top guys who trained for months to go in and get bin Laden. They had stealth helicopters. They turned the lights off and they crashed a helicopter. We went to rescue the Iranian hostages. We crashed helicopters. We in Somalia, we crashed helicopters. And then people say, oh no, the government is going in, 10,000 cattle mutilations, and they were able to do this for 40 years and never crash a helicopter. I think that a lot of the stuff that's out there is just not true, that they do not have this kind of technology they want you to think, because what they're doing is they're throwing garbage into the field, so you and I sit there and argue and we don't know, and somebody says the secret space program exists, I say it doesn't, and we end up fighting with each other. And meanwhile, the story that they want out is put out. It's all counterintelligence. There's more money, according to some stories, spent on classification to protect the program than on the program. They're good at this. They're good at throwing these bizarre stories and counterintelligence operations that they run to protect what they're doing. But I simply do not believe, the more I look at it, I mean, I used to believe that they did have the secret space program because Ben Rich had said, and that was part of my download. Ben Rich said, we've got the technology to take ET home. We've discovered the mistake in the equation. And now Hal Puthoff is saying that he's discovered the mistake in the equation. He now has the technology, but they haven't built anything. And they actually talk about this terahertz energy that they're going to bombard this layered piece. But Hal Puthoff has admitted that they do not have a terahertz generator sufficient that can produce sufficient energy to bombard that piece of equipment. So every road that I've taken, it appears that no, we're making a lot of claims, but no, this technology is way beyond anything that we have.
I don't know. I mean, I still would like to speculate on what then that is, because the black triangle thing it's just a good example. There's all kinds of different shapes and craft that are seen out there. But I mean, the Black Triangle one is the one that I know enough people personally that have seen that themselves. So then if you're not sure about ETs and that they're flying these things around and you don't think that we have the technology on Earth, there's not a lot of different. I mean, what's left? I mean, it just seems like, what's that? Manifestation.
Or
yeah,
just,
I don't know.
maybe a triangle just isn't that great. It's just like shitty Earth tech. It looks good.
Well, that's
but
what
it's
I
really,
saw triangle.
it's really just some
beyond the tech that's
inflatable
Grant's,
piece of shit.
Yeah, but that's beyond the technology that
it's
Grant's
like
talking
the
about.
F-36.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a triangle in '76, and it looked completely different. And it was 100 feet above the car. It was either 100 feet above the car, or it was very big. I mean, it was when I looked up with the binoculars, it was the entire field of vision of a triangle. And so I'm not denying that triangles exist or that aliens are flying. But you take a look at the crafts. I mean, and this is one of the points I make in this whole thing, that it may all be just a game. Like, why do you keep changing the crafts? It changes from year to year. There's different types of crafts. John Lennon's craft.
Because our cars change.
Well,
our cars
Could
change. Everything changes.
Maybe you have
so
because it's
John
like
Lennon.
the
Let me
Indians.
ask you about the John Lennon thing. So he has the white lights alternating, flick, flick, flick. These white lights along the edge of the craft, and then a red light on top. So is the statement that we need white lights flashing off and on to go through interstellar space? Why do UFOs have lights on them? And they're all different types.
Because some people have funky lights on their cars. I just saw people snowboarding with lights on their snowboards. I mean,
can't trust John Lennon.
Everybody changes it. Why can't they change their design depending on what trip they're
why
making?
would they even have lights?
Well, maybe that's because.
Well, why does he just do stealth like they're doing the abduction? Nobody sees them when they're abducting people.
Because the same reason we put lights on, so people can see you, or so you can
exactly so you can see the craft. That's exactly why they put lights. That's the whole point, is that they want you to see it, and when you see it, then you're part of the game. They want you to tell the story. That's all they're doing. And all these crafts look different. The lights all look different. I mean, I even saw ones in '75 where it was one object and it changed into another object. Yeah. And so the whole deal is, we sort of have this thing where it's solid, it's a thing, but what you see, I've been in it so long that I know that the pattern keeps changing. That now
maybe it has to,
like
though.
Angel hair.
Maybe
Angel
it
hair
has
doesn't
to
exist
change
anymore. Or the whole idea where
the landing traces are less now.
Landing traces, or people seeing windows in crafts. Aliens that come down and tell some guy to get a pail of water, the trickster thing, like at the Skinwalker Ranch. So why are they doing this? The woman comes home, takes all the groceries. She takes the groceries out and puts them on the counter. She goes to the next room. She comes back and all the groceries are back in the bag. To me, it's just like they're playing like the game of trying to make us think, the breadcrumb thing, and the government's doing the same thing. It's almost like they've learned the same game. Is you're doing it gradually. You're mixing it up with a bunch of stuff, because either side, whether it's the government.
But wait a minute. If they're mixing it up with a bunch of stuff, doesn't that imply that there's some real stuff? I mean, that's just that. I mean, there's no argument that the screen memory and that consciousness is much more flexible than this. But when you go out to the airport and you get in a plane, it basically works. It takes off from one place, it lands in another place.
Yep.
And now Elon is telling us, I can speed that up. I'm going to do it with these hokey rockets, but I'm still going to be able to get you from New York to Shanghai in 39 minutes. And that's going to be a great business. So there's a reality to this that we can't just blow past. I mean, that's back to my thing of consensus reality. So when a lot of people will point to Bob Lazar and say, there he is, and you had a good point. I want you to tell the story of what you think about, Bob Lazar and John Lear, Area 51, and they're out there, and he says, come out, I'll show you. I'm working at Area 51. If we show up at this time, you'll see we're testing these craft, and they show up at that time, and there are the craft and all the rest of that. So again, there's a consensus reality to it of craft that fly, and it seems like you're kind of mixing that with the consciousness stuff in a way that kind of we can't completely do there.
I think you kind of can, though.
I've actually seen the craft change from one craft to another. I've seen it with my own eyes. So and that was back in the 1970s.
I'm not denying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not denying.
So there is a physical type of shift, but whether theirs is like that, whether theirs is this one model, and it does come into the physical reality. They can move into our deep part, dark part of the thing. They can manifest as a physical being or as a physical craft, but they can also disappear. They can also turn into a ball of light and disappear. So the question is it actually a physical thing, or can they just come in, manifest as a physical being, but they're not really in this world? They can come in, and we think we're stuck in this world. That's all there is this physical world. We can do the same thing if we understand how it works.
Well, yeah.
Bob Lazar.
If
Bob
you think
Lazar,
like,
do your thing on Bob Lazar.
Well, the Bob Lazar, I would correct the thing where they said he saw the ship flying around. They saw lights. So Bob Lazar, now that's the whole thing about how it was all just a game, because Bob Lazar, when he did the interview to go on to Area 51, he had 3 interviews with EG&G, and Knapp confirms this. The first question in the second interview was what's your relationship to John Lear, and what do you think about him? So before they actually put him on Area 51, they knew that he knew John Lear. And John Lear was putting out all the weird stuff. The Dulce base, alien big shootout, 64 special forces killed. Don't go to the light when you die. The aliens are going to take your soul and take it to the moon. John Lear had some really wild stories that he was telling. And so what they wanted is the story, according to my version of the thing. They knew that Lazar knew John Lear. And they knew that if they put him on the base, he would go and tell John Lear the whole story, and John Lear would put it out. And because John Lear had all these weird ideas about what was going on, everybody would say, it's just John Lear. Don't listen to John Lear. The guy's crazy. You don't listen to John Lear. And that's what happened, because the day after he first went on the base in December of 1988, he went to John Lear's house, and he said, I was on the base, and it's real. And then John said, so is it theirs or ours? And he said, it's theirs. And he said, well, what are you doing here? You know they're going to be following you. Get out of my house. Go back and work for 6 months and then come back and talk to me. So John is telling the story. John Lear is telling the story. We've got the crafts at Area 51. Nobody's listening to him, not even at KLS TV. Only person that listened to him was Knapp, but Knapp really didn't do anything with it. And it was this bizarre incident that occurred in May of 1989, 6 months later, after John had been telling everybody knows listening to him, when they basically said, Knapp says to John Lear, he said, I'm missing a guest on tonight's show. Get some, you get that guy who was Area 51 that got fired? And he said, yeah. He said, bring him on my show. And that's when it went viral, because now it's Emmy award-winning reporter Knapp. But the way that it happened when you talked about he takes Lear out to show him the craft, they're testing it the same night, or he's told. So if he's a part-time guy, he was only there a couple of days. He didn't make much money. He confirms he was only there a couple of times. So why would they tell him when they're going to test the craft? He's not involved in the testing. They told him because they knew he was going to take Lear out there.
But there's a craft out there. I mean,
there's a light, not a craft, and it's filmed.
Come on with the light thing. I mean, these guys are not. He's not an idiot. He knows what he's observing.
Okay, so this is top secret technology. Say it's a craft. Say they're flying the craft, and then they get caught. The next day they take it to Indian Springs and they put a gun to his head and they say, when we told you it was top secret, that didn't mean to bring your friends out here. And what do? Do they arrest him for releasing top secret material? No. All they do is suspend his security clearance. They say, oh, your wife is screwing around with the pilot that she's taking lessons from, and we're just going to suspend your security clearance. And they let him go, and they actually invite him back on the base again. It was Bob Lazar who didn't go back on the base. They never fired the guy. So if he was releasing all this top secret material, why didn't they fire him? They didn't fire him because they wanted to feed him more stuff. He was being fed this stuff. They wanted people to believe. Like people said, oh, we saw this craft levitated outside the hangar.
I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm willing to accept that part of the story, just like I'm willing to accept El Zanado did the same thing. I mean, right? He reveals all this stuff. And the next day he has a job with to the Stars Academy. He's a whistleblower that never. So it's the same script played over and over again. But our launching off point for this is something different. Our launching off point was you were saying, hey, there's no triangles. The ship changed shapes and all the rest of that. And but are you countering Lazar's basic testimony that he was out there, he saw craft, he saw technology, and it flew in this way that was unexplainable in conventional terms? I mean, that's the point that I think is relevant to your statement about we don't have any of that technology.
That is something that I leave open. It's same as the Ben Rich statement. But what Lazar saw was a hovering craft. He didn't see the thing fly. When it was outside the hangar, it was just hovering in front of him. That's all he saw. He saw the crafts that were all in the bays, the 9 bays. But the whole thing was that Eric Davis, who's got the security clearances, who works for Hal Puthoff, who basically said that Roswell was real and that the Del Rio crash was real, and Hal Puthoff said there was a crash saucer document. These guys are on sort of on the inside. They got these security clearances. It was he that said that they shut down the crash saucer program in 1989. That's the same year as Lazar. So the fact is, they may have had 9 crafts, but they couldn't get anywhere. They couldn't reproduce it. It's like giving a cell phone to Da Vinci, something like that, where they've got it, but they can't figure the whole thing out. Whereas some of the stories are, we've had the technology since 1954. We've been flying around and stuff like that. That kind of stuff I don't believe. We understand some of the material. Absolutely. We understand some of the ideas, and we know that DNA is being affected, this sort of stuff. We know a lot of little bits and pieces, but do we have crafts where we're actually flying this stuff around? The more I look at it, the more I have my doubts that is going on. Doesn't mean that there's not triangles. Doesn't mean that the beings aren't flying triangles, but these triangles, even I know, the triangle that I saw didn't start off as a triangle. It started off as a huge arc welding light on the American border, which made a turn. And as it came down the road towards me, suddenly it turned into this triangle. 3 huge lights, 2 red lights and a green light in the back. And it sat right above the car. And then this bizarre sort of breaking of the film thing, and it sort of moved off. So I'm not denying there's crafts. The question is, the more I look at it, the more suspicious all the various types of crafts, or the different types of beings. There's lots and lots and lots of different types of beings, and nobody sees one particular type of being. So when you're on the craft, you have Travis Walton, and you see the sort of the gray type beings, and then suddenly there's a humanoid, and then suddenly the people will report. Then there's a reptilian, and then there's this, and it's like all these beings are working together. That nobody sees one particular being. It's almost like they see. In the early part of their life, in the end of the part of their life, they start to see sort of more angelic type things, and they get the sort of the hybrid stuff goes away, and they start getting messages and all this love and light type stuff. The experiences aren't as clear cut as people think they are, and you see these bizarre incidents like Bud Hopkins, the key guy that started the whole abduction thing. And I pointed out in the lecture, how did it start? It starts with him going to the corner store to buy his liquor, and the guy tells him this story about this UFO that's 100 feet off the road, or 100 yards off the road, and there's these aliens with shovels outside the ship, and they're digging holes. And I'm going like, what the heck is that all about? And so he goes and he finds these 15 holes, 5 inches deep, and he's down the rabbit hole. He suddenly he can't let go of it, and he starts running after the thing. So is there actually aliens that really need to dig holes with shovels? They're doing so many bizarre things that to me it's almost like it becomes less fluid, almost like the idea of consciousness, where you're really not seeing what you think you're seeing. It's like green. There is no real green. It's everything is space when you think it's solid, and there's no out there. It's all inside your head. This kind of thing, where the more you look at the world, the more you look at quantum physics, the sort of the more pliable it gets. And the same thing with consciousness, whether it's out-of-body experiences or near-death experiences, lucid dreaming. The more you get into that thing, the more pliable the world becomes. The more you can sort of change and almost become like be in their world, where it's not solid anymore. It's not. Characters can change. You can move at the speed of light. You can move around in your astral body or whatever. And that's what my impression. And when I looked at all this stuff, is that we're in this physical world. We think everything's solid. There's separate particles. There's separate you, me, all this kind of stuff. And that's the way it is. And the more you disassociate and go into whatever that information field is, the higher you get up, the less physical, the less solid it becomes, and the more pliable it becomes, and the more it becomes the John Wheeler thing. You're manifesting what you're seeing. You are affecting what you are seeing.
So kind of getting back to the black budget stuff, like what about Stephen Greer's work, which is very similar to what you're saying in a way, that most, or if not all, of the ETs are not, malevolent. They're good for the most part. and that use consciousness to contact them. But he also takes it a little further and talks about the soft matter and the synthetic biology that is being created, you know, maybe in some of these labs, or, I mean, do you have any, what do you think about that whole thing? It's kind of,
well, as to Stephen Greer, the exception I've got, it's the same thing. It's this duality thing. So he just changes the duality. He says the aliens are all good. And I'm saying, no, the aliens aren't good or bad. Aliens are just souls that are reincarnating. And you may be an alien next time. So if you have evil aliens and then suddenly you get born as one, are you now an evil alien? I mean, are you now evil because you are now reincarnated as a gray or a reptilian or whatever? So he wants to separate that. And then he has the problem, and everybody has this problem and I call it the Messiah complex. So the government comes to you and they say, you know, I've got this top secret material, and I've, made an oath to the government to obey the law and uphold the Constitution, but I'm going to make an exception for you. I'm here to tell you the most top secret material we got in the country. It ain't happening. And I think Alex agrees that there's no whistleblowers. This is all set up. This is all manipulation. So what might happen with Stephen Greer is he gets a couple of people who give him some material that is legitimate. It's going towards the right thing. The easiest way to disrupt somebody in the field is not to go and kill them. It's to give him 100 bad witnesses. So he's got, 1,000 witnesses. And all they do is put in 100 bad witnesses to put a bunch of garbage in there, and you can't really believe anything. So Stephen is based upon his worldview, is basing it on what these witnesses. So the witnesses that don't agree, then he rejects them. But his stuff, like he's the ones that said that we have had anti-gravitic technology since 1954, and that we're withholding all this technology and stuff. And again, I may have believed that at one point. The more I look at it, the more I see guys like Firmage and Bigelow and guys with a lot of money and a lot of influence and a lot of contacts inside the government who don't appear to be anywhere. They're absolutely starting from the word go. And then when I heard Eric Davis said that we basically have gone nowhere. And again, you're at the Armed Services Committee, and they're trying to get this money to run a program, and they're basically saying, we don't have anything. We've ignored the subject. We haven't done anything with it. And the big bad Russians and the Chinese, they're way ahead of us. And we've got this threat, and we've got to deal with this threat, and we need some money. And I leave it open that there may have technology, but I just can't see that these high-level guys, who I've followed a number of these guys for many, many years, would be so far off the mark. If they could just buy this technology, just find it. Why play around in this other field when you could find some way to get some of the black technology and actually move ahead? So they're nowhere.
So why leak disinfo like soft matter or synthetic biology to somebody when some of the labs are working on that stuff, with funding from the Department of Energy? So I don't understand the intention, the purpose of that kind of meeting with somebody that's in the know to feed that. I mean, is it just to show that there's some advancement going on? Or, I mean, I just don't get that.
Well, total chaos. They want total chaos. They want the information. So what they'll do, and I'll give you the example of these latest documents that are leaked. I don't know if you're familiar with them. So Lou Elizondo, there's a big thing about where's Lou Elizondo's resignation letter? And there's this thing, well, we need his resignation letter. It's not classified and stuff. And To the Stars is under this attack, this resignation letter. So suddenly there's this story put out. Chris Mellon, who's one of the To the Stars Academy board members, the story is, well, he puts all these documents that they're going to use for the Senate Intelligence, the Armed Services Committee to get the money. He puts these documents on his website, and then someone hacks the website. That's one version. And the other one was he accidentally sent them out. He left them on his website, and people grabbed them off his website. And I'm going, no, this is like it's the same old scam thing. And so when I see it, I've been in this since the 80s when I was looking at these documents and stuff. So I said to them, okay, let me see the documents. Let me see Lou Elizondo's resignation letter. So they send it to me, and you got messiahs. You got these guys who believe they've been given classified material by the U.S. government, and we're on the inside of the government here, and we know what's going on, whatever. And they give me the document, and of course, number one thing I noticed right away is that there's no date on the document. It's a resignation letter to the Secretary of Defense, and they don't put a date on it. And I go, There's no date on this thing. This thing's been altered. It may be true material. So they put true material. They want you to know Lou Elizondo's story. And then they spell deferred retirement incorrectly. And they have a bunch of other spelling mistakes. And I'm going, this is the same game. You're altering documents. Or in the second document, they have these interviews they do with the Nimitz guys. There's 4 different ones. One, they've got the age. And the other 3, they go, he's about 40 years old. I'm going, really? I mean, you do this interview with the guy and you just sort of say, oh, he's about 40 years old. I think Fravor was one of them where they say, oh, he's about 40 years old or whatever, and this kind of stuff. So what you do is you take the material, you take the information, you surround it with disinformation, and then you go to somebody and you say, I'm here from the government and I'm here to help you. And all you're doing is you're getting the story out that something's going on, but you throw mud in the water so nobody knows really what's going on. So you're doing both things at the same time. You're doing this gradual disclosure, but you're controlling it. And the way you control it is by creating this sort of disinformation, the sort of the Bob Lazar thing, where he's got 2 degrees that he claims he's got. Then suddenly you realize, oh, he doesn't have these 2 master's degrees that he claimed. Oh, he's a hoax, and everybody runs off, and everybody suddenly realizes that there's crafts at Area 51 because they didn't realize that an Emmy Award winning guy was going to put this story out there, and this thing gets viral, and then they get it back under control again. But that's what they're doing. They're just putting the story out in a controlled manner.
So I want to ask your take on this then. So, there was a lot of, Stephen Bassett, advocate for disclosure, has quite a following, quite a voice in the communities. He's done a lot of good work getting people together in Washington to talk about this stuff. So he's super upset that Hillary and Podesta can't be the disclosure people. He was really counting on that. He is fed up. But then after Trump gets in, they come up with this Lou Elizondo story and say the government has been looking at it. They've been funding this stuff. Now we're finding out the funding is also going through the ranch and all that with that movie coming out, but that's kind of a different topic. So, and then Trump comes out with the Space Force. Is there, to me, where's this drip disclosure going then? And is there something going on between, let's say the 2 factions of the deep state, is Trump getting ahead of disclosure, getting ahead of this message by coming out with this after, obviously, the camp, you could say the camp of the Lou Elizondo is the same as the camp that's pushing for Hillary and Podesta to disclose something. Yeah, well, okay, there's 2 separate issues. So the thing about the Space Force, George Knapp just did an interview on with Linda Howe and John Burroughs, and I listened to it about 5 times. And in there, he's asked that question, and he said, and he's on the inside. He knew about To the Stars when not To the Stars, with the ATIP program. He knew about it in 2007. He was told about the whole thing. He had the inside. He was told he couldn't talk about it, this sort of stuff. So George Knapp has a lot of material that he's got an inside on. He said he is firmly convinced that the secret space program has nothing to do with the UFO thing. The key to the whole... You mean Space Force?
Space Force, yeah. It has nothing to do with this UFO thing. It's a separate issue. I guess it would be with satellites, and we're going to shoot down each other's satellites and all this kind of stuff. I would see him as an expert. I don't have any information myself, but I would use his statement as my position for now. As to what was the other question? The whole thing about the what's actually going on. So the big thing I always say with To the Stars is the key thing is, how do you get the videos out? And everybody said, well, they weren't classified, they declassified them, whatever. But they've had videos. They've had gun camera footage since 1947. Kenneth Arnold was given 2 photographs. His daughter has come public that she was given 2 photographs by he was given 2 photographs by the 4th Air Force. And these were like gun camera pictures. And they tried to convince him that these were real. So they've been doing this all along. And so they've had all these gun cameras. So then suddenly they released the 3. And my immediate thing was, when you retire or resign in disgust from the Department of Defense, they don't give you the UFO videos to go as a goodbye present. Somehow they got these videos. It's the same story. Somebody's behind. So they said, okay, who's releasing them? They said, no, it's not To the Stars. To the Stars is not releasing them. Then Lou Elizondo's confronted. He said, no, I'm not releasing the videos. Then they said, well, who's releasing the videos? And then Lou Elizondo said, the government is releasing the videos, and we wait until they give us another video. So then they asked him, well, who's the government? And then, of course, he said, Well, you'd have to ask the government that. That's the whole key. Is there's some force inside the government, whatever it is, whether it's the president, whether it's some.
No, but hold it. I mean, here's Graham's point,
Maybe
and you
it's
can
a space
take one
force.
side or another. Is it clearly seems to be two sides? There seems to be two competing forces, and this is like no big secret. It's not meant to be super controversial, but there's a neo-left liberal globalist agenda kind of group, and that's Podesta and Pizzagate and all those people. And then there's the nationalist who, with Darren's buddy over there in Russia and our guy in Washington, D.C., who say nationalist, we don't need millions of immigrants. Let's try and do it on our own. Russia first, America first, and all the rest of that. And I'm not making a value judgment. I'm not putting my poster in the front of my yard and picking one or another. I'm just saying that is how the world is divided now. It's not divided between Republicans and Democrats or liberals and conservatives. It's globalists and nationalists. And this is clearly a political play by the globalists. And they put it in the globalist press, the New York Times and the Washington Post. So, I mean, can't we deal with it from that reality? That's the reality.
No, that's not my impression. My impression is that there is no unified government. There's all sorts of competing people inside the government with different agendas. And they've been doing this since 1947. They've been doing this leaking stuff. They went to Disney. They went to my friend Bob Emenegger in the 1970s. They went to my friend Bill Moore in the 80s. They've been doing this over and over and over and over again. There's some sort of plan, some sort of agency. And then you get the thing where they shut down the ASAP program. And then it was clear, and George Knapp said the names of the people will be released at some point. That Elizondo's boss was a super religious guy and believed that there was this force inside the government who shut the program down that believed that this was allowing the Satan to come into the world, and they shut the program down. They pulled the money in 2012, and he said all the names are there, and eventually these names will be released. So you have these different ideas of how the world works. So you have this very religious group inside intelligence or the government or whatever that basically said, we are not doing UFOs. This is demonic. And they shut the program down. And so that's the thing. I'd say there's hundreds of different agencies, and they talk about it. So it's you steal my money, I steal your money. Everybody's trying to get money. Everybody's trying to push their version, and it all comes down to money. In the United States, it's number one is money, number two is money, number three is money. So everybody's trying to get their budget. They're trying to push their budget. They're trying to say we have the number one need in the Defense Department. You have $713 billion or whatever, and everybody's trying to get a piece of the pie. And my version of how the world works is the way it works, and it's all these competing interests. It's not.
Yeah, but there's something going on behind the scenes. It's not that simple because there's not a lot of money going into this field at all. It's all black, right? There's how many trillions are missing, and how much is being funded through these other channels?
Don't start talking about that.
Through
We're gonna have some
the CIA drug stuff. I mean, there's all
motherfucker.
kinds of stuff going on that's funneling and laundering money that's not part of a little bit of a $500,000 budget in a little tiny program. So it's past the political spectrum. And why now, if they've been leaking and slow dripping the stuff since 1947, like I agree with you, why now after Trump's elected, why now are they finally officially coming out with some sort of thing? I mean, we were closer than ever now.
It was supposed to happen before. It was supposed to happen with Podesta and with Hillary. That's why Podesta said to Lena Dunham, and he's running $1 billion campaign, and he says to Lena Dunham in September of 2015, Lena, good interview. Next time, ask her about the aliens. They had this plan. She went on the Kimmel Show in November of 2015, and she wanted the UFO question. He was supposed to ask her the UFO question, and he didn't ask it. And when you had the WikiLeaks leak with the memo comes out, and it talks about the fact that she was really upset. He didn't ask her about UFOs. She had practiced for 5 minutes. They had this plan before. It was going to be Hillary.
But Grant, that's what he's saying. So jump ahead and saying, so they had it before, they didn't get elected, they licked their wounds for a while, and then they pushed it out anyway. I mean, that's obviously what happened.
Some force, but this is the same force that's been doing this all along. And that's why I said it's the high hurdle. Who's releasing the videos? There's somebody inside government who has the authorization to release these videos, because it's the old deal. This is the most highly classified secret in the United States, according to the Canadian government top secret document of 1950. You don't just release this stuff. Somebody is green lighting this stuff to come out. They're leaking it, and they don't leak the whole video. They leak parts of the video. They alter the documents. They change the spelling. They do all this kind of stuff. There's some program behind that is doing this leak. They're just doing it different from Bill Moore's time or from the 1990s when they released 3,700 pages of documents called the new MJ12 documents, 3,700 pages of documents. Now they've just learned how to do it a little bit better. They did it on steroids. I was told by Chris Bledsoe, who's was inside the To the Stars for a period of time, that it was Jim Semivan who set up the thing where the New York Times, the Washington Post, and Politico all go on the same day. This is a story that took 2 months to do. This was not a cut and paste story. They all did separate stories. The New York Times had a Pulitzer Prize. The Washington Post had a guy with 2 Pulitzer Prizes that ran the story. They all went the same day. So it's quite clear that they had planned this to come out. They waited for 9 months after Hillary had because they had to rework the plan because now all the characters had changed. But they just came back. But the same players are in behind, releasing it for whatever reason they're doing. And I think.
What do you think the reason is?
Yeah, I kind of want you to speculate on that. What?
I think it was, well, the one explanation is the Brookings Report from 1960, the idea that unless you acclimatize the people, the lower civilization will completely be wiped off the map, that you have to acclimatize to the people to the fact that this is for real. You can't have them back in 1947 and then suddenly realized that.
No, but that doesn't answer the why now. That doesn't answer the political nature of it.
They've never stopped. They're just doing it. They're just doing it with steroids. They've done it.
Why now? Why you just went through a very compelling. Because what?
The Borg is coming.
Well, no, but that's interesting. Yeah,
it's time to know.
It's time for Bluebeam, right? To get to
me,
it could be their last
maybe
card.
Something has to be accelerated.
Their last
or
card,
AI, or who knows, man? There's so many fucking wild cards right now.
Yeah, they're talking about another disclosure in January or February. This is not over. This is this gradual thing. And that's what Lou Elizondo says. When we get the next video, we will release the video. And then they leak this stuff and they have these DVDs, the photos of these DVDs with all the videos on them. And they leak that. And they leak the transcript of the actual Nimitz thing with all the details, with actual names and phone numbers and stuff like that. They leak this. It hasn't stopped. So
then eventually they can say, once we're acclimatized, which isn't going to take too long, they can say what Darren said, the Borg is coming, Project Bluebeam comes into place, and that's their last card, their trump card to say, now the world becomes one because we're against the evil ETs, and there's your globalism.
Oh, to me, it depends who you're looking at. If you're looking at the Defense Department, we need a $2 trillion budget. And if we can get evil aliens, then we got a $2 trillion budget. And we're really going to be able to spend some money and make some big bucks on this thing. And if it's the guys like Puthoff, who's spent his entire life, he and Kit Green, who are 2 of the key people, are 2 of the guys who have the longest, maybe the longest held top secret SCI clearances in the country. Yeah. They were working on the remote viewing program. They've been into this bizarre spooks and aliens and ghosts and all this crap. They've been in it their whole life, and they're trying to figure it out. And they're trying to get money for themselves. So they're going along with the threat thing. And according to some of the stories, they've got half a billion dollars. They've been given $500 million, and that's what they want. So everybody's trying to get their thing. So if you're Puthoff or you're Eric Davis and you're an astrophysicist, you have to make a proposal because you need to have a job. So you make a proposal. I'm going to do faster than light travel, and I need a program. And you go and you try to convince the government to give you money so you can do your little pet project. And the NASA people are doing their thing. We want to go to Mars, and everybody's pushing their little thing to get their money out of the defense budget. And it's all separated. And they've just, the people that are running it have just learned how to do it very, very well. And I think what they've done is, and I first pointed this out, now everybody sort of agrees with me, is that they didn't come to the UFO community. They didn't try to convince me and all the other UFO people, because we're very skeptical. There's a million questions. Nobody believes anything. Exactly. They went to the New York Times, the Washington Post, and Politico because they wanted to go to the public. And they're trying to shift the swing voters. So if you're in a vote, you're not going to go for the Republicans or Democrats. You're going to go for the swing voters. And that's what they're doing. It's like the old story. Science advances one funeral at a time. They're trying to swing the voter. They're trying to swing the attitude of the public to so that only 40% of people disbelieve instead of 50%. You're just moving the thing, and the more they drop it, the more people come online and they suddenly believe, and then you get to a point where it's like, when did gay rights get the rights? When did African Americans get the rights? And you go, well, I don't really know when it happened. It was like 20 years ago or so, and it's just going to happen. It's gradually happening. Even now, people will come and they'll say, oh yeah, I know UFOs are real. Once it went in the New York Times, it's New York Times, it's for real. They've shifted a lot of people's minds by having this thing appear in the New York Times. They never ran a full.
Because that means there's weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
Yeah. And if that makes you money, then that's what you do. So, it's the whole thing. You get separation. We have an enemy. We have a need. I'm the guy that's going to solve your problem. You give me the money, and I'm going to build weapons, and we're going to beat the Russians at this, and Chinese, and we're going to get the evil aliens. And everybody's out to get money. It's the bottom line.
Yeah,
everybody's out to get money.
Not only that, there's a lot of money in us not getting along with any sort of agenda that makes us think the universe or the earth in general is more malleable than we think it is.
Well, that's kind of why I'm saying there's not a good reason for them to come out and do this, because that's where the end result's going to be.
Point at me.
That's what the end result's going to be, is we're going to become one, and we're going to all, once we realize this reality, we are going to become one. But that doesn't help you take over the world. I mean, that
exactly. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. You don't get a defense budget. You can't get any money by saying we're all one.
No, but I realize,
that's where the missing $2 trillion goes, is making sure that you don't point at me again. Is making sure that we don't think we're one.
But that's the missing piece. I agree with everything Grant's saying, but it's that it's the dark money, the missing trillions or billions or whatever it is, that is really what we should be talking about, as far as what technology that's creating, like what alternate reality that's creating.
It's fucking
but it's
Facebook
still going to be
and
weapon
Twitter.
technology. The most classified secrets are weapon technology, and the most money is going into weapons. It won't be going into anything else. It's like
I think that's past weapons, though, isn't it? I mean, that's all fine with the actual military budget, but I don't think that stuff is going into weapons. I think that's going into mechanisms of control.
Pockets is where it's going. It's lining pockets all the way down.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah.
Even the whole thing about the Canadian government document. Why did the Canadians know in 1950 that mental phenomena, they were told by the Americans, mental phenomena.
Yeah, but you know what I think?
Involved. So how did they know that? Because there was nobody talking to aliens. Adamski would not come out until 9 days after the detonation of the hydrogen bomb. There was nobody talking to aliens, so how did they know? And the reason that now we know that there may have been a live alien at Roswell, and the alien was talking in people's heads. So if you're the CIA and the military, you say, my God, can you imagine if we had this technology? That's why they went to the MK Ultra. It wasn't because they wanted to drug people. They were trying to figure out how consciousness works. And we don't care how we do it, how many people we hurt. We're going to figure out how consciousness works, because we are going to get it before the Russians get it. Because if the Russians and North Koreans and all these people get it, we're in trouble. But it's still weapons. It's the ability to get into people's minds, to manipulate and that kind of thing. To me, it always comes down to this separation thing. It's me versus you. And the guys who can create the most separation, the most need for me to save you, is the guy that's going to get the most money.
Yeah. Don't forget that, Hitler was talking the aliens, and we brought over half the Nazis in Project Paperclip. So, and then there was people talking to them way before the 40s. Not that has anything to do with that, but you know what I mean. I mean, that,
Yeah. And that's why they brought the Paperclip people, not because they were pro-German, but because these guys could advance their weapons. It always comes down to the same thing. It's the ends justifies the means. And if you're a weapon guy, even Elizondo said this whole deal about, they're in our airspace. And we have to do something. And Eric Davis said the same thing. We have to do something. This is our job. This is the Nuremberg defense. This is our job. We have to, if somebody comes in our airspace, we got to kill them. And I always sort of, make the joke. Well, it was your airspace off the coast of California. Before 1848, it was Mexican. You stole it from the Mexicans, and the Mexicans stole it from the Aboriginals. And before that, nobody owned it. And if you come right down to it, the aliens have been here for thousands of years, according to everybody. It's actually the alien planet, and it's probably a good idea that we leave the planet. It's actually their planet. They were here first. If we want to play the game of whose airspace it is.
Alex, do you want to?
Not if we evolved here. Fuck that.
I'll fire.
Do you want to address before we run out of time? Like, do you have any where you want to go?
Here's what I keep picking at. I keep saying I'm a yogi. I'm a yogi. That's my perspective, and I'm deeply into reading and studying all that stuff. There's something about this story that doesn't ring true with the best accounts you hear of the spiritual masters that we have. So I was telling Grant, I'm the hugging saint, who works tirelessly to help people. She ain't saying shit like this. Neem Karoli Baba walking around with the cup on his head, broken cup. He's gone now. But I mean, there's a quality of difference that they don't do Whitley Strieber. They don't do Skinner Cage. They don't, take kids and lock them into cages and subject them to this horrible trauma in order to wake them up. Now, I can't quite square that. I don't know. I mean, so that's what I keep scratching at is, are they counterfeiting the spiritual experience in a way, because we are very susceptible. I go back to go watch Darren Brown hypnotize people and mind control people. We are so freaking feeble-minded, all of us, that we just don't know the extent to which they could be manipulating our association with what is spiritual in order for their own gain. I'm not sure that's the way it is. I'm just not sure I'm willing to dismiss that possibility.
Everybody's manipulating. I'll tell you a story. Maybe you can finish with this. If you followed the John Burroughs, you know that they're doing this thing with experiencers, the To the Stars. It's not really To the Stars. It's Hell Put Off. Gary Nolan, who apparently has now quit, and Kit Green, who used to run the Weird Desk at the CIA. And John Burroughs tells the story that he was one of the people in the program. So you have these military people who have interacted and they've been injured, and they wanted John Burroughs' DNA. And Kit Green from the former CIA guy, got him his disability. And so he agreed, okay, I'll give you my DNA. And then he said, well, will I learn what's actually going on with my DNA when you finish the test? And Kit Green said, okay, we'll give you the report. And this happened, it's not that long ago. So Kit Green phones him up and he says, are you sitting down? And John says, just tell me what's in the test. I don't have to sit down. He said, no, seriously. I need you to sit down. So John sits down and he says, I just want to let you know that your son and you have totally unique DNA. And then John starts to go off and he doesn't really want to talk about it, whatever. But what he says is, then Kit Green tells him, he says, I need you to do something. I want you to do an experiment. And the way he described it, I believed Kit Green had told him he should start meditating. I talked to a researcher who told me that John had told him it was yoga. And so you have this guy inside this program dealing with military people who've been injured, former guy who ran the CIA and was actually the control officer for the remote viewing program in the 1970s, who's actually telling John to do either meditation or yoga. And then John says, he calls it the big C. He says, and it started to open up and his contact started to increase. And he said, the stuff actually works. And that's where this whole thing. So you say they're these bad guys, and yet you have the guy on the inside who's actually sending them back to this ancient program, whatever it is, to open his mind, which means that not only do they know the bad parts, but they know this other aspect of the consciousness.
That's fascinating.
That's a great story.
Yeah, that was pretty recent.
Yeah, this is only a couple of months, and John still is using the word the big C. He doesn't really want to. He said, "I really don't want to talk about." And I've got an audio tape that anybody, if you want to get it, I'll send you an audio tape where you hear. It's Kit Green, who is he's the neurologist. So he's just in neurology, and then it's Gary Nolan, who is doing the DNA stuff, and Hal Puthoff, who's the science guy who sets up the experiment. And I was sent this tape, which was a program, and it had Kit Green talking to an intuitive. So here you are. They're using an intuitive. You would never would have believed. This is like this program that's running with these experiencers, military experiencers. They're using an intuitive. And Kit Green on this tape is saying, This woman is 95% accurate. So they give them targets like 1, 2, 3, 4, and they've got these injured people. And that's my impression. And they give them 001, 002, and then he says, "Okay, this person, tell me about them." And and she names it off, and he says, "Stop." And he, according to him, she's 95% accurate. And then he says, "Okay, who are they dealing with?" And then the woman says, "Oh, there's these aliens, and there's a base. It's a portal under the coast of California." And she starts this totally bizarre stuff that you never would believe. And so I told Burroughs about it. He said, "I don't believe there's such a tape." I said, "John, there's a tape. It's like 45 minutes long, and it's like absolute la-la land stuff. I mean, you can't believe they're doing this kind of stuff." And so I sent him the tape, and he contacts me back right away. He said, "That is Kit Green's voice." And so he contacts Kit Green, and all Kit Green would say is, "This is a messy situation. The client leaked the tape. Legally, I can't talk about it." End of story. And so you have this tape, and you hear what they're doing, and you realize they have the sort of the evil aspect of what they might be doing. But then you have this other aspect, which is like total New Age world. I mean, I couldn't believe I was listening to Kit Green talk about this kind of stuff, and they're using these intuitives and talking about portals and just really, really New Age stuff. There's no other way to describe what's going on, and it seemed like that's kind of the stuff that they may be doing behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's fascinating, and I mean, especially because you hear about the California island, like off of Catalina Island. I mean, we've had a couple episodes like the guy with the orange orbs. I mean, he's pointing to that spot as Terry Ray as that's where the data shows these things are coming from. And then you got this. So yeah, send over the tape for sure, Graham. I'd love to hear that. That'd be.
So they're coming out of the ocean.
Well, no, it's a portal underneath the coast. So yeah, ocean maybe through. Maybe it doesn't
Pacific
matter
Rim?
if it's underwater or not.
And anybody else.
I live close. We live. Both my sons on separate times have been surfing down here, North San Diego County, and seen a UFO.
Wow!
Confirmed with with other guys they were surfing with that they didn't even know, but UFO come out of the water.
Wow!
Yeah, that's a USO then.
30, 40, 50 miles from Catalina Island.
Wow!
Any aliens?
Yeah.
You can play the tape for your son, and then you'll hear this guy. And anybody else, you'd say, it's just a crazy guy. But Kit Green is Wayne State University.
He's like a scientific molder.
Yeah, he's like, I mean, he's worked on all these different programs. He did the one program, and when the one guy exposed this, and I don't know if you've ever had Gary Beckham on, but he's no longer wants to talk. He had a sort of intelligence background. He came across this thing where Kit Green is on this thing about non-local consciousness, and he was trying to verify this, and he was working with this guy in the National Academy of Sciences in China, and they were doing this experiment in 2008. They proposed to do this experiment where Kit Green's this MRI guy. They put two people in an MRI machine, one in China and one in the United States, and then they would do a telepathic signal, and they would look at the MRI to see whether the signal was instantaneously received on the other end, to see is consciousness non-local or is it not. And on this tape, you can actually hear him talking about this experiment, but now it's changed. They're going to have this intuitive in the one MRI machine, and they're going to have Uri Geller in the other MRI machine, and they're going to send this signal. And he said, Yuri's going to want his crew, because he always wants the TV people around, but this is not going to happen. But you hear this guy, this leading scientific guy, and he's running around and he's telling people about this program. They're sort of, again, leaking these indirect stuff about this program, and it appears it's all got to do with this consciousness aspect and with this DNA thing, where they talk about the antennas, where they say all the experiencers have this antenna, which fits into my theory, is the idea that you're in the dark ocean, and because you have the antenna, you're able to pick up a signal. You're able to get stuff from the higher realms or space or wherever it's coming from. You're able to bring it in, and that's why they watch the experiencers. That's why these former intelligence people are watching experiencers. It's the old deal that they're not talking to the government, and you can't discover anything by watching stuff fly around in the sky. You've got to follow the experiencers. Why are they in contact with the experiencers? How are the experiencers able to contact these beings? And again, it'll go back to military stuff. If we can learn to do this, then we can learn telepathy and we can get it in, because the only way you're going to get the research money is to build it into a military research budget, which says we've got to get this before the Russians, and this has got technological capabilities which can be used against us.
So whatever happened to last time you were on the show? It was quite intriguing because it was shortly after you had found the government guys. Now I can't remember who it was. They were talking about the portals, and they were on that public video forum talking about the portals. And I don't know if that was especially related to like Skinwalker Ranch or anything like that. But whatever, was there anything that happened with that has changed your point of view?
Well, I'm still doing the book. I think you're talking about the Mission Rama thing, where I go and I get this message from this alien. That I'm going to Mount Shasta in California to meditate for world peace because this girl that I helped me edit stuff and helped me out. And I figure, okay, all these Latino people go and sit on the side of a mountain and meditate for world peace, which I didn't want to do, but I went because my friend asked me to go. And then I get this message, we're going to have this program sighting, which is the idea that these groups, which are called Mission Rama groups, are able to somehow bring in beings. And the difference between the Skinwalker Ranch, where they're walking around with guns, these black ops people and stuff like that, where they're having all these horrendous experiences with these evil forces and cattle mutilations and stuff. And then you have the Mission Rama people who are doing basically the same thing. They're interacting with these beings, and they're coming out of portals and stuff like that. But there's no mutilations, there's no evil, there's no wolves. It's all these angelic beings, and that's this whole thing about this manifestation thing, where again it seems to confirm that you get what you put out. Or there's a guy in California that this guy with the 5-foot owl. One of the stories he told me from the being that he encountered was the fact that was two things he got from the being. One was he said to the being, "If you are a being or whatever, put something in my head I don't already know." And what was put in his head was this idea about biocentrics. And he thought, what the hell's that? And he went home and he looked it up, and it's a book written by Dr. Robert Lanza. There's actually two books.
Biocentrism.
And this is biocentrism. And you look at that. That is what I'm saying. It's like consciousness is an illusion. Time and space are illusions. Life creates the universe, not the other way around. It's not a random world. It goes through the whole thing. And this is the guy to first clone an extinct species. So my friend contacts him, and he wants to do a documentary in Hollywood. The guy says, I'll help you out, but I can't be involved. I'll give you my assistant, this sort of stuff. But one of the things he was told by the being was this whole idea about this manifestation thing, that if you are, and this John Mack came up with this idea at the end of his life, where he started to hypothesize that if you saw grays, you had a certain type of personality, that you were sort of, I can't remember what the thing was, but reptilians. And I know with the reptilians, I know one girl with the reptilians is you have like a very sort of energetic personality, and you're interested in sex and all this kind of stuff. And then you have the angelic types, the real spiritual people who are bringing in alien type people, and it's sort of the manifestation. And what he told me that the being had told him was when they encounter people, they have to scan your brain to see what's in there. And if you are embedded in fear, they will use fear to teach you a lesson, because that's all they can do. They can only use what's in your head. So they are using what's in your head to teach you lessons. So then this would go to this whole idea that if you're in the love and light, you're going to manifest, your experiences are going to be that way. If you're a Christian, you're going to see Jesus. If you're an atheist, you're going to see something else. It's this whole idea that we have a lot more influence on what we're seeing than we don't. And this whole screen imaging thing seems to be this whole thing, that you think it's an alien, and suddenly it turns into a ball of light, or it turns into a rabbit, or it turns into a doctor, and it's this very sort of pliable world that seems to be justified by this Mission Rama thing that has never had a cattle mutilation, has never had an evil thing. It's all these messages about saving the world and love and light, and these beings, 10-foot beings with almost like the 1950 contactees, and it's all just wonderful stuff. And then on the Skinwalker Ranch, it's like this horrible place where all this stuff, and it follows people home and all this kind of stuff. And these black ops guys are stopped in their tracks and threatened and told to get off the ranch and this sort of stuff. It's two different worlds, and they're both doing basically the same thing.
Huh. I think the portal thing that I don't know, maybe it was Kit Green talking to, it was somebody and his wife, a government somebody in the CIA or ex-CIA and his wife talking about
that's
portals.
Pandolfi, yeah.
Oh, Pandolfi,
Yeah.
right, yeah.
Yeah, Pandolfi. That was the whole thing. That was the Joe Firmich thing. The Joe Firmich spent like $100 million, and I'm trying to verify, does Joe Firmich have a portal? And it was the old thing about the evil people. So they're saying, oh, Joe Firmich, you can't listen to that guy. He's got cocaine problems, and he's got impaired, and there's people chasing him for money. And I go, okay, yeah, whatever. But does he have a portal? And then go, well, he is really bad. I had a private investigator, and I go, I really don't care what he does in his private time. All I want to know, one question, does he have a portal? And nobody could answer this whole deal. And then what it appeared was that they're doing this anti-gravity thing. They've been through 9 different versions, and he's at Salt Lake. And the guy does have problems with money. He's borrowed all this money from people. People are chasing him for money and stuff. But he's on version 9, and they're trying to levitate this thing off the ground. And he does talk about have a portal application. But again, here's a guy who's worked on it since the 1990s. He had this, $2.5 billion .com company that he was running, and he has this vision in the middle of the night with this being that comes over his bed, and he tells the being, I want to travel in space. And the being looks very annoyed, and he said, why should we help you? And Firmich says, because I'm willing to die for it. And at that point, when I talked to his head engineer, according to that, Firmich was sort of taught given the ideas of how to work inside an atom, how to operate inside an atom. And so he's been obsessed since the 1990s. He gave up the .com thing, he gave up his company, and invested every dime he's got into this whole thing about portals and about, levitation, about, this kind of stuff, using these spinning gyro things. And so the question is, I mean, if he spent all this money and he has all these contacts and is this big time guy, why is he still working on this Mickey Mouse technology if we're flying stuff we're landing on Mars and we've got bases on Mars and the moon and we're traveling to different stars? Why is he working on this Mickey Mouse technology? Surely he would have something better than that. And that's where I start to doubt the secret space program, that maybe this stuff's all, crazy stuff that they're just throwing in, because that's the way they work it. If you get something, they have 2 options. They can come and kill you, which gets kind of messy, or all they do is just throw some dirt in your water and mess the whole thing up, so you don't know what to believe and what not to believe. You just put in a second story, which happened with Bob Lazar. If you remember the story with the Dulce base, the story that was being put out in the 1980s, the Dulce base, and the aliens shoot 64 people. They come in with guns, and not supposed to have guns. There's this big shootout. 64 special forces are killed under the Dulce base. Well, Bob Lazar was told that story the second day he went onto the base. He's given 125 documents to read. When I train people, when you train them, the second day you don't tell them how the program works and all these different documents. You basically show them where the washroom is, you show them where the lunchroom is. That's about it. And he gets 125, and he is told exactly the same story. He's given a document, exactly the same story as the Dulce shootout, except this time it happened under Area 51. That's the whole thing I think they do, is they just mess the stories up. They make it all bounce around. And meanwhile, they're financing their programs, and they keep people away from what they're doing. But it's an American phenomenon. It's only the United States of America where they leak this kind of stuff. In Canada, people always ask me, what's going on in Canada? I say, I haven't got that foggiest notion what's going on in Canada, because the government doesn't talk about it. So if you wanted to cover it up.
The government doesn't have the foggiest notion what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the whole thing. If you wanted to cover the thing up, and this is my big thing. People say, oh, they're trying to cover this thing up. They're trying to, make it go away. If you wanted to make it go away, you would do what Canada, Sweden, Great Britain, France, every other country in the world has done. You just sit and shut up and quit talking about it, and the story will go away. It's only in the United States of America where this happens. It doesn't happen in any other country in the world where you have whistleblowers and people leaking documents and stories of crashes. I just interviewed a woman from Denmark this morning. I said, okay, somebody crashed flying saucers have you got? And she said, never heard a single story. Nothing in Denmark. Nothing. And that's the thing. It's an American phenomena. And
a lot of Hollywood, a lot of Hollywood in America.
But a lot of those cultures and countries already accept that there's extraterrestrials out there, that there's beings visiting us. I mean, South America is already like that. I mean, a lot of countries, even France has done their scientific investigations. It's not really like they're not bothered about it. They already kind of accept that it's here. So it's not. It's kind of. I understand what you're saying, but it's not quite as cut and dry.
Well, I'll give you an example of Germany. In Germany, you can't even talk about it. Nobody will even listen to you. It's absolutely a non-topic in Germany. Yeah. I mean, the guy that runs the German thing said it's absolutely unbelievable. He said no newspaper will cover a story. They could not care less about anything. They're into whatever, building their cars and whatever. It's the mindset where the mind thing.
That's interesting.
And maybe the whole thing, like the woman this morning said with Denmark, we didn't have any nuclear weapons, which may be why the United States is the focus of this whole thing, because it has a lot to do with nuclear weapons. It doesn't matter what period of time you go. You can bring all these stories about the contactees appearing, the green fireballs all had nuclear weapons. My story involved nuclear weapons. They're shutting nuclear weapons. They're making nuclear weapons launch down. All cattle mutilations happen downwind and downstream from nuclear power and contamination, stuff like that. It's a big topic. So that may be why the United States of America is such a focal point of this phenomena, is because it has the highest technology. It has the most weapons. It has the most nuclear stuff, and that may be why it's inundated. Whereas in some countries, it's like a non-topic. Nobody even you're nuts even to talk about it.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I also appreciate the context with Pandolfi and that portal thing, because I didn't make that connection before. I didn't realize the one you were talking about, as an example of not having anything past the technology that he's working on with his millions of dollars is the same guy that was talking about portals with
Here's
Pandolfi.
a question.
So.
How did Germany lose the war but still end up in control of Europe?
And the United States. And the United States.
They work harder. That's their focus, is just
Pretty
to
racist.
build and invest.
Well, we can agree on this. If the cattle mutilating helicopter crashes in your yard, run like a motherfucker. Because nobody lives to talk about that.
Yeah.
Right on, guys. Well, it's been a fantastic chat. Grant, do you have anything else you want to mention, or Alex as well, before we kind of wrap it up?
No, this guy's the best, though. I'm always just awestruck by the amount of knowledge he has. It's like a month's worth of work just to follow up on everything.
Totally.
Well, I have one interesting story they're working on right now. I just was working on it tonight. I have a radio show in 2 weeks. I've got Damon Steer on. Damon Steer was the guy who asked Hillary the question, the UFO question. She kept wanting the demand for the UFO question. He was the first guy to ask her, because he's in New Hampshire. He's a reporter in New Hampshire. And there you have to go from town to town. You can't just sort of, fly in, fly out, that kind of thing. You got to actually, because it's the first primary that everybody tries to sort of win to get the momentum and stuff. And he's talking to two of the people that are running now for the, is it the House? I think it's the House. And I just found out tonight he's going to be on my show. We're going to do an election show, and he's got the grandson of what's the president? Cleveland, Grover Cleveland, the grandson. He's a UFO fanatic, and he's interacting with the people that are running in the House. And one of the people in the House, and he wants me to try to invite her on the show. There's no way she's going to come, but she's on the House Armed Services Committee, which is supposedly the committee where they're trying to get the money to the STARS people for all this research stuff. And so he's actually interacted with her, because you can't really avoid these small town newspapers. And so I'll see what he's got to say, what conversations he had with her. And this guy, it's the same thing. He had his UFO sighting. Then he sort of asked this question of Hillary. And now this guy is like obsessed with this stuff. And because his paper sort of became famous for the story, his editor tolerates it. He allows him to sort of do it a little bit of it. And so I'm looking forward to this story, how this unravels. And then you have this other woman. I tried to get her on the show. She was running for the GOP in Florida. I don't know if you heard about her. Her name is Bettina Aguilera. And she's been taken 7 times. She talks about the beings. She knows exactly what the beings are. And she was running for Congress. And the Miami Herald actually backed her in the primary. And she ended up losing the primary. I wanted her to come on the show. She said she'd give me her first interview, but she's not willing to come on the show yet. But you get these type of people that are running for Congress, and her story is like just really, really, really major, total recollection, these beings, the planets they took her to and stuff like this. And then she drops the bomb. She says, and the second most powerful experience I had happened on exactly the same day as Travis Walton. And she's trying to track Travis Walton down to talk to him, because she had this major event on the same day as he had. And his event happened at the same time they were doing the nuclear weapon thing on the Canadian-U.S. border. They were going Loring, Wordsmith, Minot, and Malmstrom. They were all these they called them mysterious helicopters, were inside the nuclear weapon storage areas. and with their lights flashing, and bright as can be so everybody can see them. This all happened at the same time. So you see these bizarre synchronicities, but there's a couple of more politicians out than before, and hopefully they can sort of enlighten people as to what's going on, because in terms of the government, you're never going to get it. They're manipulating it for their own benefit, for their money, to get their budget. And it's like second level of secrecy. So you have the government secret. Now you got To the Stars secrecy, and then they get upset because they keep all the secrecy, and then their budget thing, their bi-yearly financial report comes out, and it shows they're $37 million in the hole. They only collected $1 million. They've only got $100,000 in the bank and all this kind of stuff. And now it's backfiring on them because everybody's trying to grab every little straw that they can to get a story. And their secrecy is backfiring, but they've got this whole level of secrecy that they've got all this stuff and they won't tell us. And it's like MJ-12 too. You have the government secrecy, now you got To the Stars secrecy. So
yeah, good point. So how can people listen to that then? That's coming up in a couple of weeks. The easiest way is probably to go on my Cameron files is the KGRA Cameron files. All the archives are there. Okay. So you'll see that interview will be fairly interesting because Damon Steer has talked to these Congress people, and he said it's one of the sort of the swing seats, one of the key seats that everybody's trying to win is this New Hampshire seat. And so it'll be interesting to see what he's got to say, because he's been working on this since he asked Hillary the question. He's been obsessed with this political angle to this whole thing, and seems to know fairly well what's going on. He's the guy that gave me the first indication that there was something wrong, because as soon as it happened, as soon as they made the big disclosure last December, I said, Damon, you got to follow it. You got the one big story, file an FOA. It's first come, first serve. Get in line. We got to get the documents on the To the Stars and all the documents and the videos and where the videos came. And he actually talked to the Pentagon, to this Harris, who was in the Public Affairs Office. And Harris said to him, I can assure you that we did not release any videos. I can absolutely assure you we did not. And as soon as I heard that, I go, same game. They're doing the same game. It's like you drop it out there and nobody can verify it. Everybody's bumping into each other. Yeah. Everybody's accusing everybody else of hoaxing it and stuff like that. And it's the same game. It's almost like the same fingerprints on. In fact, a lot of them are. Kit Green, who's one of the key people in this To the Stars thing, was involved in 1980. I was chasing Dr. Eric Walker from Penn State University, and Bill Moore, who had the Avery at the time, one of his Avery was Kit Green, who was the Blue Jay. He actually sent Kit Green in 1988, I believe it was, to find out what did Dr. Eric Walker actually know. So these are the same players that were there. Hal Puthoff was there. John Alexander was there. It's the same players. It's just they've, as I look at it, they've learned better how to do it. They're doing it on steroids. They've manipulated the thing to get the story a bit more out than before, but it's the same story. It's the same scam, the same altered documents. You're never going to verify it. It bounces around. People are fighting with each other, and that's the same game as they've done for 70 years. Well, it could be working. I mean, honestly, you say it on steroids, but we're seeing a difference in, like, I have my own little group that I go out with, and we're seeing over the last couple of years, there's more and more sightings now. Almost every time we go out, if it's a far enough away spot, we will see a bunch of flash bulbs and some low flyers. And this has been happening. Like, I used to go out in the 90s, never see anything. Now it's like it is a regular thing. It seems to be corresponding with this this drip that's on steroids, this drip of disclosure that's on steroids. So,
And remember, when you see the light,
500,000 fucking satellite TV stations.
Yeah. Well. So do you have a new website beyond presidential UFO?
Yeah, there was a thing where it was the old deal where you sort of get an expert build your website for free, and then he runs into financial problems and all this kind of stuff and can't do it anymore, and then you're stuck with a website you haven't got the foggiest notion what to do. So it's been rebuilt, but they couldn't. So it's beyond presidential UFO. So I've got the archive would be all the presidential stuff, but most of the stuff that I'm going to be posting is going to be going down the consciousness road and that kind of stuff. I've got a little bit on Donald Trump, but basically I think it's like the sightings is a waste of time, because it shows, that something's going on. It's not ours. The medals will show, yes, this is extraterrestrial. We couldn't have built it on this world. That doesn't get you anywhere. And the president knows what's going on, but he's not going to tell you. So that's not going to get you anywhere. And it comes down to this whole deal that there's 4,000 experiencers who are willing to tell you exactly what's going on. They're willing to tell you, and you start seeing these crossovers with out-of-body experiences, with near-death experiences, with shamanism, with all this stuff, and you start to see these parallels, and you go like, oh my God, this is all this. It's basically all the same thing. It's just a different aspect, a different thing. The DMT, they've got the aliens in there and the abductions and stuff, and Strassman's going, have you been abducted? And you see these crossovers, and that's where it's almost like the sort of the light coming on, where I'm realizing like, oh, this consciousness thing that I got is actually going to be turned out to be right. And then you've even got the movement that Jan Hartson, who had experience himself with a craft 30 feet away when he was 9 years old or whatever, the head of MUFON is actually doing a lecture. I'm doing a lecture on consciousness, a big lecture. He's actually doing a lecture in Laughlin, Nevada in November, beginning of November with me there, and he's doing consciousness and UFOs. I could not believe it. When here's the head of MUFON is suddenly, they're into super nuts and bolts. Like it's got to be scientific, and scientific means we got to be able to measure it. Scientific is the physical world. Unless we can measure it, weigh it, feel it, touch it, unless it's physical, we ain't going to believe it. And so they're still into nuts and bolts. We got to be scientific. All this other stuff is anecdotal and stuff like that. And to have a guy who's head of this sort of physical scientific group suddenly give a lecture on consciousness, I just sort of blown away. It's making its move. We're starting to make a little headway, I think.
Yeah, that's great. So people can go to Beyond Presidential UFO, and then they can find your Cameron files there, and then they can listen to your radio show, I guess, through that, and then that one you're coming up with is in a couple weeks.
Yeah, and my White House UFO YouTube channel, I post a lot. Most of my lectures are on there, and I post most of my new stuff on there because I got convinced. It's the old deal. Like I'm getting on in age, and you run into people and you sort of take their advice. It's like, nobody reads books anymore, and nobody has got time for a lecture. Everybody's into 15-minute YouTube videos. And I actually got convinced. I thought, and then I did the Tom DeLonge thing at the very beginning, and I got like 110,000 hits a couple times because I was doing the Tom DeLonge update because I had people inside Tom DeLonge's operation. I knew what was going on, and I went, holy shit, this is like talking to 5 stadiums. It's like, why didn't I realize this before? And you sort of realize, and so I've sort of moved away from the books and stuff, and these younger people are sort of trying to educate me. But again, it's the thing where people are doing it for me. So if it breaks down, it sort of all falls flat on its face because I have no idea how to do the technology stuff. I just do the research stuff.
Yeah.
That's like Graham.
Yeah.
Right
on. Well, no, that's good. I've seen you on Instagram a little bit too, so you're getting on the social medias a little bit more. And then, Alex, how could people listen to your stuff?
Skeptico.
Skeptico.com. Yeah, right on.
Skeptico with a K, motherfucker.
I'll give a plug for Alex. I've listened to every episode and I use a lot of them because I'll think, I remember like the one with Julia Asante was on your show, and I keep going back to numerous times. I go back because she has this thing about it. It's all one life, and it's all like stacked cards and stuff like that. And I always go back to that one. And there's a number where I go, I remember Alex talking to this person, and I go back and go through the the thing, and I actually use a lot of Alex's material. He's done a lot of key interviews with a lot of key people that have been in the consciousness field, and very, very resourceful. The stuff that he's done has been very helpful to me over the years. And a lot of his episodes I've listened to 5 or 6 times, and that's the way you work it is. And you'll go back after not listening to it for a couple of years, listen to it again, and you'll hear something.
New stuff,
I didn't hear that the first time. It's like it's just bizarre that. So it's a real resource. I mean, it's. I guess he got somehow that's his role in life to come here and do that, and is doing a good job at it.
Yeah, you're both doing a fantastic job. Love having you guys on, and really love all your work, both you guys. And man, this is like my dream episode, my favorite guys to chat with. So it's been awesome.
When we started the podcast and Graham had to choose his dream guest, it was Grant Cameron.
And at that point, I had already listened to all the Skeptico episodes at that point, and I still do. So, yeah, it's awesome.
Awesome.
Right on, guys.
Awesome. So great.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much for letting me do this. It was so fun.
Oh, yeah, it was good.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you guys both for coming on the show.
Yeah. And who's your next guest? You had Vallee. I used that one as well too. I went back, listened to Vallee, your episode with Vallee a number of times, because I thought Vallee was nuts. I mean, I as I said, I got dragged into the consciousness thing. I didn't choose to come here. I used to think Vallee was absolutely off his rocker. I just thought he was totally crazy. Yeah. And now it's like I've gone down that road, and it's so when I listened to him very closely, because he is one of the guys that has a lot of inside government sources, a lot of insights with military people, scientific people, and he's still talking the same game. Yeah, and he's no dummy, this guy. So it was excellent that you got him on your show.
Yeah, well, that was all thanks to Alex for helping us out with that one. And I know we're going to try and have Dolan on again. We had him on a short one a few years back, but we want to have him on. And as far as the, UFO and consciousness goes, we're not too sure. We got a bunch of other types of shows coming up.
Well, what you want to do is get Dolan's wife on, because Dolan is not the consciousness guy. He's the nuts and bolts, guy.
We'll
but his wife,
on,
I did
see
the
if we can get him
first
fighting.
interview. What's that?
We'll have them both on, see if we can get them fighting.
Yeah, well, she is something else. I don't know if you've ever heard her. I did the first interview she ever did, and her and I are talking about right brain, left brain, and it was unbelievable. And Richard's falling asleep, and he's looking at his watch. It's like midnight, and he's like giving her a hint, come on, let's get out of here. And she is really, she knows what's going on. She is really sharp, really sharp.
Karen?
Karen
Dolan?
Wonder
no,
if they're
that was his
spooks.
first wife.
Oh, okay.
Tracy,
This is new.
Tracy
Okay.
Yeah, she's into the whole thing. And anything you bring up in terms of consciousness, remote viewing, all this stuff, she is really on top of the whole thing. Completely opposite of Richard Dolan. So they really balance each other out.
That's good. Right on. All right, guys. Thanks.
Right on, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, guys, in Grimerica tonight, we're going to be talking with Nick Pope and John Burroughs, talking a little Rendlesham Forest. I think a lot of our listeners are pretty familiar, but at the same time, I think there's probably a few of them this might be the first they're hearing of it. But first, how's it going tonight, buddy?
Not bad. I thought you almost introduced us as Grimerica. That's my world.
Hostile takeover.
Yeah. So, we're talking about the book today that John Burroughs, Jim Penniston, and Nick Pope wrote, and it's called Encounter in Rendlesham Forest, and it's the inside story of the world's best documented UFO incident. Now, there's been some big UFO incidents that we've talked about on the show here and that people should know about, and this is definitely one of them. This is one of the most complex stories, and I've kind of stayed away from it a little bit myself because it's so complex and it takes so long to get into it. So we're hoping that we have Nick here and John, and hoping that they can sort of freshen things up a little bit for us. And we've got John, who was actually at the encounter back in 1980, and we've got Nick Pope, who's pretty much the UK's version of Fox Mulder. So welcome to Grimerica, guys.
Thank you. Great to be on the show.
Yes, thanks.
So for like I had mentioned in the intro, I think a big chunk of our audience is pretty familiar with the encounter, but at the same time we deal with a lot of consciousness stuff and things like that. So there might be a few people out there that don't. I was wondering if maybe John, you could give us a quick rundown of exactly what we're talking about when we're talking encounters in Rendlesham.
Sure. The Rendlesham Forest incident. For a long time, it was called the Bentwaters incident, but it's kind of went over and it's now being called the Rendlesham Forest incident because it actually happened in Rendlesham Forest. Happened outside two bases, Woodbridge, RAF Bentwaters. Bentwaters was the main base. Woodbridge was the auxiliary base. At the time, it was the largest tech fighter wing in the Air Force. Happened over a 3-day period in December of 1980. The first night I was on duty, on the 25th, which is just at the end of Christmas, going into the morning of Boxing Day. Around 0300 on the 26th, while on patrol with Sergeant Steffens, he noticed at first strange lights coming from outside the perimeter fence line, outside East Gate in the Rendlesham Forest area. He alerted me and asked me while I was riding around with him if I had seen anything like that, and I stated no. At that point, we decided, before we called anything in, to try to figure something out, try to get a little bit of better idea what we were dealing with, and even if we should call it in. Went ahead and left the base. We got down to the end of the road,
on the east, the road that led from the East Gate down towards the forest and Bentwaters. I went ahead and got out of the vehicle, opened the door up and got out of the vehicle to stare out into the forest just to see if I could get a better feel or look.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as I opened up the door, there seemed to be like a static electricity in the air, and at the same time you felt that, you got this weird feeling that something just wasn't right, and you were kind of hanging out there, where you were out there, kind of out there on the cliff, as far as being out there not knowing what's going on. So we immediately turned around and drove right back up to the gate and went ahead and contacted law enforcement on the phone, briefed them on what was going on. He transferred me to CSC, and at that point, after discussing what we were seeing and what was going on with them, they sent down a security supervisor, Sergeant Peniston, down to the gate to take a look, and then we were going to go from there. Sergeant Peniston responded down to the gate, could see the same thing we were seeing, got on the phone, and eventually they decided, also based partly too on the fact that they had called and got some confirmation that on radar something was out over the forest and disappeared on radar, that they decided that we should go out into the forest off the base outside our jurisdiction because of the fact that maybe an airplane had went down or a small aircraft had gone down, to try and get a better look. At the same time, the British authorities were also contacted to respond. So we went ahead and departed the base and headed down the Eastgate Road and out into the Rendlesham Forest. As we were driving down, we got further confirmation that also Eastern Radar had been tracking something over the forest area and lost contact. We exited the vehicle once we could go no further down the logging road that we took into the forest, went on foot. We proceeded into the forest. We were observing whatever it was in front of us, the lighting and stuff in front of us. And eventually we came into a clearing area. As we came down up this little berm and down into a clearing area, we came across what happened was a big bright light kind of lit up the whole area. All three of us hit the ground. And then what I remember happening was that after the white light got really bright and we hit the ground, because we're in a defensive mode, then the light eventually dimmed and went up through the trees, straight up, and then shot back out towards the coast. Sergeant Peniston, who was closer to the object than I was at any point, has recollection of being able to get up, see a craft, walk around it, record stuff in his notebook, including some glyphs, touch the craft, having a binary download. And from that point, then he said it exited the area and left. And then from there, we pursued out, through the farmers' fields farther out, and we never made contact with it again. So that's what took place on the first night.
Right. Wow. So Jim was by himself at that time? Like when
No,
he was up at the...
all three of us proceeded out,
Right. Okay.
afterwards. But what I'm saying is Jim remembers actually being able to get up, go around it and everything else, where I don't have any memory of that. I just remember getting close to something. There was a bright light. When I drew my statement, like an orangish oval object. It had a reddish hue around it, some blue lights in it, a white bright light, and stuff like that, where he actually claims he saw a craft, triangular object, touched it, and did a bunch of other stuff.
Right. So then that was the first night, and this is a 3-night encounter, right? So Nick, do you want to get into what happened the second night and give John a little break here?
Well, sure. In fact, I'd probably skip over the second kind of round of experiences fairly quickly.
Okay.
Suffice to say that one of the other flights had sightings too, and there were certainly encounters of blue balls of light, one of which was seen to pass through the open window of one of the Jeeps being driven on patrol out the other side, so shaking up one of the junior officers that they had to actually be removed from duty. The third night, now fast forward to this and then probably bring back John, because John was part of this too.
Sure.
But the other part of this, which is perhaps also quite well known, is that the deputy base commander, Lieutenant Colonel Charles Holt, was quite skeptical about all this. He'd gotten to hear about Jim and John's encounter on the first night, and rumors about these UFO sightings were sweeping the bases like wildfire. And Charles Holt really wanted to put the whole thing to bed. He thought it was a bit of a distraction to the primary mission of the twin bases. And there was an awards ceremony going on. The doors burst open. One of the officers came in, saluted, and said to him, "Sir, it's back." And Holt said, What's back? What are you talking about?" And the officer said, "The UFO, sir, it's returned." So Holt went out into the forest, in his words, to debunk all this UFO nonsense. He wanted to put the whole thing to bed, get on with the normal business of the mission. And don't forget, these were two of the most important bases in the whole NATO alliance at a very tense time in the Cold War. So Holt and his team went out. They found the site where Jim and John had their encounter on the first night. And one of the things they noticed is, wait a minute, this isn't just two guys relaying a story. Everything here in the clearing seems to validate what they've said. Where they said that this UFO was, there were indentations in the ground. The sides of the trees at the edge of this clearing were kind of scorched or burnt. And most crucially of all, there were high radiation readings that were picked up with a Geiger counter that one of the disaster preparedness guys, Monroe Nevels, had taken with him. So immediately you had this physical, evidential corroboration of what Jim and John encountered. And then Holt saw the UFO too. And he took with him a handheld tape recorder, which he used to document his thoughts and experiences. And all this is on tape. You may have heard this. If not, just Google the phrase Holt tape, H-A-L-T, and then tape. You can listen to it. He sees the UFO. It performs the most extraordinary speeds and maneuvers in the sky, as if, he said, it was performing a grid search. And then it fires down a pencil-thin beam of light at the ground just in front of him and his men. And he said afterwards, reflecting about this, was this a weapon? Was this a warning? Was this communication? What was this? So here you have this situation where John, Jim, and other airmen see this UFO. And then the deputy base commander, who was a complete skeptic, who wanted to debunk this thing, not only got corroboration through physical evidence like radiation readings that this had happened, but he got caught up in all this himself and became a witness.
Did the machine look the same, or the craft, did it look the same as the first sighting?
Difficult to say, because when Colonel Holt and his team saw it, first of all, they were seeing it through trees. Then they were seeing it pretty much directly overhead, just zipping around in the sky very rapidly. As I say, the phrase that Colonel Holt used is as if it was conducting a grid search. So difficult to say, but a UFO effectively appearing on 3 consecutive nights at 2 of the most sensitive and important bases in the NATO military alliance. I mean, it's inconceivable that there isn't a connection here and that these events aren't linked.
Is there have you guys ever heard anything, or Nick, I suppose, have you ever heard anything from the other side of the so-called Iron Curtain back in those days? Like, were the Russians or the Soviets, did they have any similar encounters?
Well, that's a really great question, and it's probably an overlooked aspect of this whole thing. I would love to get my hands on Soviet files from this era, and there are a number of people who have acquired some Soviet, including KGB, files on this subject. But I think particularly if we're talking KGB, the interest is, are any of our own people here being subversive, as opposed to what are we dealing with here? So I don't know. I think you'd need to see KGB files. You'd need to see GRU files. There's been no corroboration. I mean, of course, one of the theories about all this is that we were looking at some secret prototype Soviet spy plane or drone that perhaps crashed. There's been talk of a Soviet satellite brought down. A lot of talk, but it's very difficult to nail this down. But you're quite right. Getting hold of Soviet files on this could perhaps take us to some interesting new territory here.
Because the light coming down from Halt sighting, that does ring a bell with some of like Robert Hastings' encounters in the nuclear environment, right?
It does. Yes, it does, absolutely. And some of the material that people like Paul Stonehill have come up with. And I think I confess that I forget the name of the base, but there was a Soviet base, I think it was in the Ukraine, so quite topical now, where not a missile shutdown, which happened at places like Minot and Maelstrom, as I recall, but actually a missile activation. And there was a very interesting case, and I was talking to Paul Stonehill about this quite recently, involving this nuclear missile facility in the Ukraine, where actually, following a UFO encounter, for a short period of time, the missiles kind of went online and a launch sequence was initiated. And I only have this secondhand, but by all accounts, some of the personnel in there, literally their hair turned white in overnight because they thought they were in at the beginning of World War III, Armageddon.
Yeah. And that was around the same era?
I believe so.
Yeah. Wow. So what do you guys say to the skeptics? Like, I remember hearing the skeptics still going on about this whole lighthouse theory, about that being the case. Like, do you even bother engaging in that type of thing, or what would you say to that when they still contest that it's a simple explanation like that? Oh, Nick, sorry.
Well, no, I think it's probably time for John to come in on that one.
Sure.
After all, he was the guy who was there, so he's best placed to say what he did or didn't see.
Good point. Yeah, that's good.
Well, I mean, look, there's been a lot said. A couple of our statements, we refer to seeing, the lighthouse beacon after what took place. What we had an encounter in the forest area itself, and what we dealt with and what we saw and what happened. There's just no way, it was the lighthouse. It's something, that these guys try to float out there, but the lighthouse doesn't go up and down, doesn't go up into the sky, take off, doesn't shoot beams of light. And you can go through the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just ludicrous. I mean, one of the things that they tried to point out is on Colonel Halt's tape at one point, they synchronized it and said that he could see the light. That was part of what he was seeing. Well, in our case, where the area was, you couldn't even see the lighthouse. It was, to the right of the main farmer, the farmer that's house is set in the field, and until you got past the farmer's house, you couldn't even see the beacon. Now in Halt's case, he was a little bit farther over, allegedly, because I wasn't where he had his first initial sighting. I got out there a little bit later, so maybe he did confuse the beacon, and I'm not saying I know he did, but at one point maybe they did see the beacon, when all the other stuff was going on. But in our case, there's no way. We were in the forest before we went into the field, and you couldn't even see the lighthouse. And again, the lighthouse where we initially saw it was clear up at the front part of the forest, moving back and forth and stuff. There's just no way we dealt with the lighthouse, so, but, that's how people are sometimes, especially people that just want to cause trouble, and try to cast doubt on things.
Yeah.
Speaking of people who like to cause trouble, I've got a question here from a Grimerican regular red pill junkie. Of course, he's not causing any trouble tonight, but he's got a question for John. John, most UFO researchers, when they question a witness of a close encounter, are often only interested in the so-called objective aspects of the case. What color was it? How big? What shape? Did it make any sounds or not? Yada, yada, yada. Whereas I've become more interested in the possible cognitive and perceptual effects the phenomena may have had on the witness, over a long-term period especially. My question would be, have you noticed any changes in your spiritual or religious ideas, increase or decrease in your mental concentration, increase or decrease in creativity, or emergence of talents and abilities which might have been the result of your exposure to the phenomenon that night?
That sounds like he took it straight from the movie Phenomena. With John Travolta. I could possibly say, because I especially over the last few years, I've become more focused on the incident stuff, that, some of that, a little tiny bit of what he brought up is possible. But no, I don't have any powers where I can move sunglasses around or, read people's minds or anything like that. But, and I'm not trying to make fun of it, because it is a fair question. And, there has been cases where people claim they've had. So that's a fair question. But in my case, no, I haven't, been able to do any of that kind of stuff, or feel like I've all of a sudden gained, more natural powers or abilities from what happened to us.
What about your spiritual views or that type of thing? Like, has that changed at all?
I don't know. It gets really hard for me, because when I went under hypnosis for this, some stuff came up that was very interesting, and I'm not sure where it came from. I never was. It's not that I don't believe in God or anything like that, but I never was somebody who went to church every week and all that other stuff. But through all this stuff that's gone on over the last few years, especially with the codes and stuff, it's really opened my eyes to, I think, what we were like way back in the past. And some of these codes tie back to that, and what we've become, and the way I feel we somewhat have been misled as a people, not only with religion because of the wars and everything else. So it has kind of affected me in that way, as far as some of that. But I do believe we were created, and there is a God. But it has changed my views a little bit about the way I think we've been misled, and and how stuff has been hidden from us and everything else. So.
Cool. I've got a question for Nick, kind of code related, and we can get into the codes a little bit because I have some questions on that. But Red Pill Junkie has a question for Nick here as well. As a student of the UFO phenomena, one tends to notice a high incident of cases concentrated within a close proximity to ancient megalithic ruins or other types of sacred sites. So do you consider this to be a statistical fluke, or could it be something about these geographical locations that somehow acts as a magnet for UFOs?
Well, I don't know. That's a very interesting question. And of course, it raises the age-old problem of chicken and egg. I mean, in relation to the so-called Rendlesham Code, what came out apparently as a result of one translation was this list of geographical coordinates, most of which align to these so-called power sites of great significance in terms of pagan worship and belief, in terms of ancient peoples and the sites where they congregated. I mean, it's Caracol, Belize, Sedona in Arizona, the Great Pyramid in Egypt, the Nazca Lines, Taishan-Ku, probably not pronouncing that right, in China, the Temple of Apollo in Naxos, Greece, and this mysterious lost island or lost continent of High Brazil, which has sometimes been called the Celtic Atlantis. Now, I mean, on the face of it, to get all those coordinates off the one code would seem quite extraordinary. I mean, now with my skeptical hat on, I would say it's almost too good to be true.
Yeah.
It's like, and I mean no disrespect with this phrase, but people will know what I mean. It's like a new age holiday wish list.
That's mine. That's my bucket list. That's my bucket list of vacations, I tell you.
Well, mine too. There's some fantastic places there. Now, is it that the codes genuinely do name check all these locations? Or is this kind of almost like I don't know, bait and switch or whatever you want to call it, but almost something a little bit too obvious being dangled in front of us, when perhaps if there is a message here, it's a deeper message, and it's buried 1, 2, 3, 4 levels below what we think we're seeing. I mean, it's very, very easy to stick a bunch of ones and zeros into one of these binary decoder websites and get all this out the other side. But one thing I do know from my 21 years of government work, some of which involved working closely with intelligence agencies, is that sometimes the subtle answer is the true one. And I think these codes should probably go through an NSA or GCHQ, the British equivalent supercomputer, and should go in front of various cryptographers rather than just, Googling a sort of binary text decoder website. But hey, what do I know? Maybe that's completely wrong. Maybe the obvious answer is the answer. But I somehow don't think so. I somehow think that if there is something there, some message, we're going to have to work a little bit harder than just the obvious.
Yeah. Has there been something found off the coast of Ireland there, like that high Brazil? Is there something to that one?
I don't know. I mean, people say, and this is true, that we know less about the deep ocean than we do about the surface of Mars. And of course, for people in the UFO community, there are periodic stories that surface, like the so-called Baltic anomaly. There's been a lot about that recently. Who knows what's down there? I mean, it's taking it in a very dangerous area, but we don't even know what happened to the Malaysian airline. I mean, where that is down, sad to say, probably on the ocean floor somewhere. Is there a real high Brazil? I don't know. But I think as long as we've got these coordinates, we should certainly try to check them out. And if there turns out to be nothing down there, then the theory is right. This is just perhaps, a little bit of bait, and maybe the deeper message is the one to explore.
So, John, you must have been thinking about doing something like this, a book on your experience and on this massive case for a while. So what made you and Jim and Nick, I guess for that matter, finally decide, or just decide to come out with this?
Well, it was I sometimes it's hard to keep track of time, but it's been 3 or 4 years ago. I've been busy. I finally retired from the military. I've been involved a little bit in this over the years, doing a couple of documentaries and stuff. But what frustrated me the most was you had all these different people out there throwing out stuff. And I said, maybe it's time I come back and take a closer look at stuff. And one of the things I started looking at was technology and what we had at the time, what we have today, what I've seen in the military over the years and the advancement and stuff. And I started looking at things, and then I decided I'd get a hold of Jim. And from that point, we started looking into some different things. Along the way, the codes popped up and everything. So we eventually decided for a fact, and it's not that it's never been discussed over years prior, that it was time to put it all together, and get our story out. We initially contacted Nick and asked him if he'd be willing to write some stuff within the book. And after talking to him, he felt that it was a viable thing that needed to be done, and he had an agent, and he wanted to try to see if we could pursue it, not by just self-publishing it, by getting a major publisher to do it. So that was the defining moment, and Nick can probably go into a little more detail on that, but that was a defining moment when we decided for sure to put something together, and Nick kind of grabbed it and took it from there. So.
Yeah, Nick, do you want to expand on that a bit? And maybe also for people that is this book good for sort of newbies to the whole UFO field and to the people that have been around for years?
Yeah, absolutely. Even if you've never read a thing about UFOs before, I think if you read Encounter in Rendlesham Forest, you will not only get to hear about one of the greatest, if not the most interesting and compelling UFO cases of all time. But you'll also get a sense, I think, of how this case fits into the wider UFO field in terms of the sorts of other cases that are out there, and most importantly, I think, about the way in which the government treats this subject. I mean, we go into a lot about how both the British and the American government handled this. But I think, I would just reiterate John's point. I think, I hope John won't mind my saying, but I suspect that he and Jim were probably a little bit frustrated at the way in which all sorts of characters out in the UFO community were telling their story. Whereas the two guys at the heart of the incident, John and Jim, really were only being quoted kind of second and third hand. And I think they felt, hey, it's about time we put the record straight here. Mm-hmm. And as John said, I have a literary agent in the UK. I'd been published before, and we all felt that it would be better not to self-publish, not to go with a small new age press. And I mean no disrespect by that, but if you want a book to have impact, you've really got to have it come out with what the publishing industry calls one of the big six. And our publishers are part of the Macmillan Group. Mm-hmm. And, this was a way of making sure not only could John and Jim tell their story and put the record straight about an awful lot of exaggeration, misrepresentation, and downright lies that have been told about them over the years. So not only did they get to put the record straight, but they got to put the story out with a huge mainstream publisher in a situation which enables the story to get the mainstream media coverage it deserves.
Right.
I mean, just this weekend we had a review in the Washington Post. This is not the norm for UFO books. So, absolutely, Encounter in Rendlesham Forest is something for the newcomers, but also for the deep specialists.
Hmm. So the accounts do vary quite a bit between this book and some previously published material then. I guess that was kind of a question, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely they do. But I mean, I think to risk repeating the point, I mean, I think the thing here is that previously so many people had tried to tell John and Jim's story for them.
Yeah.
Well, this time the three of us got together, and it's first person stuff.
Speaking of publicity, there's a podcast out there. It's called the Joe Rogan Experience. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. And this guy, he's done a TV show recently too, and it's his coverage of the UFO topic is really frustrating. Yet the guy's an open-minded guy, and he'll address a lot of these topics, but the people that he chooses to, or his producers choose to put on the show or whatever, it kind of paints the field in a somewhat different light. And this guy reaches millions with his podcast. Now, I think you guys should seriously try and get on his show. We need credible people like you guys on some shows like that, where he's reaching millions of people, a lot of them open-minded, because it's frustrating when you still hear intelligent people talking like there's nothing going on, and everybody who sees a UFO is a kook.
Yeah, the name rings a bell. I mean, I must admit, not trying to sound arrogant about this, but in a sense, I'm more interested in the Washington Post and the New York Times. But sure, I'll reach out to the guy. Yeah.
No, that's good. Yeah, I mean, it's this new media, and he's got to reach more than a lot of mainstream channels. So it's pretty cool.
So, John, you've noticed. You noticed some medical effects after the encounter?
Yeah, right after the incident, it happened in December. In January, I had some bouts with a little bit of vision, throat issues and stuff. And then after I departed Bentwaters in the summer, I was continuing not to feel well. On one particular night, I got really sick. I was away from the base, so I went to a civilian hospital because I had to do that, you know, because I was not going to get back in time to the base. And when I went in, the doctor found this heart murmur that, you know, I didn't have coming in, and you couldn't even get in the Air Force with it. And so over the years, it's gotten worse, and it's got to the point where I got pretty sick, and the civilian doctors working on me couldn't really get a grasp on what was causing it for sure. And he asked when it first started, and I told him, and he said he would really like to get my medical records to take a look at the initial echoes and all the diagnosis at the beginning to try to get a better idea. Well, tried to start to get them, and it was running into a wall, so I ended up going to Senator Kyle's office, who got involved, and initially he requested my medical and my personnel records. Neither of them were they were belonged. He eventually was able to get some of my personnel records, but not all of them. But he couldn't get my medical records. So at that point, they suggested that my records could very well be classified because of what they were finding out behind the scenes, and I needed to go in and file disability, and they would then have a more open avenue to find out if they're classified or not. I went ahead and went in and filed a disability. He took that stuff and immediately asked if my records were classified. This would have been in the summer. But by the fall, he sends me a letter back saying he wasn't able to get anywhere with them. He's retiring, go to Senator McCain's office. At that point, I went to Senator McCain's office, who started looking into it. And while he was looking into it, I did get an initial review for disability, and they came back and denied my disability claim based on the fact I wasn't in the Air Force when I said what happened to me happened to me. And they actually had altered my DD Form 214. So they claimed I was not in the Air Force from 1979 to 1983. And at that point, that really got McCain's office attention, and they dug deep into it. And sure enough, they made contacts within the Air Force, and the Air Force denied I was in. I've got an email from headquarters AF of RPC saying, no, you weren't in. Well, I was able to prove I was in because of my retirement papers and stuff and pay records and stuff, which, by the way, the VA had in the first place. So eventually, after about 6 weeks, they were able to get my DD Form 214 changed back to the way it should have been. But up until this day, which has been going on now for over 3 years, no one will comment about where my records are, or nor will they release them or allow any of the VA doctors or civilian doctors access to them. And that's including two powerful United States senators can't get near them. So for some reason, my records are classified. So.
That's got to be somewhat disturbing to you. I mean, but it also must sort of indicate that something's going on and somebody knows about it too. It sounds to me like it can't be a bloody coincidence.
Well, it goes deeper than that. Okay, we did a bunch of FOIA requests, and two of the ones that stood out the most was, number one, the State Department, which handles, stuff between two different countries. They openly admitted they hold documents on the Rendlesham Forest incident, but they won't release them because they're Air Force documents. Obviously, the Air Force contacted them. OSI deals with the State Department overseas, and when the State Department gets involved, it's an international incident. So they say, ask the Air Force to release them. The Air Force denies having any documents. Okay? We then go to the CIA, and the CIA will neither confirm or deny if they're holding classified material on the incident. Okay? And then it goes deeper. You go overseas to the MOD. The MOD actually, and I want Nick to really go into this because he had involvement in the report being started and issued, was Project Condign. And when you go into Project Condign, they openly admit in the report that Rendlesham observers were exposed to radiation from a phenomena. So the Ministry of Defense is aware of the incident. They're aware that we had contact with something, and they're aware that we received radiation, which leads back to my heart damage and the issues with my heart. So, I'll turn it over to Nick to go into more detail, but there is plenty of paper trail, including other stuff involving radiation and stuff that proves an incident took place. The government, both the United States and the American government, know about it, and they're covering. Or let me reverse it, because cover up is a nasty word. That there's something going on with holding back information.
Yeah, right. Okay, fair enough. Okay, Nick.
Well, Project Condign was a highly classified British government study into the UFO phenomenon. It was commissioned by the Defense Intelligence staff in the Ministry of Defense, where I worked, and as John said, I was directly involved in setting this up. because of the sensitivities of this, it wasn't even conducted in the Ministry of Defense, but through a defense contract, which has the effect of taking something outside of parliamentary scrutiny and outside of the scope of the Freedom of Information Act. So not only was this thing secret UK eyes only, but it was hidden several layers deep. And why this is interesting, of course, is self-evident. Publicly, the British and the American government have said for many years, oh, we're no longer investigating UFOs. This subject is of no real defense interest. Behind the scenes, as the paper trail now reveals, highly classified studies were being carried out. And Project Condign was basically an attempt to put all the information that we'd amassed over decades, 12,000 UFO reports, a lot more general research and investigation, put it all together and say, what does it all mean? What have we got here? And what can we conclude from all of this? And what the Ministry of Defense concluded was that there was a real phenomenon and that it had real and genuine effects upon people. And under the heading, for example, non-ionizing electromagnetic effects on humans and electromagnetic field from a plasma, the report concluded, and this is a direct quote, the well-reported Rendlesham Forest/Bentwaters event is an example where it might be postulated that several observers were probably exposed to UAP radiation for longer than normal UAP sighting periods. Now, UAP is simply Ministry of Defense jargon. It's unidentified aerial phenomena. Effectively, it's our own term for UFOs. But the report went on to talk about potential, and the phrase used was novel military applications, which I'm sure will have a lot of the spiritual and New Age listeners throwing up their arms in horror. But I mean, it's true. This is, unfortunately, if you ask the Ministry of Defense to conduct a study, that's the kind of study you get. Can we make a weapon out of this? And that, I'm afraid to say, is the question that people were asking. And the report goes on about directed energy weapons, very high power energy generation, RF weapons, impulse radars, and so it goes on. So for anyone who thinks that governments don't take this seriously, you've only got to look at Project Condign to see that they do. But the problem with all of this is that the Project Condign final report ran to 468 pages. It was released under the Freedom of Information Act, but the best place to hide a book is in a library. And the mainstream media didn't pick up on the good stuff. They hardly ever do. And yet the answers are in there. And John is, as we speak, looking into this and cleverly going after some of the working papers that went into making this final report. But what he's finding, not surprisingly, is that exemptions to the Freedom of Information Act are being cited. Defense, national security, intelligence, those ones. So the answers are there. But they're just, it's hard to nail down.
Is it redacted or is it?
Yes. Yeah. It's fairly heavily redacted, and even the pages, even where it's not redacted much, the bits that are redacted are the, I guess what you call the good bits. Yeah, exactly.
We gotta ask you guys your personal opinion if we can before we run out of time here. You mentioned some of the things that Condign was looking into, and I've heard about like secret psychotronic weapons and Soviet secret stuff and aliens and time travelers from the future. Do you guys each mind sharing your personal opinion, or do you have a personal view on what your gut thinks it was? Maybe John first.
Sure, I think. Nothing against the binary and nothing against, the glyphs and everything, which I think are important and need to be investigated more. But I think Condign, it doesn't just go into Rendlesham, it goes possibly into everything that's been going on for the years of the contacts, the different things that happen. Because if you read the report, it talks about how it affects what you see and different things like that. And I think that is what is going on. I feel that with it being so heavily redacted, there is a passage in there that talks about they commission astronauts and different people to work on it. If you listen to an interview Edgar Mitchell did a few years ago, it was done with a British guy, I forget, radio something, but he actually hinted at the phenomenon itself in some of the MOD papers. I really feel the next step, and this is something that is there, it's real, there's a paper trail. I've got the Ministry of Defense in a corner now. They've openly admitted, even though they try to spin their way out of it now by saying that, they've given everything out, and then after I went after them a certain way, they admitted to me they haven't released everything. And they're in the process of evaluating if they're going to release more stuff, and they're going to redact some of that. So I think this is an area right now, people want a smoking gun. This is an area that we need to get some serious people, some science people to look these papers over, evaluate them for what they really are, and start asking hard questions, and take this in front, of the Parliament and possibly the United States Congress, and say, we've got proof that this has taken place. There is a phenomena. It's affecting things. It even talks about in these papers how it's affected aircraft. Nick went a little bit into detail on his visit, one of the last visits to UK, talking about how pilots and airplanes have had encounters with it that's caused problems. This is a problem that needs to be looked at, addressed by scientific people, and there is something to this, and that's what I feel needs to be looked at, and I'm doing my best to do it. And there is a phenomenon that's indisputable. It says that in the papers, and something needs to be, done about it. That's how I feel about it.
So does that, to summarize what your feeling is about Rendlesham then, do you think it's more of a high-tech terrestrial testing type thing then, like a weapon testing thing, or is that what you're saying?
Our governments are trying to weaponize it. They're trying.
Right,
that's part of the reason why it's being classified. People think that, people think that people in the world would panic and stuff, and I'm not saying they wouldn't or whatever. Right. And I always feel it would be whatever it is, what it does to us that would cause how we react. But it's clear, if whoever can get control of this, whoever can figure out how it works and use it to their advantage and have the most power with it, can control everything, economically, militarily, everything. Right. And that's why this is being kept more secret than the other reason of, are we alone and would it cause mass panic? Right. And the governments of the world want to use this to their advantage, not only against each other, but to even control people. And so I think we've got something that we could go a lot further with and even force more information out, because they really have got nasty with me. They just don't want to talk about it. And now they got to the point now where they're saying, well, we're not going to discuss anything further until these next group of papers get released. Well, when's that? Well, possibly in the next year to 18 months. Well, they're not even giving me a date. So there's something there's policy stuff in there and other papers, and some of it's got Rendlesham in it again. And the point is that stuff I've got them to admit they have. What do you think that they still have that's classified that will never see the light of day?
Yeah, exactly. Wow. And what about you, Nick?
Well, I don't know what we're dealing with. What I do know is that there's a real phenomenon here. But, one person's ghost is another person's alien, is another person's angel. I think we interpret these things according to our own individual knowledge and cultural background and belief system. We can only come at this from an anthropocentric perspective. These are just labels we put on things: alien, angel, ghost, whatever. The reality may surprise us all. It may be something that goes beyond words, beyond any concept that we're familiar with. But as John says, it is important. Governments know it's real. Governments are certainly actively working on it and technology acquisition gets to the heart of it. I mean, whether we're talking about weapons or interstellar travel or whatever aspect, I mean, I think it is human nature to want to understand something, harness it, and then use it for arguably very narrow and selfish reasons. There's a line, one of my favorite movies is The Medusa Touch, one of Richard Burton's movies, and his character says a line to the effect of, we find out what powers the sun and we make a bomb out of it. Well, I think that's very pertinent here.
Yeah, very interesting. It's hard for me to wrap my head around how there would still be nations fighting over this type of technology when it's hard for me not to think there's already sort of like a secret, what do they call that? The secret space program, or like some other, part of the human civilization that's elite and sort of above the nation state. But I guess it could be happening on numerous different levels,
Yes, and for all this sci-fi talk of, and I don't mean that again in a disparaging way of kind of one world government and things, some sort of utopian or dystopian future, who knows? Nationalism is still, well, I'm not the only game in town, but it's still very important. Mm-hmm. And if anything, if you look around the world today, one doesn't see nations coming together and forming kind of larger conglomerates and alliances. If anything, one sees increased fragmentation. Yeah. One sees nations, like Iraq, arguably artificially put together in the first place, but coming apart. One sees the former Yugoslavia coming apart. The former Soviet Union has, of course, long since come apart. So I don't think we should underestimate this basic instinct, and I think it is that in human nature, to almost go back to my tribe mentality.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe contact with an intelligent alien race. So is just what it would take to expand those borders.
Well, now you're quoting Reagan and Clinton. Yeah. So that's a nice alliance there across the political spectrum. But yeah, they were possibly onto something.
So before we run up on it here, I suppose I wanted to ask Nick. You've been looking into this stuff a long time. Aside from Rendlesham, what do you think is the your other, I don't know, maybe favorite's not the best word, but the other craziest or strangest case you've encountered over the years?
Well, I think there was one that I investigated personally. I mean, of course, I ran the Ministry of Defense's UFO project from 91 to 94. In March 93, we had something called the Cosford incident. We could probably do a whole nother show on that, but it'll have to wait. Suffice to say, that was multiple military witnesses and 2 air bases, different ones this time, Cosford and Shawbury, being overflown by a UFO, which one Air Force witness described as being midway in size between a C-130 Hercules transport aircraft and a Boeing 747. And this thing moved from maybe 40 miles an hour to high Mach speed in an instant. And this witness said to me, and he was one of many witnesses that night, he said, I've been 8 years in the Air Force, and the speed and the acceleration there is like nothing I've ever seen before in my life. And I tell you, his voice was shaking when I interviewed him the morning after.
Wow. And when was that again?
That was March 1993.
Oh, wow.
There are very, very brief details on my nickpope.net website if you Google the phrase Cosford incident.
Yeah, well,
COS. Yeah, COSFORD.
Okay, good.
Very interesting case.
Yeah, we'll link to that in our show notes too, for sure. So are you guys going to any conferences? Are you attending anything? Or do you have any future, engagements you want people to know about? John?
Yeah, I'm scheduled to be back at the site of the crime, as you want to put it, on September 20th. It's going to be a night at the Woodbridge Town Hall, and I'll be speaking about a lot of different things, obviously the new book, and my feelings on what we were exposed to and what happened to us. And that will be September 20th at Woodbridge Town Hall.
Cool.
In Woodbridge, England.
Right on. And you, Nick? Are you going to any
yeah.
conferences? I bumped into you at, I was talking to you at UFO Congress 2012, and it was great how approachable you are. And if, people should know that if, they can chat you up at all these conferences. So.
Well, yes, I try to make myself available at these things. I'm doing a lot of TV work at the moment. There are several new documentaries coming up on American, Canadian, and British TV. My next conference is going to be Contact in the Desert at that's Joshua Tree, California, August 8th through to the 11th. And that is contactinthedesert.com. I will be there for the whole time. There are lectures, there are sky watches, there are lots of chances to meet some very interesting people in this field. So contactinthedesert.com is the next place to catch me in August.
Great. And then is there any other way you guys want people to get a hold of you? Twitter and Facebook and all that stuff?
My website is nickpope.net, and on the front page it has links to my Twitter and Facebook. So nickpope.net.
Okay, good stuff. And John, anything?
I have a Facebook page, and it's just my name, John F. Burroughs, if you have any questions or anything like that.
Yeah, sweet. Well, we'll link to all that stuff in the show notes.
Yeah, we'd like to really thank you guys for coming on. Thanks for coming to Grimerica. I recommend all our listeners take a look at the book.
Oh, yeah. Where can you buy the book?
The book's available all good bookstores, Barnes and Noble, but I mean the big one for pretty much everyone these days is of course Amazon.
Right.
Encounter in Rendlesham Forest, it's called. So Amazon Encounter in Rendlesham Encounter in Rendlesham Forest.
Perfect.
And it's a high quality book too, hardcover.
Thank you. Oh yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, and as always, Grimericans, if you're going to buy the book on Amazon, use the Grimerica portal. We can get some of that corporate blood money. So yeah, if is there anything you guys want to say before we let you go?
I just want to thank you guys for having us on and letting me talk about my experience. And please don't people, the answer's there, and I really do think condign is important, and I think people need to start taking a closer look at that and keep track of Nick, because I promise he'll keep the pedal to the metal on this.
Right on. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, thanks. It's been great to be on the show. Thank you to you. Thank you to all the Grimerica listeners. And I hope people enjoy the book. And whether you're a skeptic, a believer, or somewhere in the middle, I hope that you'll find the book thought-provoking and that it will generate discussion and debate. And hey, it would be a boring world if we all agreed. So discussion and debate is good.
Right on. Great. Thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate it. All right. So tonight in the Grimerica show, it's a special night. We have Darren Grimes here as usual, and James Nation, who's in the studio, special guest host tonight. And he chose to have Stanton Friedman on. So luckily we've waited a couple years before we had Stan on. And for anybody that's a little bit interested in UFOs, either skeptical or sort of on the more believer side, would have heard of Stan. He's a nuclear physicist. He's won a lifetime UFO Achievement Award in Leeds, England. He's appeared at the UN twice. He's written congressional testimony. He's spoken at more MUFON conferences than any. He's written lots of books, and he's kind of, we were joking around in the studio earlier, he's like the godfather of ufology. So he's a fellow Canadian as well, and we're so happy to have you here, Stan. Thanks for taking the time.
Well, I'm glad to be here. I'm a dual citizen. I can complain about both governments, the U.S. and Canada, legally.
But you still live in Canada, right?
Oh, yes. Well, what do you mean still? I've only lived here for 35 years.
So
that's what's in half my life.
Have you ever thought about...
lived here for 34 years.
Have you thought about moving to the South at all?
Well, I moved here from California. Why would I want to move back?
Well, because it's pretty cold where you are, isn't it?
Well, hey, I'm a sturdy guy. I grew up in New Jersey. You can handle anything. But, you know, I had a call from a friend in California. What are you doing back there, Stan? I'm in Fredericton, New Brunswick, for anybody who worries about such things. And what are you doing back there? Don't you miss California? And I said, well, yeah, California had great climate, and Mother Nature was very generous. There's Yosemite and the ocean and all that sort of stuff. And it did take me a while to get used to not having earthquakes and drive-by shooting and miserable traffic and terrible smog. But you know what? I learned to do without those things.
Nice.
Don't have them here.
Yeah, they're in, you know, the polite country, so...
Yeah, well, Fredericton is a great place to raise a family. Home of the University of New Brunswick, which is the oldest English language university in Canada, mind you. So I've never regretted the move. I'd have somebody shovel my driveway, of course.
So we were debating here before we called you on whether to get you to talk about the
nuclear stuff.
A little bit, no, a little bit about the history of how you got into ufology, and because we thought, well, we don't have, you know, we have a lot of listeners that are interested in UFOs, but we also have potential to reach people that would probably, you know, that you could really sort of maybe change their mind or get them to think a little deeper on the subject. So we probably should just, for, you know, maybe like the Reader's Digest version of how you got started into ufology.
Yeah. It's easy enough. I was a young nuclear physicist, 24, working for General Electric Aircraft Nuclear Propulsion Department in Cincinnati, Ohio, in 1958. And I'm a cheapskate. I was ordering books from a mail-order book place, and I needed one more book so I wouldn't have to pay shipping. And there was the report on unidentified flying objects by Air Force Captain Edward Ruppelt. He had headed Project Blue Book back in the early 50s. This was in 1958. And the book was marked down hardcover, $2.95 to $1. Shipping would have been $1. It was going to be free. And so I ordered it. I thought, what the heck? Air Force was co-sponsor of our little aircraft nuclear propulsion program. I say little. In 1958, we spent $100 million. We employed 3,500 people, of whom 1,100 were engineers and scientists. And I mention this not to brag. I mean, the program got canceled, of course, as everything else I worked on. But there are an awful lot of people who don't seem to understand that there's an awful lot of important research and development, and expensive research and development, that goes on in industry and in the national laboratories and outside of academia. And that you got to learn, you got to study the evidence, and most of it is not published in scientific journals, peer-reviewed scientific journals. People seem to think that's where all research gets published. It isn't. And so the program was big, it was exciting, it was fun. It got canceled, okay, but I got the book, I read it. I was not totally convinced, but I was very intrigued, as it turned out. And I read 10 more books, and the next year after that, I moved to California. And it turns out it was a very lucky first book to read, because several of the ones I read after that, if I'd read them first, I'd have never read another one.
Right.
And so I was reading all these books, and then I made an incredible discovery, totally unexpectedly, at the University of California, Berkeley Library. And I found a copy of the largest study ever done on flying saucers for the government, Air Force, as a matter of fact, Project Blue Book Special Report number 14. And it had data on 3,201 sightings. The work was done at Battelle Memorial Institute, which is a major research and development firm. It was under Air Force contract. But what really got to me, besides the more than 200 charts, tables, graphs, and maps, I mean, I was in data heaven. But what really got to me is the guy who put it together, Dr. Leon Davidson, had compiled this because he got a copy. When it came out, they put out a press release, but they didn't release the report. He managed to get a copy. And in the press release, I was shocked to see the Secretary of the Air Force, no less, lying through his teeth. In the press release, it said, On the basis of this study, we believe that no objects such as those properly described as flying saucers have overflown the United States. Even the unknown 3% could have been identified as conventional phenomena or illusions if more complete observational data had been available. That sounds very straightforward. It's a total lie. I had to report. I was looking at the charts and tables and stuff. The unknowns weren't 3%. They were 21.5%. And they were completely separate from the 9.3% of the cases for which there was insufficient information. So that part of the statement wasn't true. They did a quality evaluation. The better the quality of the sighting, the more likely to be unexplainable. They asked an obvious question. Okay, we got all these reports. Is there really any difference between the unknowns and the knowns? Maybe we just missed the boat. They did, it's called a chi-square statistical analysis. Don't worry about the details. On the basis of 6 different characteristics, are the unknowns different from the knowns? The answer is yes. The probability that the two groups are the same is less than 1%. So I got mad. I wanted to get to the bottom of this. I don't like being lied to. I mean, I worked under security. Sure, sometimes you got to, how shall I put it, tiptoe around the truth. That's one way to put it. But a flat-out lie like that, that really made me angry. And so I joined APRO and NICAP, the two big groups. Don't exist anymore. I'm still around. I did a lot of reading, a lot of talking. I didn't really get my first lecture until 1967. And that was only by accident. I stuck my neck out. Frank Edwards, I don't know if you've heard of him. He wrote a book, Flying Saucer Serious Business. He was a journalist. Knew everybody. He was on the board at NICAP. And this is in the 60s. And he sent me a copy of the book because I moved to Indianapolis to work for General Motors on a nuclear project. That also got canceled, but what the heck. Allison Division in Indianapolis. And I called Frank and I said, I want to go public, Frank. You know everybody. Give me some names because I just moved to Pittsburgh to work for Westinghouse Astronuclear Lab on a nuclear rocket program. And believe it or not, we actually tested a nuclear rocket engine. That was exciting. Of course, they canceled the program right afterward, but that's the way things go. Anyway, Frank gave me some names. I love the name of the first program to have me on. Contact! And it was strictly by luck. I had called them. I talked to the producer. Don't call us. We'll call you. I thought being a Westinghouse nuclear physicist in Pittsburgh, which is a Westinghouse town, would count for something. It didn't. And then I got, less than a month later, I got a call from him at 6:30. Could you please do our program at 7 o'clock? I live near the station, fortunately. And I've always wondered, how many people did they call before they got to me? The bottom of the barrel. Anyway, I did the program. Somebody at work at Westinghouse heard me and wanted me to talk to her book review club because they were reviewing Frank's book. That was my first lecture in somebody's living room. And I did that program many times, gave a lecture because the dean at Carnegie Tech, his wife worked at Westinghouse, and I rode to work with her one day, 2 days in a 3-year period, and I said, gee, I'd like to speak at Carnegie Tech. And she says, well, why don't you talk to the dean? I said, well, I talked to Dr. So-and-so, and he wasn't interested. She said, Stan, the dean's my husband. He's heard you on the radio. Why don't you give him a call? So I did, and we booked a talk. It was a strange conversation. It was going to be an afternoon talk, which meant I'd have to take some time off work. And his last question was, how much do you want? Well, how about $100? I figured he'd knock me down to 50. He bought me at 100 because I knew his wife. And then he told me what he was paying the other speakers in the series. 1,500, 1,700, 1,600. Well, the talk went extremely well. He wrote the agent through whom he had booked those other speakers, and that agent booked me. at the Engineering Society of Detroit for $300 in expenses. I was in the big time. And that talk was very important because this wasn't a bunch of little old ladies in tennis shoes, in other words. Don't hear that expression much anymore. But 1,008 people for dinner and a talk. They were sold out 3 weeks in advance, and there wasn't one negative question. Now, I could not help but respect the audience. And I spoke to an audience in Pittsburgh, joint meeting of the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics and the Institute of Electric and Electronic Engineers. Packed house, and they had to stop the question and answer period because so much interest. Again, no negative questions. And my boss's boss's boss was there. So I was really enjoying speaking. It turns out I'm a ham. I'm a real Leo. And I was enjoying. And then I asked my boss, I said, look, I need some guidance. I don't want to lose my job. I've got a security clearance. I don't want to lose that. I mean, I got a mortgage and a wife and kids and so forth. Give me some rules of the trade, so to speak. They came back to me, 3 rules. You can say what you please on your time. You can identify yourself as a Westinghouse nuclear physicist. But we'd like you to put a disclaimer at the beginning of the lecture. The views you're about to hear are mine and mine alone and not those of my employer. I said, fine. Now, who could ask for anything more? Well, I did ask for anything more because I got a call from a colleague at Los Alamos National Laboratory in New Mexico. Hey, Stan, here you've been doing a lot of lectures. Yeah. How about speaking to our American Nuclear Society chapter here? Now, I'm a member of the American Nuclear Society, so I said, sure, I'd love to. No, I mean on an expense account, Stan. Oh, I don't make those decisions. I asked management. They paid for me to go from Pittsburgh to New Mexico to give a lecture, Flying Saucers Are Real. We weren't hiding it. And I gave the lecture. There were 500 people there. No negative questions.
And you've wrote a book about that as well, have you not?
Well, I mentioned this in books, and the kicker is I mention this because there are a lot of people who think, well, nobody believes in flying saucers. They must give him a hard time. I've given over 700 lectures, and I've only had 11 hecklers, and 2 of them were drunk. And that's everywhere. I mean, I've spoken in all 50 states, all 10 provinces, and 18 other countries. And when I go to India next month, that'll be the 19th country. And you get more than 11 hecklers if you talk about sports, religion, politics. You know, that's what they tell me anyway. So I come on very strong. And it turns out I learned a couple of truths fairly early on. I started asking at the end of my lecture, how many people here believe that they have seen what I would consider to be a flying saucer, having defined my terms earlier. And I prefer the term flying saucer because all flying saucers are UFOs. Very few UFOs are flying saucers. You know, all great-grandfathers are men, but not all men are great-grandfathers. And so when I ask that question, I'll make a joke, you know, we didn't let the CIA in, stuff like that. And I'm just going to point and count, no names required. So I do that. And it shocks people because the first hands go up cautiously, just barely over their head. And by the time I turn to the other side of the room, they go up vigorously because lots of people, it turns out, typically 10% of the audience believe they've seen one. But then I ask, how many of you reported what you saw? 90% of the hands go down.
Yeah.
If there's anybody left, I'll say, how many of you were in the military at the time? Still anybody left? Want to tell us about it? I don't ask for names or anything. And, well, at the University of Indiana, or in Indianapolis at this time, I went through that, and I said, you want to tell us about it? And the guy says, they took my pictures. Long silence. I said, well, I'm sure the audience would like to hear the rest of the story. I'm not asking your name. You don't need to stand up. So somebody got him a microphone. And he tells about he was flying a 4-engine Air Force plane across the Pacific. Another plane 20 miles ahead, radio saucer heading your way. They had gun cameras. They took pictures and then radioed the base to which they were going because the crew doesn't handle the film. This is intelligence material. And they landed. The film was taken. They were debriefed and told never to say anything. And I'll guarantee you 99% of the people there believed him. He just came across so well. He wasn't looking for anything. He didn't have a book to sell. And I didn't have one either at that time.
Did you find that most of these guys were seeing saucers? Like, nowadays it seems there's a lot more triangle sightings and stuff, but, I'm using a saucer in the generic term, and clearly manufactured objects behaving in ways that the things we manufacture can't behave.
Right.
And so they don't show any license plates and stuff like that. But the ability to make right-angled turns, stop, start, hover, move straight up, straight down, land in the middle of nowhere in a space not much larger than themselves and take off from there, and do it without noise, without visible external engines, without wings, and without a tail. That's pretty special. And if we had them, we'd use them in the few wars that have gone on this planet. Mm-hmm. I get a kick out of people telling me, it was all Nazi technology. Oh, Hitler was such a nice guy that they figured out how to build saucers, but he didn't want to hurt anybody, so he wouldn't use them. I mean, that's ridiculous.
So have you noticed a difference in people answering that question? Like over the years, have more people started reporting that?
No, it's typically 10%. And, what's interesting to me is the similarities between audiences, not only on that level, but what they really want to know about. They have no trouble accepting the data. I'm a data man. I present tables, charts, graphs, maps. I talk about 5 large-scale scientific studies. And I'm a little sneaky. I'll ask after each one, how many people here read this? And if I'm lucky, it's 2%. That helps keep down the noise in the audience. That is, people coming at me strong who don't know anything, but they don't want me to be able to say, you haven't read any of those reports I talked about, have you? I had a guy in Pittsburgh, Gulf Research Lab, interrupted me 3 times, and finally the boss man said, hey, let him finish. So I finished, and I looked to him. He says, well, I'm sure one could come to other conclusions than the ones you've come to. And I said, well, let me see now. As I recall, you hadn't read any of those 5 large-scale scientific studies, had you? Well, no. Well, that's the difference between us, isn't it? I gave you my conclusion. I gave you my sources. You hadn't read any of them. I've read them all. Whose opinion's worth more? Long silence.
Clearly yours, Stan.
What?
Clearly your opinion. You've done the most research. You're like the Godfather.
Well, I learned a rule in the 5th grade. Have facts in hand before putting mouth in gear. And I was a high school debater. We won a state championship one year. And that applied there as well. And, look, I figured once that over the years I've answered probably 60,000 questions. That's not only at lectures, but at interviews like this one and classroom visits, which I do often on campuses. And people seem to have no trouble accepting the evidence that I present. The chart that shows the better the quality of the sighting, the more likely to be an unknown, stuff like that. What they really want to know is the why questions. Why would anybody come here? Why don't they land on the White House lawn? Why doesn't the government tell us what it knows? And the usual response when I give an answer, I've got to be ready to answer those questions, of course, and I do in my books. There's a whole chapter, the UFO why questions and flying saucers and science. And the usual response from the people who ask those questions are, I hadn't thought of it that way. Well, I have, because I'm forced to. I can't say, I'll get back to you tomorrow on I'm on the stage.
I like how
I need an answer now. I'm talking to you. I can't say, oh, call me again next week, will you? We'll figure that one out. And the thing is that I've had to think about these questions. And I do have some advantages. One, I've worked on far-out propulsion systems. One of the loudest arguments from the nasty, noisy negativist is, you can't get here from there. It would violate the laws of physics. That's malarkey. I mean, how long does it take to go around the planet Earth? Well, it must take at least 3 years. That's how long it took Magellan. The space station does it in 95 minutes. The key thing about technology is progress comes from doing things differently in an unpredictable way. I worked on fission and fusion rockets. We tested, we didn't just talk about these things, on the nuclear rocket program. This is back in the late 60s, mind you. Westinghouse, Aerojet General, and Los Alamos each built a separate system, very similar. Liquid hydrogen was the propellant. They were all under 8 feet in diameter. Power levels varied. From Westinghouse, our system operated at 1,100 megawatts. And I'll relate that to something real in a minute. Aerojet, 1,000 megawatts. And Los Alamos, 4,400 megawatts. Now, Hoover Dam out there in Nevada produces 2,000 megawatts. And it's a big old sucker. An 8-foot diameter rocket engine. Well, of course, our exit exhaust temperature, a little over 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. These were very impressive systems. And our reward for being successful was they canceled the program. What can I do? The second thing is that working under security. I know how security works, and it's surprising how many people don't. I get people, I'm a big fan of certain documents about Operation Majestic 12. Most of them are phony, but I'm only interested in the real ones. And I get people telling me, oh, those guys would have told their wives what they were doing. No, they wouldn't. Yeah. I never told my wife anything classified. It'd be ridiculous to do that. Secrets, well, look, Lockheed built a
SR-71
quiet airplane, and they only spent $10 billion to do it in 10 years' time, totally classified.
So, Stan,
the first spy satellite, the Corona spy satellite, that's the town where Roswell incident actually happened, believe it or not. The U-2, was kept classified. The Russians knew about it, but they didn't want to admit that they couldn't shoot it down. We, in the United States, didn't want to admit we were flying it because we were violating international law. Somebody's airspace we were violating. Okay, then they shot down one of our U-2s, and we admitted reluctantly that it was a spy plane. Well, at the very time that was going on, we were trying to build a satellite, 1960 or so, and would you believe there were 12 failures in a row in secret? Nobody knew about them. They weren't cheap. The 13th one worked, and it got more data about Soviet military installations than all the U-2 flights that preceded it, all in secret. Now, admittedly, finally, we said that we had done this. In 1990, 30 years later, no, governments can't keep secrets. And what I show people, because I can't hold it close to the phone. You still won't see it. But the NSA, for example, after a legal battle and a Freedom of Information Action suit and so forth, finally released 156 top-secret Umbra UFO documents. The NSA, wow. There was a little problem. You could read one sentence per page. Everything else was whited out because of national security. The CIA released dozens of top-secret CIA UFO documents, all blacked out. Well, you could read 5 words on this page, 4 words on that page, that sort of thing. So if anybody wants to say, prove it, that they're covering things up, I would mention those. And don't tell me you'll scrape off the whiteout off the NSA documents, because they Xerox them first, of course, and there's nothing underneath. But, secrecy goes with the territory. And it shocks people when I point out that this is 3 years back, the Washington Post said that the total military intelligence budget for that year was $52.6 billion. That's
60s?
NSA, CIA, and NRO. That's a lot of dough where I come from.
Yeah.
And so now, about the propulsion system, I should point out that we've joined the nuclear guys in the universe. Almost all the energy in the galaxy and in the universe is produced by nuclear fusion in the stars. They're not burning gas. Our sun produces energy by nuclear fusion. And nuclear fusion, people will recognize what goes on in H-bombs. You can call it an H-bomb, you can call it a fusion device, whatever. But let's look at what happened. It was first discovered, theorized, in 1938. Now, in 1944, and what are we going to do with it? We're going to build a bomb, of course. That's what we need to do. So in 1944, our blockbuster bombs, new bombs, were developed for the B-29, huge airplane by that day's standard. And that bomb, a 10-ton blockbuster, would release the energy of 10 tons of dynamite. Make a big hole in the ground, boy, and we used a lot of them in 44. In 1945, we tested our first fission bomb. Uranium, plutonium, that sort of stuff. It released the energy, kind of hard to imagine, of 16,000 tons of TNT. They go from 10 to 16,000. That was in 45. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, about the same amount. In 1952, we exploded our first H-bomb fusion device. 10 million tons of TNT energy equivalent release. One lousy bomb. And I do consider nuclear weapons lousy. I mean, I'm not proud that we have developed those, but it means we've grown in our understanding. Well,
where do you fall in on nuclear energy?
What?
Where do you fall in on nuclear energy?
Well, I think it's the best way to avoid greenhouse gas. But let me extend this one more step. The Russians, a few years later, tested their big one, 57 million tons of TNT energy release in one stinking weapon.
Tsar bomb or whatever they called it, right? The Tsar bomb?
Yeah.
Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah.
Well, they had other names for it, the big one and stuff. But the important thing is that we have demonstrated to our visitors that we're part of the nuclear energy, nuclear world, fusion world. Mm-hmm. We can go to the stars. Now, if we want to spend the dough, we can go. That's a good, hey, I like that. If we want to spend the dough, we can go. And I worked on a study of fusion propulsion in 1962. You can kick particles out the back end of a fusion rocket that have 10 million times as much energy per particle as they can get in the dumb old chemical rocket. Now, I mention this because we have all this talk about aliens in outer space, the SETI community, and all this sort of stuff. And they look at chemical rockets. Dr. Tyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson, head of the Hayden Planetarium, he said on the Peter Jennings mockumentary, I called it, way back in 2005, that our fastest craft, the Voyager spacecraft, would take 70,000 years to get to the next nearest star if it were heading the right direction, which it isn't. Well, he forgot to add one little factor. It doesn't have a propulsion system on it. It's been coasting since it left the vicinity of the Earth. Now, would you say the best way to communicate across the ocean is to throw a bottle in the ocean with a message inside? Of course not. You know, but these academic types, they don't know about fusion propulsion. As a matter of fact, Dr. Seth Shostak of the SETI Institute, he wrote a book, Hunting for Life, and he said, well, fission and fusion rockets aren't worth anything either. It's obvious he didn't know anything about them. So I try to keep these guys honest. Incidentally, I debated Seth on Coast to Coast Radio, and I got 57% of the vote, and he got 33%, and 10% said, I don't know who won. Well, he hadn't done his homework. And I know that, you see. I don't just say that. When he and I both got a free trip on the Queen Elizabeth II from England to New York, I gave 3 lectures. He gave 3 lectures. We each listened to the other lecture. We were cordial to each other. And I talked about my 5 large-scale scientific studies and asked about who had read this one, this one, this one. He hadn't read any of them. Now, many months later, after our debate, I said, how about if I send you my book, Flying Saucers in Science? Okay, and he gave me his address, and I did send it to him. And then several months after that, on Coast to Coast, he said he had it on his nightstand. Didn't say he'd read it. You understand? And that's the problem. We've got discussion in a vacuum here, the vacuum of outer space. You won't find the SETI books. SETI stands for Silly Effort to Investigate. I'm sure you knew that. SETI. Silly Effort.
Aren't you a SETI or Grab?
No, that's CSETI, Darren. That's different.
No, but didn't you used to be part of the, didn't you used to let them use your resources of your laptop or some shit?
Yeah, I did, yeah. Way back when. SETI at home, that's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. But, you know, you realize that SETI refuses to reference the UFO information.
Yeah.
They have provided not one bit of evidence that there's anybody out there, no less anybody out there, sending signals using a technology that we can decode, if you will. You know, are they sending AM or FM? And my radio doesn't automatically pick up every station. I got to tune it.
So what do you think would be a better way to use that SETI money for, you know, trying to explore for signals in outer space?
Well, I don't think we should be looking for signals from outer space.
No?
Let's look at the evidence relating to the visitors to planet Earth. That's much more important. I mean, you realize there's a little problem here for SETI. If aliens are visiting, who needs to listen? Learn sign language, maybe, you know.
Learn how to wave. Hello.
Yeah, hi there, folks. What can we do for you? I mean, you realize, why don't they land, people say? Well, on the White House lawn, forget it. It's a no-fly zone, and we have airplanes ready to go up and chase anybody, and there were loads of sightings in 1952 over Washington, D.C., and the airplanes were scrambled, and they had radar visual cases and so forth. And incidentally, it's lost in history, but the Air Force regulations for pilots at that time, 1952, was shoot them down if they don't land when instructed to do so. And I've had 7 different people after lectures come up and tell me quietly about being at a military base where planes were sent up, or a plane was sent up and didn't come back. There were 200 plus fatal military plane crashes in the period from 51 to 55. 3 of the pilots had over 100 missions in Korea, came back to the United States, and there were MiGs trying to shoot them down in Korea, you understand. They come back to the United States. I mean, you got to be a good pilot to survive 100 missions when people are trying to shoot you down. They come back to the United States, no MiGs, and 3 of them died in fatal military crashes.
Yeah, didn't the military change its stance somewhere around Vietnam at shooting at the UFOs because they were...
Well, it appears that they did after that. Don't send guys up to their death. So what I'm saying is there's a lot going on that we don't hear about, especially from the city people. And they'll tell you, look, Seth said the proof that the government can't keep secrets. I mean, I talk about a cosmic Watergate. He says the proof they can't keep secrets is how much we know about what a bad job FEMA did when Katrina happened. And, you know, there are loads of examples of spending lots of money under security. That isn't one of them. Now, Dr. Tyson said the proof that we can't keep secrets, the government can't keep secrets, said this in a public lecture at Penn State University, is how much we know about President Clinton's genitalia. Very clever remark. Totally unrelated to the question of whether secrets can be kept.
So speaking of secrets, we already pretty much know your stance on Lazar, but he let out a big secret saying that he worked on UFOs at Area 51. So, you know, what, I mean...
Was it a secret or was it a lie?
That's right, yeah. So what would be the purpose of the hoax? Like, why would George Knapp and Lear get behind him on this? What's your opinion of that stuff?
You know, I consider George Knapp the number one ranking UFO journalist, if you will, journalist who knows about UFOs. When my book came out, Flying Saucers in Science, I asked that I talk about it with George, and we set a date, and he had read it and asked the best questions. Part of the problem is that, and the only reason I went to find out about Lazar was that people were asking me about him because he was claiming to be a nuclear physicist, and they know I am, so what do you think, Stan? Well, I thought I'd better check to see whether he's got the credentials he claims. And, you know, they're pretty impressive. Masters in physics from MIT, Master in electronics from Caltech. That's pretty special stuff. So I checked with MIT, talked to 5 different offices. Nobody ever heard of him. I talked to legal counsel who said there's no way to wipe his record out, anybody's record out. Caltech never heard of him. George Knapp gave me the name of Bob's high school. I called, had a very interesting conversation. It turned out he was in the bottom third of his high school class, and he had taken one science course, chemistry. And he graduated in August, not with his class. Now, to get into MIT, you need to be at least in the top 20% of your class. He was in the bottom third. I know about that because I was accepted there out of high school. I couldn't afford to go. The tuition was too high back then. $950. Of course, it was 1951, and that was a lot of money.
I think it's
now
about
it's about
8 to 1 or something
25,000.
like that. Oh yeah, well that's gone up in its own.
Yeah, just a little. And then also on the air in Rachel, Nevada, the home of the Little Alien, most famous hamburger joint in the country, I guess. He was asked to name some of his professors. He named a guy called Bill Duxler. He'll remember me from Caltech, physics. So I looked in my directory of the American Physical Society. I, of course, am a member. Bob isn't a member of anything, has never published any papers. And I found Duxler, and turns out I never taught at Caltech, only at Pierce Junior College. I mean, it's close geographically, but not intellectually in California. And he checked and found that he'd had Bob in a night school course at Pierce Junior College at the same time when Bob was supposedly at MIT. So why, look, I'm a dumb old physicist. I'm not a psychiatrist. Why was he looking for attention? Did somebody pay him to tell his phony story? I don't know. My question is he telling the truth? And yes, I talked to a guy who was a consultant there, a PhD from MIT, matter of fact, at Los Alamos. And he saw Bob there and was at a security briefing, so he obviously had a clearance. Bob's name was in the phone book at Los Alamos. He worked at the big Mason accelerator facility. None of that proves he was a scientist. They needed technicians out there. Lots of people work out there who aren't scientists. I know I visited Los Alamos more than once.
Janitors.
Well, okay. They need clearances too, incidentally. I'd give him credit for being a technician. He's pretty handy. Well, let me give you another example. He said that they used They had 500 pounds of element 115. Wow. Well, the half-life is less than 2 minutes. You cannot collect 500. You can't collect 1 pound. The big experiment that revealed the existence of 115 produced 4 atoms of it. And by this time, they run it again in other accelerators. It's over 100 atoms. You can't do anything with 100 atoms. So what I'm saying is here we have a pattern of misrepresentation. Is that a nice way of saying that?
Yeah, that's pretty politically correct.
You know, I thought maybe they would be going down the disinformation route with him, but you would think that he would have had the proper credentials then. You know, it wouldn't be so easy to debunk his actual education. So,
well, it turns out lots of people don't check on other people. I called the Air Force Academy one time about somebody who claimed to have a degree from there, and I was suspicious because he didn't sound like it. And I talked to the registrar, and no, he didn't graduate from there. I said, do you get a lot of calls about people who claim to have gone there and didn't? All the time was her answer. And she says, we're a prestigious place, and people throw it on their resume, and once in a while somebody checks. You know, I'm impressed with Bob. I was there in Arizona when he did the long interview with George. And, you know, and I still am impressed with George. But it's hard for me to imagine that the government couldn't do better than having a guy without any diplomas, without any papers. And do you know anybody who has a diploma from a prestigious university who doesn't still have a copy?
Yeah. So this was the recent, like last year's. Was that last year when you saw him there? Then.
Yeah, February.
And that so you still maintain the same position after that, even.
Me or him?
You.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had given him a list of questions. They wanted questions from people to be asked, and they didn't ask any of my questions.
Of course.
And he and George dashed out right at the end of the program. So I couldn't go any farther than that. But look, if you ask me why he did, I'm the wrong guy to ask. There are a lot of people who lie about their background. There was a guy who was going to be a football coach at Notre Dame who tacked on an unreal degree who lost the job because of that.
So in your experience working on these secret projects and stuff, what do you think the chances are that there could be something like that at a place like Area 51 where these guys are actually reverse engineering saucers and whatnot? Do you actually think that's possible?
Well, sure. And look, there have been a number of crashes. Roswell isn't the only one. There's a new book out, Incident at Aztec. Also,
I heard about that one.
And it's a darn good study by the Ramseys, Scott and Suzanne. And boy, they did a bang-up job. Everybody used to think that was a phony story, but they dug into it. Of course, Suzanne her family is from New Mexico, so they could go out there and they had a place to stay and so forth. But Scott sells electrical equipment, and he had customers out there too. So, but they really dug into it. Get the facts. That's what it's all about. So I'm not saying there isn't anybody working on reverse engineering UFOs. I'm not saying that at all. And Area 51 might be one place you do it. Los Alamos is another. There are a lot of places. You know, people don't realize Los Alamos has more than 6,000 employees.
Yeah, that's crazy. We were just looking into Brookhaven Labs for this movie that we watched, like this sci-fi movie, and Brookhaven's got like over 3,000 people. So there's like out of 2 labs, there's 10,000 people working in those labs.
There's Oak Ridge National Laboratory. There's Sandia National Laboratory. There's Livermore National Laboratory. These have thousands. The budget for Los Alamos last year was over $2 billion. And would you believe, I had 2 different professors in radio shows say, look, if Roswell had happened, they'd had to pull half the professor of physics props out of colleges to analyze that stuff. And I laughed and I said, you got to be kidding. There are plenty of people with clearances and talent. The 3 nuclear weapons labs When I checked a few years back, the total budget was greater than that for the National Science Foundation. 3 nuclear weapons labs. There's handbooks out there, too. But there's somehow, in the academic world, I think the only place research gets done is academia. And that's simply not true. And it's easy to prove it isn't true.
Where do you fall in on
leaving out, of course, the NSA, the CIA, and the NRO, and the DIA, and there's a whole bunch of these intelligence agencies. And there's an important point here that I need to bring up. The Air Force will tell you that, well, we had Project Blue Book, and that was it. And when it was canceled in '69, that was the end of it. And there's no national security aspect and nothing to it. Well, that's a lie also. In 1969, early on, Dr. Condon of the University of Colorado study, in his big fat report, the scientific study on UFOs, they recommended that Project Blue Book be closed. So the Air Force asked a general, Carol Bolander, who was an engineer on the Lunar Excursion Module. Remember, we landed on the moon in 1969.
Allegedly.
No alleged as far as I'm concerned. The introduction to, or the forward to my book, Flying Saucers and Science, was done by Edgar Mitchell, Dr. Edgar Mitchell, the 6th man to walk on the moon. So,
hey, do you think they saw saucers up there, like the rumor goes?
Well, I don't know whether they saw saucers up there or not. That I don't have an answer for. But I do think we landed there. But the important thing is that it was a major effort involving loads of people, thousands of people, just as the Manhattan Project involved tens of thousands of people, and with a big budget. To separate uranium isotopes, we built a mile-long facility. This is during World War II, mind you. It used 5% of the electrical power being produced in the United States to pump a uranium-containing gas through little holes and nickel plates through this mile-long facility, all in secret, mind you, to gradually enrich the uranium. 5% of electrical power. And that's why it was in Tennessee, because they had the Tennessee Valley agency there. So, there was a lot going on that people don't seem to understand, aren't aware of. And somebody undoubtedly received pieces of the wreckage. And, well, I'll give you a specific example. I was the first to talk to Major Jesse Marcel, who was the intelligence officer in Roswell. And they found lots of pieces, small pieces of stuff, shiny, metallic, foil-like material, a lot of it that if you crumbled, it would uncrumble and so forth. Mm-hmm. Well, my approach to all this thing would have been, you send this stuff out to your best classified labs and you say, what is this stuff? You don't tell them where you got it. They don't have a need to know for that. And a guy comes back to you and says, I don't know where you got this stuff, but it's a combination of samarium and cobalt. Why would you put those two together? Not your problem. Send it off to other people. What are the electrical, magnetic, thermal, nuclear properties of this stuff? And the guy comes back and says, I measured the highest magnetic moment of any material I ever measured. Make a great permanent magnet. And believe it or not, the ghetto blasters, the magnets in them years ago, were samarium and cobalt. Well, I used to suggest that maybe we learned about that from UFOs. Well, I was doing an article. I did a weekly science commentary for CBC Radio here in Fredericton. This is in the 80s. And I was reading an article about new and better permanent magnets. Neodymium iron boron, and there really is such stuff. And at the end of the article, it said the original work on samarium cobalt was done at Wright Air Development Center, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, where I know some of the wreckage from Roswell went. I just laughed my head off. I'll bet I know where that idea came from. Doesn't tell you how to build a saucer, but it sure can give you a strong magnetic field.
What do you think about summoning UFOs in the desert and these groups like CSETI? And do you think there's anything
I'm not
to
a big fan of that. No, I think it's a good way for some people to make money.
Hey, that's what I think too.
You know, it gets people outside, and I guess I can't complain about that. It's night in the desert.
Yeah, it gets people looking up.
Yeah, and that's
spending
a good
money.
Eating peyote.
Well, you know, a leader of one of the SETI groups offered people an opportunity. They could come to his farm in Virginia, and it would only cost $600 for the weekend, and all expenses covered. And he would tell them everything he knew, but they would have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. I think that's funny when you're talking about disclosure. And, you know, you better sign a non-disclosure agreement. So, no, I'm not a fan of SETI, of the disclosure movement, project, whatever you want to call it.
What about consciousness in general? Like, how does that have, like, you know, Grant Cameron's done a lot of work. There's been a lot of work done now that somehow our consciousness is related to the phenomena.
Well, wouldn't it be astonishing if an advanced civilization didn't know more about these, I'll call them paranormal things, telepathy, reincarnation, mind control? I would expect an advanced civilization to know a heck of a lot more about those things than we do. And you can see almost all the best abduction cases. It's clear that telepathy is the means of communication. And in my book, Kathleen Marden, Betty Hill's niece, and she's a top-notch abduction investigator. And in our book, Science Was Wrong, we each did 7 chapters. She did a whole fine chapter on, I'll call it, evidence for paranormal phenomena. Published papers in the academic scientific literature, which are ignored by the people who say there is no such thing. Don't bother me. There are 4 basic rules for debunkers. Doesn't matter what you're debunking. Don't bother me with the facts. My mind's made up. What the public doesn't know, I'm not going to tell them. If you can't attack the data, attack the people. It's easier. And do your research by proclamation. Investigation is too much trouble, and nobody will know the difference anyway. And it doesn't matter whether you're talking about ghosts or telepathy or saucers. You find the same thing. And it's a sad commentary about our society, but it's true.
It must be changing a little bit now with the internet, and with like what we're doing right now is going to go out, you know, in a week or two to all over the world. People are going to hear this. They've heard you a lot. You've been doing this for decades. Has it changed? Like, is it opening up? I seem to always want to ask this question, but I'm super interested on how things are changing over the last, even like 5 or 10 years.
People are very receptive, but they almost always have been, much to my surprise. At the beginning, I was worried about I was going to get a real hard time from debunkers, not at my lectures. So I just spoke in England. I've spoken in 19 countries, or 18, and 19 coming up. And exposure, everywhere it's pretty much the same. People are interested, excited, intrigued. And, you know, an illustration of this, in one college class earlier in the day to promote my evening lecture, the instructor and I worked out a little scheme. Let's poll the students, but let's have them vote with their eyes closed so they're not influenced by the other students. And you count the votes, I said to him. Fine. Well, it turns out 80% of the kids thought most people didn't believe in UFOs, but 80% of them did believe in UFOs. So that's why I've had so few hecklers. Because most people are closet ufologists, if you want to put it that way.
But how much of that is gonna, like, when are we gonna be able to see a change in the mainstream paradigm? Like, how much of this groundswell do we need after decades of people believing more?
Remember, the government's got good reasons for keeping things secret. And people say, why don't they land on the White House lawn and so forth and so on about the aliens? But why doesn't the government tell us what it wants to know? But we want to know. Are they fearful of panic, War of the Worlds and all that stuff? I don't think so. I think a quick rundown on reasons for the cover-up. Hey, you want to figure out how the darn things work. They make wonderful weapons delivery and defense systems. You set up your secret project. And rule number one for security, people have forgotten there was a long, hard Cold War out there. Rule number one is you can't tell your friends without telling your enemies. They read the papers too and listen to radio shows. Second problem is the opposite side of the coin. What if the other guys figure out how they work before we do? We don't want them to know. We know they know. Weapon, counter-weapon, counter-weapon, bigger spears, stronger shields. This is an age-old game. The third problem is, suppose an announcement were made by two highly trusted individuals around the world. A little hard to find, but my best choice is the Pope and the Queen. What if they were to make an announcement? We have it on good authority that Earth is being visited by intelligently controlled extraterrestrial spacecraft, and we're able to announce that there will be a number of international conferences over the next 6 months discussing all the implications of that. What would happen? Well, church attendance would go up, mental hospital admissions would go up, stock market would go down because uncertainty is the big enemy. But I think one of the biggest things that would happen is that the younger generation would push for a new view of ourselves. Instead of as Canadians, Americans, Greeks, Peruvians, whatever, Chinese, Indian, Earthling. I know of no government on this planet that wants its citizens to owe their allegiance to the planet. Nationalism is the only game in town. The total military budget this year on this planet is $1 trillion. A lot of kids died of starvation last night and tomorrow and the next day and so forth. $1 trillion on things military. And so when people say, why would aliens come here? One reason, I think, would be to quarantine us. Look, in World War II, we killed 50 million of our own kind. We destroyed 1,700 cities with those big blockbuster bombs and so forth. And since the war, and this surprises people, we have exploded 2,000 plus little nuclear weapons.
Since
2,000. We're not nice guys. Anybody who comes here recognizes, you leave radioactivity and so forth. These guys are onto the nuclear stuff, and there's a book, Nukes and UFOs, by Robert Hastings. And former military guy, Robert Salas, who was at the Minuteman missile launch facility where the saucer came and 10 Minuteman missiles went down, one after the others. Not supposed to happen. Can't happen. But it did. So the aliens are obviously concerned about our nuclear weapons. So we, as a planet, aren't ready to join the Galactic Federation. Surely they won't allow people in who are as primitive as we are.
What about Denisovians?
About who?
Darren thinks he has some ancient Denisovian blood, so he's joking around about it.
Okay. But you get my point.
Yeah.
We live in a strange world.
So what about what about the beyond the government, like the secret breakaway civilization type stuff? Like you talk about, of course, some of the logical reasons why the government doesn't want to give up any of this technology. But what are your thoughts about an organization that's beyond the government, sort of more international, that have sort of the lid on this?
Well, I don't know if there is such an organization. I know conspiracy theorists love it, but I'm not one of the conspiracy theorists. Look, any sensible billionaire would want to know what's going on, because if the secret comes out, it might affect all his investments,
Right.
So he'd be interested. But I see no signs of them ruling the roost, you know.
The shadowy elite.
Yeah, of course. They know everything. And maybe they do. But I can prove to you that the NSA is covering stuff up. Not just because of Mr. Snowden, you know. And the NRO. Many people never heard of the NRO, the National Reconnaissance Office.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit, Stan. You're one of the original MJ-12 investigators. If you could, for the audience, maybe sort of give the rundown of those documents and what happened there.
That's why I mentioned General Bolender, because what he said in his memo was that reports which could affect national security are not part of the Blue Book system, which is an extremely incredible statement. He said that in 1969. And he also, the paragraph later, said, if we close Project Blue Book, and it was closed as a result of this memo, the public won't have a place to report sightings. However, as previously noted, reports which could affect national security will continue to be investigated using the procedures designed for that purpose. Okay, where did those cases go? Well, when I managed to locate Bolender 10 years after this, and talked to him, I said, it seems to me like you're saying there are two separate communication channels here. One for national security related sightings, and I mentioned one that I had just heard about at that time of a saucer going down the runway at a SAC base where nuclear weapons were stored. That's national security, no matter how you slice it. He agreed with me. I said, if my wife and I see a saucer we're out on the street and we see a saucer go by, big deal, happens all the time. Two separate channels. He said, yes. So where did those sightings go? And I say to Operation Majestic 12. And we got a roll of film, which had some incredible documents, and then that was followed over the next few years by documents that I can prove to you are phony. But I've got a whole book, Top Secret Magic, M-A-J-I-C. And I deal with all the objections to the documents and show that none of them hold up. There really was an MJ-12. I'm sure the name has changed. Majestic 12, Magic 12, established by President Truman. And one of the clinchers was the group was named in this briefing document for President Eisenhower. And one of the people on the list, there were 5 military guys and 5 scientists and Secretary of Defense and the 12th guy. One of the guys on the list was totally improbable, Dr. Donald Menzel, Harvard University professor of astronomy, who had written 3 anti-UFO books. How could he be a member of a group that knew about crash saucers, alien bodies, etc.? Well, to make a long story short, I had to get permission from 3 different people to see his papers at Harvard. All these guys were dead, which is very convenient, of course. And I discovered, to my total shock, because I didn't like him while he was alive, he was such a debunker, he told Jack Kennedy that he had a longer continuous association with the NSA of anybody, 30 years at that time. That was 1960 when he wrote that to Kennedy. And it turns out he was a world-class cryptographer and did classified work for 20 different companies and for the CIA and other agencies. That was a real shocker, because it was so totally unexpected. I got proof of it. Got copies of his letters to Kennedy and his unpublished autobiography, in which he mentions there was a loyalty hearing. That's how I found out about this. They were trying to take away his clearance, and what was he doing with the clearance? So I followed up on it, and the story's in my book. But incidentally, if people are interested in my books, my website is www.stantonfriedman.com. And the one thing I can offer, if you buy your books from me that you won't get from Amazon, is an autograph, free, personalized. And so Majestic 12, and you'll get all kinds of people telling, those were all phony. And I think there are 4 genuine documents. I don't care about the 50 that are phony. Mm-hmm. The basketball coach says, yeah, I know most people aren't 7 feet tall. Give me one. You keep the midgets, So you got to focus on what's relevant. And yes, a chemical rocket won't get you to the stars. A fusion rocket would. Can I build one for you tomorrow? No. Cost a
How
ton
about
of money.
next week?
Maybe with enough.
Not even next year. And I don't think Earthlings should be trying to go to the stars anyway until we get our act together. Who speaks for the planet? Nobody I know. Certainly the President of the United States doesn't speak for 7 billion Earthlings.
What I got a question, a data question for you. It helps settle well, it's not really an argument, but a discussion. We talk about, because I think like what do you think the reporting rate, like a reporting rate to MUFON would be of say if 1,000 people seen it? Do you think how many of those people would report to a MUFON?
MUFON and other organizations, or just MUFON?
MUFON, because it was a MUFON thing that I judged. You said unfairly.
Okay.
Well, MUFON typically these days is getting roughly 1,000 reports a month. And I get people call me, how come there haven't been any sightings lately, Stan? They don't know about those 1,000 reports. And so, typical large number of sightings, I'd say 20% are unknowns. I mean, in Blue Book Special Report 14, 21.5%. In the Condon study, it was 30%, believe it or not. In Dick Hall's The UFO Evidence, it was like 18%.
So I'm wondering more what the reporting rate would be. Like how many people, if 1,000 people seen a UFO over a city, say over a city of 1 million people, 1,000 people see the same thing. How many of those people report it to MUFON?
I don't know, maybe 100. But I think back, there's going to be a big discussion about a new movie about the Phoenix Lights.
Yeah.
And thousands of people saw those things.
Yeah.
And the Air Force lied about them. As a matter of fact, the governor lied, but he came clean later on the Larry King show. He had been an Air Force pilot. And he saw the Phoenix Lights. And he sure as heck knew it wasn't any conventional airplane, certainly not a National Guard airplane or anything like that. But he was afraid of panic and all this other stuff, so he had one of his guys in the office dress up in a alien outfit and made fun of the whole business. But to his credit, ex-Governor Symington did come clean on Larry King.
I think Stan had that question answered when he was doing his lectures, and he was asking how many people had a sighting and how many people reported it, and it was like 5%.
10% had sightings and 90% didn't report it.
Yeah, so that's a really low
I think it would be
90%.
less than 10.
Yeah.
Did you report yours, Graham?
I did, and I went back to MUFON later, and it was gone. So that was frustrating.
Well, I've got a couple of listener questions here.
Okay.
Okay.
From, I guess we already answered the one about putting Greer on the same list as Lazar and Corso.
Okay.
So we got a couple from Adam Loyal, a Grimerican in his own right. The first one is, have you ever had any experiences with psychedelics?
You mean, have I taken LSD or something?
I suppose. You don't have to answer that.
I haven't taken any drugs, but I've never had a UFO sighting either. Look, I chased neutrons and gamma rays. Radiation shielding was my business for 14 years. Never saw a neutron or a gamma ray. They're real too.
Yeah.
He's got his next question is what do you have any synchronicities that I can rate?
Synchronicities.
It's kind of like his book when he bought that first book. That was a synchronicity in a way.
Nah, I don't think so.
I don't know. I can't think of any offhand. I'm just a straightforward, dumb old nuclear physicist. Yeah.
And then his last one is, what wisdom do you have for the next generation of ufologers?
Well, I just gave a paper at the MUFON conference about how to make ufology more respectable. And my major point is have facts in hand before putting mouth or computer in gear. Don't be ashamed. Don't be afraid to speak up. Tell it like it is. It's okay. Make sure you can back up anything you say. But I've been out there. After the first 700 lectures, you get a feeling for how people react.
Yeah.
And in all kinds of places and big colleges, and I've spoken at Harvard, and I've spoken at UC Berkeley, and a lot of other places, obviously. And it's okay. Just make sure you do your homework. And don't presume we know all there is to know.
Yeah.
That's where the debunkers get into trouble. Well, I can't figure out how to go to the stars, so nobody can. That sort of thing. And what do you mean they use telepathy? Well, that's what the investigations indicate.
Yeah.
I'd recommend the book by Kathleen Martin and myself, Captured, the Betty and Barney Hill UFO Experience. And what makes that book, in that case, so important is that the psychiatrist who did the hypnosis was Dr. Benjamin Simon, who was a world-class expert on post-traumatic stress disorder, shell shock war veterans. He ran a hospital with 3,000 beds after the Second World War. And he worked out the techniques for getting people back together, so to speak. A guy has his buddy's head blown off next to him. That's a little hard to handle. And Dr. Simon is the one in the movie. The Army made a movie, Let There Be Light, about shell shock war veterans and getting them back to being good again. And he has said in writing that the emotional intensity in Betty and Barney's voices, they did 10 sessions each separately, was every bit as great as that in these shell shock war veterans. And he had to stop one session each because he wasn't sure they could handle it, the emotional. Now, coming from him, that means something. A garden variety party hypnotist doesn't mean a darn thing. But coming from Dr. Ben Simon, it means a great deal. So you got to go with the flow, go with the data, go with the guys who know. And we have that data out there.
Good advice. I agree, but there's enough data now. So we have one more question here from Red Pill Junkie, who's a regular guy on our show here. He says, if you ever had a chance to meet a real alien, let's say extraterrestrial, and had permission to ask one question and one question only, what would it be?
Why are you guys here?
Yeah. Makes sense to me, your hypothesis about after we became nuclear. That why wouldn't they show up, right?
Why do you think they're here,
Stan? To the neighborhood. That's for sure.
Why do you think they're here, Stan?
Because we're a threat. Yeah.
Well, I think quarantine would be first on my list. Second, I've got a whole list in my book, Flying Saucers and Science. They're graduate students doing their thesis research on the development of a primitive society. They're being punished. Spend 2 weeks near Earth. That's punishment that lasts a lifetime. Maybe this was a prison, a penal colony. They dumped all the bad boys and girls here, and that's why we're so nasty to each other. And, Australia and Georgia were both started by convicts. The Australians seem to be proud of it, at least when I was down there. The Georgians aren't, but that's different. So I think there are a whole, why did people travel? And if you go back a few hundred years, look at all those guys who went after gold in the Yukon or in California. The guys who went after oil in the oil patch. And people have loads of reasons for traveling. But one of them, I would expect, is to take care of threats to the neighborhood.
So do you think that the government is actually in cahoots then with the extraterrestrials and, maybe there's some sort of agenda there? Or?
It wouldn't surprise me if there was some kind of an agreement. You leave us alone and we will leave you guys alone. That wouldn't surprise me.
It would make sense.
You could, for example, they're looking at genetics. there's some diseases that only a few people have, so you got to pick up an awful lot of specimens to get some DNA from them, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and if I'd said that before we invented or discovered DNA, you'd have said, you're crazy. What do you mean? There isn't any DNA. What kind of nonsense is that? Well, it's real, and we can manipulate it. So aliens may be looking for goodies for their their colonies. Who knows?
Have you ever thought about what you would do if you had unlimited resources in ufology? Like, well, if somebody donated $1 billion to you or a few $1 million?
I've thought of some things I would do. Of course, I would. First of all, I'd have every newspaper in the country carry an article saying, if you have a piece of a saucer, sitting in the bureau drawer, contact us, and we'd like to get tests run on it.
Nice.
If you have a sighting, had a sighting when you were in the military, so you might have been involved with radar, airplanes. People forget most individuals don't have their own radar set, don't have their own spy satellite. The NSA is capable of doing things that you and I aren't. And the same with the Air Defense Command. I'd love to be in an airplane chasing a UFO and have my radar and 6 instruments picking up signals from the UFO. But I don't have that situation. So I think if we had enough money, I would set up a number of individual committees to deal with certain aspects of this. What does it mean for religion? A serious discussion. There's a wonderful book by Dr. Barry Downing called The Bible and Flying Saucers. He has a bachelor's in physics and a doctor of divinity. Divine physics is his beat. And he goes through the Old and New Testament and finds saucer sightings. Well, that has some implications. And part of what we're trying to do here is to get rid of our arrogance. Not too many years ago, we'd have said we're the only thinking beings in the whole darn galaxy. There are no other solar systems out there. If there were, we'd know about them because we're so smart. I don't think anybody's saying that now, and especially after Kepler. Yeah. The general consensus now, and I checked with 3 astronomers recently, is that there's about 1 planet per star. Some have 8 planets, some have none, but overall average about 1 per star. Well, how many people recognize that there are at least 10,000 stars within 100 light years of here?
Wow.
That means about 10,000 planets. That's exciting, to me anyway. So I would expect the Galactic Federation to have a neighborhood border guard, if you will. We just celebrated Pearl Harbor Day. Well, some of us did because I remember it. Well, I do. I was 7 years old at that time, I guess. And we, to show what wrong thinking gets you, in the Army-Navy football game the week before Pearl Harbor Day, there was a picture of the USS Arizona, big battleship. And in the text, it said, nobody's ever sunk a battleship from the air. Pearl Harbor Day, a week later, they sunk the USS Arizona, 1,100 guys on board. The Japanese knew you could sink a ship with a plane.
Wow.
And so that's why I mentioned the book, Science Was Wrong. There's a long history of smart people saying stupid things, including an astronomer who said man would never fly any distance in an airplane. Another one, umpteen years later, saying space travel is utter bilge. That was a year before Sputnik. The first comment was 2 months before the Wright brothers' first flight. And so we have to be very careful that we don't predetermine things when we don't have enough data.
Well said. So, Stanton, we don't want to keep you for too long here. We've already gone past time here.
Yeah,
so
I
is there
know.
anything? Thanks for spending all this time with us. Is there anything else you feel like we left out that you want to tell the world?
No, I think just not only keep your eyes on the sky, but recognize that we live in a big universe, and there are guys that could be a million years more advanced than we are. It wouldn't be surprising if they can do things that we can't do. A little ignorance should get rid of a lot of arrogance. And I think we need to get rid of some of that arrogance and recognize that cosmos is not the way we think it was 50 years ago.
Well said. Are you speaking anywhere coming up at all? Are you going to be at UFO Congress this year? Or?
I'll be at the International UFO Congress, yes. And I'll be speaking in Roswell, of course. And if they look on my website, they'll find a list of lectures coming up.
Okay, good. That's all up to date. I'll put a link to that in the show notes.
Good.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Stan.
Thank
Great
you.
chatting with you.
My pleasure.
Have a good trip to India in January there.
Gonna try.
Okay. All right. All right, tonight we have a special episode. We've got Dr. Jacques Vallée with us. He's a legend in the field of UFOs and ufology for decades now. Really looking forward to chatting with him about what's new and how things have changed over the past few years. And we've also got Red Pill Junkie with us to help us out. So welcome to the show, Jacques. Dr. Jacques, how are you doing?
Very good. Good to hear your voice.
Yeah, thanks. We heard your episode on Skeptical there with Alex Tsakiris. It was fascinating, and we really wanted to get you on the show. And the first thing I wanted to kind of pick your brain about, because I've been listening to Keel's essays on UFOs going back to the 60s, and I felt like so much was going on back then, and here we are 50 years later, and in some ways you could say that we really haven't made a lot of progress. I mean, some of the theories that you guys had back then were, they're still valid today, and we haven't really seen a lot of change. I mean, would you agree with that?
No, and maybe it's an optical illusion on my part that things are changing because, there are new people in the field.
Yeah.
There are new techniques for research, among them what we're using now, namely the internet.
Yep.
Which wasn't there at the time. So we can talk about that, especially for something that has kept me very busy the last few years, which is looking at the sightings and phenomena in antiquity, or at least until the Industrial Revolution, which we can now do things that we just couldn't get to in terms of the knowledge and so on before the internet. John Keel was a complex personality. At the time, of course, he initiated the idea of ultra-terrestrials as opposed to extraterrestrials.
Right.
And in that theory, we were very close. In fact, he was mad at me when I wrote, one of my books, especially Invisible College, because he was coming out with his own book, and he felt that I was copying him. And of course, there was no way I could have copied him. I was on a different track, but we were really going in parallel directions, and going beyond the idea of just ET, spacecraft, and so on, because by then, I'm talking about the mid to late 70s, it was already clear that what the witnesses were describing wasn't a spacecraft, that it was something much more complex and in some ways much more interesting. So that was my, and then after that we became friends.
That's good. Red?
Dr. Vallée, first of all, it's a real honor joining my Grimerica friends in this interview with you. I wanted to mention how last week was the 40th anniversary of Close Encounters of the Third Kind, which obviously is like seminal movie, and that really brought the idea of UFOs to the masses. And we know that you, one of the characters was kind of loosely based on you, Lacombe, and that you also consulted to Spielberg in the movie. In fact, you were trying to
discuss with him, how UFOs are not necessarily extraterrestrial craft, but he was kind of like going in the way of, well, ETs is what people want because it's what they expect. It's easy to understand. So I'm going with that. Now, fast forward 40 years later, we see how the popular culture and sci-fi have actually begin to entertain fringier or more exotic ideas for the UFO phenomenon. We have movies like, Interstellar, Arrival, even one of Spielberg's own movies, Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull, in which they show the aliens as interdimensional beings. So seeing that from your position, are you excited about the fact that, popular culture is starting to get away from the idea of the UFOs equating them as extraterrestrial craft?
The Crystal Skull, the production company had bought the rights to a novel that I had written initially in French and then translated into English. And that idea of a multidimensional escape of the UFO, at the end, the object is, the saucer is inside a cave, and they think, of course, it's going to stay inside the cave. And in the novel, the saucer goes into another dimensions and goes away from the cave. So that imagery came from that novel, and that was a lot of fun. I think the movie that would really show what a multidimensional object would look like and the effects it would have on its environment hasn't been made yet. As great as Steven Spielberg's contributions have been, but he was right. In Close Encounters, people would not have understood that at the time because before Close Encounters, all the UFO movies essentially had the same template. Good people in the country are moving around and they see a light, and the light turns into this saucer, and the saucer lands, and it starts, of course, scaring people, and then you call the police, and the police gets blown away, and so you call the Air Force, and the Air Force gets blown away, and you call the Army, and they arrive with 100 tanks, and they start firing at the saucer and so on. And that was always the model. And Spielberg was the first one who said, look, what people are describing mostly are lights, not so much hardware, and certainly not hardware that looks like our hardware. They don't describe rockets. And it was, Close Encounters was the first movie where he showed both the extraordinary light phenomena that surround the phenomenon, and also the impact on the consciousness of the people. The psychic impact with Roy Neary starting to try to shape, to sculpt things that turn out to be a model for the place where the saucer is going to land eventually. But my only contribution, that character initially was going to be an American, and then Spielberg turned it into a Frenchman. And he told me that we had lunch a couple of times. I was never actually a consultant for the movie. Dr. Hynek was a consultant for the movie. I met with Mr. Spielberg twice for lunch, brought together by a journalist who wrote an article about our interaction, and asked him who the character was based on, and Mr. Spielberg said it was based on me because as a teenager he had read my earlier books. I wrote a couple of books in the 60s, Anatomy of a Phenomenon and then Challenge to Science, that interested him, and he said that he had actually, based on his interest at the time, he had made a little movie in 16 millimeter with a 16 millimeter camera about UFOs already in those days, and that his interest came from that. I think he wanted a character who was alien. If you can call me an alien. At the time, I was certainly a foreigner coming from France, so I was from a different culture, and he wanted to show the cultural differences between, the Pentagon people running around trying to find out where the big saucer was going to land, and this French character who kept saying that it was a sociological phenomenon, and that's where the dynamics came from for that character.
Huh, that's interesting.
And it was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Huh.
Oh, sorry. And of course, we're talking about how in the movie there is the idea of showing the phenomenon having such an impact in the consciousness of the witnesses. And there are also other deeply transformative experiences that are still a deep challenge to science. We have near-death experiences, and we have psychedelic experiences, and we have the experiments that Dr. Rick Strassman conducted in New Mexico, interestingly enough, in New Mexico, with DMT. I don't know if you are interested in that, in the sense that there are some people in the field who are advocating for having a unified field theory of the paranormal, trying to link all of these seemingly different phenomena, I don't know, ghosts, psychic phenomena, UFOs, even cryptid sightings, into one kind of common theory. Some people are still fighting about that and trying to keep the field separated, but what is your opinion about it?
Well, I'm not in a position to tell them what to do. I mean, everybody has a right to experiment and to pursue. I mean, it's such a huge field and a big challenge. Everybody is welcome. DMT and ayahuasca and drugs in general, I've never taken any drugs. I tried to smoke once and it didn't work. So, tobacco. So, I'm not an expert in any way. My opinion with that, I have nothing wrong with, people who want to explore that, of course. Certainly there are many traditions that draw their inspiration and their knowledge from, including American Indian traditions and Middle Eastern traditions, and maybe even early Christianity, that drew their inspiration from psychedelics and other forms of altering consciousness, altering drugs. My own feeling is that as a scientist, my brain is pretty limited as it is, and I really don't feel that I should mess with it, hoping to, discover something else. I'm quite happy to try to improve the little brain I've got. But be that as it may, I had very interesting discussions with Terence McKenna, who, of course, was an authority on DMT and so on. And we were on a panel once, and we had discussions outside the panel where he told me about what people were describing. And those are very powerful experiences of something. My problem with it is that in science, if you go on an exploration, you discover something, you want to be able to get back to the same place again. And my problem with much of the drug experience is that it seems to be a different experience every time. And so it is a form of exploration. I don't argue against that, but it's not calibrated. And everything in science, and I try to approach this as a scientist. in a fairly rigorous, sober fashion, because that's what I can contribute. Other people can contribute other things. And so I've tried to follow that pretty, religiously. And so in science, when you use an instrument, you have to calibrate it before and after the experiment. You don't just go into the field and read out what you measure without knowing that your calibration is right and your instrument is actually measuring what you think it's measuring.
Yeah.
So in what I've done, I've always tried to do that. Of course, with this phenomenon, you can't always do that because you're swept away by what the witnesses are describing and the variety of experiences they have. And that's what you have to deal with. But I still try to apply, that rule. And that's why I don't think you can mix up ghosts and religious experiences. And you can certainly draw inspiration from it. For example, I've written about Fatima and about other, Marian apparitions. But I've done that because the actual phenomena, when you strip away the belief system of what people believed they were seeing, of course they thought they were seeing the Virgin Mary or a manifestation that came from the Virgin Mary. But so I respect that and I put it aside, but what they are describing is a light and a disk and heat effects and color effects and all of that, which I can recognize as the same kinds of physical effects that people are describing in UFO cases. So that's where I think you can draw those parallels.
Well, talking about Fatima, for example, it brings the question of just how powerful is the phenomenon. We have this experience of the phenomenon that starts with 3 little children that starts to have interaction with something, and they tell their parents, and words gets around in their village, and more people start to gather around in that place, Cova area in Portugal in 1917, and they start to corroborate that something indeed is happening, and it seems to be like there's a certain build-up between the amount of energy that the phenomenon manifests and the amount of people that is gathered, to the point that, we have the final conclusion or climax of the event on October the 13th, 1917, when there were already around 5,000 people gathered there, and they all witnessed the so-called miracle of the sun, according to the Catholic Church. And there were people of all walks of life. There were even people who weren't there because they were believers, but because they wanted to actually mock the believers. There were skeptics, there were atheists, and they all saw something, not necessarily the same thing, but they saw something. So could we interpret this build-up as something that the phenomenon needs in order to manifest into a reality?
I don't know. The phenomenon seems to be quite capable of manifesting anytime, any place it likes.
Yeah.
Including in the middle of the deployment of the American Pacific Fleet a few years ago in 2004. So I don't think it needs, but it seems to, again, it's a human interpretation here, but it seems to use the beliefs and the consciousness of the witnesses in shaping its manifestations. And I'm not the only one saying that. I mean, several people have originated that theory of sort of mimicry, where the phenomenon seems to draw imagery, including in the Betty and Barney Hill case, and so on, to draw its imagery and its manifestation is display. Professor Frank Salisbury wrote a book called The Great Utah UFO Display, because the phenomenon isn't just happening, it's displaying itself at the right time in front of witnesses that it seems to have chosen. And that's a very complex aspect of it. And it makes it, of course, scientifically, makes it very, very difficult to study. Now, you mentioned Fatima. There is a very intriguing parallel between Fatima and the Virgin of Guadalupe in Mexico, also, which is, to me, is an extraordinary, mix of probably some hoaxes on the part of the clergy, but also, a genuine phenomenon. And certainly the sociological phenomenon is there. I mean, you had 6 million Indians converted to Catholicism after that was revealed. But there was a single witness.
Wow.
There was a single witness, but he brought back, unbeknownst to him, he brought back an image on his tilma, on his vestment, on his jacket, essentially, that was an image that was so powerful that it forced the attention of everybody in the palace of the bishop, and started this mass conversion. Fatima, what bothers me about Fatima is that when people talk about Fatima, they talk, and they're right. I mean, they talk about the big miracle in 1917. Now, wind back the tape, and you go back to 2 years before, 1915. There are 3 little shepherds who are tending the sheep and the goats, and when it rains, they go into a cave. Not the same cave, not the Vallée area, but another cave, and they see a light. And inside that light is a human form, which is bright, that they call the angel. And the angel starts talking to them. And the angel says that he is the angel of peace. And he never comes out of the light, but they see this entity of light inside this globe of light. And they go into a sort of trance where they lose all energy. They are, any sense of energy is drawn out of them, and he gives them a prayer that they repeat. They just keep repeating this prayer, and that lasts for hours. And then after that, the light disappears and so on. And so that was already known in the area, but it was just one of those things that only happened to these 3 kids. I mean, they were between 12 and 15, something like that. And then 2 years pass, and then in May 13th, 1917, the thing happened at the Vallée area at Fatima. And I've been to Fatima. There is no... the site has been paved over so that hundreds of buses come there when big celebrations. So it's essentially one huge parking lot around a big cathedral, which isn't very pretty. I mean, it's really a mass manifestation, of the church, and it has lost the beautiful story of these 3 shepherds. But then, at the beginning, there is just 3 shepherds, and then the next month, again on the 13th, there is 17 or 20 people, and then at the end, after, by the way, the shepherds have been put in jail one month, because remember, Portugal had a socialist government. The church, the last thing the church wanted was a miracle. I mean, they really didn't want the Virgin to show up. that was politically, this was really a bad timing. There was the communist revolution going on in Russia. I mean, we all know what happened in Russia in October 1917. Was Lenin and the communist revolution. And then that is a time that the Virgin picks to show up. And it wasn't 5,000 people in October, it was 70,000 people. And there was a cordon of police and army trying to stop the people from gathering because, again, the government didn't want this and the church didn't want this. So the phenomenon, certainly from a sociological and socio-political point of view, was extraordinary. That the phenomenon, sort of imposed itself on top of both the government and the church. And then everybody saw the sun spinning around and all the colors. There was a professor of physics from Coimbra University who described it as monochromatic sectors rotating in the sky. I mean, meaning sectors of a single color, blue and pink and yellow and green and so on, spinning around where the sun should have been. And people who were a little bit off from the crowd saw the sun and they saw a disk. They saw two things. The people in the crowd saw only sort of a gray disk on top of the sun. There have been several interpretations of that, including optical illusion. If you stare at the sun thinking that is going to be a miracle, your eyes are going to be damaged and your vision is going to be unreliable. You're going to start seeing colors. So people have argued that's what it was. Only the shepherds heard a voice or perceived something, and only Maria said that she saw the apparition. And then she spent the rest of her life in a monastery. And, that was the story. But to me...
The problem is that an optical illusion cannot, dry the clothes of all the people who were, on a storm, before that.
No, I agree. To me, I think the sightings, the reports from 1915 are very interesting because they are authentic. I mean, they are not considered as part of the miracle by the church. The church hardly mentions it as just in passing. And most of the books about Fatima don't mention it at all. To me, those are the three kids that I'd like to go interview because they saw something and they had this extraordinary effect of sort of not quite falling asleep, but being driven into this state where they couldn't think, they couldn't move, they were just repeating this prayer mechanically. And they never said it was the Virgin Mary. They said they saw, what else do you expect? They are going to say they saw an angel because they saw this luminous creature. So enough about Fatima, but to me, that was really what fascinated me, still does, about this. The other thing that fascinates me is if it's the Virgin, she works according to a human calendar because she showed up always on the 13th of the month. So how does that happen?
Yeah, very interesting. So switching topics a little bit to the kind of more on the ETH type vein. I mean, I wanted to get your opinion on this. So, I think this is one thing that's changed. Like, we used to have the contactees way back when, but now there's a movement and even just putting aside the organizations and the personalities involved in some of this, but a movement of people making conscious contact with something, meditating and getting together in groups and going out. I mean, there's hundreds of them in one organization and a bunch more in another organization. So how do you reconcile that? I mean, it's pretty easy for people to stick with the ETH when they go out and try and make contact and they see stuff. I mean, like the other night we were out and I'll be going out again on Saturday, but there was just 6 of us, but we definitely saw anomalous lights and flash bulbs and all kinds of different stuff going on. How do you reconcile that with the research that you're doing, and does that interest you at all? And then on the other side, what should we do as a group maybe to better document, or we talked about, measurements and calibrations. I mean, it's very hard to do that. I mean, you can test, you can try doing the same thing, the same meditations, the same type of, the same people, the same location, the same lunar calendar, that kind of stuff. I mean, I guess that's part, but is there any other things you would suggest?
It's a very tough question. As you know, there are a number of sites that have been claimed to be sites where people see things frequently.
Right.
And I don't mean sites where there is a known optical phenomenon of headlights in the distance creating mirages and so on. I mean, mirage is not a hallucination; it's a real optical phenomenon.
Yeah.
But it's repeatable. But there have been a number of places, especially around the U.S., where things have been seen repeatedly, and some of those sites have been instrumented.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but we don't have, we don't have the documentation that we thought we would get out of that instrumentation. So you can put video cameras, you can put infrared cameras, you can put all of that, and yeah, you're going to get something, but we're not getting what we thought we would be getting. For one thing, we don't get the proof, and we don't get the kind of craft that people have been describing. You get lights, but you go into the countryside in the middle of the night, and you're going to see lights, and lights are a dime a dozen. So how do you know exactly how far it was?
Yeah.
Lots of things in the sky these days that may or may not be
ET
advertised.
Yeah.
Drug enforcement aircraft and satellites and all kinds of other things.
Drones. I mean, there's all kinds of, and then there's the the military craft as well. Who knows what's out there for that? So I mean, I'm not saying that all these sightings are ET, but it's an interesting thing that might be able to be studied a bit more.
Yes, and there have been documented cases where people either meditating or asking for a manifestation, and there was a manifestation. So I'm not denying that.
Yeah.
I don't know how to bring it into the scientific framework. That's all I'm saying. So you were asking at the beginning, what's new, and I think a number of things are new. First, of course, we've got the internet, and so we can go back and document things a lot better than was true before. Of course, we also get a lot more junk. So you're putting more power into the channel. You're going to get more signal and more noise, and then it's left as an exercise to you to try to tell the signal from the noise. That's hard to do, but we've published, with Chris Orbeck in Spain. We've been working on a book that we called Wonders in the Sky, and we've done that book twice, actually. The first time we narrowed it to 500 cases before 1880. Now, before 1880, you don't have many things in the sky. You don't have, you may have, a few balloons once in a while, but those were free balloons. You don't have dirigibles, and you certainly don't have airplanes. And you certainly don't have rockets and things like that. So you have something that's fairly pure, and we've gone back to antiquity. And, I'm amused when skeptics, like some of the people at Citi, say, well, there was nothing in antiquity that resembling this phenomenon, so the phenomenon must be a new thing, and it's probably a bunch of hoaxes and so on. Well, I'm sorry, but many of the cases that we found in the writings of Roman historians like Cicero and others that came from the archives of the Roman Empire. The consuls there was a whole period in the Roman Empire when it was run by 3 consuls. It was run by a consulate. And they were extremely interested in the things that people saw in the sky because for astrological reasons, they thought that patterns of unknown things in the sky would be indicative of historical events that were going to happen. In other words, they were portents of historical events. The death of a king or a new war or a famine or floods or things like that. So they made a rule that anything that was unusual in the sky had to be reported to Rome. So it's like, the President of the United States saying, I want the Air Force to give me a report on my desk every 3 months on all the UFOs seen in the sky. And those were, they were not kidding. Those were official records of the Roman Empire. We don't have all of them because many of them have been lost, but we have, dozens of them. And the Roman historians, like Herodotus and Cicero and other great writers, reprinted them and included them in their books, and we have those books. And they have been translated, and they are available. And, of course, many of the phenomena were things that we understand today. They were meteors, they were comets, they were, globular lightning, they were things but there were also cases that that were described carefully. Remember, they were described for the triumvirate in Rome. So this was not just some local, local Roman newspaper. This was, official record of the empire. And so we have a good description, and it matches what we have today as UFO reports. So we started from that, and then we went across to, the 16th, 17th century, 18th century. In the 18th century, you start having a lot of reports from astronomers. Astronomers whose names we remember today. And again, those records, you cannot say that that was hoaxes and hallucinations. So we have hundreds of those, and we've covered them in this book. And the patterns are the same patterns that we have from the reports from the U.S. Air Force and from modern UFO reports. So that is new because there were books before about UFOs in antiquity, but they did not have access to that caliber of reports because a lot of this is, you find today on the internet. And, you find it not because of ufologists, but you find it because archivists and librarians and historians have been scanning those records and putting them online. So those you find it in archives of universities and big libraries, museums in Austria and in Germany and so on, very often with drawings. Now, the drawings were not made at the time. They were not made, by the Romans, but they were made in the 17th or 18th century by people who had already gone through those records. And that's very rich, very interesting research, and I'd love to, if I had more time, love to extend it to now the late 19th century and the early 20th century.
So there's enough there for you to keep going on that?
Oh yes, Chris Aubeck and other people like Jerry Clark and others have looked at the records, for example, of the airship sightings just in the 20 years between 1880 and 1900. There are 10,000 newspaper reports of airships. So, I mean, that would boil down, and there were many hoaxes also. So you'd have to go back and see if the witnesses really existed. And so, I mean, there's a lot of research to be done, but there are certainly hundreds of valid reports, in addition to all the fancy reports.
That's amazing. So that's good to hear. There's lots of that. I didn't realize it was so, there was that much stuff getting put on the internet from the old archives. That's good. So what about the physical evidence you guys are looking at as well?
So there is three kinds of physical evidence, of physical, let's say physical samples.
Okay.
One kind is the implants. And, we could spend another hour on the implants. Mm-hmm. I'm not an expert on that. I was very skeptical of it. When Mr. Bigelow had the institute, the NIDS, the National Investigation Institute, we looked at about a dozen claims of implants from Dr. Lear and others, who brought that to the labs. I was frankly skeptical of that because dermatologists tell us that they find all kinds of things coming out of the skin of people who come to them, and very often they've forgotten that when they were a kid, they stepped on something, and that something broke. It may have been a nail or piece of wire, and it gets into the body, it gets encapsulated. The body takes care of it, encapsulates it in some way, and moves it around, and then it comes out 20 years later. And it looks like a strange object. And I mean, all the dermatologists know that because people go to them and they extract it. And so I thought maybe that's what it is. I mean, I'm not a doctor. And since then, I've changed my mind because some of those things from Dr. Lear and others, do have strange composition. And some of them couldn't be matched. But I'm not an expert in that. I don't know. I wouldn't know where to start if somebody came to me with something like that. But I would send them to a dermatologist. So I'm not really studying that. I shouldn't be studying that. There are two other things. There are, at the other end, claims of things that have crashed, like, Roswell. So I've heard all the stories you've heard about Roswell. And I've sort of given up because there are so many contradictions and so on. But there are other crashes that are less publicized than Roswell and are just as rich and interesting, except that the story usually ends with, some people in uniform coming in with a big truck and, taking it somewhere and giving some fancy explanation to the witnesses and telling them not to talk about it. Well, of course, the witnesses are going to talk about it sooner or later, and but I don't have the evidence. I don't have the sample to study.
Yeah.
However, there are other things that I have, where I have some of the evidence, and other people do, and we've started trying to share it, of things that I call ejecta. I mean, things that have been ejected by an object. And very often in conditions where we know the witnesses and we have, we believe witnesses are telling the truth. What usually happens is somebody sees a disc flying around and it seems to be in deep trouble. It's oscillating and seems about to blow up. and then other objects come close to it, seem to stabilize it. Some metal gets ejected, and it's in fusion state. It falls on the ground, and it's too hot to touch, but eventually it cools down. The disk is stable now, and everything flies away. And what you're left with this metal that's been flowing, and becoming solid on the ground. People pick it up, and they take it to factory next door, they take it to a lab or to a university, and it's some sort of metal, some sort of alloy of different metals, and very often it looks like, some industrial materials. So they're told, well, it doesn't look really strange, and, you do what you want with it. And people keep it as, in an envelope, they put it in a drawer and they forget it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have some of those. There is a celebrated case in Brazil at Ubatuba that apparently there's some question about the date, but I think it happened in 1957, and there was quite a bit of material and it has been preserved. It was studied by Professor Sturrock at Stanford University. The material seems to be very pure magnesium. Now, there is no such thing as 100% pure magnesium because it would ignite and burn in contact with the air, with the oxygen in the air. So the magnesium that we have is protected by oxide, but essentially it's very, very pure. It's purer than the standard of magnesium. On the other hand, you can buy the standard of magnesium and you can refine it further if you want to, for in a lab or in a big industrial factory, for example, for aerospace applications. So maybe that's what it is, but it doesn't seem to have the same isotope ratios as ordinary magnesium. So we continue to look at that. I was in, so there is a colorful history to those samples. APRO, the Lorenzen UFO research group, in the late 50s, got some of those samples from a very reliable investigator named Dr. Fontes, who was an MD in Brazil. And I actually knew Dr. Fontes. He came from Chicago, and I spent a day with him. And he gave me some of his records. Dr. Fontes had some samples that he gave to APRO, and the U.S. Air Force said, we'd like to test it. So they gave us a sample. Those were microscopic. I mean, it was very, very small quantities of it. And the Air Force blew it up and trying to test it. So they went back to the Lorenzen, and they said, can we have another one because we blew up the one you gave us? And the Lorenzens wisely said, we don't think we should give you another sample because you blew up the first one. But they gave a couple of the samples to Dr. Sturrock, and those were studied under good conditions by different labs, including a French lab who studied the isotopes. And it does look strange. One of the isotopes seems to be in a higher quantity than it should. On the other hand, if it comes from space, the isotope ratios in meteorites are different from the isotope ratios of metals on Earth, which is not a natural phenomenon. So, there is some argument about that, but there is very, very little of that material. Now, I was in Argentina 6 months ago on another case, and I saw two fairly large samples, the size of a walnut, which is pretty large. I mean, we don't need that much material to do an isotope analysis. And the people in Argentina were kind enough to give me part of that. So we are going to be redoing those experiments that Dr. Sturrock did, and we'll have, because we have plenty of material. And we're ready to share it with anybody who wants to. I mean, this is the kind of thing where this should be a real science, where you share the material and the results with your colleagues, wherever they are. So I'm trying to find another French lab that would be willing to share the material with us and redo the same experiments.
Are you hopeful? Are you hopeful that will eventually show? And I mean, I know you can't really speculate on it, but that'll eventually show that something is not natural from outer space. Like even can you look at old like out of place artifacts and some of those things as well through isotopic?
Yes. So we're not ready to publish anything because this is just preliminary. But in Silicon Valley, where I am, those instruments are available. I mean, the instruments you use are mass spectrographers, and they are very busy. I mean, those are expensive instruments. They cost about $7 million, and people are busy with them, especially geologists and people who study meteorites. And of course, they find isotope ratios that are different from Earth, and those are extraterrestrial. They come in, those meteorites come from the other end of the solar system, and they crash on Earth. And so you have a standard there for what's the kind of ratios that are found in science. But those are geologists, and they use those instruments 24 hours a day. So, but there are other newer instruments that we have access to. So, and that's what we find. So to jump to the punchline, we find something that is very curious. We thought we would find either that those were terrestrial ratios, and there is nothing wrong with that. Even in the UFO context, I mean, they could be using terrestrial materials as fuel or whatever. Or we would find extraterrestrial ratios. In other words, ratios that would differ by 5% or maybe 10% from terrestrial ratios. We find something that's very weird. That is neither terrestrial nor extraterrestrial. We find evidence of things that have been re-engineered, where the isotopes have been re-engineered.
Wow.
For example, there is one element that has 5 known isotopes in different frequency, different abundance. And in the sample we've got, 2 of the isotopes are not present, and the other 3 are present at 33%, 33%, and 33%. Now, the only thing that can happen is if somebody has separated the isotopes and then reintroduced them into an alloy for some reason that we can't fathom what that reason would be. Especially if it comes from 1947. Because in 1947, we were doing isotope separation on uranium, 235, 237, so on, to build the bomb. But those were the only, and that was very expensive. It was super secret. It was very difficult. It was, and there was a race to do it before the Germans could do it and, produce the bomb, which we did. So, but nobody was doing that with, ordinary metals. I mean, that would be crazy. That would be, billions of dollars if you wanted to do that. Even today, I mean, that would be an expensive proposition if you wanted to do more than a few grams of it. So we're stuck with that. So again, this is very preliminary. We're not ready to publish it. There could be mistakes somewhere. There could be something wrong with the instrument, although we don't think so. But, we need to redo it. And that's one thing that, the witnesses have come up with something that fell in their backyard, and they say, "How come you haven't analyzed my stuff yet?" And the answer is yes, they're right, but the answer is that it's difficult to do. You have to have access to a lab, and then one analysis isn't good. You need to do several, probably in several labs, if you want to get to the trace elements.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could say, it's magnesium with iron and and zinc. So what? But if you really want to do it in sufficient detail, unless it's just a common alloy, you need to do it with several labs, several instruments. And certainly when you get to the isotopes, you need to redo it several times because the one isotope can be masking another depending on the technology you use. And again, those are difficult. It's difficult to get access to those instruments because they're expensive, and the people who want them want to be paid, and those instruments are used 24 hours a day by scientists. So you need, but things are getting better because there are new instruments that are less expensive, easier to use, and in Silicon Valley we have access to the people who actually invent those instruments. So when something weird shows up, we can really drill down into what's happening, and that's what we plan to do. And I'm not an expert in that, but I've gathered, I've been going around the world trying to gather those samples, and people are very generous in sharing those samples. I'm sorry to say, except for some UFO groups who have samples and are keeping them as relics. Someday they are going to build a basilica and they will be saying prayers to those relics. So they don't, and all I need is really the head of a pin. I don't need the rest of it. And I'll return the head of a pin, to them. So this is not a secret operation, that we're going to take it to the CIA. I think this will be done in normal, science labs and company labs, and we'll publish what we. In fact, we've already sort of pre-published what we found so far, and that place in Argentina was very generous in giving us, and we have a trail of evidence, of the data and so on, so we know where it comes from, we know who handled it and how, and all that, is open. And again, if some lab in Poland, wants to test it, we'll send them the thing by FedEx. I mean, there's no great secrecy and no great, we're not going to sell it on eBay for $1 million. I mean, this is, anybody can have, we have enough of it.
So Dr. Vallee, correct me if I'm wrong, and I know right now I'm going to be highly speculative on a work that you're still, analyzing, but could it be that what these samples, the results that you guys are getting, is that we are dealing with an agency that is not only capable of manipulating the space-time continuum the way that yourself and other researchers have documented plentifully in many cases, but that is also capable of transforming energy into matter and vice versa?
Oh, yes. I think that, most of us were working on this. I cannot speak for other people, but I think the answer you would be getting today is yes.
Okay.
And, 10 years ago, people would have said maybe, but we're way past the maybe stage. And by the way, that could be why the cover-up is being maintained, because the cover-up, made sense in the 50s because everybody thought, oh, goody, we're going to find some secret of propulsion before the Russians, But we know the Russians have been doing the same study, and they've come up against the same things. So maybe it's time to, but if those things are opened up, the public is going to demand, we've been paying for all this stuff as taxpayers, tell us what it is and what it does. And there may not be an answer. Because if, I have to assume that there are scientists in the government who've been looking at this. In fact, I know there are scientists in the government because I've spoken to some of them. And they haven't violated any great, secrecy. I mean, they wouldn't. But they've shared their puzzlement about what the state, of their research. And if they must have found the same thing we're finding, maybe 10 years for us. And there is no answer to that. I mean, how do you do that? And why? I mean, why would you separate the isotopes of a common metal and re-engineer that metal to create this kind of crazy alloy? But there is no question that's what we're finding. And there is no pattern. So, I'm in Silicon Valley. I know, I've been in Silicon Valley in, several dozens of years. I've financed a number of high-tech companies. I have access to those people. They trust me. One of the luminaries of Silicon Valley, a physicist, was involved in the early semiconductor breakthroughs in Silicon Valley, told me, look, Jacques, suppose you test one of those things and you find 10 features that are completely novel in physics. How do you know which one is significant? Unless the thing, starts levitating or something. And that would be nice, that would be nice, but we're not there yet. How do you know? So you find some weird configuration of molecules. How do you know what it does? How do you know if it's a shield against radiation? How do you know if it's part of a propulsion system? How do you know if it's a guidance system? How do you know if it's something that's interacting with the brain of the pilot, assuming there is a pilot? No, you can't, as somebody put it, it's like you give a garage door opener to Leonardo da Vinci, what is he going to do with it? So now I'm still, that's why I got into science. It's because I like that kind of mystery. I like to work with people like me who like that kind of mystery. So I'm not going to be discouraged by that. I think it may be a test. And
in some ways it doesn't matter. I mean, in some ways it's the question. It's just the figuring out that something is a mystery that cannot be solved on this planet. That's the main thing. I mean, once we get past that, then we can figure out, what it's supposed to do.
Well, how do we know that it cannot be solved on this planet? I mean, let's go back to John Keel with his ultra-terrestrials. Maybe there is a hidden civilization at the bottom of the ocean that's been doing this for thousands of years. Or maybe, there is another universe 5 minutes ahead of us that has a gateway where, they can come in here. Maybe that's what UFOs are. Maybe they are gateways and not craft.
Yeah,
now,
I should have said that, yeah.
Maybe the people who own those things from, let's say Roswell for convenience. Somebody owns, whatever crashed in the desert. Now, there will be two kinds of people there. And there will be the people who want to get to the propulsion system before the Russians, or the Chinese, But good luck. Maybe those things, how do we know they have a propulsion system? It's like somebody from the time of the horse and buggy, propulsion, looking at a Lexus, late model Lexus, looking for their horse. I mean, there isn't a horse, okay? So I think it's kind of stupid. And whenever there has been a project, a Pentagon project, it has all been, let's come up with the categories, and the categories are, propulsion and energy generation and so on. Maybe they don't have that. I mean, if it's a topological engine, you really don't need propulsion. You can rotate into a fifth dimension, and you're gone. You don't need an engine, with a piston and fuel and all that stuff. There was an article that I still can't believe that guy wrote that. There was an article in Science magazine in the 60s, say around 60, 65, 67. Science magazine, the standard for American science, from a very well-known, celebrated physicist, American physicist, member of the Academy of Sciences. And he said, there couldn't be UFOs because when we go to the site where the witness says he saw something, we don't find traces of propellants. He actually, and they printed that in Science magazine. And that's what, the skeptics, are still at that stage. If you don't leave, traces of propellant in the desert, you couldn't have had a spacecraft. Well, yeah, our spacecraft use propellants, but remember, our spacecraft are based on the design of the ancient Chinese of 5,000 years ago, that they had rockets. I mean, they were launching rockets. And mostly for fireworks, but that's good enough. I mean, you can, with, that kind of rocket, you can go pretty high in the atmosphere. And that's essentially the same thing we're doing. Now we're guiding it with computers and all that stuff, but essentially, you take a cylinder and you fill it with something, and you set fire to it, and it goes up in the sky. And we're still stuck with that model, even the Pentagon. And this is not what it is. I mean, guys, come on, wake up. So you still have those people who are looking for the secret of propulsion of the UFOs, and then you have the other people who are more Silicon Valley types who are looking for the intellectual property. We're going to study this, and we're going to find the IP, and we're going to patent it, and we're going to make billions of dollars, which is another stupid thing. But at least they are motivated to look at, to think about it in creative ways. So, I have nothing against, taking this to a lawyer, but I don't think the lawyer is going to tell you how this thing works. We need a different approach, and we need an open scientific approach to this. I mean, what's wrong with that?
I agree completely, but what's interesting to me is that the cutting edge scientific theorizing and speculation sounds a lot like ancient mysticism. Like, for example, I listened to your latest interview on Coast to Coast with George Knapp, in which you mentioned how you suspected that this phenomenon seemed to suggest that our space-time continuum, so where we, three-dimensional beings inhabit, is only a small subset of a bigger reality. And that really excited me because it resonates heavily with my way of thinking, and also because, well, pardon me for saying it, but it sounds a lot like ancient Gnosticism.
Well, wait a minute. Those are the guys who gave us science. So, they were doing science with the concepts and the memes and the philosophy they had in those days, and essentially we're asking questions about we're asking the same questions. And, they, around the 17th and 18th century, that morphed into modern science, but, Kepler was an astrologer.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that. And Euler, who is a great mathematician who gave us the logarithmic scale and the log tables that I mean, nobody uses log tables anymore because we have computers. But you know, when I went to school, I had a book called Table of Logarithms that came from Euler. Euler invented logarithms to facilitate astrological calculation. He didn't do it for any other reason, and you know, it worked. It still does. So let's pay tribute to those guys. I'm thinking of what the way we think about in popular culture, the way we think about the Muslims, you know, and the Arabs and the Arab culture. You know, look at the names of the stars. You know, Aldebaran. You know, they all think of how many stars have names that start with Al, and think about algebra and alchemy. You know, where did that come from? Well, the Arabs didn't necessarily originate a lot of that. They transmitted it from previous civilizations, also previous cultures, and then they added their own genius to it. And yeah, there is a continuum of scientific inquiry, and we're just at the tip of it, but we're not any more clever than those guys were, and we're asking the same questions.
Definitely. I'm still confounded by the same mysteries, you know, the same lights in the sky.
Yes, exactly.
Anything else, Graham?
Well, I don't want to keep you too long there, Dr. Vallée. Do you have anything that you want to say before we let you go?
Well, you know, your question you asked at the beginning, you know, that's a question that people ask often, and it's a fair question. You know, what's new in the last 40 years? And it's, in a way, it's an embarrassing question because if I read, you know, the MUFON Journal today, it's not that different from, you know, the stuff that we were writing 40 years ago. But, you know, we have to do that. We have to just keep documenting what we have. I think we have new concepts. I think that organizations like MUFON and the others around the world are doing a great job of, you know, maintaining, because the newspapers are not interested anymore. Yep. I mean, they, you know, if it doesn't get resolved, you know, quickly, they go on to something else. And what you find on the internet isn't reliable, but there are, you know, good organizations that are scrubbing that record and keeping the good stuff, and we have to keep doing that. I think we have better instrumentation now to analyze the samples we've been talking about. You know, in a way, what we need is more skeptics, but we need skeptics who are not stupid skeptics like we have now. We need skeptics that we can argue with, you know, creatively. In science, you always have to push against something. Nobody ever comes up with a hypothesis, you know, and they are the only ones to discover this, and they have, you know, usually you have a hypothesis and you need a way to test it, and then other people have other hypotheses against you, and they test it against you, and that's how, you know, the truth finally emerges. And we need that dialogue, which is why I say we need other labs to get involved and redo the experiments we're doing. And I hope, you know, what I'm trying to do now, at my advanced age, I have no delusion that I'm going to solve the problem or that anybody else is going to. But we need to keep pushing and get more science done and get more people involved, including skeptics.
Yeah, it all contributes to the solution, and I appreciate you answering that somewhat embarrassing question, because I've been interested in this for 25 years on and off, and there's a couple answers to that. I mean, I've seen change, like the change that you're talking about, and change in our culture, but what hasn't changed in my mind is the acceptance in the scientific and academic community, which, I mean, I'm sure it has changed a little bit, but we're still at that spot where it's still, somewhat of a taboo subject. So I appreciate you addressing all the stuff that really is changing in the background.
And the science itself changes. I mean, 40 years ago, we were teaching at Northwestern, certainly Dr. Hynek and I and others were teaching that any slowly rotating yellow star that you saw in the sky probably had a planetary system around it.
Yeah.
But we couldn't prove it.
Right.
That was something that you would derive from celestial mechanics and so on. Well, today, there are catalogs of something like 5,000 planets that we can actually see, or we can actually detect it.
Yeah.
May not be able to see it yet, but someday we will. So the skepticism has been eroded in science, and now they are teaching that because that's an exciting field. So that opens up the question: is there somebody living there, and what is life anyway? And you find out that they don't have a good definition of what life is. And that's embarrassing too. You find life at the bottom of the ocean when there is no air and no light. That's not supposed to happen. And you find life in outer space, not in outer space, but you find the components of DNA in outer space, complex molecules. Now, if I had said that when I took exams in astrophysics, I would have been thrown out. I would have astrophysics 101. But now we know that that's true. And that, if the components of DNA are there, and that, drifts down to a planet that has an atmosphere, what happens? So it's much more open. And the skeptics have to be a little bit more agile and a little bit more open-minded. And I think maybe that's the main change in the last 40 years.
Have you tried any of the CSETI stuff or looked at any of that?
Yes. Well, there are people within SETI, but there isn't one SETI anymore. There are 3 of them. I'm talking about the official astronomical SETI. It turns out all of them are in San Francisco, which is interesting in terms of culture. And that's exciting, and they have to be open-minded. So, I have hopes.
Well, I think that they were referring to Stephen Greer's CSETI and his protocols.
I'm not referring to Stephen Greer. I have mixed feelings about what the people see when they go out on the hilltop and they look at the sky. I haven't seen any evidence of that. I'm talking about SETI, the scientific search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
Yeah.
No, they are defining it strictly as extraterrestrial, which means they don't really want to look at UFOs. But that's changing.
Well, there's some big telescopes coming up soon as well, that might change everything altogether again.
It's not extraterrestrial. What good's a telescope, though?
Well, when we get to the point where we can analyze or distinguish some of the gases in the atmospheres of exoplanets, I think that will, again, be another step forward.
Yeah.
But of course, I think there should be a dialogue about the reliable UFO sightings.
Yeah. True.
So but I'm hopeful that dialogue, and it can be a sober dialogue without people yelling at each other. That's what that would be a breakthrough.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to go, guys.
Yeah, thanks for staying on long with us, and we'll put links to all your stuff in the show notes as well. And we really want to thank you for coming on.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your questions, and thanks for what you're doing.
Okay, Excellent.
Been an absolute pleasure, Dr. Vallee.
Hey, good night.
Good night.
Good night.